Where there is light, there will also be darkness. The vibrant neon lights dazzle the eyes of the beholders. Yet beneath the intoxicating splendor lies an insatiable hunger for desire that perpetually breeds and multiplies. Izimo silently stands at the alley's entrance, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the throngs of people illuminated by the lights, his towering figure casting a shadow over the encroaching darkness behind him. If he were to listen closely, he might hear the echoes of anguish emanating from the depths behind him, as well as the dull thuds of fists striking flesh. Half an hour prior, at the behest of his boss, he had intercepted a few mildly inebriated men, dragging them deep into the alley. The intention, naturally, was to extract some wealth from these well-dressed gentlemen. This bustling metropolis can fulfill every human desire. Yet the darkness it harbors has the power to obliterate any illusions bereft of meaning. Those who are drawn to its allure may find themselves either fortunate or tragic. The boss wants you over there, he'll hold the fort here. A red-haired youth with a defiant expression approached Izimo, patting him on the shoulder after a considerable pause. Izimo glanced at him, nodding slightly without uttering a word, before striding into the alley. The red-haired youth cast a sidelong glance at Izimo as he entered, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Does a fellow from that place really think he can throw a punch? Retracting his gaze from Izimo's back, the youth turned his attention to the brightly lit street, muttering coldly to himself, "What a pity there will be one less expendable pawn." Charging at the front, it seemed he had already foreseen Izimo's fate-not disability. But death, having walked a short distance, laughter mixed with cries of pain reached his ears from deeper within the alley. Izimo furrowed his brow, quickening his pace. Dimly lit by low-wattage bulbs, the alley's walls were adorned with flickering lights, casting a yellowish glow sufficient to illuminate the murky ground, providing enough visibility to prevent Izimo from stumbling over unseen obstacles. After navigating a corner, the unmistakable sounds of pained pleas became evident. A burly man with a scarred face sat atop a heap of debris, smoking a cigarette. Not far from him, 3 men clad in long coats and trousers were cornered by a group, occasionally receiving punches or kicks. Izimo's indifferent gaze pierced through the dim light, clearly observing a companion clutching 3 bulging wallets and some watches and gold chains. Yet, despite acquiring what they sought, they showed no inclination to let the victims go, seemingly driven by the senseless desire to inflict harm. Upon entering, he had anticipated this outcome. He had grown accustomed to his companion's penchant for stirring up trouble even after achieving their objectives. He dared not condone such actions, nor voice his discontent. After all, what connection did these 3 men have to him? After a brief moment of observation, Izimo withdrew his gaze and approached the man seated atop the debris, asking, "Boss, you called for me? Do you wish to fight?" The man exhaled the smoke from his mouth, regarding him with indifference. "Yes," Izimo affirmed, meeting the man's apathetic gaze with resolve. The man's lips curled slightly, instinctively brushing against the grotesque scar on his chest. He remarked, "Even I, when stepping into the ring, might not be able to defeat a single opponent. I must go," Izimo declared with unwavering determination. The resolute tone momentarily startled the man, who after a brief pause replied, "I shall recommend you, tomorrow you must take the stage the day after." After a moment's hesitation, the man's gaze suddenly turned frigid. "Should you dare to falter after my endorsement, I shall ensure that you endure a fate worse than death." Izzy felt a chill run through him, gravely nodding to indicate his understanding. The man, observing his response, gradually softened his icy demeanor. "Once you step onto that stage, one must perish, may it not be you." Izzy instinctively clenched his fists, a sound escaping his throat as he acknowledged the grim rules of this arena. This was not mere underground fighting, it was a spectacle of death wherein inadequacy equated to demise, with no room for fortuity. If he had any choice, he would avoid such a hellish venue, yet necessity bound him to it, for he required substantial funds, or rather, a considerable amount from medical expenses. To amass a large sum in a short time, this was his only option. "Wait for me, Xiao Rue," Izzy silently vowed within himself. 2 days later, The long-anticipated death match commenced in the bowels of the city's largest entertainment establishment. The arena was encased in steel, with the ring illuminated by bright lights that rendered every detail visible, resembling a vast and frigid birdcage, while the ring blazed with light. The audience area remained shrouded in shadows, with only vague outlines of figures discernible. Suddenly, rousing music reverberated throughout the venue, igniting the crowd's fervor. Waves of excitement surged in harmony with the music, for the death match was about to begin. As was customary, the announcer passionately and lengthily introduced the popular contenders, eliciting enthusiastic roars from the audience at key moments. All present were either affluent or noble, reveling in the dark facets of humanity from their dim corners. When the announcer introduced Yi, he punctuated his words with a distinct sneer. "TSK, TSK. Let us see if this 16-year-old pudding can strike the adorable face of the grim bear." Laughter erupted throughout the venue. Enough with the preamble. Let us welcome our two fighters to the stage. Creaking, the iron gates on either side of the ring slowly ascended, revealing an entrance for the competitors. Yi emerged from the passageway, his heavy footsteps echoing as he stepped into the steel-encased cage. Upon looking ahead, he beheld a towering figure, a man over 2 meters tall, bowing as he passed through the entrance to ascend the stage. In terms of sheer size, this was an unequivocal mismatch, yet for the audience, it was merely an appetizer. Yi's eyes simmered with suppressed fury. Only as he approached the stage did he realize he had been deceived. He, the newcomer, was pitted against an experienced fighter, yet even with this knowledge, he had no alternative. To step onto the stage meant death. To flee meant death. Such was the lawlessness of this place, akin to the hell he had struggled to escape. Only here it was a city of excess and indulgence, while there it was a slum entwined with every form of filth. The ghostly bear gazed indifferently at Yi, awaiting the sound of the starting bell, at which point he would swiftly tear Yi apart. This served as his warm-up activity, a tantalizing appetizer for the audience present. Yi, with a solemn expression, fixed his gaze upon the ghostly bear. The towering, muscular physique of his opponent exerted a heavy, oppressive force upon him. Faced with such a formidable adversary, he could only rely on his speed to maneuver and seek opportunities to strike at vulnerable points, hoping to find a glimmer of chance for victory. Ding! Without prior announcement from the commentator, the bell rang unexpectedly. The ghostly bear, already accustomed to the signal, lunged at Yi with the ferocity of tiger. Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. In that instant, the ghostly bear had closed the distance, his massive hand slicing through the air towards Yi's head. The sound of the air being torn apart left no doubt that the bear could easily crush the boy's skull with a single blow, igniting the first wave of fervent cheers from the audience. As the fierce wind approached, Yi's expression hardened. He suddenly crouched low, narrowly evading the strike, and seizing the opportunity presented by their size difference. He advanced, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the bear's groin. The ghostly bear, caught off guard by Yi's unexpected agility, was momentarily unprepared for the assault. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Yi's fist made solid contact with the bear's vulnerable area. The male spectators fell silent, shocked at the turn of events. A searing pain radiated from his lower body, and the ghostly bear let out a blood-curdling scream, his eyes instantly flooding with rage. While an ordinary person might be incapacitated by such a blow, a fighter accustomed to the rigors of the arena would not easily succumb to pain. He remained steadfast, unwilling to relinquish his fighting spirit. Seeking death, the ferocity of the attack incited a furious roar from the ghostly bear as he drew Yi tightly into his embrace. Oh no! Yi had not anticipated the bear's rapid counterattack following such a debilitating blow. His expression shifted, and just as he intended to react, a tremendous force collided with his back. Poof! The overwhelming impact forced Yi's internal organs to shift, causing him to spout a mouthful of blood, which splattered across the bear's abdomen as his face pressed against the rock-like muscles. The adorable little pudding, after delivering a stunning low blow, finds himself utterly defenseless in the loving embrace of the ghostly bear. It appears the little pudding cannot even last a minute. The ringing in Yi Zis' ears drowned out the sounds of the crowd. His vision blurred to the point of being meaningless, as he found himself completely enveloped by the bear's unyielding form. That a wave of terror and coldness washed over him, more harrowing than the intense pain he was experiencing. That I'm going to die. The chilling thought echoed in his mind. If I die here, what will happen to Xiao Rui? His body began to tremble violently, seemingly disregarding the ghostly bear's immense strength. The bear noticed Yi Zis' desperate struggle for life. With a cold smile, he tightened his grip, causing Yi Zis' thrashing form to go suddenly still. Endless darkness slowly consumed Yi Zi. In his final moments, he envisioned a girl sitting up in a hospital bed, her face radiant with a bright smile. Brother, once I recover from my illness, I long to indulge in countless snacks. With a sound like cascading water, a chilling sensation enveloped his cheek and coursed through his entire body. Yi Zi struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, revealing a gloomy sky and a relentless curtain of rain. Am I still alive? His faintly surprised whisper was swiftly drowned by the relentless patter of rain, and a stinging pain of raindrops striking his eyes compelled him to shut them once more. As the realization of his continued existence dawned upon him, Yi Zi became acutely aware of the soreness pervading his entire being. Yet, amidst the discomfort, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He could not comprehend why he had survived after his defeat, but as long as he was alive, that was sufficient. Enduring the pervasive ache, he laboriously raised his arm to shield himself from the icy rain pouring from the heavens, and then slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, he beheld his arms, slender as bamboo, and found himself momentarily entranced. What is this? Gazing intently at his arm, Yi Zi widened his eyes, his mind momentarily unable to grasp the situation. This was not his arm. Forgetting his aches, he struggled to rise amidst the frigid downpour, quickly surveying his body. Moments later, he stood bewildered in the rain, allowing the icy droplets to seep into his very bones until, gradually, even the last remnants of warmth in his heart dissipated. He had been reduced to a child, one whose body had become emaciated due to prolonged malnutrition, for he could not ascertain his current age. Such a revelation might have filled him with shock and disbelief, even leading him to suspect it was merely a dream. However, what occupied his thoughts more was a name: Yurue. Where's this place? What is this place? Yi Zi stood lost in the rain, murmuring to himself, his mind a chaotic tangle as if filled with glue. The tangible ache in his body, along with the stinging cold of the rain striking him, constantly reminded him that this was not a dream, but reality. The sky loomed ominously, with rain incessantly pouring down upon the earth, the air thick with the scent of rain, indicating that this downpour would not cease anytime soon. Given Yi Zi's current state, remaining in the rain would surely lead to his demise within a day. Fortunately, Yi Zi possessed a resilient spirit. Recognizing the danger of his predicament, he prioritized survival and cast a glance around. He found himself in a modest village, where the arrangement of buildings was quite disordered, with considerable gaps between them. Unsure of his exact location, the sight of human structures afforded him a modicum of comfort. Raising his gaze to the heavens, he trudged towards a building, seeking refuge beneath its extended eaves. Finally, escaping the biting rain, leaning against the equally frigid wall, Yi Zi stared blankly at the world beyond the eaves. He noted that the roofs of the buildings generally extended outward with wide drainage channels, suggesting that rain was a common occurrence here, and each downpour was substantial. Silently observing the rain-soaked village, Yi Zi suddenly felt an acute dryness in his mouth, accompanied by waves of hunger in his stomach. Yet, it was the penetrating chill that proved to be the most uncomfortable. That he extended his small hand, catching a few drops of rainwater to quench his thirst, alleviating the dryness in his mouth. This cannot continue. I am in dire need of sustenance. Yi Zi endured the anguish, his gaze lingering upon the street as he sought pathways to procure food. Emerging from the slums, he had never contemplated relying on others, despite the terrifying frailty of his physique. Preoccupied with thoughts of nourishment, He remained oblivious to the unsettling oddities within the village until nightfall unveiled the peculiarities surrounding him. There was no light. This modest village, upon the arrival of night, descended into an eerie silence, devoid of any illumination. The moon was shrouded behind dense, oppressive clouds, plunging the world into profound darkness, punctuated only by the relentless sound of wind and rain. As Ez beheld the endless void before him, he rubbed his arms with the last vestiges of his strength, finally succumbing to a sense of dread. In the realm of darkness, where the echoes of wind and rain prevail and the chill of bone-numbing cold pervades, the initial sense of security that humanity's abode once provided gradually dissipates. The terrifying obscurity, devoid of any visible entities, cloaks the desolate village in an eerie aura. Yeezy cautiously traverses along the wall, his hand pausing abruptly upon encountering the smooth, frigid surface of a glass window. The absence of dust beneath his palm proves inconsequential. His grimy little hands explore the darkness, and upon finding a narrow crevice, he attempts to pry it open. To his astonishment, the window is not locked. Yet the solitude of this place offers little comfort. After opening the window, Yeezy awkwardly realizes that, in his current physical state, he is utterly incapable of climbing through, let alone entering the house. Resigned, he continues his journey along the wall, eventually discovering the door that grants access to the dwelling. As night descends, the rain intensifies, overwhelming even the extended eaves designed to divert its flow. The drainage pipes emit a cacophony as they struggle against the deluge, rendering the shelter where Yeezy had sought refuge completely drenched. Suddenly, a tremendous bolt of lightning streaks across the night sky, illuminating the world for a fleeting moment. Though brief, it is sufficient for Yeezy to discern the nature of the house, a modest residence furnished with the essentials, as the sporadic flashes of lightning provide illumination. Yeezy closes the window he had opened earlier and discovers a box of matches alongside some paper. He utilizes a wooden stool and a few wooden utensils as kindling to ignite a fire. Despite the irrationality of kindling a flame in such a strange and unfamiliar place, he finds himself with no alternative. Without warmth, he would not survive the night. Once the fire crackles to life, Yeezy finally experiences a long-awaited warmth. As the accumulated fear begins to dissipate, by the flickering light, he conducts a cursory search of the house, finding no food, but noting that the kitchen utensils remain intact. And he manages to boil a pot of water. Furthermore, he observes that the furniture within the room is not coated in dust but rather appears disordered, indicating that someone had recently inhabited this space, leaving abruptly for reasons unknown. Where exactly is this place? Gazing into the fire, Yeezy feels lost and bewildered. Why is he here? What is this location? Can he return? A multitude of questions pierces his mind like 1,000 needles. Had it not been for the hardships he endured in his youth, perhaps he would have been incapable of even standing upon awakening. This is not solely due to his own will but also a testament to the resilience of a body long deprived of nourishment. Leaning against the warmth of the fire, his spirit and body weary, Yeezy gradually succumbs to slumber. Upon awakening, he finds that dawn has broken, yet the rain outside shows no signs of abating. Feeling both famished and weakened, he understands that if he does not seek sustenance soon, he may succumb to starvation. He locates a raincoat-like garment within the house, dons it, and steps out into the relentless downpour. In this desolate place, devoid of any human presence, the act of intruding into private residences bore no sense of trepidation. Yet, after searching numerous houses without finding sustenance, a creeping despair began to settle within him. The inhabitants had departed in such haste that not a morsel of food remained behind. What could have prompted such a sudden exodus? As Yeezy ambled along, furrowing his brow in contemplation, his peripheral vision caught sight of 2 iron trash bins at the street corner. He halted momentarily, then resolutely approached the bins. With a silent resolve, Yeezy lifted the lid of one bin and subsequently tipped it over. A noxious stench erupted forth, yet he did not flinch, crouching instead to sift through the foul remnants with calm determination. Meanwhile, at a corner several hundred meters away, 2 figures paused in their tracks, one male and one female. The woman, young and strikingly beautiful, bore golden hair and captivating brown eyes, her forehead adorned with a headband that featured a leaf-like emblem at its center. Despite her exquisite appearance, she was clad in armor, which lent her an air of formidable authority. The man beside her donned a similar suit of armor, but draped over it was a green cloak. His long black hair starkly contrasted with his pallid complexion, and what was most astonishing was his elongated golden pupils, accentuated by a subtle shadow extending from his eyes to his nose, exuding an eerie coldness. These two were none other than Orochimaru and Tsunade, preparing to return to their village in the aftermath of war. Another remnant of war? Orochimaru mused coldly, observing Yi Zi's retreating figure. He retrieved a black shuriken from the pouch at his waist. To live in such agony, perhaps death would be a kinder fate, he muttered to himself, gripping the shuriken as he stepped forward. Do not forget, Orochimaru, that is merely a child without chakra, Tsunade interjected. Her brow slightly furrowed as she placed a hand on his shoulder, halting his advance. Humph, Orochimaru scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Tsunade. And what of it? With a shrug, he shook off her grip. Observing his obstinacy, Tsunade's frown deepened, yet she refrained from further attempts to deter him. Having witnessed too many lives lost and stained her hands with too much blood, her heart had hardened in silence. Ultimately, this was not the land of fire. Nor was it the village hidden in the leaves. Unbeknownst to Yi Zi, a figure loomed several hundred meters behind him, stealthily approaching with a shuriken poised to strike. At that moment, he was quietly focused on a small, dirt-colored dog before him, which, clearly famished, exhibited an unruly demeanor. The low growl emanating from its throat seemed to assert dominion over the refuse scattered at its feet. How long had it been? He recalled a time when he, too, had been driven by the mere desire for scraps of food discarded by others. Yi Zi picked up a stone from the ground, his gaze fixed on the little yellow dog, his expression remarkably serene. As Yi Zi clutched a stone, the small yellow dog suddenly sensed a threat. Yet, driven by its hunger, it was reluctant to abandon its pursuit. Had it not been for Yi Zi tipping over the garbage bin, it would have had no means to survive from its contents. Thus, its growl escalated from a low rumble to a fierce bark. Apologies. Such a feeble, threatening bark held no sway over Yi Zi. He did not lift the stone merely to ward off the small dog. In comparison to the refuse in the bin, he favored the immediate prospect of fresh meat before him. Without hesitation, he raised the stone and struck down upon the yellow dog. The disparity in their sizes rendered the outcome inevitable, and within mere seconds, accompanied by a few pitiful yelps, the small dog was brutally killed by Yi Zi. Adjusting the hat that had fallen off due to his vigorous actions, he wiped away the rainwater trickling down his face, then bent down to pick up the diminutive yellow dog, making his way towards the house. With a fire awaiting him, he had no desire to consume it raw. Not far away, Orochimaru, who had halted his steps, observed the entire scene unfold. How intriguing. As he stowed away his shuriken, he watched Yi Zi's silhouette, his eyes glimmering with interest. He had presumed that the child would merely scare off the dog, or perhaps share a portion of the space with it. But he was taken aback when the child treated the small dog as mere sustenance. If this child were a ninja, then such behavior would hardly be surprising. He noted a detail: the stone used to kill the dog remained firmly grasped in the child's hand, indicating that the emergence of the small dog had awakened a sense of danger within him, prompting him to retain the weapon after it had served its purpose. It was as if he had suddenly gained a profound awareness of his surroundings, or perhaps experienced a moment of growth. A fleeting thought crossed Orochimaru's mind about bringing the child back to the village, but it was swiftly dismissed. Although the war had ended, the atmosphere remained tense, making it exceedingly difficult to admit an outsider into the village, even if he was merely an unarmed child. Yet, standing amidst the rain, his cold serpentine gaze remained fixed upon Yi Zi. Such a child, if he could not be taken, would have to be eliminated. Tsunade had also witnessed the earlier scene. Momentarily taken aback, and she sensed the faint aura of malice emanating from Orochimaru. Yi Zi, heading towards the house, acutely felt the malevolent gaze directed at him from behind, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. He abruptly turned to face the source of the gaze. A man? Upon recognizing the figure, Yi Zi sighed with slight relief, yet his wariness surged anew, directly affecting his demeanor. The man's malicious stare promptly placed him on Yi Zi's list of adversaries. In the seemingly unending downpour, Yi Zi fixed his gaze upon the two individuals before him, his eyes brimming with profound vigilance. With a decisive motion, he cast aside the hard-won morsel at his feet, tightly gripping the bloodied stone as he cautiously took a step back. Despite the overwhelming hunger and the desperate need for sustenance at this very moment, the lifeless body of the little yellow dog would only serve as a burden in the flight. Who are you? Unwilling to relinquish the food he had just obtained, Yi Zi found himself momentarily stunned by the question that escaped his lips. The language was unfamiliar, yet flowed so naturally, its meaning crystal clear. With black hair and black eyes, Orochimaru observed Yi Zi, who had turned away, not immediately responding to the inquiry. The black hair and eyes evoked easy associations with the Uchiha clan, though such traits were not exclusive to them. He glanced at the little yellow dog that Yi Zi had decisively discarded, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his interest intensifying. Tsunade. This child is quite intriguing. Tsunade shot him a glance and inquired, what do you intend to do? Bring him back to the village, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. Tsunade paused, then resolutely stated, that is impossible. Impossible? Perhaps it is challenging, but I shall make the attempt. Orochimaru, you. Tsunade scrutinized him with an inquisitive gaze. Had it been Jiraiya, she might not have found it strange, but the words came from Orochimaru. Tsunade, I am not Jiraiya. He chose to stay to care for those children out of guilt and a desire for atonement. But my wish to bring this boy back to the village stems solely from my belief that he is a seed capable of blossoming into a great tree. Were it otherwise, I would not hesitate to eliminate him. Orochimaru contemplated silently. Initially, he did not believe it possible to bring Yi Zi back to the village. Yet his burgeoning interest in the boy compelled him to try. Yi Zi overheard their conversation and immediately turned to flee, perceiving Tsunade and Orochimaru as human traffickers. If not now, when would he escape? His escape naturally attracted the attention of the two, prompting Orochimaru to snort coldly and swiftly form hand seals. Shadow Serpent Technique. Several thick, brown-patterned serpents erupted from his sleeves, swiftly pursuing Yi Zi and ensnaring him. Fortunately, Orochimaru was meticulous enough to control the strength of the serpents. Otherwise, they might have inadvertently suffocated him. Even so, Yi Zi cried out in pain, drenched in cold sweat. A snake. As he beheld the serpent's flickering tongue before him, his heart raced, fear surging within him. Step by step, Orochimaru approached the ensnared Yi Zi, who lay in the rain. Tsunade stood still, quietly observing Orochimaru's silhouette. Sensing an inexplicable moment of unease. Why was Orochimaru so intent on bringing this child back to the village? She could comprehend Jiraiya's decision to stay with those children, but could not fathom Orochimaru's current resolve. Little boy. Orochimaru knelt before Yi Zi, gazing down at his defiant eyes. If you wish to survive, you must come with me. This is your only choice. Yi Zi laboriously lifted his head, gazing into the frigid, serpentine eyes before him. In that moment, he finally comprehended that the world he inhabited was far from ordinary, and indeed, he had no alternative. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he nodded slightly, only to succumb to unconsciousness, slipping into a state of oblivion. Observing the unconscious Yi Zi, Orochimaru suddenly smiled. Though the reason for his exhilaration remained elusive, a subtle thrill coursing through him. Bending down, he hoisted Yi Zi onto his shoulder and turned to Tsunade. Let us proceed, he declared. Tsunade glanced at Yi Zi's pallid visage, hesitating for a moment before inquiring, do you truly intend to bring him back to the village? Of course, Orochimaru replied, his gaze unwavering, his tone resolute. Tsunade pressed her lips together, stating, then at least perform some basic treatment. I doubt he can survive the journey back in his current condition. A cold smile flickered across Orochimaru's face. There is no need for that. Treatment or nourishment must come from him when he awakens. If he cannot awaken, we shall simply discard him wherever suitable. Tsunade cast a long, penetrating look at the indifferent Orochimaru, choosing silence thereafter. The torrential rain continued to pour, unrelenting, as if it would never cease. That night, upon regaining consciousness, Yi Zi's first sight was a crackling campfire, beside which sat two figures. He felt ravenous, his body weak and aching all over. Moreover, it seemed the rain had ceased. This was indeed good news, for he could no longer endure the sensation of being soaked in humidity. In truth, it was not that the rain had stopped, but rather they had departed from the land of rain, arriving at the border of the land of fire. Feed me, Yi Zi demanded, turning to the man who had commanded the snakes to bind him, displaying no courtesy. His continued existence indicated that his captor did not wish for his demise, thus emboldening him to request sustenance. From the moment Yi Zi opened his eyes, Orochimaru had sensed his awakening. Hearing Yi Zi's direct request for food now elicited a faint smile from him, as he casually tossed a few pieces of biscuit before Yi Zi. Yi Zi gazed at the biscuits that had fallen just out of reach, straining to grasp one in his hand. He placed it in his mouth without biting down. His lips and throat parched. To swallow the biscuit, he had to laboriously produce a bit of saliva to soften it before attempting to swallow. Tsunade observed Orochimaru with a knowing glance. She understood that in Yi Zi's condition, even producing saliva would be a daunting task, and consuming a biscuit would undoubtedly be excruciating. Pausing momentarily, she suddenly rose and approached Yi Zi. Under his watchful yet wary gaze, she crouched down and positioned a corner of a large leaf towards his mouth. Yi Zi's eyes flickered with recognition, and he opened his mouth slightly. A refreshing liquid flowed from the leaf into his mouth, akin to nectar, instantly quenching his thirst. After casting a grateful glance toward Tsunade, Yeezy swallowed the softened biscuit, closing his eyes in satisfaction. A single biscuit and a sip of water, so precious. It could be deemed the essence of life itself. Thank you, he expressed. Had it not been for Tsunade's offered water, the biscuit resting in his mouth would have taken an eternity to swallow. Tsunade nodded slightly, setting the leaves aside. The water within them was scant, yet sufficient for Yeezy to swallow the remaining biscuits. Enduring the pain, Yeezy rose and shifted to a more comfortable position, placing the last 2 biscuits into the water, waiting patiently for them to soften before quietly consuming them. The only sound in the stillness of the night was the faint crackle of the fire. They found themselves in a forest fraught with peril. However, for the formidable Orochimaru and Tsunade, it posed little threat. Had they been within the borders of another nation, vigilance would have been prudent, but within the land of fire, adequate precautions were all that was necessary. Where are you taking me? Yeezy inquired after slightly satiating his hunger. Orochimaru replied coolly to Konoha. Konoha? Yeezy furrowed his brow, responding calmly, Isn't that the place where human traffickers handle their wares? Human traffickers? Tsunade shot Yeezy a glance. Her eyes tinged with anger, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Instead, she felt a pang of sorrow at Yeezy's ability to liken himself to mere merchandise in such a calm manner. In an era of war, there were countless more heart-wrenching scenarios. Orochimaru replied coldly, Konoha is our village, effectively dismissing Yeezy's assumption. Yeezy's brow remained knitted as he pressed on. Then why take me back to your village? I hardly see how a starving child could hold any value to you. At this, Orochimaru turned his gaze towards him, a fleeting smile breaking through his typically impassive demeanor. Indeed, had you possessed no value, you would have long since been discarded as refuse. The chilling words sent a shiver through Yeezy's heart. He then heard Orochimaru continue. Therefore, you must find a way to demonstrate your worth. Otherwise, you have no claim to continue living. Remember, without me, you would become a lifeless corpse within days. Yeezy scoffed at this notion. Had he not encountered that little yellow dog, perhaps he would lack the confidence to endure. Yet with that little dog by his side, he felt assured of his survival. However, this optimistic outlook did not account for the dire circumstances surrounding the place he had previously inhabited. In an era of war, safe havens were scarce, and for powerless civilians, they were even fewer. Orochimaru's words rang true, but they were beyond Yeezy's comprehension, for he knew nothing of this world. Tsunade, listening to their exchange, rubbed her forehead in contemplation. She observed the emaciated Yeezy, who appeared to be no older than 6, yet his psychological maturity was astonishing. Was he truly just a child from an ordinary family? Moreover, his malnourished body displayed a resilience that was hard to overlook for an ordinary person. The arduous journey of the past 2 days would have been fatal, yet Yeezy remained intact. Reflecting on this, Tsunade glanced at Orochimaru, who was fixated on the fire. Had his earlier refusal to tend to Yeezy's injuries stemmed from this insight? Sister, may I ask your name? Yeezy ventured, seeking to forge a connection with Tsunade, who appeared more approachable than Orochimaru. Konoha Tsunade regained her composure and regarded him, stating, It is a fundamental courtesy to introduce oneself before inquiring about another's name. Yeezy found himself at a loss for words, pondering the irony of being bound without a word, yet they spoke of manners. I am Yeezy. You may call me Yeezy. Yeezy? What a peculiar name, Tsunade remarked, her eyelids lifting slightly in curiosity. That cannot possibly be a name you assigned to yourself, can it? Indeed. Tsunade had merely spoken in jest, unaware that her words struck a chord of truth. This child. Tsunade sighed inwardly and continued, I am Shinji Tsunade. And that is my name. Your name is the strange one. Yeezy's eyelids twitched, and he turned his gaze toward Orochimaru, following his line of sight. Tsunade obligingly added, He is Orochimaru. Yeezy nodded in understanding, then fell into a respectful silence. Does your body no longer ache? Suddenly, Orochimaru inquired. It doesn't hurt much anymore. It was only upon hearing Orochimaru's words that Yeezy realized the pain that had once pervaded his entire being had significantly diminished, allowing him to converse with Tsunade in a state of normalcy. Orochimaru observed Yeezy, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. At this juncture, Orochimaru had not yet contemplated the study of reincarnation techniques. Rather, he was purely fascinated by the unique characteristics of Yeezy's physique. From their first encounter, he had noted the remarkable vitality contained within such a seemingly frail body, a vitality that, although manifested solely in a small heart, was nevertheless extraordinary. Despite its uniqueness, Orochimaru remained resolute in his pursuit of elimination, though Yeji's ultimate display had afforded him the right to survive. "Allow me to examine you." Yeji's request took Tsunade by surprise. Without hesitation, she opened his clothing, placing one hand upon his chest, her palm emanating a radiant green glow. Cell vitality. Upon sensing the sudden activity of the cells within this fragile body, Tsunade found herself momentarily stunned. Perhaps she had underestimated Yeji's physical attributes from the outset. After thoroughly investigating Yeji's condition, Tsunade approached Orochimaru in silence, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. Yeji heard her mention cell vitality, and then his gaze became vacant, lost in the visions he had witnessed. The glowing green hand and the man from whose sleeve serpents emerged left him profoundly impacted. He had every reason to believe that these were merely fragments of a world whispering secrets, with far more unfathomable and incomprehensible truths awaiting him beyond. It seemed he had entered a remarkable realm. "Orochimaru, please follow me," Tsunade whispered as she brushed past him. Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle smirk. It appeared that the child was indeed extraordinary. Casting a glance at the dazed Yeji, he followed Tsunade as they distanced themselves. Yeji, regaining his senses, observed Tsunade and Orochimaru's figures fading into the darkness, not minding it as he leaned against his forehead, beginning to contemplate the future. The first task is to comprehend this world, the second is to acquire the strength necessary for survival, and the third is to seek a path back home. After witnessing the extraordinary abilities of Tsunade and Orochimaru, Yeji began to entertain the notion that perhaps there might be a way to return to Earth. This thought filled him with vigor, and an excited expression involuntarily crossed his face. He must return. The mere thought of Yi Rue waiting alone in the hospital, facing death, ignited a fierce longing within Yeji to ascend to the heavens and return home. Clenching his fists tightly, he stifled the tumultuous emotion surging within him, striving to regain his composure, for he did not wish to reveal any signs of distress before those two formidable beings. For now, his only course of action was to further cultivate their trust and gradually unravel the mysteries of this world, ultimately seeking to acquire the unknown powers that lay ahead. Yeji fixed his gaze upon the flickering flames of the fire, slowly loosening his grip. Ordinarily, the departure of Tsunade and Orochimaru would present an excellent opportunity for escape. Had he not established a clear objective, he might have turned and fled at that very moment. Tsunade, Orochimaru. His focus momentarily waned, and his lips began to move slightly. Suddenly, a crisp sound pierced the darkness, akin to the snapping of a dry twig beneath a foot. Yeji's attention sharpened instantly, and he tilted his head slightly, adopting an expression of indifference as he gazed into the shadows. Tsunade and Orochimaru emerged from the darkness, each bearing distinct expressions. Orochimaru's was a blend of indifference and excitement, while Tsunade's was marked by a stoic seriousness. Yeji remained unaware of their intentions and wisely chose not to inquire. Thus, the night passed in silence. 1 week later, in the Hokage's office in Konoha village, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was deep in thought. Before his modest desk sat Tsunade and Orochimaru, while Yeji had temporarily found shelter elsewhere upon his return to the village, leaving his permanent residency uncertain. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi regarded his confident students before him and spoke solemnly. "Though the war has temporarily ceased, we cannot indiscriminately accept outsiders from other villages, for hostilities may reignite at any moment." With that, Sarutobi furrowed his brow in distress. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade had all exhibited remarkable prowess, particularly during the recent conflict. Yet with the war having only just subsided, Jiraiya opted to remain outside to care for the war orphans, allowing his most accomplished student, Orochimaru, to bring a war orphan back to the village, while Tsunade not only refrained from dissuading him but tacitly supported his decision. Sarutobi had yet to meet the child, but regardless of whether the child possessed a unique bloodline or extraordinary powers, he found it difficult to permit the child's stay, especially given the current climate of conflict. Even a small child could potentially be an enemy spy. He must remain. Orochimaru's rare display of steadfastness was difficult for Sarutobi to comprehend. Was it truly possible that the child brought back held some special significance? Tsunade stood silently beside him, having maintained her silence since entering the office, and intended to remain so. "You must understand the risks involved," she thought. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow slightly, tapping his index finger on the table, and calmly stated, "At this moment, we must eliminate any potential variables." In truth, even if Sarutobi agreed to let that child remain, the forces lurking in the shadows would never permit it. Unless Orochimaru, undeterred by Sarutobi's firm refusal, replied with a hint of indifference, the capabilities of the Umbu are far from inadequate. Can a child devoid of chakra truly be considered a variable? Sarutobi's gaze shifted subtly, and he spoke in a low voice. What, then, makes this child worthy of your insistence to keep him? Orochimaru responded, he has the potential to grow into a towering tree. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi silently scrutinized Orochimaru. If he were to truly become that tree, would it provide shelter for Konoha, or merely absorb its nutrients? Such long-term considerations warranted only a fleeting thought from Sarutobi, for he deemed this scenario improbable. Thus, he conceded to allow the child to stay, but insisted that the interrogation team probe his memories. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment, then unhesitatingly agreed to this condition. Given the child's tender age and lack of chakra, the interrogation team's invasive exploration of his memories could yield two potential outcomes. 1. The child could become a simpleton. The other, he could lose all memories. Considering the child's circumstances, the likelihood of him becoming a simpleton was far greater. If he were to so easily become a simpleton, there would be no need for him to remain. Conversely, should he lose all memories, that too could be a blessing, allowing him to start anew in Konoha. Perhaps this would be the most favorable result. Regardless of the outcome, both were acceptable to Orochimaru. In truth, if a third outcome were to arise, that would be the one Orochimaru wished to avoid. Tsunade, upon hearing this, trembled slightly but remained silent. Orochimaru, you. Sarutobi cast a deep glance at Orochimaru, decisively concluding the matter. At that moment, the child, Yeji, who was eagerly attacking his meal, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding situation. The act of memory probing, or thought reading, is a choice that is typically avoided in times of peace. However, during wartime, it becomes commonplace. In such times, ninjas seek to extract all usable information, and reading a target's thoughts proves to be the most effective method. Yet, few possess mastery over this technique, with the Yamashiro clan of Konoha standing as one of the few elite in this regard. Generally, ninjas would first resort to coercive methods. If these failed, they would employ genjutsu to compel the target to disclose information willingly. If even hypnosis could not penetrate the target's resolve, they would resort to directly invading the target's mind to extract thoughts and memories. The latter method, however, often inflicted mental trauma, leading to amnesia or a state of idiocy, and thus was not employed lightly. Yet, in times of war, humanitarian considerations are often cast aside. Even the slightest piece of intelligence can wield significant influence. Thus, ninjas would stop at nothing in their quest for information. Yeji, being merely a child devoid of chakra, would not be subjected to such extreme measures by Sarutobi, even considering the welfare of Konoha. However, if the illusionary hypnosis proves ineffective on Yeji, it necessitates further contemplation regarding his potential role as a spy from the neighboring village. After all, one of the essential traits of a spy is an unwavering will, rendering them impervious to illusionary hypnosis. Indeed, some exceptionally skilled spies can even utter false information while ensnared in a hypnotic state. The execution of a ninja is renowned for its swiftness, and scarcely 3 minutes after a decision was reached, 2 members of the Umbu appeared in Yezi's accommodation through the technique of body flicker. At that moment, Yezi was engrossed in stuffing vegetables into his mouth, utterly oblivious to the presence of the 2 silent intruders behind him. Yezi? Inquired the Umbu on the left, who wore a gray fox mask, his pronunciation somewhat awkward. Yezi was startled by the voice and turned abruptly, only to be confronted by 2 strangely attired figures, clad in tight black attire. With a sword strapped to their backs and masks that obscured their features entirely, they exuded an air of menace. "Who are you?" Yezi began to inquire, but was swiftly interrupted by the first speaker. "Come with us." The peculiar garb and the somewhat cold, unceremonious tone caused Yezi's expression to tighten. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a ceramic bowl and dashed toward the window. Having familiarized himself with the surroundings upon being brought to this room, he had already charted 2 escape routes in advance. The Umbu were utterly unprepared for Yezi's impulsive reaction. In their moment of surprise, he had already pressed one hand against the window ledge, ready to leap to freedom. The mere appearance and sharp demeanor of the Umbu had triggered Yezi's sensitive nerves, prompting his immediate flight. However, he failed to account for the agility of the Umbu. Just as his hand made contact with the window ledge, one of the Umbu swiftly appeared behind him, delivering a precise blow that rendered Yezi unconscious without inflicting harm. This indicated the individual's adept control over his strength, considering Yezi was still but a child, his body fragile. As pain radiated from the back of his neck and consciousness descended into darkness, Yezi felt a chill in his heart. During mealtime, He had felt a sense of security, convinced that this place would allow him to safely explore the world. Yet, upon being knocked unconscious, that freshly established notion was utterly shattered, and his perception of Konoha began to take shape. Both his first and second impressions were profoundly negative, making future rectification exceedingly difficult. In a world rife with if-onlys, reflecting on today's decisions might evoke a lingering sense of regret. Yi awoke to the uncomfortable sensation of his limbs being bound. Glancing down, he realized he was tied to a chair. He did not panic, nor did he resort to curses. Since his encounters with Orochimaru and Tsunade, he had come to understand that he was now a pitiful creature at the mercy of others, with the possibility of being extinguished at any moment. Acknowledging that panic was futile, he began to survey his surroundings. The spacious room was shrouded in darkness, the sole source of light emanating from 2 white candles on the armrest of the chair. The feeble illumination barely illuminated the walls nearby, allowing him only to discern the floor 2 meters away. Beyond that, there was nothing but shadows. Withdrawing his gaze from the surrounding environment, Yi exerted a slight effort. Yet his bound hands remained utterly immobile. How foolish I am, Yi mused silently. However, he had no choice when he encountered Orochimaru. In retrospect, it merely represented a difference between dying sooner or later. His childhood experiences instilled in him an inherent wariness towards outsiders, causing him to always anticipate the worst possible outcomes. This was not merely a precautionary measure, but rather a result of having witnessed too much darkness. At this moment, he envisioned several gruesome endings, all culminating in death, despite differing processes. Yet, Yi did not wish to perish. His eyes subtly shifted, maintaining a calm demeanor while his mind began to churn with thoughts. In this unfamiliar room, with his hands and feet tightly restrained in the inadequate lighting, there were countless adverse conditions. Rest assured, I shall not bring you harm. Suddenly, a somewhat gentle voice resonated from the depths of the dark room, accompanied by soft footsteps. A figure emerged from the shadows, gradually stepping forward to a meter in front of Yi. Yi's heart skipped a beat, yet his expression remained composed. He slightly lifted his head, scrutinizing the newcomer, his gaze sweeping over the familiar attire before finally resting on the face. Thin lips pressed into a straight line, a prominent nose, and beneath straight brows, a pair of piercing eyes. This was a man of both exceptional spirit and appearance. Is this the child? Yamashita Haruka paid no mind to Yi's scrutinizing gaze, adhering to the pre-established procedure. First, to disarm the target with words, and then to use genjutsu to extract all pertinent details, striving to avoid the use of family secrets. Do you think I would believe such childish deceit? Yi dismissed the newcomer's words with disdain. Yamashita Haruka was momentarily taken aback by this response, his gaze towards Yi revealing a hint of surprise. He scrutinized Yi's eyes, perceiving the indifference and fear of death within, along with an unmasked wariness. This child. He extended his index finger to trace the forehead protector bound around his head, offering a self-deprecating smile before stating softly, whether you believe it or not, the truth will reveal everything. With that, he fixed his gaze on Yi's eyes, which belied his age, and swiftly formed hand seals. Genjutsu. Dreamscape. Yi watched in astonishment as Yamashita Haruka's gestures transformed multiple times, realizing that the preceding sequences were vividly etched in his mind. Before he could marvel at his newfound memory and perception, he saw Yamashita Haruka's eyes suddenly morph into swirling vortexes, which then expanded instantaneously, drawing everything, including himself, into its depths. An endless darkness consumed all, yet in a fleeting moment, light was restored. Yi opened his eyes to find himself gazing at Yirue, who was propped up against the bed. A moment of bewilderment washed over him. Brother, what is wrong? A look of concern emerged on Yirue's pale and emaciated face, her large eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. It's nothing. Yi slowly shook his head. The sunlight streamed through the window, warming his body. He reached out to clasp Yirue's small hand, feeling its icy touch, a stark, vivid reality. This was not a dream, not at all. Brother, why are you crying? Yi reached out to touch his cheek, his fingertips brushing against a trace of moisture. He turned his gaze towards the azure sky and chuckled softly. Sand has gotten in. Observing Yi's vacant stare, Shanzhong Yuan gently inquired, where do you come from? Yet, Yi offered no response, remaining as still as a puppet. Frowning, Shanzhong Yuan recognized that the illusion had indeed succeeded. After a brief pause, he pressed on. What is your name? Still, there was no sign of acknowledgement. Shanzhong Yuan's brows knitted tighter. He posed several more questions, each time lowering his expectations. yet still received no reply. Could he be a spy? Shan Zhongyuan murmured to himself. Initially, he had doubted this possibility upon seeing Yi Zi. For the wariness reflected in his eyes was not characteristic of a spy. However, Yi Zi's current demeanor, under the influence of the illusion, cast doubt on his initial assumptions. After painstakingly spending half an hour, he had gleaned no information. It seemed futile. With a soft sigh, Shan Zhongyuan, driven by circumstances beyond his control, was reluctant to employ the family's secret techniques on a child. Darkness enveloped him, an unsettling, profound blackness, infiltrating Yi Zi's mind. Shan Zhongyuan had not anticipated such a scenario. He floated in the void, surrounded by unfathomable darkness, unable to discern anything apart from his own form. Though he had encountered similar situations before, he found no semblance of doors or windows, an essential entryway when invading anyone's thoughts. But in Yi Zi's case, only endless darkness prevailed. Shan Zhongyuan remained uncertain of Yi Zi's identity, yet one truth resonated clearly. Yi Zi was certainly not an ordinary child. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to more drastic measures, despite his reluctance. Suspended in Yi Zi's shadowy realm, he muttered to himself as his hands swiftly formed seals, his expression growing grave. The human mind is inherently fragile, especially that of a child. A single misstep could render them a fool. Do not blame me. His hands halted, completing the seal. Suddenly, flames erupted within the darkness, blossoming into a towering inferno, with glimpses of lowly houses struggling helplessly within the blaze. Shan Zhongyuan silently observed this scene, one that the practitioner would prefer to forget. A soft ripping sound echoed, akin to thunder in spring. Shan Zhongyuan's gaze shifted abruptly towards the torn fabric of darkness. As brilliant white light surged eagerly through the fissure, it was coming. In the hospital room, Yi Zi sat expressionless, holding Yu Rue's cold hand. Silently gazing at her closed eyes, his stare unwavering. Behind him, a young nurse sighed softly, her eyes reflecting a hint of pity as she looked at Yu Rue. However, in a hospital setting, such scenes were regrettably commonplace. Mr. Yi, please accept my condolences. Yi Zi tightened his grip slightly, only to release it momentarily, as if fearing to hurt Yu Rue. Why has it come to this, when money is no object? Yi Zi spoke in a calm tone, yet beneath her tranquil facade lay a volcano poised to erupt. The young nurse was momentarily at a loss for words. Despite Yi Zi's composed demeanor, an inexplicable chill gripped her heart. What have we done wrong? Yi Zi slowly closed her eyes. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Yi Zi's eyes flew open, tears cascading down her cheeks as the world before her seemed like a painting pressed against glass, now marred by a fissure that cruelly passed over her sister, Yi Rue, who lay peacefully with closed eyes. No! Yi Zi screamed, the world plunging into darkness as if the lights had been extinguished. In the mountains, Shan Zhongyuan, drenched in cold sweat, retreated in shock and disbelief. What has happened? A masked figure from the umbu suddenly appeared, placing a hand on Shan Zhongyuan's shoulder to halt his retreat. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Shan Zhongyuan stammered, "It's complicated." The umbu fell silent, his expression obscured by the mask, and after a moment, he coldly inquired, "Has the standard for disposal been met?" He showed no concern for the unfolding events, solely focused on whether Yi Zi should be eliminated. Shan Zhongyuan's brow furrowed as he instinctively glanced at Yi Zi, whose eyes were tightly shut yet tears continued to flow. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. "It has been met," was what he intended to say. But the haunting image etched in his mind rendered him speechless. "No." After a brief hesitation, he slowly replied, "Are you certain?" The umbu's gaze sharpened, sensing Shan Zhongyuan's uncertainty. Once he reconsidered, Shan Zhongyuan resolved not to waver further, affirming, "I am certain." The umbu nodded, stating, "I will report to Lord Hokage. Someone will come to escort him back. Prepare for the subsequent report." With that, he vanished in a flash. Once the umbu departed, Shan Zhongyuan's expression grew complex as he gazed at the tear-streaked face of Yi Zi, murmuring, "What are you?" His words faltered as he noticed signs of Yi Zi stirring, astonished into silence. How could this be? With wide eyes, he watched as Yi Zi gradually awakened, his mind flooded with questions. When did the strength of the illusion wane so? The subject was but a child devoid of chakra. Amidst his confusion, a voice filled with dread broke through. It was not real. Awakened, Yi Zi surveyed her surroundings, haunted by the memories of what felt like a dream, still reeling from the pain that felt as if her heart had shattered. She could not comprehend why she had been ensnared in such a vivid nightmare, yet one thing was certain, the orchestrator of it all stood before her. "Should I thank you, or resent you?" Yi Zi, filled with trepidation, attempted to wipe away her tears, only to remember her hands were tightly bound. The mountains and fields fell into a profound silence, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that Yi would awaken at this moment. And remarkably, she seemed to recall the events with clarity. "What will I do?" Yi inquired calmly. Her tone as nonchalant as if she were asking whether he had eaten. "It was evident that you struggled to comprehend our actions, even harboring a sense of animosity towards them," Yin Zhongyuan remarked earnestly. Yi's sudden awakening and her unblemished memory compelled him to articulate something. Yi remained expressionless, choosing silence. "I long to explain myself to you, but it may prove futile. Perhaps in time, you will understand why we have acted in this manner. For now, at the very least, you can continue to live in a relatively secure environment. Therefore, I implore you to relinquish your hostility. Someone will come to escort you away shortly. However, before that," as Yin Zhongyuan's words reached her, Yi felt her taut nerves gradually relax, and she was convinced that the crisis had passed. Yet, she suddenly discerned a flicker of regret in Yin Zhongyuan's gaze. "Before that, you must remain in a state of unconsciousness. It is for your own good." A flicker of astonishment crossed Yi's face as she witnessed Yin Zhongyuan swiftly approach her from behind, followed by a familiar pain at the nape of her neck. The complete expletive barely had time to surface before it was abruptly silenced. Yin Zhongyuan withdrew his hand, gazing at the unconscious Yi with her head bowed. Murmuring to himself, "I hope I have not erred." In the Hokage's office, Yin Zhongyuan stood respectfully before the desk. Sarutobi observed the detailed report before him. Pondering for a moment before slowly lifting his gaze, his eyes sharp and piercing, heavy as a mountain, the report was thorough and complete. Had Yin Zhongyuan not initially summarized it verbally, one might have overlooked potential issues. "Yin Zhongyuan, it is apparent that you have concealed certain matters." A sudden jolt of alarm surged through the bowed head of Yin Zhongyuan, yet he quickly quelled it, bracing himself for potential reprimand. Sarutobi regarded him with a sigh. "Your actions are undoubtedly justified in your mind, and I have always placed my trust in you. You possess remarkable abilities, yet lack the heart of a true ninja. Even I am uncertain whether I should counsel you to amend this flaw. Placing you in that position does indeed seem to do you a disservice. Hokage-sama." Yin Zhongyuan raised his head, his eyes glistening with emotion. Sarutobi gently shook his head, continuing, "This child demonstrates exceptional talent in illusion techniques. Yet as you mentioned, she appears to harbor animosity towards Konoha, which is quite troublesome. If possible, I request to take custody of her." Yin Zhongyuan stated earnestly. Sarutobi, intrigued by the suggestion, shook his head in response. "I fear that is not feasible. This child will be entrusted to Orochimaru for her upbringing." "I see." Yin Zhongyuan nodded in acknowledgement. "I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further, but let it be known it shall not be tolerated again. You may take your leave." "Understood." Yin Zhongyuan acquiesced, turning to exit the office. Once outside the Hokage building, he could not help but exhale a sigh. Sarutobi gazed at the office door, his eyes restless and contemplative. The wilderness has always been a realm in which he held great expectations for Naruto. Alas, his lack of cold-heartedness and decisive judgment rendered him less formidable than his peers, despite his remarkable abilities. Thus, he found himself relegated to the interrogation department rather than undertaking missions for the village. It is precisely due to his understanding and belief in Naruto that Sarutobi felt a mixture of joy and concern regarding this matter with Yeji. After all, how would this extraordinarily gifted child fare as he matures within Konoha? Sarutobi rubbed his temples, pondering the implications of Naruto raising this child. Alas, yet, the mere thought of Orochimaru elicited a sigh from Sarutobi. Days later, within the confines of Orochimaru's residence, Yeji silently consumed his meal while Orochimaru sat across from him. Clad in casual home attire that diminished some of his usual coldness and severity, they both adhered to the unspoken rule of eating in silence, allowing the meal to pass in a tranquil stillness. After dining, Yeji found himself idly seated in the corridor, staring vacantly at the solitary tree in the yard, its leaves nearly all fallen. The residence was expansive, with the courtyard alone rivaling the size of an ordinary dwelling, yet it housed only this ancient tree. Perhaps when the tree finally withers away, the vast estate will resemble a desolate wasteland. Upon learning that Orochimaru would oversee his future, Yeji's spirits plummeted. However, the thought of encountering Orochimaru's peculiar abilities provided a modicum of solace, for he yearned to return home sooner rather than later. For the past few days, after his initial arrival at the residence, Orochimaru seemed to have vanished, leaving Yeji in a state of hunger as the grand house contained no provisions. When Orochimaru finally returned to find Yeji on the brink of starvation, he uttered not a word. ignoring Yeji's resentful gaze. He retreated to change into more appropriate attire and shortly after emerged with a modest spread of food. Due to his frequent and prolonged absences for missions, Orochimaru never bothered to stock the house with supplies, opting instead to procure food only as the need arose. It was surprising to witness such a person engaging in culinary endeavors. As Yeji gazed at the old tree, memories of the delicious meal just consumed prompted him to shake his head in disbelief. If one were astute enough, they might notice the money resting upon the table in the living room. A cold voice suddenly broke the silence from behind. It was Orochimaru, leaving Yeji to wonder if he had overheard his previous thoughts. Startled, Yeji realized he had indeed overlooked the money, having focused his search for food in the kitchen of the vast house. After speaking, Orochimaru settled beside Yeji. Though he had actively sought custody of Yeji, the presence of an additional occupant in the otherwise empty home felt somewhat disconcerting. Yeji glanced sideways at Orochimaru's pale profile, his expression tinged with hesitation. He yearned to inquire about numerous matters, but found himself at a loss for words. Thus, they sat together in the corridor, gazing at the solitary old tree in the yard, neither willing to break the silence. If there's nothing pressing, perhaps we could take a stroll outside, Yeji suggested. After a prolonged silence, Orochimaru suddenly uttered an enigmatic remark before rising and making his way to the room. Yeji stared in astonishment at Orochimaru's retreating figure, at a loss for words. Unlike machines, humans require rest. Having just completed a task, Orochimaru sought to unwind during his scarce moments of leisure. In the current tumultuous climate, conflicts were rampant, with local skirmishes showing no signs of abating, resulting in the ninjas of Konoha village being perpetually occupied. Fortunately, the Second Shinobi World War had drawn to a close, affording all ninja villages a much-needed respite. Though Yeji had been in this world for nearly a week, he remained utterly ignorant of its intricacies. Since being brought back to Konoha, he had spent the past few days confined within Orochimaru's residence, and he had yet to venture outside. Should I take a stroll? Yeji rose and headed towards the living room. Upon entering, he noticed a handful of copper coins resting on the table. Approaching, he casually picked them up and tucked them into his pocket, lacking any clear idea of their utility, but feeling the necessity to carry some currency. Stepping out of Orochimaru's abode, he walked a short distance before arriving at the street. The thoroughfare was not teeming with pedestrians. However, the numerous shops lining either side indicated a certain vibrancy. The prosperity of a village can often be gauged by the number of operating establishments, and Konoha appeared to be thriving, with its shops offering a wide array of goods. This suggested that Konoha was comparatively more affluent than other ninja villages, owing to its favorable geographical setting, which could be described as a lush expanse. The somber atmosphere typical of wartime was not overtly palpable here. As Yeji meandered along the street, the passers-by did not regard him with curiosity due to his unfamiliarity. Rather, they greeted him with friendly nods and smiles when he cast his gaze their way, leaving him both surprised and somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to temper his wandering eyes. Due to his frail physique, the garments left behind by Orochimaru in his youth hung loosely on him, creating a somewhat awkward appearance. As he walked, he often had to adjust the clothing that threatened to slip, a reminder of his current vulnerability. Despite his ignorance of this world, it undeniably appeared to be far better than his previous surroundings. After wandering aimlessly down the street, Yeji couldn't help but compare the bustling Konoha to the desolate little village he had first encountered. The differences were stark. Lost in thought, Yeji was unmindful as he turned a corner, colliding directly with a small child. The impact was not severe, yet it caused Yeji to stumble backward and fall to the ground. Cursed be the fate. Wincing in pain, Yeji glanced up at the child, who was slightly taller than him, and was struck once again by the frailty of his own body. The only course of action now was to regain his strength. The child who had knocked him down appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, with a head of golden hair and striking features. His sapphire-like eyes were now filled with sincere remorse. Are you all right? The youthful face of Minato Namikaze was etched with concern as he extended a hand to the fallen Yeji. Yeji coldly regarded the tender little hand reaching out to him, choosing to ignore it as he stood up, brushing off the dust accumulated from his fall. He then proceeded to stride past Minato Namikaze without a glance. Minato, taken aback by Yeji's indifference, froze momentarily, his hand still extended in a gesture of uncertainty. After a few seconds, he retracted his hand and turned to observe Yeji's departing figure, confusion evident on his youthful face. The encounter with Minato was but a trivial interlude. Yeji, expressionless, continued on his path towards Orochimaru's residence. A lingering ache resided in his backside. His current frail body was susceptible to injury from even the slightest collision. In order to expedite his recovery, he had no choice but to approach Orochimaru, despite his reluctance. He yearned to access that peculiar ability and to return to Earth as swiftly as possible. Thus, Yi resolved to confront Orochimaru upon his return. He intended to restore his health, necessitating a nourishing diet, and to expedite his return to Earth by familiarizing himself with this unfamiliar world. With urgency propelling him, Yi dashed to Orochimaru's chamber upon entering the residence. Mere seconds later, after enduring a glance from Orochimaru that was as chilling as ice, he was unceremoniously ejected from the room. Obediently, Yi returned to his own quarters, the serpentine coldness of Orochimaru's gaze leaving him feeling frigid. As if a further provocation could lead to his demise. This unsettling notion served as a stark reminder that recklessness would no longer be an option. That evening, mealtime arrived once more, presenting a standard array of dishes where silence reigned. Orochimaru consumed his meal with an indifferent demeanor, as if the earlier disturbance had never occurred. Though he bore the demeanor of a predator poised to strike, Yi, daunted by the prospect of incurring Orochimaru's wrath, refrained from stealing glances and focused solely on his meal. During their earlier luncheon, he had scarcely eaten out of trepidation, but now resolved to restore his health. He indulged heartily. Orochimaru, noticing this shift, paid it little mind, finishing his meal in silence before rising to venture into the courtyard, leaving behind a terse remark. Yi, momentarily startled by the abruptness of Orochimaru's departure, looked up to find the doorway empty. Oh, he muttered to the air, before thoroughly devouring all the remaining dishes on the table and meticulously washing each piece of crockery. Within a mere 10 minutes of tidying up, Yi suddenly felt the overwhelming fatigue gradually dissipating. Raising his arm in confusion, he clenched his fist, discovering he could exert some strength. And he no longer felt as weak as before. It was no wonder he hadn't felt much strain while cleaning up earlier. Indeed, to quickly regain his vitality, he must eat abundantly. Unbeknownst to Yi, who harbored such thoughts, his body possessed the remarkable ability to absorb energy. A mere grain of rice or a drop of water could sustain him. However, the quantity absorbed was not solely dependent on intake, but rather on the efficiency of energy assimilation. Similarly, a person's capacity to harness chakra was inherently limited, despite the potential for gradual enhancement through diligent effort, ultimately constrained by the body's innate limitations. A simple meal had restored a modicum of vitality, lifting Yi's spirits. With newfound resolve, he ventured towards the courtyard. Upon reaching the wooden corridor leading to the courtyard, he beheld Orochimaru seated quietly, his feet resting on an oval stone that served as a step. Yi hesitated momentarily, but summoned his courage to sit beside Orochimaru, who exhibited no reaction to his presence. Initially silent, Yi pondered how to initiate conversation as the last rays of dusk enveloped them in a warm glow. Soon, I shall enroll you in the Ninja Academy. Orochimaru's raspy voice broke the silence, maintaining its characteristic indifference. Yi was taken aback. Orochimaru gazed at the ancient tree in the courtyard, his expression contemplative, as he continued. 3 years, that is the duration required for you to graduate from the academy. Although unfamiliar with the Ninja Academy, Yi was astute enough to deduce it was a place for acquiring extraordinary abilities. If I enter the Ninja Academy, will I learn powers akin to yours? He inquired, his eyes alight with curiosity. Orochimaru turned slightly to appraise Yi, nodding imperceptibly as he replied coolly, that institution merely lays the groundwork. True power must ultimately be forged through one's own efforts. I understand, Yi affirmed, nodding earnestly, his small hand forming a determined fist. The Ninja Academy was merely the first step, yet the duration seemed excessively long. 1 year, no, 6 months to establish a solid foundation, he mused silently, unaware that the recent conflict had just concluded, and Konoha village had no immediate need for hasty reinforcements. To mitigate the casualty rate among novices, each aspiring ninja was required to diligently study for 3 years before graduation. In the days that followed, Yi's appetite steadily increased, while Orochimaru was often absent, either departing early or disappearing for days at a time. After half a month, Yi's once gaunt frame gradually filled out, and his loose clothing now clung to him. One day, Orochimaru suddenly remarked, "Prepare yourself. Today, I shall take you to the Ninja Academy for enrollment." Though surprised, Yi had mentally prepared for this moment. He changed into suitable attire for the outing and followed Orochimaru towards the direction of the academy. In late June of the 29th year of Konoha, the academy welcomed a new influx of students, marking the day when the illustrious 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, began his journey at the academy. At that time, he was not the only notable ninja among his contemporaries, but now, Yezi would also join their ranks. As they made their way to the academy, numerous ninjas were seen escorting their children in the same direction. Yezi closely followed Orochimaru's brisk pace, observing the reverent glances cast upon him by the ninjas they passed. As Orochimaru moved ahead, Yezi could hear the whispers of the ninjas behind him, instructing their children to strive to become exceptional ninjas like Lord Orochimaru in the future. Apart from those who understood the importance of timely guidance for their offspring, many others covertly glanced at Yezi, engaging in hushed discussions. That child is the one Lord Orochimaru brought back from outside. It is said he possesses remarkable talent. Furthermore, being raised by Orochimaru, one can predict that the child's future achievements will undoubtedly be significant. Even if his talent is lacking, under Orochimaru's tutelage, he is bound to grow strong. If only my child could have Orochimaru as their instructor after graduation. The journey from home to the ninja school was quite lengthy, and as they walked, Yezi began to realize that the man ahead of him was indeed an extraordinary figure. After all, the focal point of the discussions around them was Orochimaru. Listening to the murmurs and witnessing the unabashed admiration in their gazes, Yezi found himself longing to attain greatness like that of the man before him, contemplating how he might acquire strength from him. Upon arriving at the ninja school, perhaps owing to Orochimaru's esteemed status, the reception was not only warm but astonishingly efficient. Yezi was swiftly registered, officially becoming a new student of Konoha Village's Ninja Academy. Once all necessary matters were settled, Orochimaru cast a glance at Yezi, offering no admonitions, simply stating, "I am leaving." Accustomed to Orochimaru's demeanor, Yezi nodded in acknowledgement, watching as his figure vanished from view before following the attending Chunin towards the classroom. Were it not for Orochimaru's identity, the Chunin would never have taken the initiative to escort Yezi to the classroom. On the way, the Chunin discreetly observed Yezi. Noting a significant difference between him and his peers, the most striking aspect was Yezi's tranquility, devoid of the exuberance typical of children. "This is it," the Chunin announced, stopping before a door and pointing to the classroom, smiling. "Thank you," Yezi replied, opening the door and stepping inside. The classroom was already populated with several students, and as the door swung open, the cacophony of noise abruptly ceased, with every gaze turning towards the newly arrived Yezi. Most eyes shifted away after a mere moment, returning to their own pursuits, but one pair of eyes lingered. Upon seeing Yezi, Minato Namikaze's expression brightened, and as Yezi's gaze met his, he offered a warm smile and waved. The child seated beside Minato looked on in surprise, pondering whether Minato was acquainted with this unfamiliar newcomer. Prior to entering the Ninja Academy, these peers had crossed paths multiple times, yet Yezi had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. None of the children in the classroom had ever encountered him before. Yezi stood at the entrance, silently observing Shui Min, whose golden hair shimmered like the sun and whose sapphire-like eyes captured the essence of beauty. This individual was among the few who had ever crossed paths with him, and Yezi pondered whether to approach the other side. Shui Min seemed to sense Yezi's hesitation. A flicker of resignation crossed his gaze as he anticipated being overlooked once more. Humans are inherently social creatures, and even the youngest among them instinctively form clusters, ranging from groups of 7 or 8 to smaller collectives of 2 or 3. Shui Min possessed striking features and a gentle, endearing demeanor, thus surrounded by numerous companions. Yezi's gaze swept across the somewhat crowded seats near Shui Min before he averted his eyes and made his way towards a quieter corner. He had never contemplated integrating into a group. Even his previous association with unsavory societal factions had been born of necessity. Throughout his life, he had navigated his path alone, firmly believing that only he could be his own support. Noticing once again that Yezi had disregarded him, Shui Min slowly lowered his arm amidst the curious stares of many, awkwardly chuckling as he scratched his head before taking a seat. However, in that fleeting moment, he cast a glance towards Yezi filled with profound bewilderment. The gentle-hearted Shui Min did not feel anger. Instead, he found himself puzzled by Yezi's overtly evident solitude. As he settled into his seat, his peers eagerly inquired whether Shui Min had made the acquaintance of Yezi, but he deflected their questions, inadvertently leading his friends to perceive Yezi as rather impolite. Yezi had chosen a seat at the far left of the classroom, adjacent to the window, where he found solitude. Upon sitting, he turned his gaze toward the playground outside, where the summer sun blazed fiercely, casting a dazzling light that seemed to reflect off everything in sight. About 10 minutes later, the classroom door swung open with a loud creak, and a somewhat intimidating one-eyed man entered. As he closed the door behind him, the previously noisy classroom fell into an abrupt silence. The one-eyed man noted the sudden quietude with a subtle nod, his keen eyes scanning the room before he strode towards the podium, albeit with a slightly awkward gait. The teaching staff following the conclusion of World War II was exceptional, composed entirely of elite ninjas who had retired from the battlefield. Their retreat was often compelled by circumstance. Those who had faced combat either returned unscathed, or, like the one-eyed man, bore the burden of injuries that rendered them less formidable. His left leg's chakra pathways had deteriorated, and despite his status as a ch-nin, he would likely falter against a genin. The one-eyed man was notably robust, wearing the Konoha headband on his forehead and wrapping his hair in a blue scarf. His features were rather fierce, and a cross-shaped scar over his right eye added an air of menace. My name is Zekawamu, and I shall be your instructor from this day forward. I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. Should any of you behave in a manner that is less than commendable, I suggest you return home post-haste. The gaze of Zekanjamu was as frigid as ice, and his somber voice resonated deeply within the hearts of all present, instilling an instinctive sense of trepidation among many merely through his demeanor and appearance upon entering. Simultaneously, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi completed the approval of a document before rising abruptly to gaze out the window towards the direction of the Leaf Village Academy. Reflecting on Zekanjamu's disposition, he murmured softly, "The true essence of their growth will manifest 3 years hence, rather than in the present. One ought not to be excessively stringent." Unbeknownst to him, Zekanjamu had already imposed a heavy-handed first impression upon the children, and were it not for a lack of alternatives, Sarutobi would not have appointed him as an instructor. Within the classroom, an eerie silence prevailed. In the face of Zekanjamu's formidable presence, many averted their gaze, save for a select few, including Yeji and Minato. In a matter of moments, Zekanjamu committed to memory those few who remained undaunted by his aura, before tempering his intensity. He clapped his hands, his tone softening somewhat yet still retaining a somber quality. "Very well, let us commence with brief self-introductions from left to right." The introductions proceeded swiftly, after which Zekanjamu seamlessly transitioned into his lecture. Chakra is the harmonious fusion of mental and physical energy, an essential force for the utilization of ninjutsu. The foremost requirement for aspiring ninjas is the ability to harness chakra, transforming it into an energy they can command. Although Zekanjamu's tone lacked fervor, his diction was remarkably clear and his pacing steady, rendering him quite suitable for instruction. Suddenly, he raised 3 fingers and intoned, 3 years. You have 3 years to learn the art of becoming a ninja." He then lowered 2 of his fingers, his tone shifting to a more austere note. "However, you possess only 1 year to ascertain whether you possess the qualifications to become a ninja. Should you fail to cultivate chakra within that year, then you may as well return whence you came." A palpable silence enveloped the classroom at his pronouncement, the stillness so profound that even the sound of someone swallowing could be distinctly heard. Yeji's heart quickened. If he could not manifest chakra within a year, all hope would be extinguished. He clenched his fists quietly, his gaze hardening with resolve. Becoming a ninja was no trivial pursuit. Zekanjamu's expression deepened with contemplation, as if recalling something that rendered his tone even more somber. After an entire half-day had passed, Yeji found himself none the wiser. Yet he had gleaned a rudimentary understanding of the world S-system through Zekanjamu's discourse. Ninjas, he learned, were those endowed with extraordinary abilities. There existed a clear hierarchy among ninjas: Genin, Chunin, Jonin, and Hokage. The crux of this classification lay in the quantity of chakra and the adeptness in utilizing ninjutsu. Those who excelled in the application of ninjutsu were invariably gifted individuals, possessing an innate mastery over chakra. Upon returning to his residence, Yeezy found his mind preoccupied with the notion of ninjas. As a novice, he was yet to grasp the fundamentals of this profession, not even qualifying as a mere genin. According to Zeijinmu, he would require 3 arduous years before even having the opportunity to become a genin, rather than ascending directly. Moreover, if he could not even harness chakra, he would be forever estranged from the path of a ninja. Zeijinmu, serving as his instructor, was a chunin, and the formidable Orochimaru, who had taken him in, was at least a jonin. As long as he could cultivate chakra, any inquiries he had could be directed towards Orochimaru, which would undoubtedly expedite his learning far beyond the gradual teachings of Zeijinmu. Reflecting on this, a gentle smile graced Yeezy's youthful visage. Encountering Orochimaru was not entirely an adverse event, despite the initial dissatisfaction it had evoked within him. It was indeed a fortunate circumstance. lowering his gaze to his small palm. Easy's eyes shimmered with determination. The atmosphere wrought by war seemed to have no bearing on the children within the ninja academy, oblivious to the world around them. They frolicked and played, their laughter ever resounding, and to be born in the Hidden Leaf Village was, in itself, a stroke of fortune. Since the day he disregarded Minato, Yeji appeared to have been ostracized by his classmates, yet this solitude was precisely what he desired, remaining in that same corner, content in his own company. During this period, Zakanjin had ceased to expound upon the knowledge of chakra, redirecting his focus toward the theoretical applications of ninja tools. This emphasis persisted for several weeks, much to Yeji's vexation. From the moment he awakened in this world, his memory and comprehension had become remarkably acute. He grasped the knowledge imparted by Zakanjin with ease. However, not everyone shared his aptitude. While Yeji could understand the function and purpose of a ninja tool in a single day, others required days of repeated explanations from Zakanjin before they could grasp a single concept. Unfortunately, as indispensable instruments for a ninja, the variety of tools was considerable. This approach underscored Zakanjin's seriousness, a quality befitting a teacher, which was precisely why Sarutobi had appointed him for this term. However, Zakanjin's stringent nature regarding both people and matters was something that weighed on Sarutobi's mind. Gazing out at the empty playground, Yeji let out a slow sigh, pondering whether enduring 3 years in such a manner might drive him to madness. Suddenly, the sound of the door being pulled open drew Yeji's attention. Zakanjin, a robust figure with a stoic expression, entered the room, followed closely by a girl with vibrant red hair. The instant the door swung open, every student halted their activities, settling into silence. Yet, upon catching sight of the red-haired girl, many could not help but murmur amongst themselves. Ninja possessed keen senses, even though the whispers were hushed. Zakanjin caught wind of them. His brow furrowed as he intoned, "Silence." His words bore more weight than any other, instilling a sense of authority that quelled the murmurs instantaneously. Yeji gazed at the girl with her head bowed, momentarily lost in thought, yet he quickly regained his composure. Although her eye and hair colors differed, and despite some facial similarities, this girl was not Yezue. The girl with the striking red hair was Uzumaki Kukina. She timidly raised her gaze to meet the eyes of her peers, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, which made her heart race, compelling her to avert her eyes. Observing that the classroom had finally quieted, Zakanjin glanced at the girl with her head down and said gently, "Please introduce yourself." Before Zakanjin could finish his sentence, Kukina boldly interrupted, "I am Uzumaki Kukina." Zakanjin paused, taken aback by her exuberance, and lightly shook his head, showing no sign of irritation. Having completed her introduction, Kukina realized she had inadvertently let slip a habitual phrase, hastily covering her mouth, her cheeks blooming with a faint blush. After a brief period of silence in the classroom, the commotion suppressed by Zakajima suddenly rebounded. "Look at the color of her hair," someone remarked, turning to smile at their companion. "No one has a color like hers. How can one be so red? Such peculiar hair." Izzy tilted her head to glance at these childish little rascals, then turned her gaze toward Zakajima. She assumed he would immediately assert his authority, silencing the chatterers, but for some unknown reason, he remained silent, allowing the classmates to freely comment on Kukina's hair. Yeezy furrowed her brow slightly, a look of perplexity crossing her features. Listening to their unabashed discussions, Kukina quietly touched her own hair, unable to retort, for she too despised the vivid red strands. Yet, regardless of her own aversion, she would not permit others to belittle or discuss her in such a manner. I want to become the first female Hokage of this village." The bold declaration abruptly silenced the room. Those who had been gossiping widened their eyes in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. "Hokage?" Yeezy turned her head to gaze out the window, a cold smile gracing her lips. Zakajima remained expressionless, standing silently beside Kukina. At that moment, as silence enveloped the room, Minato stood up. His right hand clenched into a fist against his chest, squinting his eyes and smiling as he said, "I too wish to be an outstanding Hokage recognized by everyone." Kukina regarded Minato's gentle smile, perceiving him as somewhat girl-like and utterly unreliable. How could such a person become Hokage? Unaware of Kukina's true thoughts, Minato maintained his warm smile, his words stemming from sincere conviction. Perhaps nearly everyone present failed to grasp the genuine depth of Minato's statement, but Yi and Zakajima could. In contrast to Kukina's instinctive exclamation, prompted by the atmosphere, Minato's expression held far greater persuasive power. "Take a seat." Zakajima, who had been silent, glanced at Minato before speaking. "Oh," Kukina replied, choosing an unoccupied seat, much like Yi had. Once Kukina was seated, Zakajima stated solemnly, "Let us begin the lesson." Following was a tedious lecture. Zakajima could expound on a single type of ninja tool for an extended duration, which left EZ with no choice but to raise her hands in admiration. Perhaps to him, such an endeavor seemed futile, but in truth, only a teacher as dedicated and responsible could lay a solid foundation for these tender saplings. After an hour of instruction, Zakajima concluded the session, exiting the classroom and granting the children a brief 10-minute respite. As soon as Zakajima stepped outside, the previously oppressive atmosphere transformed into one of exuberance, akin to a withered flower suddenly blooming with fragrance. A few energetic and mischievous boys promptly approached Kukina, encircling her at the back of the classroom. One boy pointed at Kukina and chuckled, "Tomato. With that red hair and round face, you look just like a tomato." "Haha, I absolutely detest tomatoes," another boy with a buzz cut chimed in. "So do I. I always leave the tomatoes on my plate." How could such despised tomatoes ever gain the approval of the villagers? A boy, reclining with his hands behind his head, laughed heartily. As his words fell, the crowd surrounding Jiuxing Nai erupted into laughter. With so many people around her, and amidst their mockery, Jiuxing Nai's cheeks flushed once more, shyly. She couldn't help but lower her head, her rosy face indeed resembling a ripe tomato. In the front row, Mizumoto turned his head upon hearing the commotion. Glancing curiously at Jiuxing Nai, who was encircled by others, but he chose to remain silent. Seated at the back, Yizi became the direct victim of the noise pollution. Observing the bullies ganging up on Jiuxing Nai, he quietly stood up. He had no intention of stepping in, yet this scene stirred memories of his childhood. A time when such antics were over food, not laughter. Wow, she's getting redder. One boy, unable to contain his amusement, reached out to tug at Jiuxing Nai's hair. Yizi swiftly captured the boy's hand. Jiuxing Nai, caught off guard by the sudden movement, turned her head only to see a rather refined-looking boy with black hair. His demeanor coolly gripping the hand that sought to grasp her hair. The classroom fell silent, everyone watching the scene in stunned disbelief. Yizi's grip was firm. He did not hold back, causing the boy to cry out in pain. What are you doing?" The boy's expression twisted slightly as he struggled to articulate his discomfort, while his companions looked on, alarmed. "You're disturbing me," Yizi said, glancing coldly at the speaker. After uttering his words, he released the boy's hand, not wishing to escalate the situation further, and returned to his seat. "What a jerk," the buzzcut boy muttered, rubbing his wrist and casting a venomous glare at EZ's profile, yet he dared not retaliate. The moment his wrist was gripped, he felt as if it might break, imagining the intensity of the pain. "Are you okay?" The others looked at the boy's swollen wrist, a flicker of fear crossing their eyes as their initial impulses began to wane. Strength, indeed, serves as a formidable shield, whether for offense or defense. "I'm fine," the buzzcut boy replied, covering his wrist while occasionally inhaling sharply. He shot a fierce glare at EZ's side profile, losing interest in bullying Jiuxing Nai, and turned back to his seat. The others exchanged glances, their enthusiasm dissipating as they returned to their own places. Seeing her peers disperse, Jiuxing Nai let out a small sigh of relief. Had it not been for Yizi's timely intervention, her hair would have undoubtedly suffered, and in that case, she would surely have been compelled to retaliate against that fool. The figure. She silently observed Yizi, who rested her chin on her hand while gazing out the window. Even with only half of her profile visible, the genuine indifference etched on her face was unmistakable. After a moment's contemplation, she slowly returned to her seat, only to sense a gaze upon her. Following its direction, she discovered it belonged to a young boy with yellow hair. "What are you staring at?" Jiuxing Nai retorted without hesitation. Mizumoto was taken aback, offering an awkward smile before diverting his attention back to his friends. Although engaged in conversation, his peripheral vision occasionally flickered towards Jiuxing Nai, who was sulking in her seat, and Yizi, who was lost in the scenery outside. Time flew by, and before long, 6 months had elapsed. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds resonated as 3 kunai struck the target with precision, mere centimeters apart. Yizi retracted her outstretched right hand, stepped firmly with her left foot, and with a twist of her waist, sent the 3 kunai flying from her fingers. The 3 dark projectiles shot forth, followed by 3 more muffled thuds. Thud, thud, thud. Zakajian glanced at the 6 kunai embedded in the center of the target before turning his gaze to the aloof Yizi. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he solemnly remarked, "Yizi, perfect score." The assessment required the launch of 3 kunai. Yet Yizi had effortlessly thrown 3 with each hand, all perfectly hitting the bullseye. Before the evaluation began, He had not noticed the 3 additional kunai concealed beneath Yizi's left sleeve. Though Zakajian refrained from either commending or reprimanding her for exceeding the requirements, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Everyone typically favors one hand for utilizing ninja tools and weapons. However, Yizi, at such a tender age, demonstrated an ability to maintain equal proficiency in both hands, which was indeed unexpected. Over the past 6 months, Yizi had devoted all her time to mastering the use of ninja tools, sparing no moment for idleness. Her current precision and force were undoubtedly a result of her diligence, thus leaving little room for elation. She briskly approached the target, retrieved the kunai from the bullseye, and returned them to the pouch at her waist before stepping back into the line of those who had completed their assessments. Regardless of whether they had undergone the evaluation or not, the gazes directed at her were filled with astonishment. Mizumoto instinctively raised his left hand. In terms of using ninja tools, he was confident he matched Yizi's skill. Yet, he had not deliberately trained his left hand to achieve parity with his right. Realizing its significance, he smiled slightly, rediscovering what he needed to pursue. Next, Namikaze Minato. Upon hearing the instructor call his name, Minato stepped out of the line and approached the designated position. After pausing for a few moments, he raised his hand and threw 3 kunai, all striking the bullseye with precision. Namikaze Minato, perfect score. Next, Uzumaki Joshingnai. Sakajian glanced at the target before retracting his gaze, solemnly announcing the name of the next participant. In this issue, 3 outstanding individuals stand out: Yizi, Bofeng Shuemin, and Xianwu Joshingnai. Unsurprisingly, Joshingnai has achieved a perfect score, while the performance of others is commendable, albeit lacking in consistency. The conclusion of the assessment also signifies the end of class. Zhe Jianmu meticulously records the results in his notebook, diligently noting his evaluations for each individual. Ultimately, these evaluations, accumulated over 6 months, will be presented as a dossier on the Hokage's desk. It is springtime, and the pink cherry blossoms dance in the air like countless fluttering butterflies, creating a breathtaking scene. In Konoha village, there exists a place filled with cherry trees, renowned as a prime location for annual blossom viewing. Every time Xian, with Jioxing, Nai returns home, she deliberately takes a longer route to stroll along the cherry blossom avenue, and today is no exception. She is not the only one who loves the cherry blossoms and takes the scenic route. Yizi is among them, alongside others who come for reasons unrelated to the blossoms. With a gentle smile, Jioxing Nai runs along the cherry blossom avenue, her vibrant red hair flowing in the wind, exuding a unique charm. Suddenly, she halts in her tracks as a figure appears ahead. Humph. Matsuda gazes at Jioxing Nai with ill intent, letting out a cold snort. Upon recognizing the person as a classmate she has previously defeated several times, Jioxing Nai furrows her brow, sensing the hostility. However, if it is just one person, she thinks she could easily deal with it again. But her expression shifts slightly when another individual resembling Matsuda steps forward. "You are the one who often makes my brother cry, aren't you?" The person, adorned with a forehead protector, approaches Jioxing Nai with a slightly arrogant demeanor, arms crossed. Unfazed, Jioxing Nai points at Matsuda with one hand while placing the other on her hip, retorting without hesitation. "He is the one who constantly picks on me, despite being so weak." Matsuda leans back as if struck, the pain of losing to a girl lingering in his heart. Not only has he been unable to defeat her, but each time, several of them have been humiliated by Jioxing Nai. As an older brother, he does not care whose fault it is. His only concern is to defend his brother and teach a lesson to those who bully him. Matsuda's brother, Matsushita, cracks his knuckles ominously, declaring, "The scoundrel who bullies my brother deserves a thorough lesson." Jioxing Nai takes a step back, realizing that her opponent is a genin, while she is yet to graduate from the ninja academy. Without hesitation, she turns and flees. Observing her retreat, Matsushita sneers and follows her, with Matsuda trailing behind, albeit at a slower pace. This scene unfolds under the watchful eyes of 2 individuals, Watergate and Yizi. As they witness Jioxing Nai being pursued by the genin, Yizi remains expressionless. He has no intention of intervening. His first attempt to step in was merely a recollection of past memories, driven by impulsive thoughts. Subsequently, he has chosen to ignore the bullying behavior of his classmates towards Jioxing Nai. In truth, the male classmates who seek to provoke her have repeatedly faced defeat, which is why they have resorted to enlisting the help of someone who has already become a genin. Yet, these matters hold no relevance to him. In the end, one can only rely on oneself for self-preservation. After casting a fleeting glance towards a few individuals, Yizi continued on his path. headed in the opposite direction of Nai, who had chosen to flee. Concealed among the branches, Shui Min observed Yi Zi's departure, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Over the past 6 months, he seemed to have gleaned some understanding of Yi Zi, despite their exchanges being limited to just a few words. What manner of person are you? Shui Min averted his gaze, exerting force beneath his feet as he leapt to the trunk of another tree, bounding towards the direction in which Nai had escaped. Upon arrival, he witnessed Nai's hair being cruelly grasped by Matsushita, while she bore the pain. Stumbling forward in a frenzied state, oblivious to the vibrant strands of crimson being tugged and torn in Matsushita's grip. I detest this hair as well. Yet it remains an integral part of my being. Nai turned, gritting her teeth as she glared at Matsushita, who stood momentarily stunned, fixated on the severed locks in his hand. Concealed in the tree, Shui Min silently observed this scene, recognizing the unique strength that belonged to this girl, distinct from Yi Zi's own prowess. What, then, is the source of my strength? Upon returning to the house, the elusive presence of Orochimaru was still absent. Having lingered in the village for 7 or 8 months, their encounters scarcely exceeded 20, and each time, Yi Zi sought to inquire about chakra. He was deterred by the weariness etched upon Orochimaru's visage. With great power comes greater responsibility, and the burdens one must bear multiply. As a disciple of the Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, during the aftermath of the Second Great Ninja War, Orochimaru seemed perpetually engaged in missions. This man's gaze was fixed upon the position of Hokage, striving earnestly towards that goal. The vastness of the house rendered it desolate and cold. Yet it remained the only sanctuary where Orochimaru could truly find respite. In such a state of fatigue, how could Yi Zi find the words to speak? Once back in the house, Yi Zi changed into casual attire and proceeded to prepare a modest meal, which he consumed alone. Although the food was simple, the portions were ample. It was long before Yi Zi swiftly devoured the entirety of his meal. After tidying up, he retrieved his ninja tools and ventured into the courtyard, where the old tree still stood, now serving as a target. With a swift motion, he threw a shuriken, hitting the bullseye. 1, 2, 3. He practiced diligently for over an hour, not once missing the target, a testament to the results of his relentless training over the past 6 months, achieving remarkable stability. The only shortcoming was the lack of strength compared to an adult, which consequently affected his speed. However, this was not a significant concern, as his physical strength would naturally increase with maturity. After completing his shuriken throwing practice, Yi Zi commenced his routine of physical conditioning: push-ups, sit-ups, lifting stone weights. He compelled himself to engage in any exercise that would enhance his physical abilities, and after each session, he required another meal to rejuvenate his weary body. Yet, the exhaustion of the mind could not be alleviated by sustenance. After completing his routine physical exercises, Yi Zi took a shower to wash away the sweat that clung to him. He then entered the kitchen to prepare dinner, a daily ritual that felt like an unending cycle, leaving him to ponder when change would finally arrive. 6 months may not seem long, yet during this time, Yi Zi found himself perpetually contemplating the world on the other side, while relentlessly forcing himself to forget the passage of time. He constantly reminded himself that while 6 months had passed here, only a few minutes had elapsed there. He understood well that haste would not yield results. After preparing a table full of dishes, Yi Zi raised his weary arms and began to eat. As he consumed more than half of his meal, the aches in his body gradually diminished. Although he struggled to comprehend the peculiarities of his physical condition, it did not hinder his ability to utilize it. Indeed, this very trait had allowed him to persevere. At best, the nourishment from the meal was insufficient to erase all his discomfort, but it alleviated it by about 60 to 70%, allowing him to drift into a peaceful slumber later on. Just as Yi Zi was enjoying his meal, a faint sound emerged from the entrance. He paused, raising his head slightly, muttering to himself, "Has Orochimaru returned?" Setting down his chopsticks, he stood and walked toward the entrance, where he found Orochimaru changing his shoes. "You're back," Yi Zi remarked, observing Orochimaru's back. Orochimaru nodded, and after finishing with his shoes, he lifted his head, seemingly catching a whiff of the fragrant dishes wafting from the dining room, and suddenly asked, "Is there still food left?" "There's a little bit. If it's not enough, I can prepare more for you," Yi Zi replied. Orochimaru glanced at him, replying nonchalantly, "No need," and proceeded toward the dining room. Yi Zi did not follow him, but instead detoured to the kitchen to fetch a set of bowls and chopsticks for Orochimaru. Upon entering the dining room, he found Orochimaru seated quietly at the table, unchanged from his earlier attire. Yizi filled a bowl with rice and offered it to Orochimaru, who took it naturally and began to eat at a leisurely pace. As the dishes were nearly depleted, Yizi finished the rice in his bowl and did not pick up his chopsticks again. Orochimaru discreetly glanced at Yizi while continuing his meal. Minutes later, not a morsel remained on the table, and it was evident that Orochimaru's stomach was not as serene as it appeared. Yizi had never contemplated what it would be like to share this large, desolate home with another person, yet now it seemed quite tolerable. Setting down his bowls, Orochimaru met Yizi's gaze, who had already turned his attention toward him as he finished the last grain of rice. Orochimaru, teach me how to gather chakra, Yizi implored, unable to contain his eagerness any longer, initiating the request for instruction. The school will teach you, Orochimaru replied in a flat tone, his voice as gravelly as ever. I want to learn now, Yizi insisted resolutely. In Orochimaru's gaze, a flicker of intrigue passed as he observed Yizi's performance at the Ninja Academy and the arduous training he undertook daily. He was acutely aware of Yizi's fervent desire to master chakra control, yet each time, Yizi managed to suppress this impulse. However, his sudden inquiry this time suggested a deeper motivation, the nature of which Orochimaru chose not to discern. Chakra has already coalesced within you. Orochimaru observed Yizi with an air of tranquility. Embrace it and learn to control it. Ultimately, Orochimaru refrained from providing explicit instruction, offering only this succinct guidance. Although Yizi was left bewildered regarding how to sense and control it, this did not deter him from attempting to explore the essence of chakra. Throughout the sleepless night, Yizi, resembling a fool, experimented with myriad methods to perceive chakra. Perhaps perseverance bore fruit, for as dawn broke, he finally sensed a stream-like essence flowing within him, originating from his abdomen and gradually coursing throughout his entire being, akin to a delicate brook. Is this chakra? As the first rays of morning sunlight graced Yizi's youthful visage, they swiftly evaporated the faint traces of moisture upon his cheeks, dispelling the weariness etched upon his face. Bowing his head, he clenched his fists with determination, a suppressed smile breaking across his small features as he ventured along a seemingly endless path, sustained by the markers of progress that appeared along the way. With a renewed sense of purpose, Yizi approached the Ninja Academy, unnoticed by those around him. From this day forth, he no longer felt disdain for the institution. He absorbed the teachings imparted by Zhe Jianmu with utmost diligence during lessons, while after class, he endeavored to amplify his chakra reserves and experiment with controlling it. He recognized a simple truth. Although it would take 3 years to graduate from the academy, he need not adhere to its prescribed pace. Every lesson taught by the academy was embraced. Every opportunity to learn was seized, for the knowledge yet to be imparted. He sought ways to teach himself. Seasons changed. Spring gave way to summer. Autumn faded into winter. Ancient trees accumulated rings of age. Tender shoots of grass re-emerged, and the desolate flower beds began their annual display of beauty. Time flowed according to human anticipation, sometimes like a rushing river, at other times like a frail elder supported by a cane. For Yizi, during training, he wished time would resemble the elder, while during sleep, he longed for it to flow like the river. Day after day, year after year, under the watchful gaze of many, Yizi experienced rapid growth from the moment he first encountered chakra. In the span of 2 years, the documents concerning Yizi on the Hokage's desk underwent continuous revisions, as Sarutobi witnessed remarkable transformations in him. His exquisite chakra control and the diverse applications of chakra were nothing short of astounding. His first achievement in manifesting chakra at the surface of his body, his initial attempt to augment destructive power using a minuscule amount of chakra gathered in his palm, his debut in using chakra to adhere to objects beneath his feet, his first endeavor to attach chakra to a kunai, albeit unsuccessfully, and his initial attempts to manipulate chakra beyond the surface of his body. If it were not for the constant surveillance of Yizi, Sarutobi might have suspected that his growth was secretly nurtured by Orochimaru. In truth, Orochimaru's assistance to Yizi was merely a single phrase. Nonetheless, it was precisely this phrase that illuminated Yizi's inherent potential, allowing him to soar. Orochimaru, you have truly returned with an extraordinary child. Each time Sarutobi perused the updated files, he could not help but express his admiration. Suddenly, a shadowy figure materialized before his desk, appearing as if summoned from the ether, and Sarutobi felt no surprise. The newcomer donned a form-fitting black outfit, with a white fox mask concealing his visage. He was a member of the Umbu. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama has returned, the Umbu stated respectfully, bowing slightly before vanishing into the darkness. Upon hearing the news of Jiraiya's return, Saratobi paused momentarily, then smiled faintly. He has come back at just the right time. Today marked the graduation day for Yizi's cohort. In the classroom, Zakanjin wore a grim expression. His hands braced on the podium as he surveyed the students shedding their youthful innocence. Coldly, he declared, "From this day forth, you are all ninjas." Even at this pivotal moment, the man could not muster a smile. "This is the class division list. Shortly, someone will come to guide you." He offered not a word of congratulations, nor did he even read the division list aloud. Instead, he affixed it to the blackboard with a swift motion. In the final moments of their parting, he cast a glance over the students in the classroom, uttered no further words, and decisively exited. "Do not perish easily, you." As Zakanjin stepped out of the classroom, a faint sigh flickered in his eyes. A ninja inherently treads the line between life and death. The greater the strength, the graver the perils faced. In these tumultuous times, even a genin could not claim absolute safety. Inside the classroom, after Zakanjin's departure, most students surged towards the division list affixed to the blackboard. The newly graduated genin were grouped into teams of 3, each led by a genin. However, the list did not specify the names of the leading instructors, leaving everyone in uncertainty about who would guide them. Yizi, however, chose not to examine the division list, instead resting his chin upon his hand as he gazed out the window at the playground. Before long, the students clustered together in threes, save for Yizi, who remained lost in thought. Kazuki looked up at the list bearing her name, her gaze drawn to a particularly glaring name ahead of hers, Yizi, rubbing her forehead. She turned to glance at Yizi, who was still staring vacantly out the window, feeling utterly speechless. From the division arrangements, there seemed to be a distinct pattern. No group would contain 2 students of outstanding merit, yet her team was a glaring exception. She could not fathom why she was placed in the same group as Yizi. "Kazuki, from today onward, we shall be teammates." Rubbing her forehead, Kazuki was suddenly approached by a timid voice beside her. Turning her head, she found a bespectacled boy with a watermelon hairstyle, his cheeks dotted with a few pimples, and notably shorter than herself. As now Kukunai glanced over, the boy with the watermelon hairstyle averted his gaze, seemingly wishing to lower his head to avoid her penetrating stare. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Struggling to suppress the urge to look away, his voice trembled slightly. Now Kukunai fixed her gaze upon him and inquired, "What is your name?" In that fleeting moment, the boy felt as though an arrow had pierced his heart. He stood frozen, the question echoing incessantly in his mind. After 3 years of camaraderie, he realized he did not even know her name. A wave of sorrow washed over him, nearly bringing him to tears. Now Kukunai, observing the despondent expression on her classmate's face, offered an awkward smile. "Well, you never told me your name either, so it's not surprising that I don't know it." A soft gasp escaped his lips, akin to the sound of an arrow striking flesh. Clutching his chest, he forlornly declared, "I am Beishing Yi. Please remember it." Now Kukunai nodded repeatedly, realizing that her previous comment might have been unduly hurtful, though she felt it was not entirely her fault. After all, this classmate had such a faint presence. He surely did not remember Beishing Yi's name either. As this thought crossed her mind, she glanced at Yizi, harboring a touch of malice. Beishing Yi suddenly shivered, directing his gaze toward Yizi, wondering if his fellow teammate had also forgotten his name. Surely, that couldn't be the case. A forced smile crept upon his lips as he turned to Now Kukunai and weakly suggested, Now Kukunai, shouldn't we go find Yizi?" "Of course we should," she replied, striding confidently toward Yizi, prompting Beishing Yi to hastily follow. With a resounding clap, Now Kukunai struck the table, successfully capturing Yizi's attention. His gaze lingered on her face for a brief moment before drifting to the pairs of students scattered throughout the classroom. Calmly, he stated, "Vortex Now Kukunai." Pausing, he turned to the boy beside her, "Beishing Yi, it seems we 3 are on the same team." Upon hearing his name spoken aloud, Beishing Yi's eyes brimmed with tears. Now Kukunai withdrew her arm and remarked, "You seem rather indifferent about the class division." Yizi cast her a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "I look forward to your guidance in the future." In the streets of Konoha, the dust of travel still clung to Jiraiya, who wore an expression of resignation. Just as he returned to the village, he was summoned by the teachers and was abruptly compelled to lead a team of newly graduated young ninjas. After a firm refusal, he found himself at a loss for words. For the past 3 years, he had remained outside the village to care for Nagato and the others. And now was a time when the village was in dire need of manpower. Thus, despite his reluctance, Jiraiya had no choice but to accept the task. He would much rather take on more missions than assume the role of a mentor. If Jiraiya was being coerced, then Orochimaru was willingly stepping into the fray. Upon hearing that Orochimaru would also lead a team of students, Jiraiya was taken aback, even exclaiming, "Surely Tsunade isn't leading a team as well?" Fortunately, the reply was negative, but the subsequent comment from Sarutobi left him utterly speechless. Originally, Tsunade was supposed to lead a team of students, but it was deemed more crucial to focus on her training of medical ninjas, which is why she was not assigned to lead. The initial plan was as follows. Orochimaru would guide the team that included Yeji, Jiraiya would lead the team with Minato, and Tsunade would oversee the team with Kujo Kinai. All three students were exceptionally talented, and Kujo Kinai was the host of the Nine Tails. There was no way Orochimaru would consent to such an arrangement. As Jiraiya scratched his head while making his way towards the Ninja Academy, he found it hard to imagine that cold-hearted bastard would agree to this matter. Passing by an izakaya, he was immediately captivated by the enticing aroma of sake wafting from within, stirring the cravings in his belly. Breathing in the fragrant scent, he halted his steps, glanced at the still early sky, and then turned to the izakaya, chuckling to himself, since there is still time, why not enjoy a few drinks first? Inside the classroom, only 6 students remained, comprising Minato and Yeji's small team, as the other students had already been taken away by the arriving Jonin. Minato's companions were a boy and a girl. The boy had a robust appearance with a slightly darker complexion, possessing amiable features and small, squinting eyes, while the girl was delicate-looking, with striking eyes that reflected a gentle disposition. The trio of the team seemed to share a quieter temperament, unfazed by the tardiness of their supervising teacher. Yeji had learned 2 days prior that their team leader was Orochimaru. Having spent 3 years with him, he had developed a certain understanding and knew that Orochimaru's absence was certainly for a reason. Even if Orochimaru were to arrive late in the evening, Yeji would not be perturbed. As for Bei-Xing-Yi, with his introverted nature, he would neither be angered by such delays, nor would he dare express any annoyance. In contrast, Kujo Kinai exhibited her impatience, voicing several complaints. Bei-Xing-Yi merely offered a faint smile, while Yeji gazed vacantly out the window towards the playground. After a prolonged wait, the door suddenly swung open. A pale-faced, handsome man entered. Upon stepping into the classroom, Orochimaru immediately spotted the trio in the corner and walked directly towards them. Lord Orochimaru. Bei-Xing-Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that his team leader would be one of the legendary Sannin, and he was unsure whether the emotions surging within him were fear or exhilaration. "Follow me," Orochimaru said coolly, briefly assessing Kujo Kinai and Bei-Xing-Yi before turning and leaving. Kujo Kinai, who had been somewhat displeased, cast aside her earlier discontent the moment she laid eyes on Orochimaru. Being led by one of the Sannin was a rare opportunity, and waiting, no matter how long, was worth it. Both Bei-Xing-Yi and Kujo Kinai, filled with excitement, hurried to follow Orochimaru, while Yeji, already aware of their team leader's identity, remained relatively indifferent. As Yeji and the others trailed behind Orochimaru towards the classroom door, Minato's teammates looked on with expressions of envy. As Orochimaru approached the door, it was abruptly swung open with a loud noise. Along with the door's sudden opening, a faint scent of alcohol wafted towards him, causing Orochimaru to furrow his brow slightly. Upon focusing his gaze on the intruder, a flicker of resignation and indifference crossed his eyes. Jiraiya, his voice, somewhat hoarse, carried a sense of calmness, as if he were entirely unsurprised by Jiraiya's presence. In truth, Orochimaru was unaware that Jiraiya had returned today and would be leading this year's graduating students. "Oh, Orochimaru." Noticing Orochimaru, Jiraiya paused momentarily, then smiled. What a coincidence. As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards the 3 children behind Orochimaru. When he caught sight of the cold expression on Yezi's face, he lingered on her for a while, somewhat taken aback. This child bears a striking resemblance to Orochimaru. Returning his attention from Yezi, Jiraiya inquired curiously, "Why did you agree?" Orochimaru understood the essence of Jiraiya's question and replied tersely, "I do not need to answer you." With that, he stepped forward, prompting Jiraiya to instinctively sidestep to allow him passage, with the 3 students closely following behind. Jiraiya stood in the corridor, stroking his chin as he contemplated Orochimaru's retreating figure. "Excuse me, are you Lord Jiraiya?" A clear, youthful voice suddenly interrupted Jiraiya's musings. Turning towards the source of the voice, he found a timid girl standing there. Indeed, Jiraiya nodded, refraining from making a fuss over his title, for he had long outgrown such frivolity. Upon hearing his affirmation, the 3 students displayed expressions of delight. Previously envious that Yezi's team leader was Orochimaru, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that their own mentor would be Jiraiya. Looking at Jiraiya, Minato's eyes shimmered with admiration. Noticing Minato's gaze, Jiraiya pretended not to see. Yet he recalled the words his teacher had imparted before his arrival. Konoha's Minato, a rare talent, destined to be one of his future students. He understood that his teacher wished for him to cultivate Minato into the foundation of Konoha, a figure as significant as himself. But what of Orochimaru? Was he the child with a cold demeanor, reminiscent of Orochimaru in his youth? With these questions in mind, Jiraiya commenced the routine assessment with Minato and the others. Meanwhile, Orochimaru escorted Yezi and the other two to a training ground in Konoha. After a brief self-introduction, name, hobbies, and future aspirations, Orochimaru regarded the three children before him. He only needed to learn their names, yet he found himself intrigued by Yezi's future dreams. Thus he did not dismiss this tradition. Yezi, what is it that you truly desire? Self-introductions and the expression of dreams had always been a cherished tradition in Konoha. My name is Uzumaki Kiyona. I adore salty ramen, detest bitter foods and tomatoes, and my future dream. Kiyona raised her head slightly, speaking earnestly, I wish to become the first female Hokage of Konoha. Orochimaru's attention was piqued, and he nodded slightly, signaling for the next individual to proceed. Meishingi cast a fleeting glance at Yezi, whose gaze was directed elsewhere. After a brief pause, he spoke softly, I am Meishingi. I cherish rainy days and detest sweet things. My aspiration for the future is to become a formidable man. Orochimaru observed Meishingi's outwardly timid demeanor with a slight furrow of his brow. Turning his gaze to Yezi, the latter, sensing the scrutiny, slowly turned his head to meet it. I am Yezi, he stated, my passion lies in dining, and I possess no particular aversions. With his eyelids lowered, Yezi continued in a subdued tone, my dream is to discover a way back. The trio fell silent, taken aback by Yezi's dream. A way back? Jiuxingnai inquired with perplexity. Meishingi mirrored her confusion. Yezi glanced at Jiuxingnai but chose not to elaborate. Orochimaru regarded Yezi with a steady gaze. Remaining calm and refraining from probing further into the matter, he retrieved 3 petite silver bells from his pocket and declared, your objective is to devise a means to seize these bells from me, employing any method you deem fit. Those who fail to procure a bell before sunset shall return to the Ninja Academy for remedial training. If you wish to avoid this fate, give your utmost effort to claim the bells. At Orochimaru's words, the trio was momentarily stunned. They had assumed graduation from the academy would suffice for promotion to Genin, unaware that they still faced assessment from their supervising teacher. This was a detail Orochimaru had not disclosed. Regardless, returning to the academy was not an option. Such a course would squander another 3 years. The expressions of the three shifted noticeably, and Orochimaru, observing these changes with a cold smile, stepped back a pace and stated calmly, the deadline is at sunset, the assessment begins now. As his final note resonated, the trio vanished at once, retreating to their premeditated hideouts. One of the key teachings of the Ninja Academy was the ability to swiftly locate a concealment spot, facilitating techniques akin to substitution jutsu and other practical applications. Once they had disappeared, Orochimaru remained still, his gaze fixed ahead, seemingly oblivious to their movements. In truth, as soon as the trio had set in motion, Orochimaru had already discerned their hiding places, given their relatively immature speed and agility. Yezi concealed himself in a distant, low, and dense thicket, tightly gripping a shuriken, directing his gaze toward Orochimaru's lower body. Observing his legs would aid in predicting his movements, while averting his eyes from Orochimaru's face would reduce the likelihood of detection. How can I seize the bells? Yezi pondered a strategy while keeping his focus on Orochimaru. Meishingi and Jiuxingnai had chosen elevated positions among the trees, allowing them to observe from above and thus diminish their chances of being discovered. Jiuxingnai contemplated ways to snatch the bells from Orochimaru, while Meishingi considered how to discreetly communicate with Yezi and Jiuxingnai, believing that collaboration would be the most effective approach to claim the bells. As the trio strategized, Orochimaru made an unexpected move, slowly raising his previously lowered arm, causing Yezi's gaze to unconsciously follow the bell clutched in Orochimaru's hand. Then, they beheld Orochimaru, expressionless, tilting his head back, mouth agape, as he threw a bell into his mouth. With a guttural sound, the movement of an object sliding down his throat confirmed that the bell had indeed been swallowed. Damn it! Leaf Z couldn't help but mutter under his breath, inadvertently revealing his position, and reluctantly sprang into view. Meishingi stared blankly at Orochimaru's throat, his thoughts taut like a stretched rope, snapping without hesitation, leaving him in disarray. Nai glanced at Leaf Z, who had jumped out, and then shifted her gaze to Orochimaru, who had executed such a shocking act without a flicker of emotion, covering her forehead in exasperation. How could they possibly retrieve the swallowed bell? Must they first kill him and then dissect his belly? Leaf Z observed Orochimaru with an unusual gaze. After 3 years of acquaintance, he was encountering this peculiar side of Orochimaru for the first time. In response to Leaf Z's scrutinizing stare, Orochimaru remained unfazed. His voice raspy yet calm as he stated, "Restraining me, dissecting my belly, or even killing me is of no consequence. The only matter you should consider is reclaiming the bell. Nothing else warrants your concern." The tranquility of his voice belied the chilling reality it conveyed. This was merely an assessment. Why must it escalate to such extremes? Beishing Yi and Nai were perplexed, as was Leaf Z, yet with Orochimaru's decree, Leaf Z felt no hesitation. Moreover, he did not believe he possessed the capability to slay Orochimaru. All he could do was exert every effort to attempt any means, at the very least. He would not give up, nor could he afford to. Leaf Z raised his kunai and charged directly at Orochimaru. Face to face, Orochimaru silently observed Leaf Z's advance and drew a kunai of his own. Leaf Z, with his free hand, swiftly produced several shuriken from his pouch, combining both hands to launch the kunai and shuriken towards Orochimaru. The shuriken spun rapidly through the air, tracing 3 distinct arcs toward the same target, while the kunai flew straight ahead. Clang, clang, clang. Orochimaru deftly swung his kunai, accurately deflecting 3 shuriken and 1 kunai, executing no unnecessary movements. Seizing the moment when Orochimaru's attention was diverted by the shuriken, Leaf Z completed his hand seals and, at a distance of slightly over a meter from Orochimaru, suddenly transformed into a burst of dissipating white mist. With a whoosh, the mist cleared, revealing a handful of black sand that surged toward Orochimaru. Simultaneously, Leaf Z, concealing a kunai, positioned himself not far behind Orochimaru, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Sand. That should be Orochimaru leaped into the air, evading the torrent of sand, and without hesitation, hurled the kunai at the airborne Orochimaru, who, without even glancing, caught the kunai that flew from behind him with his bare hands, landing gracefully. Upon touching down, Orochimaru switched the kunai to his other hand, then opened his palm to inspect it, discovering a slight wound on his index finger, from which a few drops of blood oozed. Without a doubt, this is the technique of substitution. Typically, the objects used for substitution are primarily flora and fauna, yet here, sand has been employed instead. The intent does not seem to be evasion of harm. Rather, should one be inattentive, getting sand in the eyes could certainly pose a significant inconvenience. Orochimaru silently observed the visibly disappointed Yi Z, feeling somewhat at a loss. He found it difficult to comment on Yi Z's execution of the substitution technique. If one were to describe it, it could only be deemed rather juvenile. The manner in which Yi Z applied this technique reveals a stark limitation in the ninjutsu at his disposal. Indeed, the ninjutsu taught at the Ninja Academy consists of merely a few basic techniques, none of which possess any offensive capability. The Academy instructs its students in the foundational 3 body techniques: the clone technique, the substitution technique, and the transformation technique. None of these techniques can inflict damage. So despite Yi Z's chakra exceeding that of a genin, the lack of offensive ninjutsu significantly diminishes the efficacy of his chakra. The only means of attack available to him are taijutsu and ninja tools. Given the circumstances, this appears to be an inherently unfair assessment, especially considering Orochimaru's consumption of the bell. Koshi now pondered for a moment before leaping down from the tree to join Yi Z. Since the bell had been swallowed by Orochimaru, the prospect of seizing it was no longer feasible. The pressing concern now was how to subdue Orochimaru. But the disparity in their strengths made that a daunting task. Cooperation would merely increase their odds slightly. Upon Koshina's arrival, Beishing Yi, who had initially intended to collaborate, also hastily descended from the tree. "Let us cooperate," Koshina stated solemnly, glancing at her companions. Beishing Yi vigorously nodded in agreement, asserting, "Only through cooperation do we stand a chance." Yi Z surveyed his teammates, his brow furrowing slightly. Collaboration was indeed a viable option, yet they had never worked together before, lacking any semblance of synergy. Nonetheless, it appeared to be their only choice at this juncture. Observing the trio now assembled, Orochimaru remained composed, not only refraining from attacking, but also discarding the kunai he held. This was merely his shadow clone. If the damage inflicted by Yi Z and his companions could breach the shadow clone's defenses, the bell would indeed fall. Thus, The examination was not as insurmountable as it might have seemed. Although they were to cooperate, the trio lacked any form of coordination, and there was no time for deliberation. Hence, Yi called out to notify his comrades and charged forward with his kunai aimed at Orochimaru. He leaned forward, resembling a cheetah poised for a sprint. A commendable gaze, Orochimaru thought, appreciating the intensity of Yi's expression as he rushed forth. However, the execution was still too naive, devoid of any feints. Such an assault was tantamount to courting death, especially with a direct approach. Yi was acutely aware of this. Yet he understood that Orochimaru would not inflict fatal harm upon him. Under these circumstances, he sought to gauge the disparity in close combat with Orochimaru. The relentless training and the lack of pressure from the Academy's assessments had failed to yield any tangible results. As Orochimaru stood firm, Yi unleashed his leg's explosive power, kicking up clouds of sand as he closed the distance. Just before reaching his target, he swung his arm and hurled the kunai towards Orochimaru's face. Swish! Orochimaru, with an expressionless demeanor, slightly tilted his head, seemingly perceiving the trajectory of the shuriken. Effortlessly, he evaded the shuriken as it transformed into a shadow and soared past his neck, piercing into the depths of the forest. At that moment, Yi had closed the distance, crouching low before Orochimaru. Under his scrutinizing gaze, he propelled himself forward, utilizing the force of his hands on the ground to unleash a powerful kick aimed at Orochimaru's chin with his right leg. Despite the assessment being designed to gauge the strength of the three contenders, Orochimaru chose to withstand the impending attack, allowing himself to be struck rather than sidestepping it. As Yi's right leg, imbued with a gust of wind, approached, Orochimaru raised his hands to intercept the oncoming foot. With a resounding impact, the force transmitted through his palms made Orochimaru realize he had underestimated Yi's strength, sending him flying backward. Impressive power, he thought, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he soared through the air. However, he had no time to ponder further, for his keen ears detected the sharp sound of shurikens slicing through the air. Following the noise, he observed a flurry of shurikens emerging from the swirling dust, their target unmistakably him. The sand in this area was fine and loose, easily kicking up a dust cloud that obscured vision for both parties. Yet, his opponent could accurately pinpoint his location, which perplexed him. Despite this confusion, Orochimaru, even in his shadow clone form, would not be easily defeated by the barrage of incoming shurikens. Wind release, great breakthrough, he declared, his hands forming seals in the air as he expelled a tempestuous gust toward the flying shurikens. The howling wind instantly dispersed the oncoming projectiles, sweeping toward the ground and enveloping Yi and the others in swirling dust. With a powerful rush, the wind swept them all away, leaving them defenseless. Beishing Yi was hurled backward, crashing against a tree trunk with a pained scream, while Yi and Jiuxing Nai, both skilled in physical combat, managed to adjust their stances mid-air, bracing against the tree trunk to land safely. However, as soon as they touched the ground, two shurikens landed point first at their feet. Staring at the weapons embedded in the ground, both were struck by a wave of disheartenment. Had this been a real confrontation, those shurikens would have pierced their hearts long ago. Exchanging glances, they discerned the mutual resolve in each other's eyes. Yi turned to Jiuxing Nai and made his way toward the fallen Beishing Yi, who was equally intent on checking on their companion. Yet, as they moved, Yi abruptly halted, allowing Jiuxing Nai to approach Beishing Yi. They both desired to assess Beishing Yi's condition, but upon witnessing Jiuxing Nai's action, Yi relinquished his intention, believing one person was sufficient for that task. Jiuxing Nai, slightly tilting her head, could not see Yi's expression, but with an inexplicable sense of emotion, she reached the tree and helped the dejected Beishing Yi to his feet. This failure in their assessment meant they would have to return to the Ninja Academy for retraining. Their faces, hearts, and movements all bore the weight of disappointment. At that moment, Orochimaru suddenly transformed into a cloud of white mist, and as the mist dissipated, 3 silver bells fell to the ground. A clone, perhaps? Yi gazed at the swirling white mist and the small bell that lay on the ground, his expression shifting. Could it be that even a mere clone possessed no power to resist? With this thought, Yi's countenance grew somewhat grim. I am curious. How did you discern my location through the sand and fog? A sudden hoarse voice echoed from behind, startling the trio into a swift turn, only to find Orochimaru standing behind them with an expression of calm indifference. The realization that someone had silently approached them without their awareness sent a chill down their spines. Beishing Yi weakly remarked, "My hearing is quite acute. I caught the murmurs of Lord Orochimaru, which allowed me to ascertain his position. Consequently, I instructed Nai to accompany me in hurling shurikens in his direction. Upon hearing this, a flicker of understanding crossed Orochimaru's face. No wonder the shurikens had arrived in a particular order. However, the differences in timing were minimal. Achieving such accuracy and speed from various angles under obscured vision was impressive for a child. Orochimaru glanced at Nai, contemplating silently. This assessment aimed to test the trio's abilities, and he felt quite satisfied with the outcome, even if it did not reveal the entirety of their potential. Let us reconvene here at the same time tomorrow, he stated coldly before vanishing from sight, leaving the three in a state of bewilderment. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Yeezy immediately grasped the implications, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. In terms of results, the assessment had been a failure. Yet it was not the return to the Ninja Academy for remedial training that Orochimaru had suggested. The possibility of avoiding such a fate brought Yeezy no joy. His mind was consumed by the earlier events. The thought of remaining so weak despite 3 years of training filled him with immense disappointment. When would he ever catch a glimpse of that uncertain future? When would opportunities present themselves? Gritting his teeth, he disregarded Beixing Yi and Nai, making his way toward his residence. Moments later, as realization dawned on Beixing Yi, he exclaimed, "Splendid." Nai also breathed a sigh of relief, observing Yeezy's retreat with an expression of contemplation. That night, Yeezy found himself restless and unable to sleep. He donned a coat and ventured beneath the old tree in the courtyard, basking in the silvery moonlight, his gaze fixed upon the full moon in the night sky. Enveloped in silence, he could not discern any difference between this moon and the one visible from Earth. They appeared strikingly similar, yet the worlds they inhabited were worlds apart. He was never one to succumb easily to discouragement, always looking forward, never pausing or glancing back, even when the path ahead seemed endless. He would grit his teeth and push forward, crawling if his legs faltered, and dragging himself onward if both hands and feet were incapacitated. Thus, he had survived the grim conditions of the slums in his youth while caring for his sister, not only enduring but ultimately escaping that desolate existence. Yet, this time, with all limbs intact, he found himself halted on this interminable road, besieged by a multitude of questions that burgeon like mushrooms after rain, causing him to feel as though his head might burst with the weight of his worries. As dawn broke amidst the gentle embrace of a misty morning, he remained wide awake, unable to close his eyes. The night had been fleeting, insufficient for clarity of thought. He was oblivious to the likelihood of returning to Earth. Nor could he conceive the means by which to achieve such a return. Perhaps only from a certain height could one discern the opportunities that lay ahead. In this moment of uncertainty, Yeezy resolved to set a goal for himself, to acquire powers akin to those of Orochimaru and ultimately surpass him. Until that time, he vowed not to relent unless death intervened. At the same time, in the same place, and with the same individuals. Orochimaru observed his 3 youthful students with a calm demeanor. The village is experiencing a shortage of personnel, resulting in a backlog of missions. However, suitable tasks for you are scarce. Therefore, I shall grant you 10 days, during which I will personally instruct you. At this juncture, Konoha was on the brink of revival. The ninjas available in the village were required to undertake missions daily, and the tasks appropriate for lower-ranked ninjas were merely menial chores, which Orochimaru deemed beneath him. Consequently, he requested a 10-day hiatus from missions from the Hokage, intending to utilize this time to enhance the strength of Yeezy and his companions, preparing them for more formidable challenges ahead. As for the potential casualties during this period, he regarded them with indifference. In his worldview, missions were a measure of one's strength. Should misfortune lead to death, it could only be attributed to one's own inadequacy. This philosophy had resulted in a staggering 100 casualty rate among his students since he began leading teams. Had he not taken on so few students, it is likely that no parent in the village would wish for their child to be one of Orochimaru's pupils. The trio remained unaware of Orochimaru's intentions. Yet the mere prospect of receiving his direct tutelage filled them with excitement. Yeezy, recognizing his deficiency in ninjutsu, boldly declared, "I wish to learn ninjutsu." His eyes sparkled with determination as he expressed his desires directly and unabashedly. Kushina and Hashiura were taken aback by Yeezy's sudden outburst, cautiously glancing at the indifferent Orochimaru, remaining silent. Nevertheless, their thoughts mirrored Yeezy's own aspirations. Orochimaru cast a cold glance in Yeezy's direction, showing no favoritism despite their 3 years of acquaintance. Responding with a detached tone, "I have the final say." Understanding Orochimaru's character, Yeezy wisely chose to silence himself. His earlier impulsiveness stemmed from his limited mastery of ninjutsu. possessing only the basic 3 body techniques. He believed his chakra control and capacity had reached commendable levels, and the thought of spending the next 10 days solely training in these rudimentary skills would leave him despondent. "Follow me," Orochimaru commanded, turning towards the woods. The 10 days were brief, and he had not formulated a specific plan, opting instead to adhere to a conventional approach. The first step would be tree climbing, followed by mastering the skill of standing on water. To master ninjutsu, one must first possess the ability to control chakra. Orochimaru selected a spot flanked by 3 towering trees and imparted theoretical knowledge to Yi Zi and his companions before allowing them to commence their self-training. Upon learning that he was to train in tree climbing, Yi Zi's expression darkened. He wished for Orochimaru to directly impart ninjutsu to him. But recalling Orochimaru's cold words from earlier, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and dutifully began to ascend the tree. Confident in his chakra control, he concentrated a small amount of chakra beneath his feet and, placing his foot against the trunk, walked up the tree as if on solid ground. In no time, he effortlessly reached the highest point, moving at double the speed of Nai, while Bei Xingyi fell halfway down due to a loss of chakra control. Having stripped the bark from the trunk, Orochimaru observed the performance of the 3, and it appeared that Yi Zi had the best control over chakra. However, the reality was quite different. Nai, despite having no prior tree climbing training, initially struggled and moved slowly. Yet, after a few attempts to familiarize herself, her speed soon surpassed Yi Zi's. Witnessing their ease, Bei Xingyi gritted his teeth and practiced silently, determined not to be left behind. Yi Zi, feeling disgruntled as he saw Nai outpace him, quickened his pace. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, he missed his footing, stunned for a moment before tumbling to the ground, landing unceremoniously on his back. The abruptness of his fall drew the attention of Nai and Bei Xingyi. Ignoring their gazes, he stared blankly at the small crater he had created in the bark, rendered speechless. At that moment, he realized his control over chakra was not as strong as he had believed. The disciplines of physical technique, chakra volume, chakra control, and ninjutsu are all distinct stages. Irrespective of the category, one must continually strive for improvement, as no one can guarantee mastery. With this realization, Yi Zi's desire to learn ninjutsu waned significantly. He turned to look at Orochimaru, who remained as indifferent as ever. Feeling a twinge of impatience, Yi Zi gritted his teeth. He had thought tree climbing would be simple. But after hastening his pace, his previously inflated confidence in chakra control proved to be unfounded. Over the past 3 years, he had only considered using his body to adhere to objects, never contemplating that tree climbing could serve as a means to train chakra control. However, it was precisely this understanding that laid a solid foundation for him. In that moment, he completely set aside his thoughts of learning ninjutsu and devoted himself to mastering tree climbing. Unlike Bei Xingyi, whose aim was merely to ascend steadily, Yi Zi's goal was to traverse the trunk swiftly while maintaining stable chakra flow. Although a week is a brief period, under Orochimaru's targeted instruction, the 3 felt their abilities surge, each acquiring several practical ninjutsu techniques. Such remarkable progress in just a week was not only due to their solid foundations but also a testament to Orochimaru's guidance. The value of a leading instructor is immense, as their presence allows freshly graduated students to grow at an accelerated pace. Of course, this also pertains to individual talent. Bei Xingyi, while naturally reserved, possessed an inherent drive. Throughout the week, his training volume matched that of Nai, yet his progress paled in comparison to hers, let alone to Yi Zi, who had undertaken an even more rigorous training regimen. The world is inherently inequitable. From the moment of birth, the fates of many are irrevocably sealed. The notion that diligence can rival innate talent is often nothing more than empty rhetoric. Some individuals are simply blessed with extraordinary gifts, evoking feelings of envy and admiration, yet remaining perpetually unattainable. Observing Yi Zi and Nai effortlessly surpass him, Bei Xingyi felt an overwhelming sense of despair. This disparity had already been evident during their time in the Ninja Academy, but under Orochimaru's tutelage, it became even more pronounced, rendering him acutely aware of his own inadequacies. Why did he exert himself so fervently in training, only to fall short of Yi Zi and Nai's accomplishments? With such discontent, Bei Xingyi remained resolute, diligently completing Orochimaru's training tasks, for he knew that failure to do so would result in his exclusion from the first mission. Nai, a female ninja, possessed talents that surpassed those of her male counterparts. She combined feminine finesse with a robust physicality and strength typically associated with males, undeniably marking her as a prodigy. If all went as anticipated, she was destined to rival the legendary Sannin, a realization that Orochimaru recognized clearly over the past week. However, it was Nai's remarkable performance that astonished Orochimaru, while Yi Zi's prowess left him utterly impressed. Upon witnessing Yi Zi's steady control of chakra, Orochimaru promptly initiated his instruction in ninjutsu, first assessing Yi Zi's chakra affinities, which revealed lightning, wind, and fire. Although possessing 3 chakra natures was not in itself shocking, what truly captivated Orochimaru was Yi Zi's ability to execute ninjutsu after merely observing a demonstration of hand seals. Admittedly, his initial attempts were clumsy and feeble, yet the mere fact that he managed to perform ninjutsu so swiftly hinted at a promising future. Upon recognizing Yi Zi's potential, Orochimaru maintained a facade of indifference, yet inwardly felt satisfaction with his earlier decision. On that dreary, rainy day, he had glimpsed a fragment of the boy's essence and was convinced that he would one day grow into a towering figure. On the final night of their intensive training, Yi Zi persisted in his rigorous regimen. Due to his physical condition, the volume of his training exceeded what Nai and Bei Xingyi could fathom. While Bei Xingyi may have acknowledged Yi Zi's formidable brilliance, he remained oblivious to the tireless effort Yi Zi exerted, which was equally commendable. As night deepened in the courtyard, where an ancient tree stood sentinel, a boy, resembling a machine, lifted a massive stone barbell, repeating the motions with mechanical precision. Under the silvery moonlight, only the sound of his labored breaths broke the silence. Tomorrow marks the commencement of your first mission. It would be prudent to conserve your strength and maintain your composure. A cold, hoarse voice echoed through the corridor connecting the house to the garden. Yi Zi abruptly halted the ascent of the barbell, drawing in a breath and exhaling forcefully, expelling the air from his lungs before slowly lowering the heavy weight. He turned his head toward the corridor, where a tall, slender man stood. I am acutely aware of my physical condition, Yi Zi declared. His decision to set down the barbell was not a result of Orochimaru's admonition, but rather a gesture of respect, signifying that he preferred to converse with Orochimaru without the burden of the weight. Orochimaru regarded Yi Zi, contemplating the uniqueness of his physique, a flicker of intrigue gleaming in his eyes as he coolly stated, "This is for the best." With that, he turned and strode towards his chamber. As Yi Zi watched Orochimaru vanish from sight, he turned back to resume his monotonous, mechanical training. Ever since he discovered that the energy derived from food could swiftly alleviate his fatigue, Yi Zi had trained with the fervor of a madman, unconcerned about the potential injuries that high-intensity training might inflict upon his body. In the village of Konoha, fewer than 10 individuals were aware of Yi Zi's exceptional constitution, notably excluding the Akimichi clan. Although the energy from food could not be transformed into chakra, it enabled him to restore his physical state, a fact that might inspire various thoughts within the Akimichi clan, neither good nor bad. Thus, the third Hokage had no intention of revealing this information to them. Was his body's peculiarity limited to energy absorption for recovery? No. Yi Zi believed it extended beyond that. As time elapsed, he felt a burgeoning mastery over his physical coordination and began to sense something elusive. Though unable to articulate it, he intuited that the body he inhabited in this world possessed extraordinary advantages. After completing his tedious training, Yi Zi freshened up and consumed a substantial amount of food before dutifully retiring to bed. At dawn, upon awakening, Yi Zi nimbly leapt from his bed, stretching his limbs and contentedly rotating his neck. The daily rigorous training had inflicted no harm upon his body. Each morning, he not only awoke revitalized but also felt an invigorating vitality coursing through his limbs. What would be the first task? Prepared and eager, Yi Zi did not wait for Orochimaru. Instead, he set out directly towards the designated meeting point before the appointed time. Upon arriving at the original gathering location, he found the morning mist still lingering. Unbothered by the dew on the wooden post, he leaned against it and dozed lightly while awaiting the arrival of others. Good morning, Yi Zi. After a considerable time, the next person to arrive was Bei Xingyi, who instinctively greeted Yi Zi upon noticing his presence. Morning, Yi Zi replied, raising his eyelids slightly and offering a subtle nod. Bei Xingyi scanned the surroundings, realizing that Orochimaru and Nai had yet to arrive, and thus squatted beside Yi Zi. After a while, Nai hurriedly approached, followed closely by Orochimaru. True to his straightforward nature, upon arriving at the training ground and seeing that all three were present, Orochimaru immediately announced, "The task we are undertaking is a C-rank mission, aimed at exterminating bandits. The specifics will be discussed en route. For now, follow me." Without waiting for the trio's response, he turned and headed toward the village entrance. Exterminating bandits. This implied that the mission would involve taking lives. With a swirl of unnameable thoughts, Yi trailed behind Orochimaru, passing through the gates of Konoha under the watchful gaze of the gatekeepers. Having resided in the Hidden Leaf Village for over 3 years, this marked the first occasion for Yi to depart from its confines. It may be difficult to fathom how one could remain ensconced within the village for such an extended period, devoid of any excursions. However, this is quite customary, as the outside world is fraught with peril, a fact he had recognized early on. The long-awaited venture beyond the village did not evoke a sense of novelty in Yi. Rather, he attentively absorbed the details of the mission as articulated by Orochimaru. The task involved the eradication of bandits, commissioned by a village nestled amidst mountains and rivers. Over 200 miles from the Hidden Leaf Village flows a river, where a village of ordinary folk thrives, for the Land of Fire is not a battlefield. Thus, enemy ninjas would not waste their efforts on a village comprised solely of commoners. Yet, recently, a small group of bandits had emerged, taking refuge in the nearby mountains, periodically descending upon the village to plunder and commit murder, treating the villagers as mere livestock. The bandits had not completely razed the village, but the inhabitants, unable to endure any longer, dispatched a young man to the Hidden Leaf Village to issue a request for assistance. This mission was undertaken by Orochimaru, whose rationale was simple. As ninjas, killing was a commonplace affair, and every endeavor requires a beginning. For Yi and his companions, this mission represented their initiation, the first drop of blood in their ninja careers. As night descended like ink, the world was enveloped in darkness. The ominous clouds swirling above obscured the moonlight. Occasionally, a gust of wind would howl through the trees, producing a harsh sound akin to that of a night owl. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Yi gazed skyward, feeling the cold wind brush against his face, muttering to himself, "It seems it may rain." The bandit stronghold lay atop the mountain, accessible by a single path, which they fortified, rendering the encampment difficult to breach. However, for a ninja, infiltrating such a stronghold was not a daunting task. Orochimaru led the trio directly up the steep cliffside, stealthily entering the bandits' lair, concealed behind a rudimentary structure. Orochimaru did not afford Yi and the others time to assess the distribution of personnel. He signaled for immediate action. The goal of infiltrating the hideout was merely to mitigate threats. The primary objective remained to confront the reality of bloodshed directly. Thus Orochimaru forbade Yi and his companions from employing assassination tactics to gradually dismantle the bandits' ranks. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's signal, Nai and Bei Xingyi hesitated. Uncertainty etched on their faces. Noticing their reluctance, Orochimaru furrowed his brow but refrained from urging them onward. Fully aware that this was a rite of passage for all who graduated from the Ninja Academy, they must cultivate the ability to remain indifferent to bloodshed. In contrast to the hesitation exhibited by Nai and Bei Xingyi, Yi displayed remarkable decisiveness. Shortly after Orochimaru's signal, he fixated on a man who had stepped into a corner to relieve himself, brandishing a kunai as he charged toward his target. The muted thud of his footfalls on the sandy ground startled the man, who turned just in time to glimpse the kunai aimed at his throat. Enemy. As the man's eyes narrowed, his utterance of hostility was abruptly halted. A sharp kunai effortlessly pierced his throat, warm blood spraying across Yi's face. The warmth on his skin and the acrid scent of blood surged into his nostrils, provoking a wave of nausea. With his arm outstretched, Yi remained transfixed, gazing into the man's eyes, which brimmed with despair and hatred. A gurgle escaped the dying man's lips, his light gradually dimming. Yi's unwavering gaze remained fixed on the man's eyes until the spark of life vanished. Only then did he slowly withdraw the kunai, reaching up to wipe the blood from his face. This marked his first act of killing, witnessing a vibrant life extinguished by his own hand, yet he felt little guilt, as if he had callously slaughtered a chicken merely to sate his hunger. In truth, having witnessed numerous brutal scenes in his youth, he understood that some would brutally eliminate another for a mere piece of bread. He had pondered the notion that, given the right conditions, even cannibalism might arise. With a soft thud, the lifeless body crumpled to the ground, but Yi did not spare it a glance as he silently surged towards his next target. Hidden in the shadows, Orochimaru wore a satisfied smirk, while Nai and Bei Xingyi stood in stunned silence, observing Yi drenched in blood. Bei Xingyi trembled slightly, having never before encountered such a gruesome spectacle. Despite his mental preparations, the reality was overwhelming. Nai's gaze fell upon the fallen corpse. Its head turned towards her, and in the flickering firelight, The dim eyes seemed to still harbor a trace of resentment. Gritting her teeth, she hesitated, taking a single step forward, yet froze like a statue. Minutes passed as EZ dispatched several more foes, finally drawing the attention of the bandits. With a fierce roar, the outlaws poured forth from their lair. Upon seeing the forehead protector signifying a ninja adorning EZ's brow, they were momentarily taken aback, but the shock quickly receded, replaced by a wave of bravado. After all, he was merely a child. Just a little brat. What is there to fear? Bellowed a burly man wielding a spiked club. No sooner had he spoken than a kunai was thrust into his throat, his eyes widening in disbelief as he glanced down at the weapon's hilt, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. After dispatching the man with the club, Yeezy still felt invigorated. He retrieved another kunai from his pouch and charged into the fray like a wolf among sheep. After slashing a bandit's throat, he nimbly leapt back, narrowly evading a swinging iron rod. The sheer number of enemies posed a significant threat, and one wrong move could lead to disaster. Yet, even as the bloodlust surged within him, Yeezy retained his composure. After eliminating around 10 foes, he sensed his stamina waning and decisively leapt backwards, distancing himself from the encircling bandits. He glanced at the nearly 100 remaining foes, then shot a look towards the hiding spots of Jiao Xingni and Bei Xingyi, his brow furrowing in concern. In terms of personal prowess, Yeezy held absolute confidence in his ability to outshine any individual within the ranks of the counterfeit. However, the overwhelming numbers of his adversaries posed a significant challenge, as they could easily overpower quality with sheer quantity. This endeavor was not solely his to undertake. Seemingly sensing Yeezy's gaze, Jiao Xingni and Bei Xingyi finally recognized their purpose in this mission. Jiao Xingni, taking a decisive step forward, manifested her presence without hesitation, while Bei Xingyi lingered for a moment before slowly emerging from behind the building. The ground lay strewn with disarrayed corpses. Their lifeless forms sprawled haphazardly, as vivid crimson blood pooled into countless rivulets, meandering across the sandy earth before gradually seeping into the soil. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood. Initially, witnessing the formidable prowess of someone so young as Yeezy had instilled trepidation in the bandits, and the emergence of 2 additional figures caused their hearts to sink further. Even in death, I will take a few down with me, a bandit bellowed, inciting a wave of murderous intent among his companions. Devoid of humanity, they traversed the razor's edge each day, each bearing the weight of numerous lives taken, devoid of remorse, akin to the feelings Yeezy evoked in them when he claimed their kin. Suddenly, the ominous sky rumbled, lightning cleaving through the clouds, illuminating a multitude of grotesque faces. Yeezy surveyed the throng of over 100 bandits, disregarding the newly revealed Jiao Xingni and Bei Xingyi as he formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A searing fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward the mass of foes. As the blazing sphere approached, the previously surging confidence of the bandits dissipated, their expressions twisting from ferocity to sheer terror. With a thunderous explosion, the fireball detonated, accompanied by the cacophony of anguished screams, incinerating several bandits on the spot, the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Witnessing their comrades reduced to cinders within mere moments, Jiao Xingni and Bei Xingyi paled, while the remaining bandits were gripped by profound fear, their fleeting bravado crumbling. This cataclysmic fireball shattered their illusions of safety, prompting them to scatter in frantic disarray. What are you waiting for? Yeezy barked at the duo, brandishing his kunai as he charged towards the fleeing bandits. Jiao Xingni and Bei Xingyi exchanged a glance, suppressing their discomfort, and joined the slaughter. If they could not muster the courage to take lives, how could they claim the title of ninja? As thunder roared and lightning crackled in the sky, a torrential downpour commenced, extinguishing the flames ignited by the fireball. The noxious amalgam of burnt flesh, blood, and excrement filled the air, yet Yeezy remained unfazed, tilting his head slightly, eyes closed, expressionless as the frigid raindrops cascaded down his face, washing away the vivid blood. Nearby, cold corpses lay scattered around his feet. Jiao Xingni, gazing down at the kunai in her hand, noticed blood dripping steadily from its tip, a stark reminder of her first kill, which had once churned her stomach with nausea. Yet now, she felt no discomfort whatsoever. She tilted her head to gaze at the closed eyes of Yeezy, finding only the same indifference as the cold rain. An inexplicable chill surged from the depths of her heart, coursing through her limbs and causing an involuntary shiver, though she could not discern whether it was due to the piercing wind and rain. This is what it means to be a ninja. Bei Xingyi observed the multitude of lifeless bodies, his own form still trembling slightly. The mission had come to an end. Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, his hoarse voice announcing the conclusion of this undertaking. Is taking a life truly so difficult? As this question took root and flourished in the mind, one might feel lost and confused. When a precious life slips away from one's grasp, does the return gift manifest as guilt? It does not. Whether the blood that bursts forth from that body is warm or cold is inconsequential. What does it matter if the wails erupting from that mouth are filled with despair? What significance lies in the lingering hatred reflected in those eyes, and how does it concern oneself? Is life truly precious? The only life of value is one's own. With such thoughts in mind, Yeezy followed Orochimaru, resembling an emotionless automaton, relentlessly executing tasks, allowing the blood on his hands to grow ever more vivid, while simultaneously becoming increasingly powerful. Blood and fire have always been catalysts for rapid growth, both physically and mentally. Jiuxing Nai and Beixing Yi sensed this. Although the bonds forged through extended joint missions had deepened beyond their days at the Ninja Academy, they could feel that their companion, who once charged ahead, seemed to be creating a distance between them. A year later, amidst the fluttering cherry blossoms, 3 students who had graduated from the Ninja Academy became genin. After a year of shedding their youthful innocence amidst bloodshed, they could now be officially recognized as ninjas. Even during their downtime away from missions, Yeezy never ceased his training. It was this rigorous self-discipline, combined with his innate talent, that caused his growth to catch Orochimaru's attention at every moment, resulting in heightened scrutiny from the higher-ups of the Hokage. Rather than mere observation, it was akin to surveillance. Months prior, the increasingly formidable Yeezy had detected the Watchers. Although the Umbu did not underestimate him, exerting their utmost efforts to conceal and monitor him, he still managed to sense their presence. Yeezy even believed this was proof of his own strength, unaware that with his current abilities, it was impossible to detect the hidden Umbu. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, Yeezy chose not to question Orochimaru regarding this matter, as if oblivious to the Umbu's scrutiny. As he gradually integrated into the village of Konoha, he felt a twinge of unease. On this particular day, after training from dawn until noon, Yeezy could no longer endure the hunger gnawing at his stomach. After a brief freshening up, he stepped outside, intent on resolving his hunger. Orochimaru was out on business, and since taking on missions that yielded income, Yeezy seldom cooked for himself, usually opting for a nearby restaurant. It was midday, and the streets were sparsely populated as Yeezy walked, contemplating what to eat. Yeezy, a familiar voice suddenly called from behind, prompting him to stop and turn towards the source of the sound, nodding slightly as a gesture of greeting. Accustomed to the temperament of Yeezy, Beixing Yi remained unfazed as he approached her. With a hint of bashfulness, he ruffled his hair and spoke softly. Yeezy, I would like to invite you and Jiuxing Nai to dinner. Are you certain? Yeezy raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Beixing Yi. The latter's lips twitched slightly as he contemplated Yeezy's appetite, casting doubt on whether his wallet would suffice. Nevertheless, in order to have Jiuxing Nai join them, he resolved to nod with reluctance. With the prospect of a complimentary meal presented, Yeezy had no reason to decline and readily agreed. I happen to be quite hungry. How about barbecue? As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards the renowned barbecue establishment, which, unsurprisingly, boasted a hefty price. Upon hearing barbecue, Beixing Yi's heart skipped a beat. Following Yeezy's gaze to the most extravagant barbecue restaurant, his expression flickered with concern, and he hurriedly replied, it seems I might not have enough money. Shifting his gaze away from the pricey establishment, Yeezy turned and said nonchalantly, then let's choose another place. First, let us call Jiuxing Nai. Upon hearing Yeezy's words, Beixing Yi's spirits soared. He was not inherently stingy. It was simply that his funds were indeed insufficient. Fortunately, Yeezy had come to his rescue, sparing him from a dilemma. Moreover, inviting Jiuxing Nai was his most pressing desire. Lacking the courage to extend the invitation himself, how could he hope to capture Jiuxing Nai's interest? Even after a year of acquaintance, he remained oblivious to this simple truth. As Yeezy walked ahead, he shook his head slightly. He was well aware of Beixing Yi's feelings for Jiuxing Nai. During their downtime from missions, Beixing Yi would often enlist him as an excuse to invite her, effectively bolstering his own confidence. With Beixing Yi's disposition, there was little chance Jiuxing Nai would take an interest in him. Understanding this, Yeezy felt a twinge of pity for Beixing Yi. He had neither the inclination to play matchmaker nor the intention to clarify this to him. To Yeezy, if Beixing Yi were to recognize this truth and endeavor to change for Jiuxing Nai, only then would he be worthy of pursuing her. Arriving at Jiuxing Nai's doorstep, Beixing Yi, as was customary, positioned himself to the side while pushing Yeezy to the forefront, assigning the task of knocking to him. Really? Yi gazed at Bei Xingye, who was cowering to the side, shaking his head in exasperation. Just as he prepared to call out for Zhou Xingnai, his brow furrowed as he sensed several unusual presences nearby. They are not from Konoha, so then. In an instant, Yi's thoughts raced. However, upon detecting several concealed chakra signatures belonging to Konoha, he relaxed his brow and called out several times towards the house. Inside. Zhou Xingnai was momentarily taken aback by Yi's voice. After informing her relatives, she made her way to the door. Opening it to find Yi standing there alone. What is it? She asked, her tone brusque, as she had been preparing for dinner. In response to her inquiry, Yi replied nonchalantly, "We're having barbecue for lunch." A glimmer of surprise lit up Zhou Xingnai's eyes, and a smirk played on her lips as she posed the crucial question, "Are you treating?" Yi raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "Is that a possibility?" "I suppose so." "You are indeed a miser." Zhou Xingnai sighed, patting her forehead. "Where's Bei Xingye?" "I'm right here." Bei Xingye peeked out from the side, flashing a smile at Zhou Xingnai. Upon seeing this, she rolled her eyes and turned back to inform her uncle and the other man before following Yi onto the street. "Which barbecue restaurant shall we visit?" Yi inquired, glancing at Bei Xingye while his gaze drifted toward the most expensive barbecue establishment. Noticing this, Bei Xingye's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly pointed to a moderately priced barbecue place nearby, saying, "Let's go to this one. The flavors are quite delightful." "All right." Yi reluctantly withdrew his gaze, slightly disappointed. Observing from the side, Zhou Xingnai shook her head and remarked, "When will it be your turn to treat us to a meal, Yi?" Responding to such a remark from a girl, Yi swiftly delivered a playful hit to the back of Zhou Xingnai's head and bluntly replied, "I'm broke." This earned him a disapproving look from Zhou Xingnai as she watched him walk toward the barbecue restaurant. In truth, Yi's finances were quite strained. He needed to consume a substantial amount of food daily, and his earnings from missions barely sufficed. All his income went toward meals, leaving him unable to afford even a new piece of clothing, as he wore the old garments of Orochimaru. If Zhou Xingnai and Bei Xingye were a bit more observant, they would have noticed this predicament. Upon entering the barbecue restaurant, driven by a principle of not wasting food, Yi ordered 20 servings of barbecue. Neither Bei Xingye nor Zhou Xingnai was particularly surprised, having grown accustomed to his appetite, and even the waiter taking the order was unfazed, for Yi's reputation as a glutton had spread throughout the streets. Is 20 servings even enough? Under the watchful eyes of his companions and other patrons, Yi put on a live performance of his eating prowess, swiftly devouring the barbecue as though swept away by autumn winds. In less than 5 minutes, the table was left with only greasy empty plates. Bei Xingye stared at Yi in disbelief, a piece of meat slipping from his chopsticks and landing on the table. While Zhou Xingnai had already filled her plate with a sufficient portion, it seemed it was still not enough. Yi patted his belly, still feeling a twinge of hunger, his brow slightly furrowed. However, despite his lingering dissatisfaction, he had no intention of ordering more barbecue. As Bei Xingye was not one to squander money. With a sigh in his heart, he glanced at Zhou Xingnai, who was leisurely savoring her barbecue. Sensing Yi's gaze, Zhou Xingnai quickly pulled her plate back, warily regarding him with a wolf-like expression, and declared, "Don't expect me to share." TCH. Yi turned his head, not surprised by this outcome. At this moment, Bei Xingye, regaining his composure, trembled as he lifted a piece of roasted meat that had fallen onto the table and silently chewed it. After a brief moment, he swallowed the morsel and, taking advantage of this fleeting pause, calculated the contents of his wallet. With a feeling of despair, a forced smile crept upon his lips as he asked, "Do you still want more?" Upon hearing this, Yi's eyes brightened. Yet he wished not to burden Bei Xingye further and shook his head to indicate that it was unnecessary. Observing this, Bei Xingye discreetly exhaled in relief. He would not have reacted this way with anyone else. However, Yi's appetite resembled a bottomless pit, leaving one perpetually uncertain of how much he could consume. Although Yi declined, having only eaten 2 pieces of roasted meat, Bei Xingye felt too bashful to order more and found himself staring blankly at his plate, which held merely a small greasy remnant. Suddenly, a pair of chopsticks, clasping a piece of roasted meat, extended into his plate, depositing the morsel there. Turning his head, Bei Xingye saw Zhou Xingnai, who had shared half of her meat with him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Bei Xingye felt touched. "Hurry and eat, lest someone snatches it away," Zhou Xingnai remarked, casting a glance at Yi, who remained unfazed, resting his chin on his hand while gazing out the window. After their meal, Bei Xingye suggested a leisurely stroll through the cherry blossom district, to which Yi Zi and Jiao Xingnai readily agreed. It was the season of cherry blossoms, and the area, adorned with blooming trees, attracted many villagers. Pink petals danced in the breeze, filling the air with the distinctive fragrance of cherry blossoms. As Jiao Xingnai observed the swirling petals, she recalled that it was here, a year ago, she realized her heart did not genuinely yearn to become Hokage. Even now, the taunts laced with malice were inextricably tied to her vibrant red hair. Fortunately, her two companions had never shown disdain for her hair, not even the slightest hint. Gazing at Yi Zi, who appeared indifferent with his hands in his pockets, and Bei Xingye, whose cheerful demeanor always brightened when he glanced her way, Jiao Xingnai couldn't help but smile. As dusk approached, Bei Xingye reluctantly bid farewell to Jiao Xingnai and Yi Zi, departing first. Yi Zi watched Bei Xingye's elongated silhouette under the twilight and turned to Jiao Xingnai to inquire, "What are you planning to do?" "What do you mean?" Jiao Xingnai feigned ignorance in response. "Nothing." Yi Zi shook his head, turned, and waved goodbye as he walked away. Once Yi Zi's figure vanished around a corner, Jiao Xingnai let out a soft sigh. She was aware of Bei Xingye's affections for her, yet she harbored no feelings in return and wished for him to relinquish his hopes. However, considering Bei Xingye's nature, she felt somewhat helpless. Shaking her head to dismiss these troubling thoughts, she proceeded towards home. Around the corner, Yi Zi leaned against the wall, slightly tilting his head to watch Jiao Xingnai's retreating figure, contemplating whether he should quietly follow her. At noon, he sensed several ominous auras, specifically targeting Kikina. Although he could not fathom why anyone would set their sights on a mere genin like her, he felt compelled to inform Kikina or follow her discreetly for protection. Yet, the thought of those auras belonging to Konoha ninjas, coupled with the presence of Umbu covertly surveilling him, made him hesitate. Since there were already protectors in place, his intervention seemed futile. With that consideration, Yezi's inclination gradually leaned towards not pursuing her. He turned to take a step, yet found himself unable to take a second. However, what if something unforeseen were to occur? Halting in his tracks, Yezi's brow furrowed deeply. In the past, he would have remained indifferent. But why was he hesitating at this very moment? Was it merely because Kikina bore a slight resemblance to Yirue? A wave of frustration washed over him as he shook his head. He knew that his reluctance was indeed tied to Yirue, yet he was loath to admit it. For his ultimate aim was to depart from this place and return to Earth, thus he wished to sever ties with anyone here. But why was he unable to simply turn away? Damn it! After lingering in indecision for quite some time, Yezi silently cursed under his breath and stealthily made his way toward Kikina's residence. He could sense one of the Umbu monitoring him. Yet he found himself powerless to shake off their watchful gaze. Even if he possessed the capability, he could not afford to do so, especially since he lacked the strength to elude their scrutiny at this moment. Konoha village was vast, with the Hokage Rock as a prominent landmark, encircled by towering walls that enclosed a substantial area. Within those walls, aside from a densely populated residential zone, lay the Death Forest, illustrating that Konoha was a place of both prosperity and desolation, and Kikina's dwelling was situated in the latter. Upon arriving at Kikina's home, Yezi was met with the sight of several Konoha ninjas sprawled in a pool of blood. His expression shifted instantly as he conducted a brief assessment of the scene, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. The ninjas lay dead, their wounds numerous, with the fatal cut across their throats still warm, indicating that their demise was recent. Kikina, glancing towards the estate, he felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety when he failed to detect Kikina's presence. Without wasting a moment, he sprinted towards the nearest wall. There was no time to alert others, and he was certain that the Umbu, witnessing this scene, would abandon their surveillance to inform the Hokage. As expected, the instant he vaulted over the village wall, he could no longer sense the Umbu's presence. Once outside the village, Yezi floundered aimlessly like a headless chicken, lacking effective means of tracking. Even though the enemy had recently abducted Kikina, he could not ascertain which direction they had taken. His heart sank, and he felt a simmering rage building within him. If only he had not hesitated for so long. Clenching his fists tightly, his expression darkened to the point where it seemed he could wring water from it. A chilling murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he suddenly thought of Yirue, deepening the shadows on his face. The feeling of being unable to protect resonates like a heart being violently torn asunder, an excruciating sensation. If Orochimaru were present, he would surely be taken aback. Despite Ez having eliminated numerous foes during his missions, Orochimaru had never perceived even a hint of murderous intent within him until now. Just as Ez began to succumb to despair while searching for clues, A few strands of pure crimson hair caught his eye in the last rays of the setting sun. Those strands lay quietly, akin to a beacon of dawn amidst the night, radiantly brilliant. Upon seeing the hair, Yeezy's previously gloomy expression softened. He swiftly picked up the strands, inspecting them momentarily before confirming they belonged to Jioxing, which intensified the ferocity in his gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, he returned the strands to their original spot. Fortunately, his habit of carrying a ninja tool pouch allowed him to extract a kunai, which he inserted into the soil beside the hair, then rose to pursue the enemy ninja who had abducted Jioxing. He was not so arrogant as to believe he could rescue her single-handedly. Merely delaying the enemy would be a stroke of luck. Thus, the hair must remain as a guide for the pursuing leaf ninjas, and he could only leave behind a single kunai to mark the spot, avoiding more conspicuous signs along the way so as not to hinder his own speed. Who exactly is Jioxing? Having spent over a year together, Yeezy found it utterly perplexing that enemy ninjas would dare to infiltrate Konoha merely to abduct a girl who had recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. It was crucial to remember that, although the conflict had momentarily subsided, a single spark could reignite the flames of war. The only certainty was that Jioxing possessed some value that warranted such a significant risk from their adversaries. Searching for the strands of hair consumed precious time. But fortunately, Jioxing's hair was a vibrant red rather than black, making it somewhat easier to locate in the encroaching darkness. Nonetheless, after several hours of relentless pursuit, Yeezy still saw no sign of any individuals. If this continued, once the enemy crossed the border, there would be no turning back. Meanwhile, the Cloud Ninjas who had captured Jioxing advanced at full speed from the outset. However, Jioxing lacked the stamina and endurance to match theirs, and as they neared the border, she finally could bear it no longer. Useless, muttered the Cloud Ninja responsible for leading her, casting his gaze toward the tall figure ahead and inquiring, Lord Jiao Xiao, we have arrived here. Surely the Konoha ninjas cannot pursue us any longer. Should we reduce our speed? The ninja known as Jiao Xiao had a rugged visage, dark complexion, and a gruesome cross-shaped scar near his right eye. His demeanor was as cold as ice, exuding an extraordinary aura of severity at first glance. Upon hearing his subordinate's question, Jiao Xiao paused, realizing that the Konoha ninjas would likely be unable to catch up. And seeing that his three subordinates were also showing signs of fatigue after traveling at full speed for half a day, he acquiesced to their suggestion. He glanced at Jioxing, who hung her head as if she might collapse at any moment, and coldly commanded, slow down. We are nearing the border. Do not let your guard down. Understood. The three Cloud Shinobi relaxed their tense expressions. The rigorous pace of their journey had indeed taken a toll on them, especially on the physically and mentally weaker Kukina. Were it not for the unique physical attributes of the Uzumaki clan, anyone else might have succumbed to the strain. However, unbeknownst to them, a solitary wolf was hot on their heels. Half an hour later, the Cloud Shinobi, now walking at a leisurely pace, seemed to be meandering as if the arduous task was nearly accomplished, their vigilance waning significantly. Yet, the one bearing the grotesque cross-shaped scar, the raven, remained ever watchful. In stark contrast to the ease of the others, Kukina, whose consciousness was fading, was engulfed by despair. Who, save me? In her swaying vision, only the dimly lit path was visible, when suddenly, a vague figure emerged. Black hair, black eyes, merging with the night, both clear and indistinct. The figure flickering in the darkness, its face oscillating between sharp clarity and haziness, seemed so close yet remained indifferent. Yeah, gee. A glimmer of light quietly surfaced in Kukina's ashen eyes, her feeble voice trembled as it escaped her lips. Leave? The Cloud Shinobi, guiding Kukina, turned involuntarily at the faint whisper. Stop. At that moment, the raven at the forefront abruptly halted, hand reaching for the hilt of his blade, and swiftly turned to gaze behind. Realizing the raven's reaction, the other three understood that they were being pursued. Startled, they immediately scanned the darkened surroundings, catching sight of a figure leaping from the towering trees, akin to a divine warrior descending to the ground not far from them. One person? Or a mere child? Seeing that the pursuer was just a leaf genin, the three Cloud Shinobi exhaled a sigh of relief, having feared a horde of leaf ninjas were in pursuit. I've caught up. Yeji, slightly out of breath, called out to the familiar figure ahead. Kukina, are you all right? Unlike before, his voice was laced with genuine concern and urgency, a stark contrast to his usual emotional detachment. Upon hearing that familiar yet foreign voice, Kukina, believing she was witnessing an illusion, slowly turned her head and indeed beheld Yeji. Yeji. It seemed that the mere sight of him signified her salvation. Kukina's eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of joy crossing her dirt-streaked face. Do you think you were saved? The cold, indifferent voice that echoed in her ears ruthlessly shattered her hopes. The raven stepped over Kukina, fixing his gaze upon the murderous intent radiating from Yeji, and coldly remarked, "Your expression is rather intriguing. Since you dared to chase after us alone, I presume you were prepared to meet your demise?" As he spoke, the raven slowly drew forth his short blade, his demeanor transforming into one of chilling severity. "You will swiftly escort the target across the border. This child is mine to deal with. If all goes as expected, there will likely be more pursuers shortly." Understood. Although the reason for the owl's deliberate decision to hold back remains unclear, particularly in the face of a mere child, they adhered to the command, pulling Jiao Xingnai forward with resolute haste. Damn. Yizi's gaze was fixated on the short blade in the man's hand ahead, his expression grave. His intention was solely to delay the adversary. It would have been ideal if the opponent chose to leave one behind as a rear guard. However, in his contemplation, it was inconceivable that the strongest among them would be the one to remain behind solely due to the fact that the other was a child. Yet, paradoxically, it was indeed the strongest who had chosen to stay back. The short blade glimmering with a chilling edge under the moonlight filtering through the woods was to Yizi akin to the scythe of death. Undoubtedly, the fallen Konoha ninja had met their demise at this man's hands, each cut resulting in a swift, clean death. However, the Konoha ninjas bore numerous minor injuries before their deaths, indicating that this man's strikes had not yet reached a speed that rendered them unresponsive. Otherwise, he would not have opted for a stealthy ambush to slay them. There was no chance of victory. No, merely an exceedingly slim one. Yizi's expression darkened significantly. Being restrained by this man was one thing, but surviving his onslaught was already an arduous feat, making it impossible to prevent Jiao Xingnai from being taken away. Silently drawing a kunai and gripping it tightly, Yizi clenched his teeth, forcing his gaze away from the abducted Jiao Xingnai and instead fixating on the man who had begun to exude a palpable aura of murderous intent. The oppressive atmosphere thickening around him. The owl seemed to possess unwavering confidence, refraining from immediate action as he observed Yizi, whose breath had evened out. A glimmer of approval flickered in his eyes. The fact that this child could maintain such composure while closing the distance was a testament to his capabilities. As for age, it had never been a reliable indicator of strength. Regrettably, this potential prodigy from Konoha was still too youthful, and his reckless pursuit would come at a heavy price. Do you understand why I remain behind? The owl raised his arm slightly, his face etched with murderous intent. For I know that the others cannot contend with you. Alas, you have encountered me. Prepare to meet your end here. Just as he was about to strike, he halted abruptly as a swift figure descended beside Yizi. Captivated by the owl's presence, Yizi only noticed the fleeting figure as it arrived at his side. His heart raced. And just as he was about to launch an attack, the voice of the newcomer halted his impulse. Where is Jiao Xingnai? Minato's eyes, now fixed on the menacing owl, mirrored Yizi's gravity. A single glance revealed the formidable strength of the man before them. Another child. The owl furrowed his brow. It would have been manageable if the pursuing Konoha ninja had been A.J. Nin, but he was taken aback to find two children, both appearing quite formidable, in pursuit. Upon seeing Minato catch up, a flicker of joy lit Yizi's eyes. Pointing in a decisive manner, he declared, Jiao Xingnai is currently being held by 3 cloud ninjas. You must hurry and pursue them, while I will keep this man occupied. However, Swayman hesitated, doubting whether Yizi could contend with the man before them, and fearing that there was a significant chance he would be killed. Stop being so indecisive. If we delay even a moment longer, once Jiao Xingnai is taken out of the country, it will all be over. Seeing Swayman still so hesitant at this critical juncture, Yizi could not help but voice his anger. Upon hearing this, Swayman cast a deep glance at Yizi, determination flashing across his face. He could not betray the life-risking gamble made by Yizi. Thus, he resolved to rescue Jiao Xingnai. With his decision made, Swayman shot forth like an arrow, disregarding the presence of the owl, heading towards the direction where Jiao Xingnai was being taken away. Dare to ignore me. A flicker of rage crossed the owl's face. Surprised by Summon's speed, he swiftly moved to Summon's side, bringing his blade down with lethal precision. Yet, in the face of this deadly strike, Swayman did not even glance back. His eyes were solely fixed ahead. At that moment, Yizi positioned himself between the two, and with a resounding clash, the night erupted in sparks as Yizi wielded his kunai to block the fatal blow, while Swayman plunged into the darkness without a backward glance. Very well. Watching Swayman depart at such a rapid pace, a chilling malice emanated from the owl. Yi Zi's arm trembled, feeling the heavy force transmitted through the kunai. The short blade gleaming with a cold light, even pricking his skin slightly with pain. Such strength. Facing such a formidable opponent, perhaps even fleeing was a luxury. Why did I risk my life to confront such a powerful enemy? In the 29th year of Konoha, Yi Zi was discovered by Orochimaru in a deserted village in the Land of Water and brought back to Konoha. That same year, he enrolled in the Ninja Academy in Konoha. By the 32nd year of Konoha, Yi Zi graduated from the academy and became a student of Orochimaru. In the 33rd year of Konoha, on this very night, after having undertaken multiple B-rank missions with Orochimaru, Yi Zi encountered the most formidable adversary he had ever faced. With life distant and death imminent, as the night deepened, the call of the night owl grew closer, its haunting voice piercing the stillness. Under the moonlight, although the forest was shrouded in darkness, it was still sufficient to discern the flash of a blade descending from the sky, appearing and vanishing in an instant. Clang. The violent sound of metal echoed throughout the woods. Sparks flew, and a glimmer shone in Yi Zi's dark eyes. His grip on the kunai trembled slightly. Yet he stood firm as a rock. To retreat would mean the glimmering blade would mercilessly sever his throat. You can see my blade, quite impressive, but still insufficient. Deep within the owl's eyes lay a concealed apprehension, yet he seemed captivated by the thrill of impending slaughter against a genius. Amidst the relentless pressure, he would often utter a few words after Yi Zi successfully blocked his strikes, a stark contrast to his usual indifference. In response to the owl's taunts, Yi Zi maintained his silence, or rather, he lacked the strength to reply. As the owl had stated, he could perceive the owl's lightning-fast blade and the trajectory of its descent. However, despite years of arduous training that had endowed him with superior physical prowess compared to his peers, he could not rival a robust adult who equally relied on physical abilities. Thus, even though Yi Zi was able to perceive the onslaught of Zhou Xiao, his body could not support a counterattack. He could only struggle against the formidable force and thunderous speed of his opponent. He believed that his chances of victory were not entirely absent, albeit slim. However, from the moment the confrontation began, he realized how naive he had been. His once proud physical prowess was trampled, and his self-satisfied mastery of chakra proved ineffective. Faced with the relentless assault of his adversary, he could not even utilize ninjutsu, relying solely on his kunai to block the enemy's blades repeatedly. Ironically, his previously overlooked eyes became the key to his salvation in this dire moment. Clang, clang, clang. In the dimly lit forest, sporadic sparks flickered. This impudent boy. As Yi Zi deftly deflected yet another vicious attack, a flicker of wariness emerged in the depths of Zhou Xiao's gaze. Despite recognizing Yi Zi as a rare talent, he had underestimated him due to the disparity in their strengths. Initially, he had not exerted his full power. Although he continued to dominate Yi Zi, he was unable to inflict any significant harm. In yet another clash, Zhou Xiao pressed Yi Zi down with an unrelenting force, his gaze fixed intently on him. Brows slightly furrowed, he coldly remarked, "I have indeed underestimated you." Suddenly, under Yi Zi's astonished gaze, arcs of vibrant lightning danced across Zhou Xiao's entire form. Withdrawing his blade, he struck out. Amidst the flickering lightning, the edge of his weapon concealed a chilling intent to kill. Yi Zi's eyes widened in alarm as he instantly sensed a considerable surge in Zhou Xiao's speed. Die, little brat. The short blade, equally crackling with lightning, pierced through the kunai's defense, aiming straight for Yi Zi's throat. Within his field of vision, it seemed as though only the leaping arcs of lightning existed. A familiar sensation etched into the depths of his soul, overwhelming him in an instant. When had he encountered such an unbearable feeling? Time appeared to suspend at that moment. The singular experience of brushing against death surged back to him, accompanied by that agonizing sensation. No, the kunai could not intercept the suddenly accelerated blade in time. Yet there remained a distance between his body and the knife, ample enough for him to react. In a split second, Yi Zi shifted slightly to the right, and Zhou Xiao's determined strike merely pierced his collarbone, gritting his teeth against the pain. Yi Zi hurled his kunai at Zhou Xiao, while simultaneously delivering a kick to his abdomen. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Zi's timely reaction had allowed him to evade the lethal blade. Zhou Xiao, taken aback, barely had time to register this when he saw the kunai hurtling towards his face. He opted not to withdraw his weapon, aware of its sharpness. He attempted to pivot the hilt and sever Yi Zi's neck. As he turned his head to evade the kunai, he swiftly rotated his wrist, preparing to decapitate Yi Zi. However, before he could execute his plan, he felt a force strike his abdomen. Bang! Yi Zi's kick sent Zhou Xiao flying, the blade embedded in his collarbone propelled backward. Clutching the bleeding wound, Yi Zi's gaze transformed into something terrifying, mirroring a famished lone wolf that had finally spotted its elusive prey. Lightning release. In the piercing gaze, the fallen figure of the owl, still entwined with flickering arcs of lightning, reflected a chilling intensity. Could this truly be employed? Accompanied by a soft murmur, Yi Zi gradually lowered his head. As a thought emerged, he could distinctly sense the rhythmic pulsation of his cells throughout his body. So, it can indeed be utilized in this manner. The owl swiftly rose from the ground, an expression of cold menace upon its countenance. Although it had not met its demise with a single strike, the piercing of its collarbone rendered it incapable of withstanding the impending onslaught. Contemplating this, a flash of murderous intent flickered in the owl's eyes as it turned to gaze at the bowed Yi Zi, its icy visage suddenly stiffening in disbelief. What? It beheld an astonishing sight. The very wretch it had pierced was now enveloped in a cocoon of lightning. The faint crackling sounds, barely audible, resonated like spring thunder in the air. How could this be? Struggling to utter this incredulous statement, the owl's face was etched with disbelief. The crackling intensified. Reminiscent of 1,000 birds in flight, the delicate threads of lightning gradually thickening to the girth of a pinky finger, wreaking havoc in the surrounding air, piercing through it. Moments later, a slight acrid scent wafted through the atmosphere. A stinging sensation enveloped Yi Zi's entire being, prompting him to furrow his brow. He quickly realized that the overwhelming power of the lightning, a transformation of chakra, was scorching his cells and skin. Consciously, he endeavored to diminish the output of his chakra, allowing the once formidable lightning to revert to its gossamer form, continuously stimulating his cells without incinerating them due to excessive energy. The acrid aroma in the air alerted the owl to a realization. It observed the threads of lightning, mirroring its own, entwined around Yi Zi. Its eyes were filled with nothing but astonishment. The ability to manipulate chakra's nature to transform it into lightning, thus stimulating cells to undergo rapid division for the activation of the body, was not a skill possessed by everyone. Even among those adept in lightning techniques, only a select few could master such a proficiency, with the illustrious Raikage of the Cloud Village standing as a prime example. Yet here, before it, was this young boy from the Leaf Village, who, upon merely glimpsing a rough template, had managed to wield this power almost effortlessly. Such a reality was utterly astonishing. Yet the lingering acrid scent compelled the owl to acknowledge it. In the brief span of merely 10 breaths, the boy had attempted and utilized this technique, swiftly recognizing errors and making improvements to achieve an almost flawless execution. It was terrifying. With this thought, the owl's murderous intent surged dramatically. Such a junior was indeed formidable, destined to become a terrifying adversary. Now, this might be the only opportunity to eliminate him with ease. Stimulating cellular division could enhance speed, yet it required a substantial amount of chakra. As a mere child, his chakra reserves were likely limited, even if rapid attacks failed to slay him. Merely suppressing him until his chakra was depleted would suffice. The owl contemplated silently, at this moment genuinely regarding Yi Zi as a peer, approaching the confrontation with newfound seriousness. The precise number of leaf ninjas who would soon lend their support remained unknown. Aware that time was of the essence, the swift figure of Jiao Shao materialized before Yi Zi, his short blade entwined with electric light, aimed directly at Yi Zi's face. Yi Zi, with keen awareness, evaded the thrust by a mere sidestep. It seemed Jiao Shao had anticipated this move. As his strike missed, he swiftly rotated the hilt of his blade, directing its edge toward Yi Zi's throat in a horizontal slash. Even before the blade reached him, the fierce wind it generated grazed his neck. In his peripheral vision, Yi Zi caught a glimpse of the cold glint of steel. Instinctively, he lowered his head, narrowly escaping the deadly arc aimed at his throat. With a swift motion, he drew a kunai, targeting Jiao Zhao's wrist. The latter's eyes narrowed, and with remarkable speed, he kicked Yi Zi's wrist away, then pivoted, leveraging the twisting force of his waist to deliver a powerful strike aimed at Yi Zi's side, seemingly intent on cleaving him in two from shoulder to waist. The force of this blow was formidable. Reacting swiftly, Yi Zi adjusted his posture, drawing back his arm to precisely block the incoming strike with his kunai. Yet, the immense power transmitted through the blade caused a sharp pain to shoot through his wrist, furrowing his brow. Yi Zi recognized for the first time the disparity between the kunai and standard weaponry. Had he wielded a blade akin to Jiao Zhao's, even with less familiarity and technique, his superior reflexes and bodily coordination might have allowed him to defend against a master swordsman. Now, despite successfully parrying the onslaught of attacks, The strain on his wrist was steadily mounting. Could he truly not overcome his opponent, even with a body that kept pace with his reactions? The fleeting bitterness within him subsided as he forcefully pushed Zhao Zhao's blade away, only for the latter to immediately strike at Yi Zi's face with even greater speed. Yi Zi's expression shifted. He grounded himself, tilting his head back slightly and taking a quick step back. Slish! Blood splattered. A deep gash appeared on Yi Zi, stretching from his chest to his abdomen. Despite his timely reflexes and evasive maneuvers, he could not evade this strike. The metallic scent of blood permeated the stillness of the night. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Yi Zi staggered backward. The damage inflicted by this wound was sufficient to overwhelm him in the ensuing confrontation. How could he prevail? What must he do to achieve victory? A frenzied light flickered in his eyes as he fixated on Zhao Xiao and the bloodied short blade in his grasp. Faced with an adversary who had completely dominated him in every aspect, what path could he take to triumph? No, there was no chance of winning, none. The only advantage he could hope to gain was to use his own body to ensure a mutual demise. Could it truly come to this? Yi Zi's lips curled into a pale semblance of a smile, the madness in his gaze intensifying, alongside an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Victory. The hawk gazed coldly at the deep and lengthy gash across Yi Zi's chest, feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him. In that moment, he realized with a shudder that he had allowed himself to feel even the faintest hint of ease due to an attack that would determine victory or defeat, all for the sake of a mere child. He lifted his gaze slightly and inhaled deeply, having traversed the corpses of numerous formidable foes with nothing but a short blade. He had never felt this way before. A fleeting moment of palpitating anxiety brushed past him, as if it were but an illusion. Regardless, the only thing that mattered was to kill. The hawk paused for a moment, his body crackling with electric energy for several moments, causing the lightning threads dancing along his short blade to thicken. A faint hissing sound filled the air. In an instant, the hawk vanished, reappearing before Yi Zi, his speed fueled by the last remnants of chakra. He doubted that the gravely injured Yi Zi would be able to evade him this time. However, he was unaware that Yi Zi had no intention of dodging at all. The blue electric light shone as brightly as day, penetrating the frenzied depths of Yi Zi's eyes. The blade, entwined with lightning, easily pierced his left chest, where his heart resided. The sensation of the blade effortlessly penetrating flesh coursed from the knife into the hawk's palm. He was nearly pressed against Yi Zi's body, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Go to hell. The cold whisper drifted into Yi Zi's ears, causing his expression to twist slightly, his lips trembling. You shall be the one to go to hell. Suddenly, the hawk's face, once filled with delight, turned to stone as pain shot through his heart, igniting a moment of fear and disbelief. With no time to ponder the question swirling in his mind, he let out a howl and, with the last vestiges of his strength, kicked towards Yi Zi. Yi Zi was sent flying backward, the blade withdrawing from his body causing a secondary injury. The intense pain elicited a scream from him midair. Yet he clung to the kunai that had slipped from the hawk's heart. With a thud, his battered body collided with a tree trunk, lingering for a second before slowly sliding down, leaving behind a vivid streak of crimson blood on the bark. How was this possible? The strength within him ebbed away like a receding tide. The hawk glanced at the blood gushing from his left chest, and in the final moments before darkness consumed his vision, he beheld Yi Zi, head bowed, grasping the kunai while leaning against the tree. I cannot believe. In a situation I deemed certain victory, I have been dragged to hell by a mere child? The confusion in his eyes solidified in an instant as his robust body crashed heavily onto the grass, the vivid crimson staining the emerald blades beneath him. Yi Zi, with his head lowered, lifted his eyes forward, meeting the gaze of the hawk, whose face was etched with unwillingness and bewilderment, prompting an involuntary smile from him. My heart is not on the left side. I have triumphed. Blood continued to pour from his wound. With such an injury, even the strongest constitution would succumb to death in no time. Despite the ultimate outcome being his victory, he too would have to confront his demise. Feeling the gradual loss of strength and the debilitating fatigue clinging to his limbs like a parasite, Yi Zi could almost perceive the despair of the cells within his body and the waning of life itself. A profound sorrow surfaced on his face. I do not wish to die. I cannot die. I must not die. The specter of death drew ever closer, seemingly pressing upon the surrounding air, rendering each breath increasingly laborious. An overwhelming will to survive occupied every corner of his mind. I cannot die. I must not die. I shall not die. Slowly, Yi Zi lifted the bloodied kunai, suddenly gazing at his arm, his eyes shimmering with the last flicker of hope. There was nothing left to do but to try. Minutes passed, and Mizumoto rushed to the scene, cradling Jiuxing Nai in his arms. From a distance, they spotted Yizi leaning against a tree trunk, a wave of relief washing over them. Yet, at that moment, Yizi's lowered head suddenly tilted to one side. Witnessing this, Mizumoto and Jiuxing Nai felt their hearts plummet once more. Yizi, Yizi, Yizi. A familiar voice seemed to echo from the void, incessantly calling his name. It sounded like Yi Rue. Hearing that voice, Yizi was overcome with joy, abruptly turning his gaze toward its source. But his eyelids felt unbearably heavy, and he could only see in infinite darkness. He wished to cry out, but his lips remained sealed. He longed to move. Yet his limbs felt as heavy as lead. Despair enveloped him as he realized that the voice was fading, growing weaker and more distant until he sank into an abyss of darkness. Yizi, Yizi. Jiuxing Nai held Yizi's bloodied hand, tears streaming down her face. If Yizi had not come to rescue her, he would not have sustained such grievous injuries. If only she possessed medical ninjutsu. Beside them, after carefully assessing Yizi's condition, Mizumoto felt his heart sink. The initial joy upon discovering Yizi's faint pulse dissipated in an instant. Although the bleeding had begun to slow, the wounds were too severe. They needed to rush him back to the village for treatment. At this point, Mizumoto's expression darkened. They were nearing the border, and it was impossible to reach Konoha in time for medical care. If only one of them possessed medical ninjutsu. No, there has to be a way, right? Surely there is. Jiuxing Nai's heart stilled momentarily as she gazed at Mizumoto, who appeared utterly despondent. Mizumoto, meeting her forlorn eyes, bit his lip. If there was any hope left, it lay in the possibility that the pursuing Konoha ninjas included someone skilled in medical ninjutsu. However, that likelihood was slim, and even with a medical ninja, saving Yizi's life would not be a simple task. They could not afford to miss any opportunity. He turned his gaze toward a large tree, his mind resolute. Most of the villagers in Konoha were unaware that Jiuxing Nai was the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Consequently, after her abduction, the third Hokage did not mobilize a large force but instead dispatched numerous elite ninjas. As ninjas leaped through the forest at night, one white-haired youth paused, his ears perked at the distant commotion emanating from the southwest. Closest to the source of the sound, he swiftly ascended to the treetops. Under the silvery moonlight, he beheld a whirlwind of leaves swirling in the air not far to the southwest, his gaze sharpening with intrigue. Although the ostentatious display resembled a signal akin to smoke from a beacon, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he hastened toward that direction with unwavering vigilance. The nearby leaf ninjas quickly sensed the disturbance and instinctively moved toward it. As the silver-haired ninja arrived, he was first met with the overwhelming stench of blood. And then he laid eyes on his student, Minato. Jiraiya called out to Minato, and then turned to gaze at the bloodied Yeji, his expression shifting dramatically at the sight of such grievous wounds. Teacher. Upon realizing that Jiraiya was the one who had come, disappointment flickered in Minato's eyes. Mirrored by Kushina, who had not anticipated that the first to arrive would be the legendary Sannin, but not Tsunade. Jiraiya, perceptive to the fleeting disappointment in their gazes, managed a wry smile while surveying the frail Yeji, feeling utterly helpless. What kind of adversary had this child encountered? With this thought, Jiraiya examined Yeji's injuries, noting the surprisingly minimal blood loss from such extensive wounds, causing his brow to furrow. This phenomenon led him to the dire conclusion that Yeji's internal blood loss was far too severe, unaware that Yeji's body was actively clotting the wounds. With a hand on his chin, Jiraiya looked at the boy, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a young Orochimaru, and lamented, even if Tsunade were here, it is likely that there would be no hope. This statement struck Kushina and Minato like a thunderclap. How could this be? Kushina's eyes trembled, while Minato turned away, clenching his fists tightly. Had he chosen to remain at that moment, perhaps they could have swiftly pursued Kushina together and vanquished their foe. Their sorrow did not linger long, for a sharp, commanding shout pierced the air. Get away. They then witnessed Jiraiya being sent flying by a figure, letting out a pained cry before crashing into a large tree, breaking it upon impact. Idiot. Casting a glance at the airborne Jiraiya, Tsunade disregarded Minato and Kushina, immediately beginning to tend to the gravely injured Yeji. She could sense the flickering spark of life within him and, upon hearing Jiraiya's grim prognosis, unceremoniously kicked him away. You must not die so easily, kid. Tsunade's expression grew serious, her teeth clenched slightly as she focused intently on administering treatment to Yeji. Minato and Kushina, surprised by Tsunade's sudden arrival, dared not interrupt, instead standing quietly by, their hearts brimming with hope. This familiar feeling. After being kicked aside, Jiraiya shook his dizzy head and, upon rising, intended to unleash a tirade, but abruptly halted when he noticed Tsunade attending to Yeji. Is that child still salvageable? Jiraiya pondered. Cautiously approaching, oblivious to Yeji's unique constitution, which Tsunade, however, was well aware of. Moments later, another figure approached, the arrival of Orochimaru. Jiraiya gazed at him, astonished that the Sannin had converged in such a manner. Orochimaru leapt down from the tree, nodding slightly at Jiraiya before turning his gaze towards the bloodied Yeji. An icy glint flashing through his serpentine eyes. His attention abruptly shifted to the corpse lying nearby, the intensity of his gaze sharpening considerably. The name of the fallen, Yue, resonated in Jiraiya's mind, startling him. Caught up in Yezi's predicament upon his arrival, he had scarcely paid heed to the lifeless body. Yet, upon closer inspection, he recognized the corpse as indeed belonging to Wei, which left him momentarily astonished. The child had managed to slay Wei. A look of disbelief crossed Jiraiya's face. Humph. Orochimaru snorted softly, feeling an unexpected surprise as he withdrew his cold, blade-like gaze from Yue's corpse and redirected it towards Yezi, who was being treated by Tsunade. Jiraiya distinctly noted a flicker of anger in Orochimaru's eyes. Could it be that this normally indifferent man was capable of such emotion for someone? Sensei, is Yue truly formidable? Minato inquired softly from beside him. Jiraiya nodded, explaining, Yue is a special jonin from the hidden cloud village, proficient with blades. His physical prowess and speed are exceptionally formidable. He is indeed a troublesome adversary. Even a jonin could fall to his blade if caught off guard. After speaking, Jiraiya gazed contemplatively at Yezi, doubting that a mere chunin could contend with such a formidable opponent, no matter how gifted. As Yue's use of lightning release to enhance his physical capabilities rendered his blade nearly imperceptible, how had Yezi overcome such a foe? He glanced at Orochimaru, whose expression remained unyieldingly cold. Upon hearing Jiraiya's explanation, Minato grasped the true terror of Yezi's opponent. At that moment, Tsunade exhaled deeply, withdrawing her hand from Yezi's wound as the gentle green light gradually faded. Lady Tsunade, is Yezi? Kushina asked hopefully, her gaze fixed on Tsunade. He is out of immediate danger, but he must be returned to the village for further recuperation, Tsunade replied casually. A hint of perplexity in her eyes as she surveyed the significant injury on Yezi's left arm. That is such wonderful news. Kushina's tense form relaxed upon hearing that Yezi was no longer in peril, her gaze drifting to Tsunade's profile as a plan began to form in her mind. The sensation of approaching death felt akin to having the air in one's lungs abruptly squeezed away. The sudden onset of suffocation giving rise to a primal fear that gradually stripped away one's sense of touch, forcing one to experience the grimness of what was lost in an encroaching darkness. Such an ordeal was sufficient to endure once, yet Yezi had faced it twice. Not far from the ninja hospital, a cherry blossom tree was in full bloom, its delicate fragrance wafting through the air, drifting through the window to caress Yezi's nostrils. The morning sun shined warmly, albeit not blindingly, upon his pale visage, yet it could not penetrate the inky depths of his eyes. The choices made then had been flawed. Yezi gazed out at the sky beyond the window, his voice barely a whisper as he rebutted the unrest within his heart. How many times can one person flirt with death? How few times can one truly endure such a brush with mortality? Emerging from the depths of darkness, I listened to the familiar voices fading into the distance, feeling the encroaching dread that I could almost touch. I wandered through the endless blackness for an indeterminate duration until I finally discovered a solitary glimmer of light. It was akin to a drowning soul breaking free from the constraints of water, gasping for air with desperate longing. I had once believed I was on the brink of death, yet I survived, and thus began to harbor regrets. In that dark corridor, the voice of a loved one echoed behind me, while the light beckoned ahead. Should I succumb to death, everything would be lost. Yezi slowly clenched his fist, his obsidian eyes tinged with a faint chill. He had never been one to sacrifice for others, save for those closest to him. Yet, why, on that fateful night, had he chosen to step forth, nearly losing his life in the process? Suddenly, the door creaked open without warning. A girl with deep crimson hair entered, carrying a basket of fruit, flanked by two companions, Kisame and Beishinyi. Upon hearing the noise, the coldness in Yezi's gaze gradually softened as he turned to observe the newcomers. Kisame approached and placed the fruit basket on the table, her expression filled with concern as she regarded his pale visage, drained from excessive blood loss. Does the wound still hurt? She inquired. Almost healed, Yezi replied, deliberately avoiding her worried gaze, his tone calm. At that moment, Beishinyi leaned closer, his eyes scanning Yezi's pallid face. You truly frightened me. Even if training is necessary, there was no need to venture into such perilous territory. That day, upon learning of Yizi's injury, he had rushed to the hospital, only to find him swathed in bandages, resembling a mummy, lost in unconsciousness. A faint smile graced Yizi's lips as he chose not to respond. Upon awakening yesterday, Orochimaru had provided a brief explanation regarding the incident involving Kisame's abduction. He could sense that there was more beneath the surface. Knowing that the individuals and circumstances entwined in this affair were anything but simple, so complex that he dared not touch upon them. The invasion by hostile ninjas, the subsequent abduction of Kisame, and Yizi's grievous injuries in his attempt to rescue her culminated in an official narrative attributing his wounds to his own hubris in training within the forest of death, a misstep that nearly cost him his life. The true reason was meticulously concealed. He pondered that if he were to meet an untimely end, it might occur without any semblance of worth, unnoticed by the world. Yet, this mattered little to him. Having traversed the precipice of life and death, he gleaned much wisdom. The people of this world bore no ties to him. He did not belong here. Kisame stood quietly beside the sickbed, the sunlight streaming through the window enhancing the brilliance of his golden hair. He regarded Yizi, admiration glimmering in his deep blue eyes. His disposition was typically gentle, never one to quarrel, yet he had always possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities. However, since Yizi's arrival, he realized that competing with others was not an undesirable endeavor, especially when that individual surpassed him. Kisame picked up a red apple, smiling as he asked Yizi, "Would you like to have an apple?" But Beishingye's expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. Kisame's demeanor felt incongruous in that moment. Shuemin often paid attention to Jiao Xingnai and observed her warm words and smiles, which seemed to reveal some peculiar discovery, her expression slightly resembling that of Beishingye. Somewhat odd, Jiao Xingnai remained oblivious to the changes in the two. Had she noticed, she might have inadvertently crushed the apple in her hand. In the past, Yizi would have unreservedly pointed out Jiao Xingnai's pretense, articulating her character and the corresponding scenarios in a straightforward manner. However, now, a hint of coldness flickered in Yizi's eyes as she glanced at the vibrant red apple and, with perfectly measured tone, declined, "I am not hungry, thank you." Jiao Xingnai's arm, holding the apple, trembled slightly as she silently observed Yizi, whose demeanor remained unchanged, her brow furrowing slightly. That simple thank you seemed to awaken something within her. Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought, discarding the apple and retorting, "If you don't want it, fine. I was merely offering to peel it for you." Yizi offered a faint smile, turning her gaze towards the azure sky outside. Despite their similar appearances, their personalities were worlds apart. Once was enough to risk her life for such foolishness. Beishingye glanced at the composed Yizi and then at the somewhat irate Jiao Xingnai, momentarily at a loss for words. He sensed an underlying tension. The atmosphere of their usual interactions felt distinctly altered. "If there's nothing else, I wish to have some peace." For reasons unknown, Yizi felt an uncomfortable sensation, prompting her to issue an invitation to leave. Oh. Beishingye was taken aback, and upon regaining his senses, turned to Jiao Xingnai, who had a slight frown. After a moment, she stated, "Please rest well," and turned to leave. As Jiao Xingnai exited, Beishingye called after her, "Yizi, do take care of your health. I'll treat you to barbecue later." Yizi continued to gaze out the window, nodding gently in acknowledgement. Observing this, Beishingye followed Jiao Xingnai out, while Shui Min, sensing something amiss, politely greeted Yizi before exiting the ward. Soon, Yizi found herself alone in the room. The only support she had was herself. "Jiao Xingnai, wait for me." Beishingye waved and called out as he left the hospital. Reluctantly, Jiao Xingnai slowed her pace, waiting for Shui Min and Beishingye to catch up. Shui Min observed Jiao Xingnai's unusual behavior, his eyes reflecting curiosity. A team that had been together for over a year should not behave this way, especially considering Yizi's willingness to risk her life to save Jiao Xingnai. Why then had the atmosphere just now felt so peculiar? "Jiao Xingnai, don't you think Yizi is acting strangely?" Beishingye glanced at Shui Min, contemplating his thoughts before speaking candidly. "Who knows?" A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Jiao Xingnai's eyes as she waved her hand dismissively, responding impatiently. She had sensed Yizi's unusual coldness, reminiscent of their initial acquaintance, though well concealed beneath a calm facade. Why? Her confusion deepened, and the more she pondered, the more vexed she became. Having spent over a year in the company of Yizi, Beishingye is no fool. His perception is as keen as Jiao Xingnai's, and he too has discerned the coldness that Yizi has concealed deep within. Yet, that chill has long since dissipated during their time together. What, then, has transpired? Observing Jiao Xingnai's reluctance to delve further into this topic, Bei Xingyi wisely fell silent, pondering the events that had unfolded over the past few days. As an outsider, grasping the intricacies of this situation proved elusive. He gazed at Jiao Xingnai and smiled gently, having narrowly escaped death due to severe injuries. Yi Zi's recovery was astonishingly swift, taking only a week, and this remarkable resilience drew admiration from the medical ninjas in the hospital. The higher-ups, however, regarded the situation with a more complex perspective, considering what value Yi Zi's existence could represent. On the night of his discharge, Yi Zi received a short blade from Orochimaru. This blade, Yi Zi regarded it with a discerning eye, its hilt as dark as obsidian, measuring approximately 2 feet in length, glimmered with a chilling radiance. Just gazing upon it, one could sense the sharpness emanating from the blade, a stark reminder of the weapon that had once pierced his chest, the very dagger of the infamous Kyukyu. Orochimaru observed him and remarked nonchalantly, "This is your trophy." Yi Zi accepted the short blade in silence, nodding as he replied, "I was indeed in need of a weapon." In his battle against Kyukyu, he had acutely felt the disadvantage of lacking a suitable armament. This short blade, with its specifications perfectly tailored for a ninja, lightweight, sharp, and easily portable, could rightly be termed a ninja's weapon. Furthermore, it had the capability to channel chakra, making it a formidable instrument of lethality. A moment passed in silence between them, enveloping the room. After a considerable time, Orochimaru's distinctive raspy voice broke the stillness. "Share the specifics of that night." Many were eager to learn how Yi Zi had managed to slay the renowned Kyukyu of the Cloud Village, including Orochimaru himself, for it was a feat that defied reason. Had the opponent not been so proficient in taijutsu and swordsmanship, many could have accepted the outcome. Yet, Kyukyu was no ordinary foe, excelling in both martial arts and swordplay, enhanced by the utilization of lightning release to invigorate his body. Faced with such an adversary, how could Yi Zi, who had only been a genin for a little over a year, claim victory? Orochimaru's curiosity was piqued, for he was well aware of Yi Zi's capabilities. Under the scrutiny of Orochimaru's probing gaze, Yi Zi fell silent for a moment before a flicker of lightning began to dance across his skin. He extended his palm, observing the crackling energy swirling in his hand, and calmly stated, "At that moment, I believed we would perish together. I never anticipated surviving. Ultimately, I must learn to harness this body." Orochimaru fixed his gaze upon the lightning, his expression shifting slowly, as if he had begun to form a hypothesis. Yet he remained silent, awaiting further revelations. Yi Zi shifted his gaze from his palm to Orochimaru's face, continuing, "By harnessing the transformation of chakra's nature, I applied lightning to stimulate my body, thereby achieving the goal of revitalizing it, which in turn rendered my movements swifter and more agile. Initially, I was unaware of such an application. I merely observed that individual utilizing it and decided to attempt it myself, ultimately succeeding. It is precisely for this reason that I possess the means to perish alongside that individual." Yi Zi refrained from elaborating further. For Orochimaru was well aware of his own body, including the fact that his heart resided on the right side. Orochimaru's expression flickered slightly. He recognized that Yi Zi learned at an astonishing pace, even able to memorize his hand seals after just a single glance. Were it not for the absence of the Sharingan in Yi Zi's eyes, Orochimaru might have suspected that he possessed such ocular prowess, enabling him to discern his hand sign speed and commit the sequence to memory. Nevertheless, he never anticipated that Yi Zi's talent had reached such a terrifying zenith. The unknown is one of the chief barriers to human advancement, akin to a thick fog. To progress further, one must navigate through it slowly. Yet, in the face of uncertainty, Yi Zi burst forth like a blazing sun, violently tearing through the mist. Without the benefit of theoretical or practical knowledge, he was able to learn on the spot merely by observing the owl's use of lightning to enhance speed, and immediately implement it in practice. Intriguingly, the self-important Orochimaru felt a twinge of jealousy. The owl's defeat was not unwarranted. This prodigious talent was one of the reasons for victory, while another lay in the fact that Yi Zi's physique was unlike that of ordinary individuals. Generally, when a blade penetrates the heart, the human body retains a brief window to perform other actions, such as a dying counterattack. However, if the blade is entwined with lightning, the outcome is markedly different. Unbeknownst to the owl, Yi Zi's heart was on the right side. The moment the blade pierced his chest, the owl had already lost. Even so, in his final moments, the owl naively believed that Yi Zi would perish as well, unaware that Yi Zi's cellular vitality rivaled that of the Sinter clan. Orochimaru regarded Yi Zi with newfound seriousness, abruptly realizing that his previous attention had been woefully insufficient. "Will you be able to undertake a mission tomorrow?" he inquired. "Yes," Yi Zi replied softly. Orochimaru nodded, saying, "Rest then." With that, he rose and made his way toward the corridor, having resolved to elevate the intensity of the missions. Only in this manner could Yi accelerate his growth. Yi watched Orochimaru depart the room, gradually retracting his chakra and silently fixating on the short blade in hand. His eyes shrouded in darkness, lost in thought. Profound transformations often lie concealed within a multitude of subtle changes. Upon returning to the team, during the execution of several missions, Tsunade and Tsunade genuinely sensed the transition from vague to clear, from closeness to an unmistakable distance. The teammate named Yi began to emanate an elusive aura of exclusion. During the days of rest following missions, Yi, under the pretext of training, no longer joined Tsunade and Tsunade for meals. Opportunities for togetherness seemed limited to the execution of tasks. Orochimaru also took note of this phenomenon, yet he had no intention of altering it. For even though Yi began to distance himself from others, he never faltered in his duties during missions. In Orochimaru's eyes, regardless of the disintegration of the team, Yi was the most likely to survive. Even if the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki were to perish, as long as Yi remained unscathed, that sufficed. A man as serpentine as he, with a heart as cold as ice and an indifferent worldview, that is Orochimaru. On this day, the sky was shrouded in gloom. From morning until afternoon, the clouds swelled like fermenting dough, darkening to an inky blackness, pressing down upon the earth with a heavy aura, as if poised to unleash a torrential downpour at any moment. The thick, rolling clouds obscured the sunlight, casting a pall over the atmosphere that dampened spirits. The streets were nearly deserted, yet Yi paid it no mind, engaging in rigorous and monotonous physical training in a relatively secluded training ground. Suddenly, large raindrops began to fall, striking Yi's slightly tilted forehead and bursting into crystalline droplets. Soon, more and more of these sizable raindrops cascaded down, creating a blurred curtain of rain between heaven and earth. Thunder rumbled ominously, with flashes of lightning slithering like serpents through the dense clouds, occasionally tearing through the sky. The rain intensified, pressing down upon his shoulders, the droplets stinging against his exposed skin. For the Fire Country, known for its temperate climate, this deluge, after brewing for half a day, was a rarity not witnessed for years. Amidst the relentless downpour, Yi persevered, lifting massive stone dumbbells, sending sprays of mist into the air. The rain, accompanied by a biting chill, gradually seeped into his skin. He furrowed his brows slightly, but remained resolute in his training. This youth, on the brink of death multiple times, was becoming increasingly reckless. The intensity of the rain showed no signs of abating, prompting the villagers of Konoha to take refuge indoors, gazing out at the rare spectacle. They listened to the relentless sound of rain, unaware that amidst the storm, a young man persisted in his training, undeterred by the heavy rain. Feeling the weight of the dumbbells and the temperature dropping in his body, Yi gritted his teeth, discarding the weights and turning to continue within the confines of his courtyard. Through the hazy curtain of rain, he discerned a figure. Amidst the white, misty rain, a person stood, their presence discernible through the blurred cascade, a hint of deep crimson barely visible. Even amidst the torrential downpour, Yi could feel the gaze directed at him. A low, cold laugh escaped his lips, quickly drowned out by the roar of the rain. The tempest, the wind, the thunder. The rain was no mere coincidence. It had been brewing for a day. He had no desire to ponder when that person arrived or what thoughts occupied their mind. Raindrops clustered heavily upon him as Yi strode forward, and within moments, he clearly recognized the figure watching him from within the rain. Without pausing or casting a glance at the girl, he brushed past her amidst the pouring rain and rumbling thunder. Tsunade disregarded the water trickling from her hair into her eyes, striving to focus on Yi's pitch-black gaze. Yet, as that figure strode by, all she could discern was an abyss of darkness and an aura of indifference. In that fleeting moment of their encounter, she distinctly felt the usually faint air of rejection magnifying in the cold rain, chilling her to the bone, seeping into the very edges of her heart. It seemed he conveyed a message in this manner: halt. She bit her lip, her eyelids lowering to conceal the flicker of sorrow that had just emerged. The uncertainties born from that night occasionally resurfaced in her mind. What transpired? How had he changed so abruptly? The enigma deepened in the rain-soaked atmosphere. After more than a year of companionship, she had believed she understood him well, only to discover that perhaps he was not who she thought. Suddenly, Tsunade turned, her gaze piercing through the curtain of rain, her mouth slightly agape, yet a thorn lodged in her throat rendered her speechless. She could only silently watch as that figure disappeared into the rain. Her open eyes could no longer withstand the onslaught of the rain, blurring her vision. It felt as though the person who always arrived like the North Star to knock on her door was an illusion, as fragile as a bubble. If this were the case, why come to save me? Her muted voice was swiftly engulfed by the sound of the storm. The image of him leaning against a tree, head bowed, bloodied and battered, was deeply etched in Jiao Xingnai's memory, perhaps indelible. Alone in the rain, she stood with her arms wrapped around her shoulders, striving not to let the tears fall, even with the downpour offering some disguise. She simply did not comprehend how Yi Zi could have transformed in such a manner. Upon her arrival in Konoha, everything was unfamiliar. Strange people, an alien environment, and inexplicable malice. Thus, she began to deliberately disregard her surroundings, gradually resisting it all, until she began to cherish someone. Yet, this precious existence seemed to be slipping away inexplicably, leaving her in the dark regarding the reasons. The thunder rumbled. The sound of the storm surged. Rain poured into her ears. Suddenly, the incessant droplets above her ceased, as a resilient umbrella shielded her from the downpour. Jiao Xingnai looked up in bewilderment, only to see the umbrella. A warmth surged within her heart as she turned abruptly to face the figure holding it, only to behold the once despised gentle face. It was not him. Minato silently held the umbrella, his concern solely directed at Jiao Xingnai. Has no one ever told you that your gentleness resembles that of a woman? Jiao Xingnai murmured, as the large umbrella finally obstructed the cold that was gradually eroding her heart. Amidst the overwhelming sound of rain, Minato heard her soft voice clearly. He could only smile gently, saying nothing. In that moment, he gazed at Jiao Xingnai while pondering Yi Zi. He too was perplexed, just as both Xingai and Jiao Xingnai were. Following the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, the specter of conflict persisted, with no signs of abatement. Countless small nations and bloodlines existed as vassals among the 5 great nations, weak and unable to challenge the might of their larger counterparts. Yet their gaze turned toward other feeble entities. They engaged in devouring, plundering, and pure avarice. Regardless of the motivations, the strife between these minor states continued unabated, as if they embodied the relentless struggle for survival inherent in nature. Meanwhile, the great nations and ninja villages, focusing on recuperation and rejuvenations, observed the clashes among the small states with a facade of neutrality, while covertly allowing the ninja villages to undertake missions for profit. Konoha was no exception. The more perilous assignments were often sourced from the hands of these smaller nations, including tasks that involved the assassination of a nation's leader. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage tapped his index finger gently against a sheet of paper, lost in contemplation as he raised his gaze to the small team before him. Leading the group was his proud pupil, Orochimaru. Despite the team's exceptional performance of late, the prospect of undertaking a mission of near S-rank difficulty posed significant risks. His concern was not for Orochimaru, but rather for the promising juniors who had grown considerably. In a time of great rebuilding, new blood was of utmost importance. This generation had produced many outstanding individuals, with the likes of Yi Zi, Minato, and Kukina at the forefront. These were invaluable talents for Konoha. Although the village was in dire need of missions to generate profit, the preservation of talent also warranted careful consideration. After much deliberation, the third Hokage resolved against allowing Orochimaru's team to undertake this particular mission. After all, the squad comprised 2 prodigies, one of whom was a Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. Orochimaru, this mission is not suited for your team, the third Hokage spoke softly. A flicker of derision crossed Orochimaru's gaze as he replied coolly, Yi Zi excels in assassination. Kukina possesses remarkable sensory abilities, and Xingai's keen hearing can catch the faintest whispers. With me leading, what exactly makes us unsuitable? The third Hokage found himself momentarily at a loss for words, studying the impassive Orochimaru, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Orochimaru understood that the third Hokage prioritized the preservation of talent over the profit from a single mission. However, having been forged in the crucible of war since childhood, Orochimaru questioned whether a group that could not undertake even a non-fatal mission could truly be deemed talented. To him, death equated to failure, while life represented value. You underestimate them, Hokage, Orochimaru said with a chilling smile. The third Hokage cast a glance at Yi Zi and the others before turning his serious gaze back to Orochimaru. Are you serious? He inquired earnestly. Absolutely, Orochimaru responded without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage's tapping finger ceased abruptly, his expression growing stern as he fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru. I consent to you undertaking this mission. He refrained from articulating the remainder of his thoughts, knowing Orochimaru would grasp the underlying message. A slight smirk graced Orochimaru's lips as he accepted the mission details and departed the office with Yi Zi and the others. The third Hokage watched them leave, letting out a soft sigh. The man who has led his team to the demise of all his students. Will he be serious this time? Risk invariably accompanies reward. A ninja seeking rapid ascension recognizes that war is the swiftest path, albeit fraught with the highest peril of death. Do not let me down. The third Hokage murmured softly. Over this period, he had noted the increasing difficulty of the missions assigned to Orochimaru's team. In some inexplicable manner, he sensed that the usually indifferent Orochimaru harbored certain expectations, and those expectations likely pertained to a child reminiscent of Orochimaru's own youth. Could he be the second Orochimaru? The third Hokage shook his head slightly, recalling another prodigy, Minato Namikaze, regarding Orochimaru's acceptance of extraordinarily challenging missions. Yazi and the others had no objections, as Orochimaru had previously communicated his intentions to them, perhaps due to their trust in Orochimaru's capabilities. Even Bei Xingye harbored no fear regarding this mission. In truth, throughout numerous missions, Bei Xingye had not realized that he was no longer the person he once was. The task at hand involved the assassination of the ruler of the Land of Rain, and the pertinent details would be discussed en route. For now, preparations for departure were paramount. Orochimaru addressed the trio with a frigid demeanor. Upon hearing this, Yazi immediately turned towards the direction of their residence, while Zhou Xingnai and Bei Xingye followed suit. They were aware that they would be undertaking a challenging mission, yet they were oblivious to the fact that it involved traveling to a foreign land for an assassination. As competent ninjas, possessing geographical knowledge is essential. The Land of Rain lies nestled between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, while it may be referred to as a gap. It is significant in terms of geographical expanse, housing numerous smaller nations within that region. This time, the mission had been commissioned by the Land of Grass, which had long been suppressed by the Land of Rain. Following several battles, its disadvantage became increasingly pronounced, leading the Land of Grass to expend its dwindling resources to issue a mission to the Hidden Leaf Village, hoping to achieve victory through the assassination of the ruler of the Land of Rain. Generally speaking, assassinating a ruler does not guarantee victory in war. However, for the current state of the Land of Rain, the successful assassination of its ruler could indeed pave the way for the Land of Grass to claim victory. For the ruler of the Land of Rain is an exceptionally formidable figure. After adequately preparing for their journey, Orochimaru's team exited the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village. Along the way, Orochimaru detailed the sparse intelligence provided by the mission's issuer, highlighting that the Land of Rain possesses numerous ninjas and that the ruler himself boasts considerable strength. This information alone delineates the formidable nature of the mission. The Land of Grass is situated in the crevice between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, a territory not encompassed by the 5 great nations, adjacent to the Land of Rain. The two nations have been embroiled in conflict since their inception, and the Second Shinobi World War had significantly weakened both nations' powers. Being caught between great nations is an uncomfortable predicament. The only way to break free from this shackling is through conquest and growth, aspiring to one day wield power capable of contending with the 5 great nations. The Second Shinobi World War brought devastation, yet it also presented opportunities. In a time when the great nations were preoccupied, it became the prime moment for smaller nations to expand through annexation. After a long and arduous journey, Orochimaru's team arrived at the Grass Country's perimeter, surrounded by an abundance of foliage. As dusk began to fall, a ninja, adorned with a forehead protector, emerged from the fading light and commanded the halted Orochimaru and his companions. Halt. Orochimaru regarded the ninja with a frigid demeanor, stating, "We are ninjas from Konoha, here on behalf of your nation as commission. This is our token." With that, he produced a scroll, deliberately tossing it to the ground just in front of the ninja rather than throwing it directly at him. The ninja's body tensed as he swiftly inspected the scroll that had fallen, forming an unusual hand sign before deftly retrieving it with a spiked vine. Clutching the scroll, the ninja cautiously retreated a few paces, then unfurled it. After a brief moment of examination, he confirmed its authenticity and stowed it away, his previous hostility and vigilance noticeably diminishing. "You've kept us waiting, Konoha ninjas," he remarked, signaling to his companions hidden in the shadows. With a strained smile, he courteously invited, "Please, follow me." Orochimaru nodded slightly and followed the ninja, while Leaf and the others relaxed a fraction, obediently trailing behind him. The last rays of twilight swiftly vanished, and the night gradually enveloped the land. As they walked through the forest, Orochimaru's gaze intermittently scanned the darkness, easily detecting the concealed ninjas lurking within. The numbers were considerable. Has the ninja system of the Grass Country reached such a level of sophistication? Yet, despite this, they remain suppressed by the Grey Country, indicating that the ninja systems of smaller nations are rapidly evolving. A contemplative gleam flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Finally, as the silver moon hung high, Orochimaru's team entered the grass country, receiving a reception neither warm nor cold. Nevertheless, despite the ongoing war, the grass country had arranged food and lodging for them with due care. For the first time, lying in bed feels like a true blessing. After a hearty meal, Hashioru sprawled across the bed, a look of contentment on his face. Sukuna sat at the corner of the room, grumbling about being assigned to share a room with the entire team, though as a ninja, she found it somewhat bearable. We should rest early. Perhaps we'll be heading to the Grey Country first thing tomorrow. Sukuna dusted off her pillow. Indeed. Hashioru rose from the bed and glanced at Leaf, who stood silently by the window. What are you looking at, Leaf? He inquired. Hearing the question, Leaf slightly turned his head towards Hashioru, replying indifferently, nothing. Noting Leaf's cold tone, Hashioru sighed inwardly but maintained a smile. Then let us rest early. This mission is the most challenging our team has ever faced. We need to be well rested. Sukuna abruptly halted her actions of patting the pillow, staring at it in silence, while her peripheral vision remained on Leaf. Turning his gaze, Leaf looked out at the expanse of unfamiliar flora shrouded in the night, stating softly, I'm not tired. You all should rest first. I'll step outside for a bit. Upon finishing her words, she strode directly towards the door. Beishing Yi watched Yizi open the door and step outside, then turned to Jiuxing Nai, a look of despondency on her face. Take a break, Jiuxing Nai remarked nonchalantly, resuming her task of patting the pillow, seemingly intent on removing every speck of dust. Beishing Yi sighed, obediently lying back on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. In the land of grass, life coexists with nature, and the sounds of insects fill the night air, where one can immediately catch a whiff of rich fragrances upon stepping outside. Since the land of grass had not informed them of the restrictions on nighttime, wandering upon their arrival, Yizi, feeling unrestrained, began to explore while Orochimaru had yet to return. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air beside her. Unfazed, Yizi tilted her head slightly, only to see a shadow narrowly graze her neck before landing on the sandy ground. Illuminated by the light, it appeared to be a green, pointed dart, seemingly crafted from an unknown plant, resembling a senbon. Unperturbed by the unexpected ambush, Yizi turned her gaze towards a house entwined with vines. Who are you? I've never seen you before, a strikingly beautiful young woman on the rooftop inquired, her tone laced with suspicion and wariness. Yet, within the shadows, a glint of cunning flickered in her eyes. Yizi, oblivious to the mischief in the woman's gaze, assumed a misunderstanding and politely explained, I am a ninja from Konoha. She thought this clarification would suffice. However, the woman produced another green senbon, her voice cold as she challenged, How do I know whether you are genuine? In that moment, Yizi began to grasp that the woman was seemingly seeking confrontation. Her expression gradually hardened as she observed the woman's aggressive stance, choosing not to draw her blade, but merely to regard her with a frosty demeanor. I can understand your first ambush as a misunderstanding, but should you attack again, even if this is your territory, I will not hold back. Hee. Under the bright moonlight, the girl remained unfazed by Yizi's chilling tone, her laughter brimming with combativeness, her intent to attack even more pronounced. This display did not escape Yizi's notice. Her right hand had already reached for the short blade hanging at her waist, poised to retaliate. Were this not the land of grass, she would have launched an immediate counterattack at the moment of her assailant's choice to strike. Yizi tilted her head back, fixated on the girl, her dark eyes simmering with a trace of murderous intent. If anyone posed a threat to him, he would disregard all other factors and focus solely on eliminating the danger. I have long wished to see just how formidable the ninjas of the great nations truly are. The girl drew several deep green senbon from her specialized ninja tool pouch, glinting under the moonlight. Do not say I did not warn you, Konoha ninja. This dart is poisonous. As her melodious voice echoed, the girl atop the rooftop suddenly transformed into a flurry of fireflies, drifting gracefully through the air. And I am poisonous as well. Astonished by the sudden transformation of the girl into a swarm of fireflies, a low, cold voice resonated beside him. The girl had quietly appeared behind him, her presence unnoticed until now. Yizi's expression shifted subtly as his hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of his blade, only to hesitate for an instant, halted by a delicate hand pressing gently onto his palm, exerting an unyielding force that rendered him immobile. This girl. Surprise flickered in Yizi's eyes as his left hand swiftly formed a hand seal. You have lost, ninja of Konoha, she chimed, her laughter ringing clear and triumphant. She nestled against his shoulder, one hand restraining his weapon-drawing hand while the other brandished a green kunai against his throat, her soft lips brushing lightly against his ear. Yi maintained a stoic demeanor, poised to complete his hand seal when a sharp reprimand interrupted the moment. Yin Yi, cease at once. A middle-aged man with hair mirroring Yin Ye's stormed forward, his visage filled with fury. At that instant, Yi halted his hand movements, silently observing the newcomer. He contemplated. Thank this man for saving you, Navi-1. Despite the warmth of the girl's presence and her apparent lack of malice, he resolved to act decisively should he regain the upper hand. Oh, Yin Yi pouted, obediently releasing her grip and stepping back a few paces. The middle-aged man glared at her before casting an apologetic glance at the impassive Yi. I apologize, my daughter can be quite mischievous. Please understand this was not an action prompted by any instruction. Yi nodded curtly, responding coldly, may I take my leave? Of course, it is your prerogative. The man replied with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Yi turned to depart. At that moment, the girl inquired, Hey, ninja of Konoha, what is your name? Yi paused, contemplating for a moment before responding coolly, Yi, and continued on his way without looking back. Yin Yi watched his retreating figure, giggling. I am Fong Jian Yin Yi. Remember this name, for it is the name that defeated you. I shall not forget you, for you are the first great ninja I have vanquished. Fong Jian Yin Yi, was it? Yi chose to disregard her somewhat childish boast. In truth, her prowess might rival that of Jiao Xingnai. Had she not been so innocent, she could have easily turned the tide. Once Yi had departed, the middle-aged man, without warning, raised his hand to swat Yin Ye's head. She nimbly evaded the strike, leaving the man to awkwardly retract his hand. Do you wish to court death? He scolded. Yin Yi rolled her eyes and retorted, Is this how you speak to your own daughter? The man fell silent, utterly at a loss with her. Yin Yi chuckled, stretching lazily and yawning before nonchalantly stating, Father, it seems the ninja of Konoha are not so formidable after all. I had forewarned him. Yet that lad was still subdued in a single move. If I had wished, I could have easily slain him just now. The middle-aged man tapped his forehead and remarked as if he were older than the others. He glanced in the direction where Yi had departed and said solemnly, Do not underestimate the world. That individual just now, had I not intervened to halt you, the hand seals he would have formed are unknown. Hand seals? Yin Yi exclaimed in surprise, then shot a glare at his father, saying, I had him subdued with one hand. How could he possibly form hand seals? Father, you are trying to frighten me again. The middle-aged man fell silent, and after a moment, he spoke earnestly, One-handed hand seals. Perhaps my experience is limited, but among those I have faced, none have ever performed hand seals with one hand. Seeing his father's grave demeanor, the smile on Yin Ye's face gradually faded. Tilting his head, he pondered the possibility of one-handed hand seals. However, after a brief moment, as if a realization struck him, he suddenly shouted, Then that means it doesn't count. What doesn't count? The middle-aged man failed to grasp what Yin Yi was referring to. The earlier encounter. Yin Yi puffed his cheeks out like an irate pufferfish. I must go find him again. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, decisively slapped his palm towards Yin Ye's head. Yin Yi leaned back and effortlessly dodged the blow, causing his father to awkwardly retract his hand. Casting a disdainful glance at his father, Yin Yi languidly remarked, Father, please refrain from such childish behavior next time. Meanwhile, after delivering the intelligence, Orochimaru returned to the residence arranged in the land of grass. On his way back, he deliberately chose a route that was neither the shortest nor the longest, navigating between intention and chance. Throughout the journey, he observed the many peculiar plants cultivated in the land of grass. Some of these plants bore clear signs of human management, while others were left to grow wild. It was evident that the tended plants must possess some utility, such as toxicity. In comparison to biological toxins, some plant toxins might be equally formidable. Orochimaru, who was adept in the use of snake venom, had not devoted excessive energy to toxins, as his team included Tsunade, a master of poisons. Nonetheless, his interest in toxins persisted, particularly regarding the potential applications of these plants. If the opportunity arose, a keen interest flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. He began to take an interest in these small nations, which, having survived amidst the cracks between larger powers, must possess something extraordinary. At dawn the following day, Orochimaru's team set forth towards the land of rain, accompanied by the guide, a father and daughter duo whom Yi had encountered the previous night, Shun Mu and Yin Yi. Upon seeing Yi, Yin Ye's eyes sparkled with eagerness, and had it not been for Shin Mu's fierce glare, she might have approached Yi for a challenge. embodying the essence of a battle enthusiast. Throughout the journey, Yin Yi was distracted, her gaze fervently fixed on Yi Zi, while he remained oblivious to this peculiar attention. This unusual behavior caught the notice of Jiao Xingnai and Bei Xingyi, who secretly observed Yi Zi and Yin Yi. Even surmising that this phenomenon was triggered by events that transpired the previous night during Yi Zi's outing, and indeed, they were correct. Confronted with a rather blatant provocation from Yin Yi, Yi Zi found himself both indifferent and helpless. He was perplexed, despite Yin Yi being a fervent combat enthusiast. Her attention seemed fixated on him rather than on the female ninja, Jiao Xingnai. Unbeknownst to him, Yin Yi's fixation stemmed from the fact that he was the first significant ninja she had encountered in battle. At their current pace, they should reach the Grey Country's perimeter by the hour of the dog. Shen Mu gazed ahead, communicating with Orochimaru, who was leaping in synchrony beside him. Orochimaru nodded slightly, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Yin Yi, who exhibited a complete lack of seriousness regarding this mission, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction that Shen Mu easily discerned. Noticing this, Shen Mu managed a faint, bitter smile. This mission was of great importance, particularly for Yin Yi, who had never before engaged in a task of such difficulty. It represented a crucial trial that could profoundly transform her attitude. He had exerted considerable effort to include her, yet he never anticipated that, on the eve of their mission, Yin Yi would deliberately challenge Yi Zi, and to make matters worse, she had not achieved a complete victory, leading to her rather frivolous demeanor this morning, which displeased Orochimaru. As fellow task executors, distrust was an exceedingly perilous destabilizing factor. Orochimaru recognized this truth, while he acknowledged Shen Mu's capabilities. He did not share the same confidence in Yin Yi, who appeared to be treating the endeavor as mere amusement. Shen Mu understood this as well, and thus, amidst his bitter smile, he contemplated how to swiftly demonstrate Yin Yi's value to Orochimaru, hoping to alleviate the latter's skepticism. The trees on either side rushed past as Shen Mu, with a slightly grave expression, contemplated for a long time before deciding to have Yin Yi lead the way. Tasked with eliminating the first critical dark sentries of the Grey Country, they traveled in silence until nightfall, when the waning moon ascended into the sky. At last, Orochimaru's team arrived at the predetermined location, a safe distance from the Grey Country's dark sentries, allowing for a brief respite. Although they were still quite far from the numerous sentries scattered throughout the Grey Country, lighting a fire at night remained an unwise choice. Each individual sought a suitable spot to sit, taking a moment to rest and consume some rations to replenish their energy. Shen Mu and Orochimaru utilized the faint moonlight to examine a map detailing the distribution of the dark sentries, cross-referencing it with the terrain to ascertain the approximate locations of the sentries. The accuracy of this intelligence map was not absolute, serving only as a reference, as many sentry locations remained unmarked. Only 7 fixed sentries could be definitively identified, while the number of uncharted sentries was estimated to be around 30. Shen Mu pointed to the 7 circular points distinguished by color. Orochimaru scrutinized the rudimentary terrain map, his gaze particularly drifting between the circles connected by dashed lines. After a considerable pause, a glint of insight flashed in his eyes as he pointed to the right side of the map, where the distribution of sentries appeared denser, and stated in a low voice, "Let this point be our breach. It represents the weakest link connecting the fixed sentries." Shen Mu was momentarily taken aback, observing that this particular point on the map was evidently the most challenging to breach, yet he could not fathom why Orochimaru would choose it. By this time, Yi Zi and the others, having rested enough, had also gathered around. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Yin Yi clenched her fist, her excitement barely contained as she exclaimed, "Now this is intriguing." Orochimaru cast a cold glance her way before redirecting his attention to his students, who wore expressions of contemplation, as if gleaning some understanding. Upon closer inspection, the rudimentary terrain map depicted a network of concealed observation posts centered around 7 fixed sentinels, forming a tightly woven web of vigilance. While the intelligence report illustrated this layout, it did not provide a precise understanding of the time it took for messages to be relayed between these posts. Thus, any attempt to disturb even the slightest point of this web could potentially unravel the entire operation. The choice to approach the most formidable-looking entrance on the right side stemmed from its distance from the fixed sentinels. However, in the context of an assassination mission, one must mentally prepare for the inevitable confrontation with numerous adversaries after the task is accomplished. The sole distinction lies in the fact that if a sentinel is neutralized even a second sooner, it may afford the operatives that much more time to execute their mission, time that could prove crucial for a timely retreat. Shen Mu was the first to awaken to this reality. Nodding in comprehension, To put it succinctly, infiltrating the enemy's stronghold to assassinate the sovereign was akin to embarking on a perilous journey from which there was no return. The notion of stealthily entering and effortlessly eliminating the target was utterly unrealistic, regardless of the circumstances. One would inevitably face a multitude of foes following the success of the mission. This was a task that permitted no second chances. The time to be gained in the initial stage was not merely to enhance the likelihood of mission success, but rather to bolster the assurance of a safe return. Long before the mission commenced, Orochimaru had developed a general understanding of Shinmu and Yin-Ye's capabilities. He turned to Shinmu and remarked, "I happen to have individuals with strong reconnaissance abilities in my team. They will be responsible for identifying the locations of the sentinels. After which the task will be entrusted to you." Shinmu nodded gravely, suddenly casting a serious glance at Yin-Ye. When it comes to employing lethal poison to silently eliminate enemies, Yin-Ye excels beyond me. His words bore no hint of recommendation, merely stating a fact. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow in surprise at Yin-Ye's exuberant demeanor, contemplating silently. His trust in Yin-Ye was virtually non-existent, particularly given her current state, which hardly inspired confidence. "Allow me." Yin-Ye interjected excitedly, raising her hand with palpable enthusiasm, as if brimming with conviction. Can she truly manage it? Orochimaru did not respond to Yin-Ye, but instead fixated on Shinmu. Before Shinmu could articulate a thought, Yin-Ye earnestly turned to Orochimaru, her voice filled with determination. "I can do it." Shinmu, witnessing this, rubbed his forehead in exasperation, struggling to assert that Yin-Ye was indeed capable of undertaking this task. "Orochimaru." "She might just be able to," interjected Yi, prompting astonished glances from the others present. Zhou Xingnai and Bei Xingyi exchanged looks with Yi and then with Yin-Ye, realizing that they were more inclined to support Shinmu for this critical mission, as it represented the most pivotal step of all. Having just spoken, Yi cast a sharp gaze towards Yin-Ye and solemnly remarked, "Silently eliminating the lookout may afford us the precious time needed for a timely retreat. Should our mission falter, you shall perish here, in the realm of assassination." Yi considered himself no less adept than Yin-Ye. However, executing a swift assassination would inevitably create some disturbance, especially when entangled with thunder and lightning. The crackling light would serve as a beacon in the dark, thus he could not bear the weight of this critical task. Yin-Ye's initial excitement gradually subsided as she regarded Yi with a changing expression. After a brief moment, she became earnest and stated, "I understand. If the mission fails, I shall not return alive." The silent Orochimaru smirked slightly upon hearing this. The assurance of her life was sufficient to instill a preliminary trust in Yin-Ye. Shinmaku, witnessing Yin-Ye's declaration, felt no trepidation. Apart from a sense of helplessness regarding her demeanor, he held unwavering confidence in her abilities. She was the rising star of our grass shinobi. Just wait, one day. Shinmaku mused silently. In the stillness of the night, a lethal intent brewed unnoticed, gradually surfacing with the passage of time. Zhou Xingnai, with closed eyes, concentrated on the flow of chakra feedback. Not far from her, Bei Xingyi was intently listening to something. Moments later, he turned his gaze and shook his head at Orochimaru. Beneath the seemingly tranquil forest, chaos lurked. A cacophony of sounds severely disrupted Bei Xingyi's concentration. Orochimaru nodded slightly, silently observing Zhou Xingnai as he patiently awaited the outcome. After a considerable time, Zhou Xingnai slowly opened her eyes. She had discerned the position of the lookout and nodded at Orochimaru. The mission begins. The murderous intent lurking in the dark night remained unknown to all. The occasional screech of an owl resonated through the night sky, prompting the hidden lookout to instinctively turn their head and perk their ears. Yet, in the next instant, they fell back into their habitual, fleeting state of alertness. Accustomed to the owl's restless cries, they were equally familiar with the brief moments of relaxation that barely lasted a breath. A gentle breeze, carrying a faint fragrance, brushed against them, and in that moment of laxity, even as they sensed something amiss, the lookout, concealed securely, could not react in time. They felt no pain. Only the realization that their entire body was unresponsive, unable to lift even a finger, nor could they open their mouth even a fraction. The lookout's eyes widened in terror, the pupils frantically darting about. They had commanded a loud outcry, yet the night remained eerily silent. Soon, breathing became increasingly laborious, the sweet scent fading away as if retreating from them, and darkness swiftly enveloped them. Yin-Ye carefully positioned the body with deliberate slowness before silently moving towards the next lookout. Those observing from a distance, including Orochimaru, were witnessing the terrifying side of the once lively girl for the first time. "What a fearsome poison," Bei Xingyu murmured timidly. He distinctly witnessed Yin plunging a needle-like object into the target's nape. Within a mere 10 seconds, the target quietly succumbed, not uttering a single sound. Jiao Xingna was equally astonished by the potency of the poison, already resolving to return to Konoha to inform Tsunade of this occurrence. Only Yizi's expression turned grim. For the object that caused the sentry's demise was none other than the Senbon that Yan Yi had shot at him the previous night, revealing that it harbored such a fierce toxin. Shenmu, initially feeling a sense of pride at the astonishment of the onlookers, soon sensed trouble upon observing Yizi's troubled countenance, for it was this very weapon that had been used to assault Yizi. This could spell disaster. Shenmu gently rubbed his forehead, a bitter expression adorning his features. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Yin skillfully and silently eliminated one sentry after another. Although the effects of the unknown poison were substantial, they were complemented by Yin's exceptional close-quarters techniques. It was unexpected to discover such talent among the grass ninjas. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with keen interest. He perceived that, at such a tender age, Yin possessed such refined skills, marking him as a natural-born assassin. Given time, once he reached his zenith, he would become a figure notorious enough to warrant extermination. Alas, Orochimaru's lips curled into a smirk, for in this era, individuals like him were ill-fitted for survival. After dispatching the sentries, the group hurriedly made their way to the Lord of the Land of Grey's residence without raising any suspicion. Unbeknownst to them, dark clouds obscured the moon, and the temperature abruptly dropped. As they sped through the night, Yizi glanced up at the sky. A familiar sentiment flickering in his eyes, it seemed that after embarking on a path of murder, only the oppressive skies before a torrential downpour would be etched in memory. A moment forever marked by bloodied palms. The fragility of human life. After stealthily traversing the terrain and eliminating those who posed an obstacle, the group finally arrived at the Lord's dwelling with remarkable ease. Upon reaching the exterior of the residence, the members exchanged glances and swiftly scaled the wall into the courtyard. Just then, a multitude of shurikens sliced through the air, aimed at Yizi and his companions who had just landed. Discovered? There was no time for astonishment as Yizi deftly evaded the rain of shuriken. Earth release, HK swamp. As soon as they touched down, several cold voices echoed, and the ground transformed into a swampy mire. In mere moments, the legs of those who had dodged the shuriken were ensnared in the muck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As if part of a premeditated scheme, shuriken affixed with explosive tags descended upon the group. The flames and white smoke igniting at their tails like a countdown from death itself. Yizi had no time to spare for anything else, swiftly forming hand seals. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions enveloped the entire courtyard in an instant. Such a cacophony attracted the attention of everyone within the Land of Grey. The once quiet city erupted into chaos. An attack? The vigilant soldiers on night watch gazed toward the direction of the explosions, their faces pale with terror, for it was unmistakably the Lord's estate. Meanwhile, the ninjas responsible for the perimeter security looked on in horror at the commotion caused by the explosions. Their expressions drained of color. Inside the Lord's residence, on the pavilion, a middle-aged man clad in a tight-fitting combat attire stared coldly at the courtyard below, shrouded in thick smoke. This man was none other than the ruler of the Land of Ash, Huabara. Konoha's ninja, is it? Beside him, a stout middle-aged man with a grave expression coldly remarked, "It is one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, Orochimaru." This individual prominently sported an Iwagakure headband, and beside him stood 3 youths, around 11 or 12 years of age. Huabara, judging the intruders by their attire, was less discerning than the Iwagakure ninja. Upon hearing the name Orochimaru, even the most composed among them could not suppress a flicker of alarm. Are we certain? Huabara's voice trembled slightly. After all, they were facing one of the most renowned Sannin. Tsuchiya Sanza remained impassive, replying in a low voice, "As long as it is not Konoha's White Fang, I can ensure your safety. Diane, Dike, Wohana, protect him." Yes. The 3 youths responded in unison, surrounding Huabara in a defensive posture, their expressions grave. Tsuchiya Sanza leapt down from the loft, burdened by a heavy heart. Although they had gained the element of surprise, their opponent was Orochimaru, and this mission would likely not be a simple one. A tinge of regret flickered within him. He shouldn't have brought his students along for this task, especially considering the vulnerability of those 3. However, he quickly dispelled such thoughts, eliminating any distractions that could impede their battle. The smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated. The ambushing ninjas focused intently on the courtyard. There were no bodies in sight. Once the smoke cleared, only scorched earth remained. Had the ambush failed? Tsuchiya Sanza coldly scrutinized the vast courtyard, raising his arm to signal the surrounding ninjas to remain vigilant. His nose twitched slightly as he caught a whiff of a mingled scent of char and blood, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Move," he commanded, determined to give Orochimaru and his entourage no respite. At his command, numerous enemy ninjas transformed into shadows, leaping over the high walls under the cover of night. Outside the walls, Hokusai Yura clutched his mangled right leg, a visage of pain etched across his face. When Kikina contemplated healing him, her expression shifted as she noticed the enemy ninjas descending from the wall. During this meticulously orchestrated ambush, Yeji, Kikina, and Yin Yin evaded the attack thanks to their quick reflexes. But Hokusai Yoru and Shinmiku were not so fortunate. Both suffered severe injuries to their legs, not due to a lack of physical prowess, but rather their slower reactions. Orochimaru's icy gaze swept over the pursuing enemies, immediately suspecting that this ambush might stem from a leak of information. However, there was no time to ponder further. He glanced at the incapacitated Shinmiku and Hokusai Yoru, his brow furrowing deeply. At this moment, the assassination mission had reached its most critical juncture, surrounded and with injured teammates. Generally, abandoning wounded allies would be the wisest choice, and he found himself contemplating this option. Suddenly, the pursuing enemies spotted the injured Shinmiku and Hokusai Yoru, and without hesitation, they hurled shuriken towards them. Orochimaru uttered a cold command, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth style, earth barrier. A formidable earthen wall erupted from the ground, swiftly taking the shape of a semi-arc and enveloping Yezi and the others within. Numerous hidden weapons struck the wall, producing a cacophony of clinks. "You all must flee. Do not concern yourselves with us." Shermu gritted his teeth as he observed them, realizing they were truly ensnared this time. The enemy was evidently aware of their presence and had orchestrated an unexpected ambush. The combination of the underworld swamp and explosive tags aimed not to kill, but to incapacitate. The adversaries had succeeded, and he was prepared to remain behind. Bixingai, drenched in cold sweat from pain, trembled slightly at these words. Lowering his head to conceal the flicker of fear in his eyes, he did not wish to stay, for remaining meant certain death. He opened his mouth to speak, yet only silence escaped as he struggled with unvoiced words. If he were to speak, it might implicate the others. Lacking Shermu's decisive resolve, he too was paralyzed by the fear of death, yet out of concern for his companions, he stifled his words. The contrast between Bixingai's silence and Shermu's proactive stance was stark. However, no. Jixingnai and Yini exclaimed in unison. Yini could never abandon her father, and Jixingnai could not forsake Bixingai. Orochimaru gazed at the earthen wall, his demeanor indifferent. "Do you wish to stay and die together?" No sooner had he spoken. The protective earthen wall erupted with a thunderous roar, violently shaking before splitting in two. Orochimaru's pupils constricted slightly as he turned his gaze to the leading rock ninja before him, stating coolly, "Tsuchiya Sanzo." Tsuchiya Sanzo regarded Orochimaru with a cold stare before shifting his attention to the injured Shermu and Bixingai, a smirk curling his lips as he coldly remarked, "I cannot guarantee your safety, but they are doomed." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru fell silent. If Tsuchiya Sanzo was among the enemies, he realized the odds were not in his favor. The streets were teeming with soldiers armed to the teeth, while ninjas gathered atop the walls and rooftops, making them feel like trapped prey. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of chirping birds pierced the profound night. Yezi, enveloped in crackling lightning, silently drew the blade hanging at his waist, pointing it ahead and asking, "Stay or go?" He posed the question to Orochimaru. If Orochimaru said to leave, they would have no choice but to flee, for staying would mean certain death. Conversely, if he said to remain, they would stay, for death was not guaranteed. If escape was the only option, Yezi would unhesitatingly abandon Bixingai, feeling a pang of regret, but recognizing that, in the face of death, regret was merely a hollow void, insignificant in weight. Orochimaru, unwilling to let the mission fail, glanced at Yezi, his thoughts shifting, and rasped, "Stay, Jixingnai and Yini will protect, while I distract Tsuchiya Sanzo." "Yezi, you go to assassinate Huiyuan." After a brief pause, he continued, "Do not overexert yourselves." A flicker of hesitation crossed Yezi's eyes, but it quickly vanished. Gripping Thundertooth tightly, he transformed into a bolt of lightning piercing the night sky, dashing towards the wall. "You shall not escape." As Tsuya Sanzo's eyes widened, intending to thwart Yezi, he suddenly observed Orochimaru biting his thumb, prompting an immediate shift in his demeanor. He commanded the other ninjas to impede Yezi, and then he too bit his thumb. "Summoning technique! Summoning technique!" Two voices resounded in unison. Suddenly, a massive cloud of white smoke erupted in the street, and two colossal shadows began to emerge from within. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the smoke effortlessly, the residual force nearly extinguishing the surrounding torches, revealing a gigantic serpent whose tail was the cause of the disturbance. This was Orochimaru's summoned beast, Manda. On the opposing side, Tsuya Sanzo's summoned creature was a massive lizard covered in rocky protrusions. The two stood atop their respective beasts, appearing as towering figures amidst the chaos. Soldiers armed with weapons on either side of the street froze in fear at the sight of the monstrous creatures. Orochimaru, it seems your predicament is rather dire. Manda's cold gaze swept over the scene, its forked tongue flickering with greed as it spoke icily. Do not forget our agreement. This time, I demand double. Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. If you possess that capability. Humph, Manda scoffed, eyeing the giant lizard. Neither party made an immediate move, aware that the immense size of their summoned beasts could easily cause collateral damage to their allies. Tsuya Sanzo, arms crossed, regarded Orochimaru with a frigid glare, stating, There are 3 of my students protecting Gray. Do you intend to let that boy venture in alone to meet his demise? Hee. Orochimaru's peripheral vision caught sight of Yi Zi advancing into the wall, his expression filled with anticipation. Let us wait and see. Earth-style, rock coffin. Just as Yi Zi burst through the wall, a cold voice rang out, and the ground beneath him trembled violently. Yi Zi's eyes narrowed as he leaped, and with a thunderous crash, several stone walls erupted from his previous position, intertwining tightly. Had he reacted a moment too late, he would have been crushed into pulp by the rocks. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. While still airborne, Yi Zi received the command from Tsuya Sanzo, and the rock ninjas rushed to the scene. Observing Yi Zi leap into the air to evade the rock coffin, they wasted no time in launching their assault. 7 or 8 dragon heads formed of earth surged forward, aiming to strike Yi Zi. Yi Zi swiftly sheathed his blade and calmly began forming hand seals. Boom! The earth dragon struck Yi Zi mid-air, erupting into a shower of mud. Did we hit him? The ninjas who unleashed the earth dragon attack stared intently at the falling mud rain. Just then, they heard a sizzling sound at their ears. Watch out! One ninja caught a glimpse of lightning flashing from the corner of his eye. He barely managed to shout a warning before being silenced with a single strike. After dispatching an enemy with a swift blow, Yi Zi's eyes glimmered with lightning. Once in close quarters, he was in his element. Scatter. The leading ninja issued the command upon witnessing Yi Zi's terrifying speed, but almost instantaneously, Yi Zi appeared before him. You. The ninja's eyes widened in terror. Yi Zi, expressionless, plunged Reikyu into his heart. In his final moments, the ninja realized the formidable strength possessed by the young boy. A power so overwhelming that they were utterly incapable of contending with it. In a mere exchange of blows, 2 IWA ninjas met their demise, instilling a profound sense of dread in the others and reinforcing a crucial truth. In the realm of ninjas, age is never a reliable measure of one's prowess. With the technique of earth release, a ninja from IWA stealthily approached Yi Zi from behind, his fist encased in rock hurtling towards the back of the boy's head. Yet, Yi Zi appeared oblivious, tilting his gaze upward to the loft, where Hui Yuan observed from above. Just as the rock-clad fist was about to strike, Yi Zi nonchalantly swung his blade backward with one hand, a flash of lightning illuminating the scene as the electrically charged thunder Fong effortlessly severed the arm encased in stone. The IWA ninja halted abruptly, staring in disbelief at his mutilated limb. Only after a moment did the searing pain register, prompting a scream that was abruptly silenced by another bolt of lightning that cleaved through his neck. Witnessing this spectacle, the remaining IWA ninjas froze in place, as if ensnared by a jutsu. Above, Hui Yuan tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his previously calm heart now stirred by a sense of impending danger. Beside him stood 2 individuals, a man and a woman, Dick and Oh Hua, students of Tsuchiya Sanzo. Dick, his expression grave, regarded the agile Yi Zi below. Noting the terrifying speed of this peer whose blade crackled with electricity, a veritable nemesis to earth release. Yin, you were tasked with immobilizing him. Dick called to a stout youth below, another of Tsuchiya Sanzo's students, who had previously compelled Yi Zi to leap into the air with his rock coffin technique. Upon hearing Dick's command, Yin nodded earnestly. Oh Hua, the protection of the daimyo is entrusted to you. Dick then turned to Oh Hua. She twirled a lock of her short hair, hesitating before responding. Her gaze remained fixed on Yi Zi, and after a brief pause, she nodded slowly. Her voice calm, yet firm. Our mission is to safeguard the daimyo. Thus retreating would be the prudent choice at this juncture, rather than taking the offensive. However, I am aware that you will not opt for retreat, so proceed as you wish. But know this, should you falter, I will immediately escort the daimyo to safety. Dick cast her a silent glance before wordlessly leaping from the loft. As he approached Yi, Ohua's fingers fidgeted with increasing urgency. And suddenly she plucked a few strands of hair, blowing on them gently as they ascended into the air. Where does such confidence in facing an adversary like this stem from? She sighed softly, her eyes lingering on Yi, enveloped in crackling lightning, then turned to Hui Yuan. Speaking softly, prepare for an immediate retreat. In the current predicament, withdrawing with Hui Yuan was the most prudent course of action. If they could merely delay Yi until the troops from the outskirts of the Land of Grey converged, not only could Hui Yuan potentially ensure their safety, but they might even capture the enemy. Yet she understood Dick's resolve, and thus she lacked the inclination to persuade him, hoping only that he and Yin would not be defeated too swiftly. Upon hearing the words of Miao Hua, Hui Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom why Miao Hua was so certain that so many could not thwart a boy from Konoha, despite the boy's formidable strength. If Dick and Yin were unable to overcome that youth, then what of you? Miao Hua turned her head to glance at Hui Yuan, coolly stating, with my involvement, the probability of victory would not be 0, but your mortality rate would indeed increase. At her words, Hui Yuan fell silent, tightening his grip on the hilt of his blade. He too was a ninja, and not entirely devoid of the capacity for resistance. In the courtyard, Yi swiftly eliminated several IWNing, relying on his speed and the restraint of earth release with lightning release. Simultaneously, he became aware of two ominous figures approaching, Yin and Dick, one of whom had previously unleashed a rock coffin upon him. Although these two were of a similar age, Yi sensed that they were not to be underestimated. Yin observed Yi, who darted around the courtyard, a sense of awe welling in his eyes. The boy's speed was truly remarkable. It was hard to believe that in a village renowned for its martial prowess and defense, few could match this youth's swiftness. However, Earth Release, Hellspring Marsh, Yin formed a series of hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground, transforming the vast courtyard into a quagmire in an instant. Here we go again. Yi halted his movements, channeling a precise amount of chakra into his feet, managing to remain above the mire without succumbing to its grasp. Dick exchanged a glance with Yin, nodding in silent agreement. Earth Release, Mudball. Dick formed several seals, crossing his palms, and with a sharp command, a barrage of mudballs erupted from the mire, hurtling toward Yi. Simultaneously, two other IWNing unleashed their Earth Dragon technique. Two dragons with gaping maws lunging at Yi. As Yi prepared to dodge to the right, an overwhelming gravitational pull suddenly emerged beneath his feet, preventing him from moving. A surge of alarm coursed through him as he instinctively glanced at Yin's hand pressed firmly against the ground. With the mudballs and earth dragons closing in, Yi had no choice but to expend chakra to defend against the impending assault. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Yi expelled a colossal fireball from his mouth, its searing heat incinerating the earth dragons and mudballs into nothingness. He then unleashed a surge of chakra beneath him, breaking free from the suction of the mire, and immediately charged toward the two IWNing. Before they could react, he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his blade, extinguishing their lives. As he passed through the lifeless forms of the IWNing, Yi retrieved a soldier pill from his ninja tool pouch, consuming it swiftly. Sustaining lightning release for an extended period would deplete both chakra and stamina significantly. Given his current reserves, he could not maintain this form for long, and the remaining foes appeared formidable. There was no alternative but to grit his teeth and endure. Casting a cold gaze at Yin and Dick, Yi moved with purpose, suddenly appearing before Dick and thrusting his blade toward his chest. Dick managed to form a single seal, causing the mire before him to rise abruptly, solidifying into an earthen wall. However, the clash of elements was far from over. Yi encountered little resistance as he effortlessly tore through the earthen wall, yet this momentary pause allowed Dick to evade the strike. He understood that the earthen wall could not possibly withstand Yi's blade, infused with the power of lightning. Yin! Dick shouted, narrowly escaping the attack. Realizing the urgency, Yin's eyes widened as he expended nearly half of his chakra to unleash his most formidable binding technique. Earth Release, Earth Corridor Technique. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and numerous earthen pillars erupted within a radius of several dozen meters around Yi, swiftly forming towering walls that ensconced him. As the pillars ceased their ascent, additional pillars shot forth from their summits, intertwining and sealing the enclosure in an instant. But that was not the end. The muck from the swamp was manipulated by a force to adhere to the stone corridor. Petrify. After coating the pillars with the muck, Dick transformed them into solid rock. With a smirk of satisfaction gracing his lips, he clasped his hands together, a chilling glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he bellowed, "Strangle." The stone corridor emitted a tremendous roar as it abruptly closed in. "Phew," he has done for, gasped Yin and Dick, exhausted from the significant chakra expenditure. Above. Hui Yuan let out a sigh of relief, convinced that Yi Zi would perish under the combined might of Dick and Yin's ultimate attack. A look of surprise also crossed the elegant visage of Oh Hua. By sealing Yi Zi within the stone corridor and having Dick solidify it completely, they anticipated that he would be crushed before he could escape. Thus, the tension in Dick and Yin's bodies began to ease. At that moment, the stone wall unexpectedly cracked open, a surge of lightning erupting from the breach. Zzz t. Like the chorus of 1,000 birds in song. A blinding bolt of lightning burst forth, racing toward the astonished Dick and Yin. Yi Zi, amidst the crackling lightning, plunged his hands into the chest of Dick and Yin. How is this possible? They gazed in disbelief at Yi Zi, who slowly withdrew his bloodied hands, coldly declaring, "I am not limited to fire release and lightning release." The astonishment in Dick and Yin's eyes solidified as they crumpled to the ground, lifeless. After dispatching Dick and Yin, Yi Zi did not immediately retrieve the Raikiba, ensnared within the earthen wall, but instead looked up toward the loft, which was now devoid of any presence. Oh Hua and Hui Yuan had departed precisely at the moment Yi Zi broke free from the stone coffin, leaving him unaware of the direction they had taken. The intense battle had drained much of his chakra. Yi Zi reined in his energy, the crackling electricity gradually dissipating. He glanced back into the distance, where the myriad serpents and rocky lizards stirred the winds ominously. With the target's whereabouts uncertain and the current circumstances ill-suited for pursuit, Yi Zi decided to abandon the chase. Meanwhile, on the streets, Jiao Xingnai and her companions found themselves in perilous straits in their attempts to protect the injured Shinmu and Bei Xingyi. Jiao Xingnai and Yin could only adopt a defensive stance, their bodies marred by several wounds. The besieging ninjas seemed well-versed in the art of attrition, opting for ranged attacks rather than close combat. Their primary targets were Shinmaku and Bixingai, both of whom suffered severe injuries to their legs, rendering them more vulnerable to strikes. As time passed, the odds of victory for their assailants grew increasingly favorable, allowing them to remain patient. Conversely, Jixingnai and Yini found themselves growing more agitated. Not only were they injured, but their chakra was swiftly depleting. It would not be long before they could not ensure the safety of Shinmaku and Bixingai, and even their own survival would be in jeopardy. Initially terrified of being left behind, Bixingai watched as Jixingnai sustained more wounds, and while his heart ached, his fear gradually diminished. He dreaded dying in this place, yet he feared even more the thought of Jixingnai perishing because of him. "Jixingnai, you must leave," he implored, his resolute tone brooking no jest. Jixingnai paused momentarily before springing into action, her back turned to Bixingai, as she firmly replied, "Impossible." Bixingai's eyes trembled violently as he gazed at her retreating figure, a profound sorrow swelling within him. He had always aspired to be a man of strength, capable of protecting others, yet he found himself perpetually sheltered by those he wished to safeguard. "Leave," he suddenly cried out, his voice breaking with desperation. If he could, he would not wish to succumb so easily. He longed to remain by her side until he could truly enter her gaze, even if not her heart. Jixingnai bit her lip, unmoved, resolutely unwilling to abandon them. Shinmaku glanced at Bixingai, a fleeting sigh crossing his features. He turned to Yini, who had been shielding him, and said earnestly, "Yini, we must go. I will buy you time to retreat." Yini shook her head. "No, just this once. Please listen to me." "No," Shinmaku shouted vehemently. "Leave." Tears that had been welling in Yini's eyes cascaded down her cheeks in response to his fierce outburst. The enemy ninja commanding the siege observed this scene as though it were a poignant farewell, sneering, "None shall escape." But as his words left his lips, the cold smile etched on his face froze in place, pain blossoming in his chest as he slowly looked down to see a sharp blade protruding from his torso. Ugh. Yezi forcefully withdrew the knife, a torrent of blood spraying into the air as the ninja collapsed to the ground. The sudden appearance of Yezi startled the surrounding ninjas, who swiftly turned to attack him. However, he activated his lightning release, evading their strikes and swiftly reaching Jixingnai's side. Upon seeing Yezi, Jixingnai's expression brightened. "Yezi, do you have a plan?" But Yezi interrupted without hesitation. "Staying here means death." He surveyed their surroundings. Amidst the deepening night, the encroaching enemies multiplied, and with the moon obscured by clouds, fleeing under the cover of darkness would be significantly easier. "Are you willing to abandon your comrades?" Juxingnai stared at him in disbelief. Yezi, however, did not meet her gaze. Instead, he looked at Bixingai and calmly stated, "He has already come to terms with it." Bixingai and Yezi locked eyes, and a broad smile suddenly broke across Bixingai's face. Yezi's previously indifferent expression faltered, momentarily taken aback by that smile. "I know you can protect Juxingnai, can't you?" In the stillness of the night, Bixingai rose with great effort, each gentle touch of his injured leg sending piercing pain coursing through him. Yezi fell silent, for at this moment, he found himself unable to utter insincere words. If abandoning Juxingnai meant survival, he would do so without hesitation, just as he felt no remorse in forsaking Bixingai. Unaware of Yezi's thoughts, Bixingai perceived his silence, and disappointment flickered in his eyes as he solemnly stated, "Take Juxingnai and go." "No," Juxingnai protested, fiercely shaking her head while deflecting the shuriken that came flying toward them. Do not underestimate the resolve of others. With the encroaching ninjas multiplying and Orochimaru being restrained by Tsuchiya Sanzo, Yezi understood that they could no longer delay. He grasped Juxingnai's arm and surged toward the predetermined escape route. Watching the departing duo, Bixingai's smile gradually turned bitter. "If that person in Juxingnai's heart were mine, how I envy you, Yezi." "Yinya, follow that boy," Shunsher instructed, casting a glance at Bixingai before pushing Yinya toward Yezi's direction, exposing herself to numerous attacks. This push extinguished all of Yinya's resolve. She understood that remaining was futile. Therefore, rather than perish without meaning, she would seek vengeance for her father in the future. "I'm sorry," she whispered softly, resolutely turning to chase after Yezi, crystalline tears cascading through the air. Shinshir's face lit up with a reassuring smile, quickly replaced by determination. Wind release, great windbreak. With no reservations left, she unleashed all her chakra, her mouth agape as a terrifying gale erupted forth, sweeping away everything in its path, reducing all to ruins. The ferocious wind ravaged the surroundings, leveling all in its wake with astounding might. Yet it could not annihilate the enemy entirely. Exhausted and gasping for breath, Shinshir fell to the ground, her strength utterly spent. "Boy, do you regret it?" As Yezi and his group vanished into the night, Bixingai could no longer maintain his stance and, like Shinshir, collapsed to the ground, gazing up at the sky shrouded in dark clouds, forlornly murmuring, "Regret. Is that so?" Shinshir sighed. "Yet, I feel as if I am closer to the sky. I truly do not wish to die." Bixingai reached out toward the heavens, yearning to touch the oppressive clouds above. As the gale subsided, the enemy ninjas, fueled by anger, launched their assaults upon the abandoned Bixingai and Shinshir. With lingering regret and unwillingness, Bixingai and Shinshir were engulfed by the ninjutsu and shuriken. No life holds greater significance than another, yet in one's own eyes, life surpasses all. Yezi remained oblivious to whether Orochimaru was aware of their plight. But regardless of his awareness, he had neither the energy to inform Orochimaru of their escape, nor did he believe that someone of Orochimaru's caliber would be easily captured. Even if the monstrous rock lizard, no less formidable than the great serpent, merely served to delay him, approaching with utmost caution and departing with the same trepidation. The former to evade detection and the latter to avoid injury. In such a dire predicament, even a single misstep that results in being struck by a hidden weapon could lead to utter devastation. With no time to linger, every counterattack and offensive maneuver unfolds in a relentless pursuit, driven solely by a blade and an insatiable thirst for survival, transforming Yi into a piercing spear. Exhibiting an impeccable form of breakout, no one can impede his advance. Those who dare obstruct his path ultimately succumb, their remains scattered by the winds. That blade, capable of glimmering with a chilling edge even in the inky darkness of night, etches itself indelibly into the minds of the rock and mist ninjas. Regardless of the relentless charge forward, regardless of the disregard for life, nothing could thwart Yi and his fiercely determined blade. "I cannot die," he murmurs to himself, even as his hands grow so weak that they may falter at any moment, even as his vision is obscured by blood. He exerts every ounce of strength to swing his blade, for it is only thus that the obstacles diminish, and only thus that the enemy might profoundly grasp his indomitable will to break free. Yi leads the charge, while Jiao Xingnai and Yin Yi bear negligible pressure, watching as he cleaves through the ranks of adversaries. They feel his will to survive more acutely than the enemies themselves. One could interpret this as a fear of death, yet dare not voice it as such. The enemies, fearlessly resolute, finally waver. There are some whom you simply cannot withstand. Even hindering their advance proves futile. Treading upon blood and corpses, surrounded on all sides, Yi leaves a trail of crimson and fearful gazes, leading Yin Yi and Jiao Xingnai out of the borders of the land of ash. bringing an end to the ambush that was intended to be a meticulously plotted trap. The individuals stationed at the border of the land of grass are taken aback upon seeing the blood-soaked trio rushing to their aid. The grass ninjas, observing Yi Zi nearly enveloped in a thick layer of blood, whether his own or that of the enemy, feel no revulsion. Rather, they regard the youth with profound respect. The blood, thick enough to seem inextricable, serves as testament to his resilience in standing here, which is commendable in itself. Those who come to assist are filled with words unspoken, questions unasked, yet as they behold the stoic figure of Yi Zi, steadfast in his refusal to fall, alongside the exhausted and disheartened Jiao Xingnai and Yin Yi, all further inquiries fade into silence. The initial high-stakes mission undertaken by Orochimaru's team concludes in failure. At dawn, Orochimaru returns to the territory of the land of grass, wearied yet unscathed. The adversaries who failed to contain Yi Zi and his companions do not lose their fighting spirit. Upon returning to the battlefield, they target Orochimaru, who, under an assault that could be described as the full might of a small nation, manages to withdraw unscathed, truly deserving of the title of Sannin. Upon his return, Orochimaru simply acknowledges the mission's failure. In the days that follow, perhaps to allow Yi Zi and the others to recuperate in peace, he remained silent. When Yi Zi and Jiao Xingnai's injuries had nearly healed, he was prepared to seek an explanation from the highest authority of the Grass Country. However, the Grass Country was quicker to provide one. They compensated him in full, a simple gesture that quelled all discontent. The purpose of undertaking a mission was to receive remuneration. With the reward in hand, what significance did any dissatisfaction hold? Since dissatisfaction bore no weight, what was the point of investigating whether information had been leaked, or if it had been leaked deliberately? As they bid farewell, Yin Yi approached Yi Zi and calmly stated, "I owe you a life." Yi Zi gazed at her, no longer able to perceive any trace of the spirited girl he had first met. She seemed to have settled into the sorrow of that fateful night, much like he had after the devastating fire, experiencing a growth that was both inexplicable and chillingly detached. "You should be grateful to your father, and I should be grateful to him as well," he replied with equal tranquility. That night, he endured both mental and physical torment, ultimately breaking free, leaving behind a trail of blood and corpses. In truth, he owed his escape to the extraordinary technique employed by Shenmue, who had sacrificed his very life to execute it. Without that tempest, their lives would have perished in the depths of the night. A flicker of sorrow crossed Yin Ye's eyes before she returned to a state of stillness, reminiscent of stagnant waters. That expression, those eyes. Yi Zi felt a pang of recognition for his former self. Living was the most crucial thing. A sentiment once expressed by someone who had meant a great deal to him. Reluctant to reminisce, he decisively turned away to join Jiao Xingnai and Orochimaru, who awaited him. Living was indeed paramount. Suddenly, a glimmer of light broke through the stillness. "We will meet again," Yin Yu shouted at Yi Zi's retreating figure. Without turning back, he silently affirmed in his heart, of course. One day he would return to that place, and she would do the same. The wounds inflicted there would inevitably be avenged. She sought to reclaim the cost of her sorrow, while he was merely a beast intent on retribution. The demise of Bei Xingyi was akin to a trivial pebble cast into a lake, creating faint ripples that dissipated swiftly. Upon receiving the news of their son's death, Bei Xingye's parents were engulfed in grief, leaning on one another as they staggered homeward. A home now devoid of hope. Once, they had taken pride in their son's status as a ninja. In this moment of sorrow, they still felt a sense of pride, yet their grief overshadowed it. Even a substantial compensation could not soothe the enduring sorrow that lay ahead. Jiao Xingnai observed Bei Xingye's grieving parents from a distance, a myriad of words lingering unspoken, ultimately reduced to mere silent observation. Leaning against a nearby wall, Yi Zi turned his gaze towards the departing couple, his expression disturbingly calm. He felt regret over Bei Xingye's death but was not consumed by sorrow. Jiao Xingnai turned her head, meeting Yi Zi's unsettlingly composed gaze, and remarked, "You have truly changed." Gazing into the eyes of Jiao Xingnai, Yi Zi inexplicably felt a surge of restlessness, yet his demeanor remained remarkably composed, as if the death of Bei Xingyi were merely an inconsequential jest. "This is indeed who I am," his response was succinct and resolute. Jiao Xingnai bit her lip, sorrowfully inquiring, "If this is truly you, then why do you endeavor to save me?" Yi Zi paused in contemplation, questioning the very reason himself. Was it due to their similar appearances? He was reluctant to provide an answer, and thus, faced with Jiao Xingnai's probing gaze, his inner turmoil intensified. It was merely a fleeting impulse. Such an event would not repeat itself. "Is this truly you?" Jiao Xingnai seemed to have touched upon a mere fragment of Yi Zi's true self. From this singular glimpse, She sensed a chilling indifference and selfishness, conjuring memories of the blood-soaked path during their escape, where the individual charging ahead exhibited an unwavering will to survive, further clouding her thoughts. She shook her head, unwilling to ponder these matters further, and turned to depart. Yi silently observed her retreating figure, his lips sealed. In that moment, the team was irrevocably fragmented. With the demise of Bei Xingyi, Jiao Xingnai withdrew from the team to pursue training under Tsunade. She had embarked on the journey to learn medical ninjutsu for Yi's sake, yet had never utilized it for him, and now it seemed there would be no opportunity to do so. Nevertheless, she continued her studies under Tsunade, possessing an innate talent for precise chakra control. The death of Bei Xingyi and Jiao Xingnai's departure rendered Orochimaru's team no longer a cohesive unit. The failure of this mission left no blemish on Orochimaru or Yi's records, for while the mission itself was a failure, it appeared completed on the surface. The team had disbanded, yet there was no intention of reformation, whether from the third Hokage or Orochimaru, due to myriad reasons, the foremost being pressure. That fateful night claimed the lives of two young rock ninjas. Tragically, both were scions of the rock ninja elite. Consequently, anger simmered among the rock ninjas, and those incensed demanded accountability. Regardless of any sense of shame, their objectives remained clear. Thus, the fuse of war was ignited in a bewildering manner. For any rationale could serve as a catalyst for conflict, rendering the inception of war devoid of necessity. On that day, an individual from Konoha fell silently, remembered by but a few, while another's name resounded, perhaps exaggerated. Yet the blade wielded that night indelibly etched itself in many memories, instilling fear in countless hearts henceforth. The name Konoha's White Fang emerged among the rock ninjas, a title that appeared somewhat juvenile and amusing, yet those aware of Yi's deeds found no humor in it. This boy, skilled with a blade, had once single-handedly slain the Cloud Ninja, Jiao Xiao, whose prowess with a sword was well known. From the moniker Konoha's White Fang, one could glean several insights. First, the White Fang wielded a blade. Second, the White Fang's strikes were swift. Thus, Yi found himself on the watch list of other ninja villages. A youth, one who might grow to become Konoha's second White Fang, no one wished for his peaceful ascension. The rock ninja's target was none other than Yi, and without a shred of shame, they made it clear, only by handing him over would they lower their weapons. Amidst this vexing predicament, few spared a thought for the reconstruction of their teams. Death on missions was commonplace. Jiao Xiao, who had shone in the Second Great Ninja War, had fallen to Yi by cruel fate. The Cloud Ninjas, though aware of his demise at Yi's hands, could do nothing, after all, in the end. It was simply because Jiao Xiao had not been strong enough. Likewise, De Yin and Dick had perished in a clash with Yi for the same reason, weakness. Yet the rock ninjas' response was as though their faces were armored in unyielding stone, thick, shameless, bordering on disgraceful. They demanded Konoha surrender Yi, citing the noble lineage of the fallen De Yin and Dick. A ludicrous, brazen demand. Tragically, Konoha, still recovering from years of war, hesitated to plunge back into conflict. Faced with the rock's shameless threats, the conservatives deemed surrendering Yi the wisest choice, even if it meant enduring humiliation. It was a decision weighed by cold pragmatism. Hiruzen tapped the desk lightly, his gaze resting on Orochimaru's icy expression. Yes, Yi had slain Jiao Xiao. Yes, he might one day rival the White Fang. But that was the future, not now. What those old fools think matters little, Orochimaru hissed, discarding formalities in his simmering fury. I want to know what you think. Hiruzen's fingers stilled, weariness flickering in his eyes. The Hokage's burden was one of helplessness, bound by the elder's will, his own voice, but one among many. After a pause, he murmured, I cannot promise a reversal, but I will try. A cold, grating laugh escaped Orochimaru. Once those fossils decide, there is no reversal. If there were, Hiruzen stiffened, struck by the rare intensity in his former student's gaze. Whatever the cost, Orochimaru would shield Yi. Faced with Konoha's prodigy, now its pillar, Hiruzen found no strength to oppose him, not when he, too, rejected surrender. The rock's threats were likely bluster. War was never so rashly waged. Yet most of Konoha's elders refused to gamble. Meeting Orochimaru's resolve, Hiruzen's voice hardened. I will fight for this, with everything I have. Orochimaru silently observed Sarutobi. From the moment Sarutobi suggested testing the waters, he harbored no faith that the situation could be salvaged. He could not fathom how the upper echelons of Konoha had grown so feeble, or how the mightiest of villages had succumbed to such vulnerability. He chose to remain silent. His heart heavy with disappointment towards Sarutobi, and with a slight nod, he turned and departed without uttering a word. Saratobi watched his silhouette fade away, letting out a sigh. Regardless of how beautifully words were adorned, the fate of Yeji rested squarely in the hands of the higher-ups, unless he stood firm and resolutely opposed them. Was it truly worth the effort? Indeed, Saratobi deemed it not worth the struggle, thus he would exert his utmost efforts, yet refrain from responding to Orochimaru with certainty. Yeji did not merit such dedication, for Saratobi had never felt a sense of belonging in him. He could allow Yeji to flourish and hope that one day he would become a pillar of Konoha, yet, regrettably, to this day, he had not perceived any identification or allegiance to Konoha within Yeji. That night, after dinner, Orochimaru halted Yeji as he prepared to clear the table. Once Yeji had reseated himself, Orochimaru spoke. "I presume you have caught wind of certain rumors." Yeji nodded, understanding the matter to which Orochimaru referred, and replied nonchalantly. "Isn't such a demand rather ludicrous?" "Indeed, it is quite absurd," Orochimaru concurred, his gaze falling upon the greasy empty plates in silence. Orochimaru's sudden quietude made Yeji realize that this ridiculous demand seemed poised to be acquiesced. "Even you cannot manage it?" Yeji gazed at Orochimaru, unafraid of being surrendered to Konoha, yet reluctant to depart so swiftly. Admittedly, Yeji felt no sense of belonging to Konoha, a sentiment evident from the reports Saratobi had been consistently receiving. Orochimaru's eyes flickered momentarily as he rasped, "I will find a way." Yeji smiled indifferently, wishing to spare Orochimaru any discomfort, and remarked, "That must be quite a challenge. The world is vast, there will always be a place for me, not necessarily within Konoha. Circumstances are often relative." Saratobi hoped for Yeji to develop a sense of belonging to Konoha, aspiring for him to become a guardian of the village. Yet he remained unaware that Yeji had long since the Umbu lurking in the shadows, watching him. Under such conditions, how could one foster a sense of belonging? "You can only remain in Konoha," Orochimaru stated with unwavering certainty. Yeji fell into silence upon hearing this, and after a moment, he calmly replied, "I am no longer that defenseless child I once was." Orochimaru responded, "You are not strong enough to disregard the assassination squads dispatched by other ninja villages. If you insist on leaving, it would be better to perish at the hands of Konoha than by others." Yeji's expression shifted, his gaze locking onto Orochimaru, his tone heavy. "Orochimaru, are you serious?" Orochimaru met his gaze, his face devoid of expression, his serpentine eyes icy, remaining silent. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew a bit colder. Yeji then let out a mocking laugh, saying, "I did not expect you to be my greatest obstacle in leaving. You spared my life once. Do not presume you can take it now." Orochimaru merely gazed at him coldly, and after a prolonged silence, he uttered, "I shall find a way." "You have no way," Leaf Z replied impassively as he rose to begin clearing the dishes. Orochimaru remained silent, observing him as he tidied up. Indeed, he found himself utterly powerless against the decisions made by the higher-ups of Konoha. Despite his illustrious achievements and his esteemed reputation as one of the legendary Sannin, he had no voice in the decisions of the village. Once Leaf Z had finished clearing the table, he retreated to his room, while Orochimaru sat alone in the living room until the moonlight spilled into the hall from the courtyard. Eventually, he turned his gaze toward the silvery light illuminating the yard. After a long while, he slowly rose and made his way to his room. In that moment, he had resolved that if there truly was no other option, he would take Leaf Z's life himself. As he had stated, it was preferable for Leaf Z to perish at the hands of Konoha than to fall victim to another. His corpse would still hold considerable research value. Throughout, he had never believed that Leaf Z could survive outside of Konoha. The efforts spoken of by Saratobi ultimately amounted to mere empty rhetoric, as the will of Konoha's leaders was not easily swayed. However, Orochimaru was not one to surrender easily. He even sought to persuade the higher-ups of Konoha. Regrettably, this latest decision was met with an exceptionally firm stance from them. After several days of fruitless endeavors, Orochimaru's gaze grew increasingly cold, his emotional fluctuations laid bare before Leaf Z, as if to convey that his own attempts would ultimately become mere idle talk. Thus, he mentally prepared himself to take action. In doing so, he communicated to Leaf Z that the choice of whether or not to act lay in Leaf Z's hands. Since the tragic loss of his parents in childhood, Orochimaru's blood had gradually turned cold. It wasn't until he had grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death that his blood became utterly frigid. Yet, upon encountering Leaf Z, and with the unexpected presence of another in his once empty home, a faint warmth began to seep back into his cold heart. Despite the indifference that shone in his expression and eyes, the world is riddled with helpless circumstances such as the flames carelessly ignited by the strong upon the weak. such as the injustices bestowed upon the body from the moment of birth, such as the chilling rain and icy winds that greet one upon awakening, such as being brought here with no means to resist, only to be discarded at will. That night, the sky was clear and cloudless, the moon bright and full. Leaf Z donned his battle attire, equipped with all the necessary ninja tools for his mission, and then prepared an extravagant feast. The table was laden with an array of dishes, the majority of which were centered around eggs, filling the entire expanse. This was because Orochimaru had a fondness for eggs. After setting the table, Leaf Z sat quietly, turning his head to gaze at the verdant courtyard. Once, that yard had only housed a solitary old tree, which had served as Leaf Z's initial training ground. It was only when Leaf Z, no longer satisfied with training in the yard, transitioned to Konoha's dedicated training grounds that the courtyard began to flourish with various plants and flowers, evolving into a fitting garden replete with blossoms and greenery. After a period of silent contemplation, he straightened his posture upon hearing a sound at the entrance, fixing his gaze straight ahead. The dishes on the table still exuded warmth, a testament to the time he had meticulously calculated before embarking on the culinary endeavor. Upon returning, Orochimaru did not take the time to change into his customary attire, but instead entered the living room clad in the standard garb of a ninja. Slowly taking a seat opposite Yezi, who was presented with a spread of egg-based delicacies. The two exchanged no words, and after a brief moment, Orochimaru was the first to pick up his chopsticks, prompting Yezi to follow suit. The only sounds that filled the air were the gentle clinking of chopsticks against ceramic bowls and the quietude of chewing. It had always been the custom to refrain from conversation during meals, once, now, and likely in the future. Whether alone or in company, this silence remained unchanged. Half an hour later, not a morsel remained on the table, as was often the case. Yezi typically consumed more, his pace outstripping that of Orochimaru. However, by the time the last dish was cleared, both men found themselves sated. "I should take my leave," Yezi remarked, gazing at the remnants on the table in contemplative silence before speaking again. Orochimaru's gaze fell upon a small, golden fragment of egg left on the edge of a plate, and he coldly remarked, "I offered you a chance." The implication was clear. He had signaled to Yezi, who, rather than seizing the opportunity, had chosen to prepare an elaborate meal in anticipation of his return. Yezi nodded calmly. Then, disregarding Orochimaru's austere demeanor, he rose slowly. As he reached the corridor, he paused momentarily to say, "This time, I won't clean up." With that, he stepped onto the stone staircase leading to the courtyard, casting a glance at the familiar surroundings before silently observing Orochimaru's profile one last time, then vaulting over the wall, making his way toward the gates of Konoha. He had been compelled to arrive at this place called Konoha, yet upon departure, he would do so with utmost openness through the main gate. Throughout, Orochimaru remained silent, his eyes fixated on the small piece of egg on the empty plate. Days prior, he had declared his intention to kill Yezi, and now, with the moment upon him, he found himself inexplicably paralyzed. The thought of facing the solitude of the residents in the days to come filled him with an unnameable melancholy. Was he truly one of the legendary Sannin? He felt he barely occupied even a corner of that esteemed title, the cold man murmured to himself. As night deepened, the streets of Konoha sparkled with countless lights, hinting at a vibrant atmosphere. Unfazed by the astonished glances of passers-by, Yezi sprinted through the streets, unimpeded until he reached the gates of Konoha, where no one stood in his way. Despite his bewilderment, he pressed on, exiting the gates and proceeding along the straight path that extended beyond, the trees lining the sides of the road whisking past him in a blur. Suddenly, not long after leaving Konoha, Yezi came to an abrupt halt, his heel scraping roughly against the ground as he paused to observe a figure ahead. The silvery moonlight bathed the scene, illuminating the person's features clearly. Disheveled black hair was held back by a forehead protector, thrusting towards the sky, while an expressionless face bore a prominent X-shaped scar on the chin. The bright moonlight could not diminish the fierce glint in their eyes. The individual who approaches is Shimura Danzo, the master of the roots, yet Yezi is unfamiliar with him. His cold gaze sweeps over Danzo's face, gliding down to the crimson-themed battle attire and ultimately resting upon the red hilt of a blade peeking from Danzo's shoulder. Quietly, he draws forth the Raijin. A furtive glance flits towards the trees lining the path, his focus honing in on Danzo as he gradually tightens his grip on the hilt. He senses a faint yet palpable aura of menace in the air, whether from the man before him or the concealed figures hiding in the trees. Each possesses a significant number of lives in their hands. The hidden individuals exhibit impeccable stealth, their breaths nearly indistinguishable from those of insects. Yet, The very aura they exude is conspicuously lethal, likely a deliberate display. Danzo observes Yi Zi as he drifts toward the concealed locations of his subordinates. His stern visage softening slightly. Quite perceptive, he remarks. Yi Zi regards him in silence. Do you wish to flee? Danzo inquires. Yi Zi remains mute, adopting a defensive stance. As if oblivious to Yi Zi's raised arm, Danzo continues, no one can escape Konoha under my watchful eye. I offer you two choices, perish here or join the Roots. Roots? Yi Zi finally speaks, breaking his silence. Danzo replies calmly, the Roots are the foundation of Konoha, an organization dedicated to training the dark forces against our enemies. Why? Yi Zi questions, fixing his gaze upon him. Danzo smirks coldly, stating, you possess sufficient talent to warrant my attention. Sarutobi cannot protect you, nor can Orochimaru, but I can. This man from the Roots sees promise in Yi Zi, contrasting sharply with the currently unattainable Konoha White Fang. Yi Zi is still in a rapid phase of growth. One day, it is entirely conceivable that Konoha may witness the rise of a second White Fang, even if the likelihood is slim. Danzo is determined not to overlook any opportunity. His ambition is to ascend to the position of Hokage, necessitating a plethora of talented individuals and the backing of those with considerable esteem within Konoha. He operates in the shadows, not basking in the sunlight like the vibrant green leaves. The renowned Sannin are all aligned with Sarutobi's faction, and the Hitaki clan's White Fang would never support him. In the short term, he has no chance of grasping the Hokage's position. The opportunity to do so will only arise upon Sarutobi's demise or resignation. When that moment arrives, it will be fortuitous rather than certain, perhaps in 10 years, perhaps in 1. No one can predict. They can only wait patiently for the chance to materialize. At that time, he will exert every effort to seize the opportunity. To better grasp this forthcoming chance, he must begin preparations now. Lacking the support of those currently esteemed, he resolves to cultivate his own circle of distinguished individuals. Thus, he has come. In this moment, where the air has been thoroughly purged, bathed in the silvery light of the moon, he presents Yi Zi with a choice. Faced with such a decision, Yi Zi finds himself at an impasse. No longer does he suffer the wretchedness of his arrival in this world. He now possesses the means to survive, rendering his continued presence in Konoha unnecessary. Yet, reality is often cruel and inexorable, compelling one to make a choice. He fell silent for a prolonged moment, while Danzo exhibited remarkable patience. The murderous intent in the air remained unchanged as time passed, steady and unhurried. Why should I trust you? Yi Zi gripped the hilt of his blade and spoke calmly. By uttering such words, he signified his concession. The reasoning was as clear as the choice presented by Danzo, death or joining Root. He had no options, for he wished to live. In every world, there exists a division of power. The weak are compelled to make choices. He was still among the weak, and thus, on this moonlit night, he was faced with a decision. The rationale for his choice was simple. If he uttered a refusal, he would undoubtedly perish here. Not far from the gates of Konoha, his adversary had come prepared, having eliminated any possibility of escape, orchestrating a blockade based on his own strength. Upon detecting Yi Zi's concession, the chill on Danzo's face softened considerably as he remarked, you must understand, the rock shinobi demand Konoha surrender you, without specifying whether you should live or die. Since they seek your surrender, a mere corpse would suffice to satisfy them. The implication was clear. If I were to hand you over to the rock shinobi to avert a conflict, then I might as well kill you, sparing us both the superfluous dialogue. Do you possess such confidence that you can keep me here? Yi Zi spoke reluctantly after a lengthy silence. Suddenly, Danzo, who had maintained a rigid expression, erupted into laughter. The lines etched by time on his face twitched grotesquely, creating a disconcerting spectacle. The man's gaze turned as cold as ice. Even the beastly instincts within you have chosen to concede at this moment. You are well aware that the surrounding trees, gravel, and even the moonlight and air form an intricate net or snare. In this tightly woven trap, perhaps you might escape in the future, but in the present, you cannot. I am certain of this, and so are you. Yi Zi, unwilling to accept his fate, lowered his head and silently sheathed his Raijin. Recognizing that merely the presence of his opponent here at this time ensured his inability to depart. A bittersweet stroke of fortune was that he need not be surrendered to Konoha, for in the eyes of certain individuals within the village, he still held potential value. Or rather, his prospects were much anticipated. I will join, he declared. His voice tinged with a hint of resignation as he turned his back to the moonlight and approached the gates of Konoha. Danzo observed him walking toward the gates, a fleeting glimmer of appreciation crossing his eyes. He genuinely hoped that EZ would one day evolve into Konoha's second White Fang, or perhaps Raijin. A Raijin that serves solely him, fierce and relentless, capable of tearing apart anything that lay ahead. Suddenly, a figure descended before Danzo, draped in a white cloak, their face concealed by a white fox mask. The newcomer knelt before Danzo, inquiring, if this person is sufficiently powerful, he may become an unstable factor. Danzo's gaze remained indifferent, emanating a glint reminiscent of Orochimaru as he replied, everyone has their desires. As long as he is within root, I will always know what he seeks. By providing him what he wants, he will remain. Loyalty is unnecessary, only the ability to bind him is required. As for power, if I cannot remain at the forefront, what right do I have to pursue anything? Moreover, he is not Orochimaru, lacking the qualification to engage with me as an equal. And he certainly has no opportunity to surpass me. A masked member of Root paused, inquiring, should we arrange for someone to monitor Yeezy? Danzo pondered for a moment before replying, no need. The Root member hesitated briefly, as if words were on the tip of his tongue. Sensing this, Danzo cast a cold glance at him and calmly stated, speak your mind. Indeed, the Root member, encouraged by the prompt, ceased his hesitation and remarked, I do not believe this individual warrants such concern from you, nor the necessity to coerce others into creating this environment. Such actions will inevitably reach the ears of the third Hokage in due time. Not worth it? Danzo gazed up at the bright moon. A gentle breeze rustling the leaves along the path, creating a soft rustling sound. He contemplated the moon above, reminiscent of a time when he stood at a crossroads in life, where weighing worth led to the loss of the most critical opportunity. After a long silence, his voice was chilling. There is no question of worth. There is only action or inaction. Upon returning home, Yeezy had just removed his shoes at the entrance when he heard the faint sound of footsteps behind him. Orochimaru, draped in a white robe, regarded him coldly, wordlessly. Yeezy paused momentarily before continuing to remove his shoes, slipping into a pair of slippers before finally turning to face Orochimaru, calmly stating, someone presented me with a choice. Hence I chose to remain. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, a flicker of realization passing through them, and he asked coldly, who? Yeezy replied, Root. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed further, concealing a glint of danger. I presume you are familiar with Root and know who the man with the cross-shaped scar on his chin is, yet I do not. Yeezy's tone remained tranquil, though internally he was quite unsettled. He detested this feeling. Orochimaru nodded and said, I am aware, and in time you shall be as well. Rest now. Days later, the shift in the wind often comes so suddenly and hastily. Faced with the aggressive demands of the rock ninja, Konoha, on the verge of compromise, unexpectedly rejected their ludicrous request with a firm stance, thus shortening the fuse that would ignite war and laying the groundwork for future conflict. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi leaned back in his chair, eyes closed in contemplation. He was weary, both mentally and physically. When the news of Konoha's sudden reversal and Yeezy's entry into Root reached him, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind, contributing to his fatigue. His index finger instinctively curled and stretched, resting quietly upon the desk. As his eyes gradually opened, they revealed a sharp intensity. The wrinkles etched by time at the corners of his eyes unfurling as he gazed silently at the desolate office. One cannot force every matter to fruition. After a considerable time, he sighed softly. On that fateful night, Orochimaru chose not to eliminate EZ, and he had no intention of forcibly retaining her. Deep down, he harbored a hope that she would depart from Konoha. Thus, at the opportune moment, he commanded the guards not to obstruct her. Yet, ultimately, Yeezy was unable to leave, nor did she need to be surrendered as a compromise for Konoha. However, she did join Root. Why did she choose to join Root? This question occupied Sarutobi's mind, leading him to ponder the potential repercussions of this decision. For now, he could only observe in silence, awaiting the transformation that would accompany Yeezy's integration into Root, the nature of which, whether beneficial or detrimental, remained uncertain. In the 34th year of Konoha, contemporaries such as Kakashi and Guy were born one after another. On this particular day, Root welcomed a new member, merely 12 years of age. This was not an uncommon occurrence for an organization that frequently recruited younger members. Those with talent often require a more conducive environment for development. And as a division of the Umbu, Root provided the most optimal training conditions for anyone from Konoha. The first task upon entering Root was to update one's identity records, essentially an assessment of one's abilities. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed through the dimly lit corridor, a vital space within the Umbu training department. As the department's name suggests, its location is entrenched beneath Konoha, akin to roots embedded in soil, continuously supplying nourishment to the village. Yi followed in silence, trailing the personnel responsible for guiding and testing her, traversing the dimly flickering passageway. The torches mounted on the walls emitted faint, crackling sounds, casting a warm yellow glow that elongated shadows upon the floor. Upon rounding a corner, the leader halted before an iron door. Yi stopped as well, observing him silently. The leader turned, his gaze cold as he regarded Yi, his tone devoid of warmth. There are 3 primary tests. After you complete the first, I will inform you of the second. Now, proceed into this room, and I will explain the specifics once you are inside. With that, the iron door creaked open with an unpleasant sound. Yi stepped into the room without uttering a word. A brilliant beam of light cascaded from above, illuminating the entire space as brightly as day, scattered throughout the air. Closely aligned with the walls were a considerable number of shurikens, seemingly frozen in time, shimmering with a blinding cold gleam under the radiant light. Yi squinted slightly, surveying the shurikens around her, gradually realizing the nature of the first test. However, the sheer number appeared excessive, implying that this task carried inherent risks. A moment's carelessness could lead to being overwhelmed by the shurikens. It was no wonder the testing personnel refrained from disclosing all 3 primary tasks at once. Should the first test fail, there would be little need to proceed to the second. At that moment, the otherwise empty room was suddenly filled with the clear voice of the person who had guided her. Step to the center. Yi complied, moving to the center of the room, where the most brilliant beam of light fell upon her. The voice continued, "Do you see the shurikens surrounding you? This is the inaugural test, primarily designed to assess your reflexes and evasion skills. I will activate the mechanism after a countdown of 3 seconds, at which point a multitude of shurikens will be simultaneously launched towards your location. You may utilize shurikens, leap, crouch, or lie flat. But you must not venture beyond the confines of the beam's range, nor may you employ any ninjutsu. If you comprehend these instructions, please raise your right hand." Upon hearing the briefing, Yi's expression subtly shifted as he cast a glance at the beam illuminating the area beneath his feet, which spanned approximately 1 meter in diameter. No small matter. Given the number of shurikens anticipated, it seemed likely that the entire area would soon be inundated. Is this truly a test? Furrowing his brow, he refrained from raising his right hand and instead remained silently focused on the beam's coverage. Those observing from the control room patiently watched Yi in the arena. After turning off the loudspeaker, one individual directed his attention towards the middle-aged man standing quietly beside him and remarked, "Facing such a daunting challenge without specialized training in one's initial test could very well lead to his demise, even with medical ninjas standing by." The middle-aged man, Danzo, peered through a narrow gap, observing the silent Yi with his head lowered. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "How do you think he survived under the swift blade of the Cloud Ninja's Falcon? And how did he manage to break free from the encirclement of rock ninjas and ash ninjas?" The individual beside him paused, unable to articulate a coherent response even after several seconds had passed. Danzo continued to observe the silent Yi and remarked, "He is neither of the Hyuga clan nor of the Uchiha clan, yet I find his eyes remarkable. It is precisely these keen eyes that allowed him to survive beneath the Falcon's blade and to escape from seemingly insurmountable predicaments. If his vision is indeed so exceptional, then this level of testing should pose little challenge." The listener remained speechless in response, pondering the notion of exceptional eyesight. Even if there were grounds for such a belief, it seemed difficult to ascertain its validity. What if this assumption were unfounded? His gaze toward Yi inevitably carried a tinge of pity. The trap set within the room had been calibrated to its highest difficulty. Even he, despite countless training sessions in this very space, could not guarantee his safety. With the number of shurikens exceeding 100, their simultaneous launch would limit lateral movement to mere seconds. After the shurikens were unleashed, the ground would become a veritable carpet of danger. Thus, after attempting to evade a portion of the shurikens through lateral movement, one would be forced to leap into the air, adjusting their body mid-flight to evade the incoming projectiles. Each transition must occur without delay, and any misstep, no matter how minuscule, could prove fatal unless one possessed an extraordinary tolerance for pain. The standard response would entail moving laterally before leaping. However, could Yi, unaccustomed to similar training, truly rely on his purportedly keen eyesight to make such swift judgments in an instant? The observer shook his head slightly, the pity in his eyes fading as he rested his hand above the switch, patiently awaiting Yi's right hand to be raised. Regardless of the circumstances, he had every reason to wait for Yi to fully survey the room, even as the latter remained fixated in silence upon the beam's confines. "Dear child, whom Lord Danzo holds in high regard, I hope you will succeed. The individual pondered quietly. And then he observed Yi finally beginning to scrutinize the directions targeted by the shurikens scattered across the wall, each glance seemingly fleeting before diverting his gaze. Both he and Danzo noted this detail and fell into a moment of contemplation. Yet, before they could dwell on it further, they witnessed Yi merely glancing around, already indicating a readiness to raise his hand. At this sight, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Danzo's mouth. He seemed to have recognized yet another strength of Yi. Talent is the most telling measure of one's worth, and clearly in Danzo's eyes, Yi had begun to demonstrate his value. Thus, in that moment, he felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Yi and the decision to compel him to join the Root organization. With his ruthless, piercing gaze, he quietly observed Yi's silhouette, a flicker of anticipation surfacing within his battle-hardened eyes. Inside the room, Yi's expression grew slightly grave. If possible, he would prefer to avoid this perilous test, but just as in the circumstances he faced nights prior, he found himself with no choice. Long ago, he had discovered he possessed numerous extraordinary traits, such as the ability to eliminate fatigue through nourishment, a keen awareness of his surroundings, and an uncanny aptitude for accurately recognizing and memorizing the hand seals of jutsu. At that moment, as he surveyed the multitude of shurikens suspended in the mechanisms above, countless lines intertwined before his eyes, resembling a dense spider's web enveloping the entire room, with gaps between the lines too narrow for even a head to pass through. Lacking the confidence to entirely evade the shurikens looming from all directions, he took a moment to reflect seriously before raising his hand. He then placed the kunai he held into his ninja tool pouch and slowly drew forth the raikiri from his waist. Since he did not possess the certainty to evade such a multitude of shurikens, he resolved to strike them all down. Upon observing Yi discard the kunai in favor of his blade, the examiner, Jiang Yiwu, turned to Danzo, who, after a brief silence, nodded slightly. Thus, Jiang Yiwu allowed Yi to proceed. With a crackle, a surge of lightning suddenly erupted from Yi's body, followed by more arcs of electricity, emitting a sound akin to birds chirping. As the lightning cloaked him, Yi gradually raised his right hand. Without prior warning, Jiang Yiwu swiftly pressed the activation switch. A multitude of barely audible sounds erupted in the darkness. A brilliant light enveloped Yi's face, body, and eyes, akin to the compassion of Christ. The darkness of his pupils was filled with radiance, and soon after, a vast shadow descended upon him, resembling a flock of geese returning south in a meticulously organized formation. As a barrage of shurikens flew towards him, replacing the divine light, the kunai, the shurikens, fell like a torrential downpour in the dry spring, rendering evasion impossible. His eyes, as Danzo remarked, were indeed sharp, though they lacked the prowess of the Sharingan, preventing him from achieving the flawless evasion of an elite Uchiha. Nevertheless, he could still deflect some shurikens, thereby creating a space to evade. Perfection, whether attained or not, holds little significance. Evading danger is equally inconsequential. What truly matters is to remain unscathed, and that suffices. A flash of lightning flickered in his gaze, as Leia tore through the fabric of space, emitting a resonant hum that vibrated through the air, tracing an arc. The shurikens that flew into this arc produced a series of crisp sounds before somersaulting backward at an accelerated pace. Yi's eyes were imbued with a meditative focus, as he swept aside a portion of the incoming shurikens and immediately leapt into the air, pivoting to unleash another luminous arc resembling a crescent moon, striking down the shuriken aimed at his back. Finally, with a twist of his waist, he executed yet another arc/overhead. Clang, clang, clang. A multitude of shurikens faltered against these three sweeping arcs, falling helplessly to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yi slipped past the remaining shurikens like a nimble eel. In just 3 lightning-fast strikes, he had dismantled the majority of the shurikens launched from all directions, simple yet brutal. Upon landing, Yi swiftly sheathed Leia. In the monitoring room, Jiang Yiwu observed Yi's figure and the scattered shurikens on the ground. After a moment of silence, he turned to Danzo and remarked, "I feel as if I have witnessed the dance of the crescent moon." The dance of the crescent moon is a sword technique of Konoha, one of the few that can be executed in conjunction with ninjutsu. When advancing towards an enemy, a single-handed hand seal instantly creates 3 deceptive clones that strike with arc slashes from 3 different directions, while the original waits for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. Yi's instantaneous arc slashes in 3 directions were not the dance of the crescent moon. Jiang Yiwu's reference stemmed from the incredible speed at which Yi wielded his blade, prompting him to think of this fitting sword technique. However, the initial 3 strikes of the dance are intended for misdirection, and the slashes from the clones lack offensive power, whereas Yi's 3 strikes. The shared presence of those 3 arcs lingered vividly in his mind. Jiang Yiwu remained silent for a moment, casting a glance at Danzo, before shifting his gaze back to Yi in the training room, choosing not to speak further. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yiwu, he missed the fleeting glint of sharpness in Danzo's eyes, a sparkle that had long been absent from this respected middle-aged man, who had not exhibited the vigor of youth for quite some time. Let him proceed with the remaining 2 tests, the formidable man remarked indifferently before turning to depart. Jiang Yiwu inhaled deeply, contemplating how the liberties once exclusive to the Uchiha clan would no longer be theirs alone in future training. He then pressed a button and addressed Yi in the training room. Well done. I will wait for you outside. Continue with the second test. Under the illumination of the lights, Yi exhaled softly, the vibrations within his chest still resonating. Subsequently, after a prolonged period, he completed the remaining 2 tests, and his strength assessment data was officially recorded in the top-secret archives of Root, officially becoming a member under the codename Leia. That night, Orochimaru rarely took the initiative to seek out Yi. Joining Root may prove beneficial for you, he said, seated in the corridor leading to the courtyard. Gazing at the flowers and plants that emitted a faint silvery glow, speaking with tranquility, Yi fell silent for a moment before nodding and saying, I feel the same way. Orochimaru cast a surprised glance at him and remarked, I thought you would resist this. Initially, I did resist. However, I suddenly realized that the environment there is precisely what I need. Yi slowly tilted his head to gaze at the moon in the night sky, reflecting on today's testing, as if he could envision a celestial staircase descending from the moon's surface. Different worlds, yet the same moon. Only by looking at the moon did he feel that the path he sought was not so distant as to be unattainable. He must become strong enough to ascend that staircase. I want to grow stronger than even you. Orochimaru fell silent, contemplating their first encounter, reflecting on the words Yi had spoken during their time together. Not once had he heard Yi mention anything related to family, nor had he observed any inadvertent displays of reliance on kin. That day, amidst heavy rain, he recalled the child raising a stone and unhesitatingly hurling it at a small yellow dog. As the stone shattered the raindrops before they could reach the dog, Orochimaru experienced a fleeting heartbeat of unease and, in that moment, understood Yi's nature. Like himself, he was a predator. Yet, at times, he pondered a question that, while seemingly trivial, held a certain significance: Yi's family. It was evident that Orochimaru did not believe Yi's family was still alive. Yet he had never witnessed any reminiscence from Yi regarding deceased relatives. This led him to occasionally entertain the notion that Yi had never had a family, as if he had sprung forth from stone, entirely alone. Thus, what motivated Yi's desire for strength? The current Konoha was a place yearned for by any survivor of war. He already possessed it, so why the fervent desire to grow stronger? Numerous questions would arise upon careful reflection, only to dissipate due to the reports from the interrogation department. However, at this moment, the pursuit of power must have its foundational reasons. So, what is your reason for wanting to grow stronger? Yi paused, for his desire for strength was undoubtedly to return to the world that belonged to him. Yet, faced with Orochimaru's inquiry, he found himself unable to articulate an answer, leaving him in silence. Orochimaru, unfazed by Yi's reticence, tilted his head to gaze at the moon, which radiated a silvery glow. Suddenly, he recalled the faint heartbeat of unease he felt upon first seeing Yi, and a cold smile crept across his lips. He was a cold-blooded serpent, one who should never fear anything. In the future, it would be others who feared him. Yet, he could never have anticipated that on that rainy day. Tsunade would also experience an inexplicable moment of apprehension as she watched him approach Yi. He would not foresee the profound impact this child, whom he had brought back from the rain to Konoha, would have on the world. The so-called route, known as the Umbu Training Camp, was not merely a name. As a place for cultivating the Umbu, it possessed hardware conditions that exceeded Yi's expectations. In a remarkably specialized and rigorous training facility, numerous scrolls detailing various martial arts, ninjutsu, sword techniques, and guides on the usage of rare ninja tools are scattered throughout dozens of rooms. Upon first encountering these scrolls, which an ordinary person would find nearly impossible to master in a lifetime, Yi's heart was stirred by tumultuous waves. Standing in the largest chamber, illuminated by the murky yellow light, he gazed silently at the scrolls on the shelves, each exuding a strong scent of ink. Once, A thought had ignited within him when he witnessed Orochimaru summon a myriad of serpents using summoning jutsu. This thought had been deeply embedded in his mind, constantly stirring yet always kept at bay. How does summoning jutsu instantaneously call forth vast life from another realm? What mysteries lie within that seemingly intricate technique? What must one do to traverse the boundaries of time and space? Could understanding the minutiae of that technique potentially unlock a door? As he surveyed the countless scrolls in the room, the light in Yi Zi's eyes shone like the dawn, brimming with vitality at the break of day. As he raised his brow, intrigued by ninjutsu, his gaze sharpened, focusing solely on the shelves housing the ninjutsu scrolls. Perhaps within this myriad of scrolls lay answers to his many questions. The mere thought of possibly finding a way home ignited a fervor in his heart. When that thought surged uncontrollably, he could hardly wait, casting aside the training tasks imposed upon him and diving headfirst into the scrolls. Akin to a sponge yearning to absorb the ocean. To outsiders, this insatiable pursuit may seem ludicrous, yet in light of Yi Zi's circumstances, it is entirely justifiable. However, no one could fathom the depth of his inner desires. On the first day of training at Root, Yi Zi was absent. The instructor responsible for his daily training, Jiang Yiwu, seethed with anger as he searched for a while before discovering Yi Zi in the scroll storage room. He rushed there with utmost urgency, only to find Yi Zi immersed in the scrolls, his eyes aflame with indignation. This was the first instance of absence in training since the establishment of Root, and it was also Yi Zi's inaugural training session. No instructor could tolerate such an occurrence, especially en route. Jiang Yiwu approached Yi Zi with quickened strides, the sound of his deliberate footsteps failing to rouse Yi Zi from his engrossed state. Enraged, he shouted, "Leia!" At the sound of this rebuke, Yi Zi's body jolted, and he slowly lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Yiwu's furious expression. The thoughts swirling in his mind regarding ninjutsu crystallized in that moment, and he silently regarded Jiang Yiwu, realizing he had committed a grave error. Resigned to endure the wrath that even a fool could discern, Jiang Yiwu's furious gaze shifted from Yi Zi's silent face to the multitude of scrolls piled on the table, and he demanded, "You had better provide me with a justifiable reason." Despite his efforts to rein in his emotions, anger still seeped through his tone. As he faced the piercing gaze, Yi Zi lowered his eyelids slightly and, after a moment's pause, replied, "There is no reason." Jiang Yiwu, instead of expressing anger, smiled coldly, though the fire of rage in his eyes remained undiminished. He looked at Yi Zi and said icily, "You should consider yourself fortunate for not providing a reason. Otherwise, I would break your legs. Do not mistake this for mere verbal threats. I mean every word." When he uttered the final sentence, his seriousness was palpable, despite the harshness of his tone. In that moment, Yi Zi longed to utter an apology, yet he refrained, just as he had chosen not to offer excuses. "For both I'm sorry and I have reasons held no significance." From the very first day within the Root, he had come to understand the nature of this organization, as well as its stringent discipline. He was indeed in the wrong, and that misjudgment seemed particularly foolish within the Root, yet he felt no remorse. Meeting Jiang Yiwu's gaze, filled with ire, he chose silence, preparing himself to endure whatever punishment Jiang Yiwu deemed fit. Such a stifling silence typically serves to frustrate and discomfort those eager to vent their anger, yet for Jiang Yiwu, it appeared to be the most effective means of quelling his fury. Nevertheless, the cessation of his anger would not alter the impending decision. Today's training volume is tripled. You have 6 hours until midnight. Should you fail to meet the requirements, then relinquish your codename. With that cold remark, Jiang Yiwu turned sharply and departed. He had arrived here brimming with rage, but had only managed to utter a few terse words. Aside from a slight elevation in his tone and a more pronounced rise and fall of his abdomen, he refrained from any overtly aggressive actions. However, his anger was genuine, and his first course of action upon leaving was to report the incident to Danzo. He believed that regardless of Yi Zi's exceptional talent, he could never become the asset the Root required due to his inadequate discipline, a quality utterly intolerable in an organization with such stringent expectations of its members. Once Jiang Yiwu had left, Yi Zi gazed at the pile of scrolls on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he meticulously returned each scroll to its rightful place. In light of the insufficient time for training, he prioritized organizing the scrolls, as he needed to remember which ones he had read. He aimed to peruse every ninjutsu scroll present, committing all acquired knowledge to memory, leaving no detail overlooked. For he needed to grasp every nuance of the summoning technique, which necessitated a profound understanding of ninjutsu. Had Jiang Yiwu known that, in the scant time remaining, Yi Zi was diligently organizing the scrolls, he would have been at a loss for words. Once he had restored all scrolls to their rightful places, Yi proceeded towards the specialized training room. The originally set training regimen was already demanding, typically requiring a minimum of 6 hours to complete, yet now, with less than 6 hours remaining, Yi was tasked with accomplishing 3 times the standard workload. The training established by Root diverges significantly from conventional training, akin to the distinction between adults and children. Generally speaking, the members selected for Root are predominantly younger individuals endowed with exceptional talent. Each participant endures considerable hardship during their initial training session, yet not a single individual has succumbed to the rigorous demands of such an arduous regimen. The rationale is straightforward. The instructors craft training programs tailored to the limits of each member. Root continually supplies Konoha with members of the Umbu, a testament to the unparalleled quality of its training resources compared to the Ninja Academy. Jiang Yawu is acutely aware of Yezi's capabilities in various domains, which is why he has imposed a training duration of 6 hours. Consequently, Yezi is compelled to complete this extensive training within that time frame. The reason for requiring Yezi to accomplish 3 times the training volume within 6 hours stems from Jiang Yawu's firm intention to expel him from Root. However, can Yezi truly not succeed? The tedious and burdensome nature of the training profoundly tests one's resolve. Jiang Yawu's belief that Yezi cannot meet the training demands within the allotted time is an objective assessment. Yet he remains oblivious to the intensity of Yezi's determination. Root does not require individuals of such a caliber. Addressing Danzo, Jiang Yawu remarked, "What is Root? It is the dark side of Konoha, the roots that draw nourishment from the great tree. Those nutrients manifest as unwaveringly loyal instruments of assassination." Seated at his desk, Danzo regarded him with a calm demeanor, stating, "What I desire is not his loyalty." Jiang Yawu maintained a stoic expression, refraining from comment. He is a person who extracts the utmost value from everyone, which is precisely why Danzo appointed him to this position. Danzo's gaze shifted from Jiang Yawu's face, unfazed by his insolence. As he unfurled the scrolls on his desk, he remarked coolly, "From the moment I first laid eyes on him, I never hoped for his loyalty. I have said before, he is a blade, meant to cleave through the obstacles before me. He will remain a blade, not a person. Are you not concerned that this may prove a double-edged sword?" Jiang Yawu interjected suddenly. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied coldly, "I naturally harbor reservations. However, now that I understand what he desires, I am confident in my ability to maintain control." Pausing momentarily, a glint flickered in his eyes as he coldly chuckled. "I simply did not anticipate that he would bear such a striking resemblance to Orochimaru. If even Orochimaru could concede to his terms, how could he possibly refuse?" "Understood, my lord." With this exchange, Jiang Yawu grasped Danzo's intentions and recognized Yezi's significance in Danzo's estimation. After his departure, he did not proceed to the training room to monitor Yezi's progress. From the outset, he had never believed Yezi capable of completing the tripled training volume. Yet, 6 hours later, a subordinate responsible for oversight reported that Yezi had indeed fulfilled the training requirements. After delivering the report, the subordinate promptly exited, leaving Jiang Yawu to silently contemplate the air before him. From that day forth, Yezi spent nearly all his time within Root, devoting himself to training and perusing scrolls containing summaries of ninja techniques, akin to a sponge absorbing knowledge, rapidly advancing through dual avenues of growth. In tandem, Minato and Jay Kanai's presence among their peers has grown increasingly pronounced, establishing them as the most resplendent stars in the current era of Konoha. Meanwhile, Yeji continues to flourish within the shadows of the Root. While Minato and Jay Kanai thrive under the sun, time swiftly passes, and before one knows it, another year has elapsed. The skirmishes between the Rock Village and Konoha have intensified, with both sides suffering casualties. The situation has become tumultuous, evident both overtly and covertly. On this day, Yeji returned to the Root, bearing the marks of his injuries from a covert mission in the Land of Earth. As soon as he produced the scroll containing classified intelligence, he collapsed from exhaustion and was promptly transported to the Root's dedicated medical facility for treatment. Outside the room, Jay held a blood-stained scroll in his hands, his expression reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Over the past year, Yeji's performance had significantly altered Jay's perspective. "Lord Danzo, you were indeed correct," he mused, diverting his gaze from the closed door. The boy he had once held in disdain had transformed into a formidable weapon, or perhaps a terrifying Fang, evoking a sense of complexity within him. In just 1 year, Yeji had undertaken nearly 100 missions, all without failure, repeatedly escaping perilous situations that seemed destined to end in death. only to open his eyes once more. He is a truly fearsome youth, a truly formidable junior, a truly terrifying peer. Within the route, no one can deny Yeji's formidable presence. In the medical room, several medical ninjas were wholly focused on treating the battered Yeji. Despite his frail condition on the operating table, which suggested he might succumb at any moment, the medical ninjas displayed no signs of urgency. The tense atmosphere of the emergency treatment appeared light and untroubled, instilling a sense of confidence in its impending success. 2 hours later, the operation concluded. Yeji's faint breath began to stabilize, and under the influence of a substantial dose of anesthetics, he inexplicably opened his eyes. His brow furrowed deeply, seemingly in response to the pain radiating from his body. He turned his gaze to the nearest medical ninja, despite her large mask. Her delicate features indicated she was a woman. "Thank you," he expressed, the pain reminding him of his vitality as he regarded her earnestly. Upon hearing Yeji's familiar, hoarse gratitude, the woman turned to meet his gaze, surprise flickering in her eyes before she addressed her colleague responsible for administering the sedative and anesthetic, saying, "I instructed you to administer 5 times the dosage." The individual appeared equally astonished and nodded, affirming, indeed, it was 5 times the amount. The woman's refined brows arched slightly as she regarded the composed Yeji, sincerely stating, "If possible, please refrain from incurring such severe injuries in the future." Yeji quietly observed her before replying, "I fear that may not be possible." With that, he bore the pain and descended from the operating table. Moving with the tentative gait of an elderly man, stubbornly making his way toward the door, as if embarking on a journey to a world unknown to all. No one in the room moved to assist him, for they all knew the youth would coldly refuse any help. Nor did they remind him to refrain from moving recklessly, aware of his extraordinary healing abilities. After Yi departed, the person responsible for administering the anesthetic murmured with concern, "Next time, even a 5-fold dose may prove ineffective." The woman responded softly, lowering her head as she began gathering the instruments. Injured, he could no longer carry out missions. Yet despite his wounds, Yi spent his days sequestered in the study, poring over scrolls that crowded the shelves. His persistence bordered on madness, though none understood his motives. Danzo had no interest in knowing, nor did Kurenai. They only needed to discern what he desired before extracting his utmost value. It was nearly midnight when the protests of his body finally overwhelmed him, forcing him to set aside the scroll in his hands. Wearily, he massaged his temples, wincing slightly as the movement tugged at his injuries. He draped the loose robe he had left nearby over his shoulders, rose slowly, extinguished the candle, and made his way toward the door. Stepping outside, his gaze instinctively drifted to the ground on the right. A square lunchbox, wrapped in orange cloth, lay there undisturbed. He stood for a moment, lost in thought, before bending down with effort to lift it. The food inside was prepared with blood-replenishing ingredients, though the limited resources made the taste unappealing, even unpleasant. Yet for someone who had lost too much blood, it was the best nourishment. Clutching the lunchbox, Yi moved like an old man in twilight, trudging away. He knew who had left it. He did not resist the unpalatable meals, perhaps because of his childhood struggles with hunger, perhaps because they aided his blood-deprived body, or perhaps because they carried the unspoken care of a certain person. In his heart, he was grateful to the nameless girl, just as he had solemnly thanked her upon waking. But he would never seek to learn her name. He did not want to. He could not. The night was ink-dark, silver moonlight spilling across the earth. The streets of Konoha lay silent, bathed in that pale glow as Yi walked home, the lunchbox in hand. Then, rounding a corner, he halted. Someone stood ahead, watching him. The sight of that girl, her vibrant red hair unmistakable, worsened his mood. He had deliberately avoided her, walking divergent paths, yet somehow she always appeared before him like this. Under the bright moonlight, Kushina's gaze traced the white bandages wrapped around Yi's wounds. Unconsciously, she bit her lip, her eyes brimming with the same complicated emotions as always. The silver-lit road stretched before them, the night so quiet that even the hum of insects could be heard. Yi regarded the girl who stirred such irritation within him and spoke coldly. "What do you want?" A brief utterance imbued the air with an undeniable chill, while the chirping of insects seemed to diminish in that very moment. The young man exuded an aura of icy detachment that could freeze one's soul, yet Kushina remained undaunted. Her gaze shifted from the bandage-wrapped wounds to meet Yi's frosty eyes, with a smile as natural as the passing seasons. Her voice carried the warmth of familiarity as she inquired, "What treasure do you hold in your hands? Might it be some delectable delight?" Yi glanced at the lunchbox in his hand, then silently observed Kushina's beaming countenance, his irritation intensifying by the moment. Noticing Yi's reticence, A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Kushina's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by radiant brilliance. Like an irrepressible chatterbox, she pressed on with her inquiries. The little flowers embroidered on the cloth wrapping the lunchbox are quite charming. It must have been made by a girl. No? Is she a new friend of yours? And tell me, is her cooking any good? Beneath the silvery glow, the young girl incessantly chattered, bathed in moonlight. Yizi's eyes remained filled with indifference, yet she meticulously scrutinized Jiuxing Nai. As the years passed, that lovely visage seemed to gradually align with the most cherished figure from her memories. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, their appearances will mirror one another even more closely. Do you know? I have become quite adept at cooking. After you mocked me that day, I dedicated myself to honing my skills, sensing the unchanged. In different gaze of Yizi Wei, my previously cheerful tone gradually descended into a somber timbre, and a faint sorrow emerged in my eyes. To this day, I remain perplexed as to how Yizi Wei transformed so abruptly, becoming so distant. I slowly closed my mouth, and after a moment of silence, I finally uttered the question that weighed heavily on my heart. How did you sustain your injury? Does it hurt? The bandages that almost envelop the entire body indicate that the injuries are far from trivial. How could one not feel pain? Yizi's indifferent gaze underwent a subtle shift. In his memories, there were times when even a moldy piece of bread could incite fierce altercations, and discovering a foul-smelling seafood was akin to unearthing treasure. Yet, such moments were invariably accompanied by even more intense conflicts. Each time he returned to his humble abode, battered and bruised, someone would gaze at his wounds with a look of deep sympathy, often uttering a poignant remark to himself. A flicker of barely perceptible sorrow passed through his obsidian eyes as he silently regarded Jiuxin Nai. After a brief pause, he slightly lifted the lunchbox and coolly inquired, "Is there anything else?" Kushina was momentarily taken aback, then slowly lowered her head and whispered, "It's nothing." As Yazi gazed at the bowed figure of Kushina, his icy demeanor softened momentarily, akin to an iceberg melting under the warmth of spring. His gaze transformed, radiating a terrifying tenderness, as if the person before him were a cherished family member. However, this gentle expression swiftly reverted to its original chill. Hidden in the shadows, Minato caught a fleeting glimpse of Yazi's warmth, his expression momentarily taken aback, before he regarded Yazi with a contemplative gaze as the latter vanished from sight. On the silent street, Kushina stared at the ground cloaked in silvery luminescence, her expression steeped in sorrow. After a brief pause, she lifted her head, her resolve unwavering, and fixed her gaze on the path ahead, taking her first step, then a second. Minato traversed the rooftops, casting a glance at the girl illuminated by the moonlight. Accompanying her in spirit, they walked along the same road, heading in the same direction, while in the opposite direction, on another path, was a boy who, despite encased in a cold shell, seemed to harbor a trace of warmth. In the days that followed, Yizi consistently received the nourishing blood-replenishing meals prepared by the medical ninja. He silently expressed his gratitude towards the girl, for these restorative dishes hastened his recovery beyond the ordinary pace. Occasionally, they would encounter one another by chance, yet an ineffable understanding seemed to linger between them, as they never exchanged more than a fleeting glance, not even reaching the level of a mere nod. Yizi harbored no desire to become overly entangled with this world. He could awaken during his treatment and offer her thanks, yet he refrained from doing so, recognizing that it was merely her duty. Although uttering a simple thank you was easy, he held his own reasons for withholding it. But what of the girl? At times, he found himself pondering the motives behind a girl's actions. However, he promptly suppressed such curiosities and immersed himself in a sea of books. 2 weeks later, after his injuries had healed, Yizi was swiftly assigned a new mission to eliminate a spy concealed within Konoha. Following a near-fatal encounter, he had obtained classified intelligence regarding the spy's identity from the Rock Shinobi, prompting Root to execute a clandestine purge within Konoha. Yet, truly exceptional spies leave no traces of their identities within the village. They possess remarkable skills in disguise and a terrifying capability for gathering intelligence. No one knows the identities of their informants, nor the methods by which information is transmitted. These adept Rock Shinobi spies were hidden among the ranks of Konoha. With no connections among them, each spy had a designated contact, and only the head of the intelligence agency was privy to the identities of all the spies. Spies are a troublesome existence. Although the information Yizi had procured led to a cleansing of some spies, it failed to uncover the most critical elements. Nevertheless, Konoha's route was not to be underestimated. Within a mere fortnight, they had identified 3 suspects. Yizi's mission was to observe and ascertain the true identities of these 3 individuals, and then eliminate them. Among the 3 suspects, There is an elderly gentleman named Takayama Kimura, whom Yi recognizes. This elderly man lives alone, and according to the intelligence gathered, he is a long-standing resident of the Hidden Leaf Village, one of its earliest inhabitants since the village's establishment. Aside from his lifelong bachelorhood, his life experiences appear unremarkable, making it difficult to fathom how such a venerable individual could be considered a suspect. Yi gazed quietly at the information, reminiscing about her first mission upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, which was to assist the solitary elder in clearing weeds. I vaguely recall the elderly man's weathered visage, occasionally graced by a benevolent smile. It is astonishing that such a person could be among the suspects. My cold gaze falls upon the individual in the photograph, whose skin, crumpled and wrinkled, resembles the bark of a tree on the brink of desiccation. The mottled age spots accentuate an aura of decrepitude, yet within those eyes, still relatively clear, a spark of lucidity remains. As the sun sets, casting a golden hue upon the horizon, Yi, clad in casual attire, strides towards Takaya Kimura's residence, carrying a delicacy of yokon purchased from the shop below. Kimura Takuya resided in the outskirts, surrounded by vast fields, with an expansive plot of land he cultivated for growing vegetables. As the sun dipped below the horizon at the end of the country path, Yi could see from afar the wooden cottage bathed in golden-orange light, and Kimura Takuya himself seated on the wooden porch, cradling a warm cup of tea. With effortless strides, Yi approached the cottage, pausing at the picket gate before calling out, "Grandpa Kimura, I've come to visit you." "Oh?" Takuya Kimura squinted with his left eye, while his right eye lifted slightly, as if struggling to open fully. He gazed at the youth standing before the gate, and from that partially opened right eye, a sense of bewilderment emerged as he endeavored to recall the boy's identity. Then, his attention shifted to the yokon beside the teapot, and with a sudden realization, he exclaimed, "Ah, it's you. Come in, haha." Yi offered a faint smile and pushed open the gate to step inside. Takuya gently patted the space beside him, signaling for Yi to take a seat. The latter complied obediently, preparing to present the yokon he had purchased to the elder. When he suddenly noticed the yokon on the dish next to the teapot, he was momentarily taken aback, as the delicate fragrance wafting to his nose indicated that it was the yokon from the lower house. Takuya glanced at the packaging box that Yi had handed over, chuckled softly, and remarked, "This afternoon, that girl who used to come with you also brought me yokon. You both are so thoughtful. You remember that I enjoy the yokon from the lower house." Upon hearing that Kushina had visited earlier that day, Yi's expression remained unchanged. With a slight smile, he presented the yokon to Takuya and inquired, "How have you been?" The old man, feeling the weight of his years, reflected on his diminishing time. Yet the vibrant energy of the youth around him instilled in him a belief that he could persist for a few more years. Squinting at the setting sun, which was about to bid farewell with its last rays, he let out a long sigh. Yi smiled and remarked, "You are still vigorous, surely. You can live for several more decades." The old man's eyes crinkled at the corners as he replied, "The sun is setting. If you are not in a hurry, why not stay for dinner?" Yi's expression shifted slightly, and he readily accepted the invitation. Perhaps it was a habit of his, for the old man always waited until the final glimmer of sunlight vanished from the horizon before he began preparing the evening meal. He declined Yi's offer of assistance and, with a leisurely pace, kindled the fire before commencing the process of washing rice and vegetables. After rinsing the vegetables, he used the water to wash the rice, only allowing it to pass through once. Holding the rice and vegetables, he pondered for a moment, his demeanor serious, as if weighing the portions for two individuals. Yi observed the old man's movements and silhouette in silence, reminiscing about the time he had helped clear weeds for the elder, who then invited them to this very spot, pouring them a cup of hot tea. The old man had meticulously divided a piece of sweet jelly into 4 perfectly equal portions, the only piece from the lower house at that time. Reflecting on this, a slight arch formed in Yi's brow, as he did not contemplate the old man's actions in connection with any espionage. He merely recalled the past, when an elderly figure bore a striking resemblance to the man before him. As dusk descended, a solitary house stood by the fields, wisps of smoke curling from its chimney. After a long while, the smoke ceased, and upon the table inside appeared 2 bowls of rice, a plate of greens, and a dish of pickled radish fished from the jar, a simple meal, indeed, accustomed to hearty portions. Yi devoured a bowl of rice with just 2 slices of pickled radish in a few bites, then politely declared, "I'm full." The old man glanced at the empty bowl, not a single grain remaining, and smiled faintly before resuming his slow, deliberate meal. Yi rose, carried the dishes to the kitchen, washed them, and put them away, scrubbing the pot as well. Then he stepped into the courtyard, gazing silently at the moon. His initial intent had been to probe, but upon seeing that familiar silhouette, all such thoughts dissipated. His silver-lit eyes fixed upon the moon. His mind wandered, first to Kimura Takuya inside the house, then to the old man of his memories. Finally, a glint of sharpness flickered in his luminous gaze. The elderly man inside was advanced in years, his movements slow but steady, so steady that not the slightest tremor could be detected. Yizi withdrew his gaze from the moon in silence, turned, and re-entered the house. The old man was only halfway through his meal. Yet Yizi naturally bid him farewell. The old man offered a benevolent smile in return, and with a wave, they parted. Upon returning to his residence, Orochimaru sat alone on the veranda. Yizi joined him, following his gaze to the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Ears attuned to the chirping of insects hidden within the foliage. Orochimaru glanced at him and inquired, "Where have you been?" Yizi replied, "Mission." Orochimaru nodded slightly before abruptly stating, "I have also joined Root." Yizi's eyes widened in an instant, his gaze filled with shock and disbelief. "How could you join Root?" The reason behind this decision was something many wished to uncover, yet few truly knew. Even the third Hokage remained unaware of Orochimaru's motives. Hearing the incredulity in his voice, Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. Naturally, he had no intention of revealing the truth to Yizi and merely responded with indifference. Root offers many conveniences. Yizi agreed with the statement, yet he knew this was not the true reason. There had to be something far more pivotal driving Orochimaru's decision. However, since the man refused to elaborate, Yizi chose not to press further. In the following days, Yizi frequently visited the home of Kimura Takuya. When the elderly man inquired about his frequent visits, Yizi answered with sincerity, "You remind me of my late grandfather." It was no lie, but a genuine sentiment, so much so that despite the old man's long years of wisdom, he never once doubted Yizi's words. After spending considerable time with the elder, Yizi gradually confirmed that Kimura Takuya was unlike most men of his age. Firstly, he was remarkably healthy. Secondly, he possessed unusual strength. And lastly, he had no chakra. Yizi recorded these observations in a report and submitted it to his superiors. Soon after, they dispatched an operative, a member of the Yamanaka clan, and someone Yizi recognized. Yamanaka Jinya. In a secluded grove, Yizi regarded the approaching figure with cold detachment. Shan Zangiwani gazed intently at Yizi, a smile gracing his features. As the saying goes, seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. Observing Yizi's robust and powerful physique now, it was difficult to associate him with the emaciated child of yesteryears. After years apart, that peculiar child had grown formidable, strong enough to stand alone. Long time no see. Though aware they should get straight to the point, Shan Zangiwani couldn't help but digress. Yizi harbored no displeasure, for this man had, in a way, shown him kindness. Moreover, he was eager to learn what Shan Zangiwani had glimpsed in his memories that day, an increasingly pressing question as his strength grew. "Indeed, but not now," he replied. Concluding the pleasantries, Shan Zangiwani offered a faint, wry smile before composing himself. "Once confirmed, leave the rest to me." Yizi nodded silently. Evidently, the village took the spy purge seriously, even involving personnel directly under the Hokage. Traditionally, such shadowy affairs were handled by the Root. In truth, purging spies needn't be so complicated. Once suspects were identified, adopting a better safe than sorry approach would simplify matters. Yet this was Konoha. These operations dwelled not in darkness, but in the shadows, making them inherently troublesome. Days later, Yizi returned to the old man's home, this time not at dusk, but the moment the chimney's smoke ceased. Entering, he found the old man slowly chewing grains of rice. If the remaining time of one's life grew precious, this seemed a waste. Tonight, the moon hung full and luminous, its silver light spilling through the door and windows, illuminating the room. The old man, startled by Yizi's entrance, swallowed his rice and set down his bowl. "Have you eaten?" he asked. Yizi sat before him, refraining from answering the elder. Instead, she uttered, "I deceived you. I have no grandfather, nor have I ever had parents." A look of astonishment surfaced in the elder's clear eyes as he gazed at Yizi in confusion. Yet, she did not return his gaze, but fixated on the meager meal laid out before them. With a calm demeanor, she continued, "I am an orphan with a younger sister who is 3 years my junior. We were taken in by an orphanage. When I was 6, I escaped the orphanage with my sister on my back. Just as we were about to succumb to hunger, I encountered a frail old man. You bear a striking resemblance to him." Takayama Kimura released his grip on the chopsticks, quietly observing Yizi. His once sharp features, softened by the passage of time, were now etched with concern as he inquired, "Child, What troubles you? Yizi suddenly lifted her gaze towards him, her eyes somewhat frigid, and remarked, You bear a striking resemblance to him, yet you are not he. He possesses an authenticity that you lack. Perhaps it is your weariness that renders your existence appear somewhat perfunctory. This is not the demeanor of a man in the twilight of his years, yet still vibrant. At this juncture, the worry that had adorned Takayama Kimura's face ebbed away like the tide, leaving him expressionless. A glimmer of understanding flickered in his aged eyes as he let out a soft sigh and replied, Indeed, I am weary of this monotonous existence. So, do you believe you can glean anything of significance from me? I wish it were possible, yet you lack chakra, Yizi remarked. Kimura Dakuya's hand hastily brushed against his chest, yet this sudden movement elicited no reaction from Yizi, who remained composed as she gazed at the elderly man. Kimura Dakuya traced the inscribed seals beneath his clothing with his fingers, sighing softly. Indeed, I possess no chakra, he murmured before lowering his hand, his demeanor abruptly subdued. Forgive me, Yizi unexpectedly apologized. A flicker of surprise crossed Kimura Dakuya's otherwise impassive face before he offered a faint, tranquil smile. Even in the solitude of midnight, I remain faithfully an old man, though I know no one lingers nearby. Lately, I've grown dissatisfied with this existence. I long to depart, yet it remains but a fleeting thought. I know well my fate is to perish here in Konoha, so I've chosen a resting place not far, beneath the willow tree near my fields. If possible, bury me there. Understood, Yizi replied without hesitation. Thank you. And I, too, must apologize. You may be disappointed. Even the Yamanaka clan will glean nothing from me. Kimura chuckled lightly. That is of no concern to me, Yizi stated coolly. Kimura's laughter deepened, a stark contrast to his earlier stoicism. Then, his voice softened as he spoke to Yizi. Do not underestimate those without chakra. I want tea, Yizi answered, her gaze sharpening. Kimura nodded, his smile fading as he turned toward the doorway where Yamanaka Genya stood waiting. Farewell, intriguing boy. Silent? Yizi watched as Yamanaka led Kimura away. Days later, beneath the willow tree, Yizi buried Kimura's body, his back to the small lake, his face toward the fertile fields. Before the gravestone, she placed a dish bearing 3 pieces of sweet red bean jelly. A breeze, carrying a faint fragrance, stirred behind her, accompanied by a sorrowful, familiar voice. Not long ago, Grandpa Kimura seemed so full of life. Without turning, Yizi recognized the speaker. Staring at the false name etched into the tombstone, she let out a derisive scoff. He could have lived longer, but I killed him. Kushina's expression shifted, shock etching itself across her face as she stared at Yizi's unyielding back. The wind turned cold, no longer a gentle zephyr laced with fragrance, but a gust bearing withered, yellowed leaves that tumbled past the fragrant sweets. Though summer had only reached its midpoint, an autumnal chill seeped into the air, sinking deep into the heart. No matter how intently she watched, no matter how fervently she hoped, he would only stride resolutely toward a different path. This time, as she gazed at his broad, unflinching back, her heart froze over. He never jested, every word he spoke was unerringly true. And so, the old man, so vibrant mere days ago, now lay beneath the earth. Because he had killed him. Yizi's cold gaze remained fixed on the name inscribed on the stone. Sensing the fleeting emotional shift of the girl behind him, her expression indifferent, Jiao Xingnai's lips moved several times, yet ultimately remained silent. She raised her eyes to observe his raven hair, straining to discern the thoughts swirling within his mind. She was not foolish. Upon hearing those words, she was indeed alarmed. But upon further reflection, the mere fact that he stood before her hinted at a reason she was reluctant to comprehend. The only justification for Yizi to have taken the life of that benevolent old man must be a compelling necessity. And the deeper implications of that reason were one she wished to remain oblivious to. Why must you share this with me? She murmured, her teeth lightly clenched, as if she had grasped something elusive. A flicker of resignation crossed Yizi's eyes. Nonetheless, it seemed insufficient to deter the girl's stubbornness. Perhaps it was his lack of resolve that led her to persist in believing he was still the same. One cannot escape moments of heated impulse. If time could be reversed, on that fateful night, he would not have risked his life to save her. Since he had come to such a conclusion, he ought to be heartless, indifferent, and sever all ties. This bond should never have been forged in the first place. He spoke in a detached tone. A few days ago, you visited him, so I deemed it necessary to inform you of the reason he lies here today. Jiao Xingnai fell silent, as if beginning to grasp the reality before her, that he was deliberately distancing himself from her. Yet, she could not fathom the underlying reasons for such a shift. All transformations had occurred after that night. On that night, he had slumped against a tree, drenched in blood. Head bowed, his breath faint, as if he might depart this world at any moment. In that instant, he had entered her life. Yet it was precisely after that night that she sensed his withdrawal. What could be the reason behind this? No matter how she pondered, she could never fathom the truth. For Yi Zi was not of this world. He existed in an entirely different realm, yearning to return to a place that belonged to him. Yi Zi turned away, striding past the silent Jiuxing Nai, leaving with purpose. Behind him lay the grave beneath the willow tree, before which 3 pieces of yokon rested, a token of his remorse towards the elder. He vowed never to return to this place again. Human memories persist eternally within the mind. Even if they become indistinct and unrecognizable, they can be reignited by similar experiences. The time spent with the elder, which should have faded into obscurity, suddenly crystallized into clarity. He had lost a significant relative, and another important figure awaited him still. As Yi Zi departed, Jiuxing Nai stood before the grave, her expression tinged with sorrow. After a moment, she clenched her fists and resolutely murmured, "Unless you tell me the reason yourself, I will not let go." The sparks ignited by the continuous friction of minor conflicts ultimately led to flames. The rock ninja could no longer contain themselves, revealing their sharp fangs as they stealthily annihilated a 100-man squad stationed at the border of Konoha. Such brazen actions thrust both parties into the spotlight. Once the bottom line is crossed, no justification holds any weight. In response to the rock ninja's incursion, Konoha stood resolutely, prepared to confront the aggression head-on. The third Hokage directly appointed Orochimaru as the leader, with Tsunade serving as his aide, gathering a formidable army to march towards the land of Earth. Since the last great conflict, each nation has recuperated significantly, and it is now the opportune moment for the new generation to undergo rigorous training. The recent strife instigated by the rock ninjas serves as an excellent crucible for honing these emerging talents. This battle is inevitable. It is merely a matter of time, a truth that many have come to understand deeply. Sarutobi stood atop the Hokage office, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance towards the land of Earth, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. Behind him stood several silent Umbu operatives. "If conflict is unavoidable, then we must confront it head-on," he remarked in a subdued tone. The Umbu remained silent yet shared in the third straightforward assessment. With a sudden sigh, Sarutobi's eye sparkled with determination as he continued, "War, though brutal, invariably forges individuals. I hold great expectations for them. After this conflict, their names will resonate throughout the ninja world. I dare assert this." At that moment, a voice interjected, belonging to a man with flowing white hair. Sarutobi turned to the newcomer, offering a faint smile, and remarked, "They remind me of you. Each time I see them, I am transported back to your earlier selves." The newcomer was Jiraiya, who scratched his head and chuckled. "Little Pepper indeed resembles Tsunade, and her talent is remarkable. That aloof kid is strikingly similar to Orochimaru, a genius in his own right. However, Minato is unlike me. He is a talent that rivals that young boy." "Oh?" Sarutobi was somewhat taken aback, for the usually self-assured Jiraiya was now speaking so humbly of himself. Unfazed by Sarutobi's astonished gaze, Jiraiya turned his attention towards the land of Earth and stated earnestly, "I am utterly convinced that Minato's name will undoubtedly resonate throughout the ninja world, beginning with this war." A faint smile curled at the corners of Sarutobi's mouth, and in his weary eyes, one could almost envision such a scene. Perhaps, indeed, Minato's name would echo through the annals of the ninja realm in the future. However, the fiery Little Pepper and Haruno would surely leave their mark as well. War ebbs and flows, an enduring cycle. The sorrow wrought by conflict is trapped in the eyes and buried deep within the heart. Familiar faces, now mere memories, surge before me in this moment, leaving only resolute determination and palpable animosity in their wake. The wars instigated by the hidden villages invariably afflict the small nations caught in the buffer zone. When the rock ninja commence hostilities, the nations of the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass are fated to stand in opposition once more. In this nascent conflict, these two small nations may be deemed cannon fodder or vanguards, for it is indisputable that the initial battlegrounds have always been the small buffer states. Konoha has erected an expansive defensive line along its borders, formidable enough to deter the rock ninja from breaching its territory. However, the Land of Earth, characterized by its defensible terrain, requires no excessive expenditure of forces to fortify its borders. In terms of military strength, we find ourselves at a disadvantage. Orochimaru surveyed the general distribution of troops with a detached gaze, his expression tinged with gravity. The geographical advantages of the Land of Fire, where Konoha resides, are overshadowed by the encirclement of major powers. As we engage in warfare with the Rock Ninja, we must remain vigilant to the movements of other ninja villages. Consequently, Konoha's elite, such as White Fang and Jiraiya, have not yet taken to the front lines. Should the conflict merely involve a single nation's forces pitted against another, Konoha could easily claim victory by deploying its finest warriors. The legendary three ninjas and the esteemed White Fang alone could counter half of the Rock Ninja's elite. However, the majority of the Rock Ninja's main forces are consolidated, making it exceedingly difficult for our smaller contingent to withstand their onslaught. Should we not contract our defensive line? The risk of a breach becomes alarmingly high. Within the tent, a composed middle-aged man bearing a faint scar across his cheek spoke with steady resolve. He was Nara Shikaku, a senior ninja from the Nara clan and one of the leaders on the front lines. If we contract our defenses, we may struggle to fend off covert incursions from the Rock Ninja, he cautioned. A handsome man with long, light blue hair interjected, "Indeed, that is a valid concern." He was Cat Dan, Tsunade's partner. Nara Shikaku stroked his chin thoughtfully, responding, "It is true that disturbances at the rear could pose significant complications. Yet we may devise solutions or mitigate risks. However, if we are overwhelmed at the front, the line will inevitably be drawn into our territory." Tsunade cast a glance at the pensive Cat Dan and stated solemnly, "Drawing the front lines into our domain is not without merit. This would grant us a geographical advantage. Furthermore, as the opposing forces extend their supply lines, their logistics will become increasingly strained. Let us not forget, this war is primarily defensive." Nara Shikaku regarded Tsunade and remarked, "Once the front line is drawn inward, the potential for damage will exponentially increase. If there are no superior alternatives, I am not opposed to the strategy." Tsunade nodded, momentarily silent, her gaze lingering on the map before her. Cat Dan proposed, "Perhaps we could lure the main forces of the Rock Ninja into our territory and isolate them." After a brief silence, Orochimaru interjected, "We must not underestimate the strength of the Rock Ninja. It is a risk we cannot afford to take." "I still believe Shikaku is correct. We should confront the Rock Ninja head-on." A boisterous member of the Akimichi clan chimed in, unabashed in his demeanor. The crowd in the room fell into an awkward silence at these words. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and remarked coldly, "To win this war, we must ultimately crush the enemy. Consolidating our defenses is not without merit. As for the threat of infiltration, we can assemble a covert unit to handle it. There's no need for a full-scale defense. Just strategic points of resistance." Meanwhile, within the stronghold of the Rock Ninja, discussions were underway in preparation for the impending conflict. The Leaf's defensive line is stretched too thin. "By concentrating our attacks on key points, we can gradually wear them down," declared a stern-faced middle-aged man, his icy gaze brimming with deep-seated hatred, as though he harbored an unshakable grudge against the Hidden Leaf. "Orochimaru is no fool. He won't let us charge in recklessly. Consolidating their defenses is inevitable. But since we hold the numerical advantage, we can dispatch a unit to infiltrate enemy territory and sever their supply lines," suggested a man with a sinister expression. "The Leaf has always relied on multiple supply routes. Completely cutting them off is nearly impossible. Still, causing them some disruption would be worthwhile." "Agreed. This task should be entrusted to the demolition unit." A scoff echoed through the room. "I'd love to see the look on those Leaf ninjas' faces when explosions light up their rear lines. While the demolition unit can deliver a devastating psychological blow, pairing them with the camouflage unit would enhance their effectiveness." Sound reasoning. With the camouflage unit's support, the Leaf will have a far harder time tracking down our demolition teams. This time, we'll make sure the Hidden Leaf truly understands the might of the Rock Ninja. The strategic deployments of both sides were established in a mere exchange of words. In this conflict, numerous elite shinobi were dispatched. Yet a greater number comprised of Nin and Jinin, whose combat capabilities were relatively feeble and whose self-preservation skills were notably lacking, thus rendering them the most vulnerable. Minato and Kujukanai were both Nin, while the lower-ranked Ino Shikacho trio also found themselves at the front lines. Additionally, after shedding his codename, Raiga from the Umbu was sent to join the fray. This marked the inaugural engagement of the new generation in warfare. Yeji caressed the hilt of his sword. Reclining upon the grass and gazing at the moonlit sky, his expression one of indifference. Beside him lay a sizable bento box wrapped in a floral cloth. And to his surprise, the girl who had served as his physician on numerous occasions had also arrived for this battle. The bright moon hung in the cloudless night, surrounded by a tapestry of stars, as a gentle breeze swept across the plains, creating rippling waves that softly brushed against the depths of his dark eyes. Lying there, he quietly contemplated the resplendent moon amidst the celestial sea, its silver light ensnared within his profound gaze, concealing a world unknown and thoughts unshared. During the serene moments of nightfall, he would often fixate on the moon, reminiscent of Earth, as if he could discern the smiling faces of loved ones etched upon its uneven surface. The night breeze was particularly gentle, and the bento box, swathed in the floral cloth, rested quietly at his side. Despite its insulation, several hours had elapsed, and the dishes within had inevitably grown cold. At that moment, a faint sound of something heavy trampling the grass nearby reached his ears. Easy instinctively tensed his gaze, only to gradually relax once more. This location, situated at the very heart of the army, should pose no threat. Most importantly, as he listened to the leisurely footsteps, he recognized the identity of the approaching individual. Why not partake in a meal? Beneath the radiant moonlight, the girl's crystalline voice, reminiscent of pearls cascading onto a platter, drifted gently into Yi Zi's ears with the night breeze. Her silver eyes held a scrutinizing glint, yet her tone remained as tranquil as a windless lake, rendering her irritation undetectable at that moment. Yi Zi's gaze was solely fixed on the luminous moon, oblivious to the hint of displeasure reflected in the girl's expression. He failed to comprehend the significance of the food within the lunchbox, yet the girl, as its creator, understood its meaning more profoundly than anyone else. Indeed, more than the esteemed adult in the realm of medicine. Thus, when she noticed that the bow atop the lunchbox had remained untouched for several hours, her irritation began to surface. Yi Zi calmly declared, "I have fully recovered from my injuries and feel no deficiency in my vitality." So, the girl's delicate brows arched gently, her soft gaze, akin to the night breeze, swept over Yi Zi reclining on the grass before gradually ascending to the cloudless sky and the silver moon. Her eyes, as beautiful as the moon itself, sparkled with hesitation and concern, their silver hue unmasked by the moonlight. She replied, "That is not for replenishing blood." Yi Zi paused, momentarily at a loss for words. He yearned to respond, "If this food offers no benefit to my body, then with such a portion, it would be better suited for a mere snack." However, this was merely his unilateral conjecture. "Then, why have you prepared this for me?" He was unaware of the girl's name and had never considered inquiring about it. If given the choice, he would have preferred not to accept her offering. Yet, when one is constantly on the brink of lying on another's operating table, it becomes impossible to dismiss the kindness of others. The girl did not answer his question but instead asked, "May I sit down?" Yuzigan directly replied, "Of course." The girl shifted her stance and gently settled beside Yi Zi, her hands resting on her bent legs, her head bowed, with her delicate chin resting upon her knees. The night breeze playfully lifted 2 strands of silver hair that cascaded down at her temples. Yi Zi caught a faint, refreshing fragrance, reminiscent of the scent released by ginger orchids adorned with morning dew. Following the alluring aroma, he turned to the girl beside him. Noticing the striking silver strands that fell from her dark hair at her temples, particularly conspicuous. As his gaze shifted, he could only glimpse half of her face, veiled by her flowing locks. The girl gazed at the tips of the grass swaying gently in the night breeze and softly remarked, "Are you aware that the cells within your body are remarkably active?" Yi Zi was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, she replied calmly, "I know a little." The girl remarked, "This is not a favorable phenomenon. The number of cell divisions in a person's lifetime is finite. Given your current rate of division, your lifespan does not exceed 30 years. Yi Zi maintained a composed expression and responded, "And then? Therefore, I aim to assist you in curbing the rate of cellular division." Yi Zi suddenly turned her gaze to the food container beside her and remarked indifferently, "Are these the ones?" The girl nodded slightly. Yi Zi turned her gaze towards her profile, a subtle chill glimmering in her eyes, and remarked, "Wouldn't medication be a more direct approach? Its efficacy might even be more potent." The girl, facing the cold gaze of Yi Zi, replied with calm composure, "I dare not. Dare not." Yi Zi let out a peculiar, cold laugh, and then replied indifferently, "I am grateful for your repeated interventions, yet I do not require your presumptuous assistance." The girl's covert actions had already breached his threshold. After a brief silence, she spoke earnestly, "In less than a year, the dosage of anesthetic has escalated from twice the normal amount to now 5 times, indicating that the rate of cellular division within your body continues to accelerate. The assessment that your lifespan may not exceed 30 years is predicated on this rapid cellular proliferation. If effective suppression is not achieved, there may come a day when your body ages precipitously. Even so, do you remain unconcerned? Is a statement that sounds gravely serious truly a fact? A lifespan of less than 30 years. Will the body age rapidly one day? The early deterioration of bodily functions? This is indeed a grave matter. However, to this day, he has only experienced the benefits bestowed by his physical form. Were it not for this, perhaps he would have long since faltered, or even met his demise. Yeezy suddenly straightened his upper body and coldly remarked, "In an era where death lurks at every corner, why should I suppress it? What does it matter if my lifespan is less than 30? What does it matter if one ages swiftly one day? If this allows me to expedite the pursuit of my aspirations, then every effort is worthwhile. Even if one day I return there, burdened by age and gasping for breath, I shall retain a modicum of inconsequential chakra, serving as the first ray of dawn after a long night. Only by returning to that realm can hope be rekindled." The resolute tone in his voice resonated deeply with the girl, instilling in her a sense of gravity. She was unaware of the nature of Yeezy's ambitions. Yet she discerned effortlessly that they were monumental and fraught with challenges, so much so that he might even forsake his life for them, for reasons unknown. An impulse surged within her to assist Yeezy, akin to the fervor she had felt while preparing sustenance to slow cellular division. In that moment, her feelings were clearer and more pronounced. She vividly recalled the first time Yeezy was brought to the operating table, drenched in blood. His breath so faint it seemed he might depart this world within moments. The furrowed brow and tightly shut eyes reflected an unyielding defiance against fate, making her acutely aware of the boy's fierce will to survive. Thus, she exerted every effort to save him, and the moment he opened his eyes, she indelibly etched him into her memory. In those fleeting seconds, the depths of his dark eyes initially revealed profound terror and resentment. However, as he began to perceive the oxygen flowing through the mask, the fear and resentment dissipated at lightning speed, replaced by a bewildered calmness. This tranquility was not one of relief or elation, but rather an inexplicable serenity that contrasted starkly with his previously fervent desire to live. It was the first time she had encountered such a young man, and thus, that moment was indelibly etched in her memory. Even now, her desire to assist him surged with particular intensity, especially at this very moment. "I wish to aid you. I am determined to help you. You must allow me to do so." The usually quiet girl displayed her first act of assertiveness in life. The night was cool as water. The girl's forceful response did not elicit the slightest change in Yeezy's expression. He remained like a cold stone, silent and indifferent. Thus, the girl too fell silent, gazing stubbornly at him with unwavering conviction that Yeezy would eventually need her help, if not now, then someday. "My name is Shimura Nanako," she declared before turning away, leaving behind a faint trace of fragrance. Only then did Yeezy shift his gaze, watching Nanako's retreating figure, his aloof eyes flickering with a trace of mockery. "Root. Shimura, the corpse disposal unit. Humph. Trying to help me?" A vast expanse of dark clouds swept across the sky, gradually obscuring the moon. He watched as the darkness surged forth from the distance, consuming Nanako, eliciting a low, cold chuckle from him. It was as if he perceived everything with clarity, arrogantly dismissing any gestures of goodwill. Even though Nanako's intentions were undeniably sincere, the weight of the Shimura surname led Yeezy to regard such kindness as a mere fade. There were many reasons for his skepticism. For instance, she had always been the one to treat him, and she was now aware of the peculiarities of his body. Such a physique must be regarded as exceedingly precious by many, including Shimura Danzo. Yeezy contemplated coldly, recognizing he was a part of the Roots, yet not one destined to remain forever hidden in darkness. Thus, he answered the call to war, but as his attending physician approached, she came bearing the guise of a corpse retrieval unit. Was this a precautionary measure, a means to collect my remains? As the dark clouds disperse, the silvery moonlight once again graces the earth, casting its ethereal glow upon Yeezy's face and eyes, rendering them particularly frigid. On the morrow, the grand conflict looms imminent. The Rock Ninja and the Leaf Village meticulously position their forces, as if gazing at each other from across a chasm. Between the two armies lies a vast expanse of yellow earth, marking the boundary between the Gray Ninja and the Grass Ninja. In this war, the Gray Ninja and the Grass Ninja, as allies, have also entered the fray, albeit with merely symbolic reinforcements. Neither the Rock Ninja nor the Leaf Village harbors expectations that these allied forces will significantly bolster their strength. Their primary desire is merely to secure safe passage through the territories of the Gray and Grass Ninja. After all, during times of war, no one relishes the presence of trouble beneath their very noses. The front lines stretch extensively, resembling a colossal black dragon sprawled across the horizon. This is the overt display. Yet both sides remain oblivious to the clandestine maneuvers that may be at play behind the scenes. In the theater of war, conspiracies are secondary. The true key to victory lies in the disparity of strength, for any scheme necessitates power to be realized. The forces of the Rock Village are evidently superior in number to those of the Leaf Village. However, while the Leafs' numbers may be fewer. The individual strength of its warriors far exceeds that of their rock counterparts. To the casual observer, it appears that both sides have arrayed their full might in plain sight, seeking to intimidate one another. Yet, clandestinely, both factions have positioned a hidden unit. Leading the rock forces is a cold-eyed, middle-aged man named Scourge of Naruto, a figure of considerable renown within the rock village, comparable in stature to Orochimaru in the Leaf village. His role as commander is not only to diminish the Leaf's strength but also to exact vengeance for his son. During a mission to protect the daimyo of the Land of Rain, his son perished at the hands of Leaf's Yeji. Upon receiving the dreadful news, disbelief washed over him. For the mission was led by Tsuchiya Sanzeo. After enduring the pain and fury, he meticulously scrutinized the battle report, directing all his wrath towards the peculiar name of Yeji. It was this individual who had slain his only son. Having dedicated his life to the military, he had finally sired a child, who emerged as a promising talent among the new generation, only to be lost in what he perceived to be a mere experience-gathering endeavor. His grief and rage are potent enough to obliterate reason. Thus, he stands here, gazing at the Leaf's army, ready to unleash his full might to severely cripple Leaf's power, while simultaneously eliminating all of its brilliant new generation. For this singular purpose, he dares to defy the Tsuchikage's orders, for in this moment, he is prepared to sacrifice his own life. In comparison to the obsession that transcends his own existence, the Tsuchikage's commands pale in significance. Orochimaru's perspective is but a distant speck, yet it remains vividly clear before him. Fengtian's demeanor is as frigid as ice, and his gaze is imbued with a chilling ferocity. The Tsuchikage's intent is to weaken the Leaf's power through this conflict. Despite possessing intelligence from spies, he is reluctant to target the new generation of Leaf's warriors. However, he prioritizes the elimination of Yeji, and if possible, the deaths of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina would be a most fortuitous bonus. Thus, during the operational meeting, he expressed his support for deploying troops to infiltrate the rear of the Leaf village to sever their supplies. For only in this manner could he dispatch his assassination unit to seek out Yeji and others, aided by camouflaged forces. He firmly believes that should he locate Yeji and his companions, their demise would be assured, for this assassination unit is no ordinary elite shinobi. Naturally, it would be ideal if the targets were not in the rear. Should Yeji shine upon the battlefield, he would stop at nothing to bring him down, and no one could impede him. On the Leaf's side, Orochimaru remains unaware that Scourge of Naruto has privately prioritized the assassination of Yeji. Even if he were to ascertain that the large rock was indeed the son of Scourge of Naruto, it is beyond his imagination that a formidable warrior would be swayed by personal vendettas amidst such a grand-scale conflict. It was precisely due to the unpredictability of the situation that he designated Yi Zi as a member of the ambush unit, aligning with the intentions of Shi Fangfeng. Under the influence of Shi Fangfeng, the strength of the supply-cutting forces dispatched by the IWA shinobi surpassed the expectations of the Konoha decision-makers. No one anticipated that Shi Fangfeng would willingly diminish the visible strength on the surface to match Konoha's combat capability, all in a bid to bolster the clandestine forces, ensuring the success of eliminating Yi Zi. Whether from IWA or Konoha, anyone who discerned this would undoubtedly regard this individual as an irredeemable scoundrel. This large-scale war could not determine a victor in a single encounter. Thus, the initial skirmish was merely a probe. The true essence of the conflict lay in the covert clashes beneath the surface. Konoha had arranged an ambush force of approximately 100, with fewer than 20 elite shinobi among them. The majority were Chunin, and unfortunately, the brilliant new generation was represented within, including Yi Zi, Kushina, Minato, and the promising younger members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Undoubtedly, under the leadership of several elite shinobi, combined with the presence of this dazzling new generation, the strength of the ambush unit was formidable. However, Shi Fangfeng's unconventional tactics meant that this ambush unit would face the most perilous circumstances of the war, serving as a crucial trial. As the two armies faced each other, ninjas were no longer mere ninjas. The combat was no longer about ambushes or stealth, but rather a contest of true might. The winds howled and swept across the barren earth, where desolation once lingered. At this moment, the essence of life permeated the area, and years later, this desolate land might flourish with verdant growth, nourished by the blood that had been shed. There was no superfluous dialogue. War was direct and unyielding. A thunderous cloud of white smoke erupted from the ranks, as Konoha summoned several gigantic summoning beasts, including the iconic giant slug and the myriad snakes, while IWA retaliated with formidable lizard-like summoning creatures. A fierce gust surged from the distance. accompanying a storm of sand that blotted out the sky, resembling a yellow dragon piercing through the battleground, delineating the boundary between the two armies. Amidst the haze, the cacophony rose within the swirling sands, phrases of slaughter and charge infused into the sudden tempest, signaling the commencement of the first close-quarter clash of war. Countless figures leaped into the air, plunging into the billowing sands, as various ninjutsu erupted with astonishing force. In mere moments, anguished cries echoed, one after another, like relentless waves crashing upon the shore, seemingly unending. In the face of large-scale warfare, life appeared insignificantly frail. Amidst the chaos, one could be struck by a shuriken from behind at any moment or be engulfed by a storm of ninjutsu. Orochimaru stood atop the head of the myriad snakes, coldly observing the battle amidst the swirling sands. As he watched the ninjas from both sides fall, the icy gaze of the myriad snakes was filled with disdain. Indifferently, he remarked, "Should I be compelled to enter the battlefield, I shall not select my targets." The implication was clear. Once on the battlefield, it would not distinguish between friend or foe. The slug beside it cast a disdainful glance, harboring a long-standing aversion toward the cold demeanor of Manda and Orochimaru. Orochimaru, seemingly well acquainted with Manda's temperament, observed the battlefield and remarked nonchalantly, "You should restrain the opponent's summoned beasts." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped from the serpent's head. Manda shot him a cold smile, asserting, "No problem, watch me devour them." With that, the serpent surged forward, undulating like a mountain collapsing, causing the ground to tremble violently and leaving a deep trench in its wake. Standing atop the slug, Tsunade turned to Orochimaru and declared loudly, "I will focus on healing from the rear. The front lines are yours." Orochimaru looked up at her, his expression impassive, and nodded slightly before plunging into the fray. Witnessing Orochimaru enter the battlefield, Tsunade clasped her hands together in a seal and said, "I entrust this to you, slug." "Of course, Lady Tsunade," the slug replied softly. At that moment, scarcely a minute into the conflict, over 100 combatants had already perished upon the dusty ground. The initial onslaught was characteristically fierce, intended to establish momentum and subsequently overwhelm the enemy. Orochimaru joined the fray, fighting alongside numerous elite genin, coalescing into a formidable spear that pierced through the enemy's tightly knit formation, mirroring the actions of the rock ninjas. Shadow snake hands, as colorful venomous snakes emerged from Orochimaru's wrist. They swiftly dispatched 2 rock ninjas. His gaze swept across the battlefield, realizing that Konoha's pressure was not as formidable as anticipated. Perhaps the enemy's forces were not as robust as the intelligence suggested. This observation was not lost on many of the strategizing genin. Nara Shikaku knelt on one knee, forming hand seals, and a multitude of shadows slithered forth from beneath him, intertwining with his allies' genjutsu to ensnare several rock ninjas in mere moments. "Well done, Shikaku and Naru," he acknowledged. As the shadow-bound rock ninja struggled, Akimichi Choji, utilizing his expansion technique, delivered a massive fist that obliterated the captured enemies. Despite successfully eliminating several adversaries, a furrow formed on Shikaku's brow. He felt little joy, as a troubling thought nagged at him. With such a force, could the enemy have a backup plan? No, that thought seemed futile. What was truly at play here? Suddenly, a realization struck him. The visible enemy forces appeared significantly diminished, suggesting a strong possibility that reinforcements had been redirected to the rear. "Naru, connect me to Orochimaru." Shikaku's demeanor shifted to grave, for the rear guard included his son. Understood. Though puzzled, Naru promptly established the connection with Orochimaru. Upon linking, Shikaku quickly relayed his suspicions to Orochimaru, whose expression shifted slightly before he decisively dismissed Shikaku's proposal after just a few breaths. The opponent has made a grave error. In a situation where both sides are evenly matched, the forces of Konoha hold the advantage. Under such circumstances, if one can seize a significant portion of the enemy's strength, subsequent maneuvers will lead to a decisive victory in this war. For the sake of this objective, even a disastrous defeat for the rear ambush unit is deemed acceptable. Orochimaru's sole focus is the triumph of this conflict, devoid of any personal sentiments. Even with the knowledge that his ambush unit includes Yezi, he would proceed as such, perhaps even employing Yezi as bait to divert the enemy's forces. This is the essence of Orochimaru. He is adept at discerning priorities. Upon hearing Orochimaru's resolute rejection of the suggestion, Lu Yun furrowed his brow even tighter. He understood that Orochimaru's decision was indeed correct. However, his son was among the ambush unit. Gritting his teeth, he could only pray that the new generation of Inoshikucho would not encounter formidable opponents. On the other hand, The ambush unit consists of merely over a dozen elite shinobi, the majority being nin, with about 20 genin. Each elite shinobi leads a 10-member team, tasked with vigilant surveillance of a designated area, ready to eliminate any enemy upon discovery. Kushina and Minato are assigned to the same team, while Yezi finds himself paired with several unfamiliar individuals, led by a blue-haired elite shinobi named Cat Dance. Among the team members, two individuals particularly catch Yezi's attention, a pair of twin siblings, both possessing black hair and eyes, belonging to the Uchiha clan. Prior to the mission, each member provided a brief assessment of their combat capabilities. The Uchiha siblings are both nin. The elder specializes in genjutsu while the younger excels in ninjutsu. Their synergy formidable enough to contend with elite shinobi. Yezi mentally contemplated a potential confrontation with the twins, realizing that overcoming them would require considerable effort. His resistance to genjutsu is notable, and if he can first incapacitate the elder sibling, he stands a chance. However, for an ordinary individual lacking sensitivity to genjutsu, a single encounter with the twins could prove fatal. Among the other team members, the remaining nin do not warrant much concern, yet the three genin, like himself, possess formidable combat potential as the successors of Inoshikacho, capable of executing intricate teamwork. It appears I must fight alone. Glancing at his teammates, Yezi mused silently. He felt out of place amidst the Uchiha siblings and the young Inoshikacho, while he held little regard for the other nin. As for the team leader, Cat Dance, he may indeed be a viable ally. If what Cat Dance claims about controlling others' bodies holds true, he could swiftly eliminate the opposing force. We are on the defensive, holding the advantage of terrain. Once we disperse, we can set traps to enhance our chances of victory, Cat Dance proclaimed, standing atop a tree branch. Nara Shikaku, with his braids, scratched his cheek, appearing somewhat indifferent as he inquired of his teammates, "Shall we set traps?" Akimichi Choza replied nonchalantly, "I'm fine with anything." In the heart of the mountains, Hai spoke with a calm demeanor, suggesting that they should arrange their strategies prudently and distribute tasks in a decentralized manner, for their combat strength was not formidable. Narashikaka nodded in agreement, adding that they should lay down some rather unpleasant traps. Even if nothing else, it would enhance their chances of survival. After thoroughly outlining various precautions, Kato glanced at the Uchiha siblings and the little pig, Shika, and imparted some final words of caution before everyone dispersed to their designated defensive positions. The warfare among ninjas significantly differs from that of soldiers, particularly in terms of supply lines. Unlike soldiers, ninjas do not stockpile substantial amounts of provisions at their rear bases. For destroying supplies is a trivial task for them, while safeguarding them poses a greater challenge. Thus, supply teams must undertake long journeys, adhering to a strict timeline to deliver a specified quantity of provisions to their units. Consequently, the bases of Konoha are not laden with ample supplies, which necessitates vigilance against enemy attacks on their supply routes, particularly targeting the logistics teams. The task of the blocking units is to maintain a position along these routes, and upon spotting any adversaries, they are to eliminate them on the spot, striving to diminish the enemy's forces. The extensive area of their defensive range necessitates their dispersion, with each small team assigned to guard a specific sector. Yezi held a dismissive view of the other Chunin in his team, yet found himself compelled to align with these three adults. Among them, one, named Guan Village, was nearing his 30s and had long held the rank of Chunin, seemingly stagnant in his progression, possibly due to a lack of talent or insufficient effort. The other two, younger, were named Miao Yin and Hei Mu, each approximately a decade his senior. Guan Village appeared to have abandoned any aspirations for promotion to Jonin, opting instead to complacently fulfill his duties as a Chunin. Having settled into a family life that prioritized risk aversion even as a frontline participant, Miao Yin and Hei Mu were contemporaries who, shortly after graduating as Genin, ascended to Chunin within just a few years. However, their inherent lack of talent and limited chakra reserves hindered any further advancement, leaving them perpetually at the Chunin level. Yezi regarded these three individuals with a sense of superiority, perceiving them as weak. He believed he could easily triumph over the three of them single-handedly. This disdain and his habitual inclination towards solitude rendered him disinterested in their discussions, as he maintained an expressionless silence on the periphery. As a Chunin of modest strength who had survived unscathed until now, it was evident that these three possessed their own unique merits. Yet Yezi's preconceived notions blinded him to this truth. As the eldest among them, Guansuan naturally held the most authority, his experience rendering him astute in matters of strategy. Consequently, Both Niao Yin and Haimu had no objections to the plans proposed by Guanxuan regarding traps. The three of them had also discerned Yi Zi's aloofness and disdain. Despite being aware that Yi Zi was a disciple of Orochimaru, they offered him neither excessive attention nor favorable expressions. Nestled at the border, the area was richly adorned with towering trees, presenting a lush canopy ideal for concealment. Under Guanxuan's guidance, the trio swiftly set numerous traps, their efficacy contingent upon the perceptiveness of the approaching adversaries. Each individual sought a place to hold their breath and conceal themselves, observing the myriad forms of life within the forest, patiently awaiting their imagined prey. After a considerable interval, a squad clad in the attire of the IWA shinobi finally emerged. This team moved through the forest with an audacious grace, their presence almost brazen. Leading them was a robust middle-aged man named Schertsuan. His powerful physique strained against his vest, and though his short-cropped hair and deep-set eyes exuded a commanding presence, a flat nose marred his overall appearance. From a distance, Yi Zi observed the man's movements, his gaze sharpening. The fellow's agility was devoid of any superfluous motion, precise and potent. As he landed on a tree branch, a sharp crack resonated, seemingly intended to attract the attention of the Konoha ninjas. The three comrades trailing behind him were no ordinary fighters either, exhibiting deft movements and formidable builds. While their ninjutsu remained to be assessed, their physical prowess was undoubtedly commendable, though the faint traces of blood upon them could not be overlooked. It remained uncertain whether the stains belonged to humans or beasts, yet it was unlikely that they had engaged in the senseless slaughter of animals. As the opposing squad drew closer, Yi Zi subtly diverted his gaze, employing his peripheral vision to scrutinize the IWA shinobi team while contemplating the disparity in their strengths. Given their combat capabilities, it seemed improbable that they could withstand a direct confrontation. To overcome this squad, they would have to rely on the adversary's foolishness to stumble into their traps. Otherwise, he would have to consider his companions as mere fodder while he awaited the opportune moment to strike down the strongest among them with ferocity. To ensure his own survival, he resolved to adopt a heartless and self-serving stance. Faced with such formidable foes, Yi Zi's instinctive reaction was not to ally with Guanxuan and the others, but rather to view them as expendable. Soon, under Guanxuan's watchful gaze filled with anticipation, Schertsuan and his companions approached the trap-laden area. However, just a few steps away, Schertsuan abruptly raised his arm, halting on a branch. The individuals behind him immediately followed suit. Had they been detected? Guanxuan's expression shifted subtly. Schertsuan cast a cold glance at the inconspicuous wire stretched across the branches, a smirk of derision crossing his face. With barely moving lips, he lowered his voice. There are traps. Konoha ninjas must be hidden nearby. Suzy, flush them out. One of his companions nodded discreetly, channeling chakra. After issuing his orders, Schertsuan feigned a casual survey of the surroundings, a barely perceptible cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Thus far, they had only eliminated a Leaf Village team that sought to rely on traps, unaware that the reinforcements dispatched by the Leaf were woefully weak, merely ch-nin at best. Now, another team relying on traps appeared, likely composed of similarly feeble individuals. Three figures were discernible, one positioned 1,000 meters directly ahead, while two others lingered at the 10 o'clock direction, 1,200 meters away. Moments later, Suzy's lips moved slightly, his voice coalescing into a soft whisper that reached Geo Village's ears. A subtle smile on Geo Village's lips morphed into a distinct, menacing sneer as he coldly warned. Beware of traps. Those two are yours to handle. With that, he suddenly propelled himself forward, the tree branch beneath him splintering underfoot as he shot forth like a cannonball towards the direction where Guan Village was concealed. Discovered. Upon perceiving Geo Village's unerring approach, Guan Village's expression shifted, abandoning any semblance of hope as he promptly leaped from the foliage and decisively turned to flee. The disparity in strength was evident the instant Geo Village surged forward, leaving Guan Village no inclination to linger and engage in combat. Attempting to escape? As he witnessed the Leaf Ninja retreating, a look of disdain flickered in Geo Village's eyes, swiftly replaced by a predatory gleam. Tu Navi. No sooner had the words left his lips than Geo Village accelerated, closing the distance to Guan Village with alarming speed. With a swift motion, he plunged his kunai into Guan Village's back, eliciting a chilling scream as Guan faltered, plummeting like a bird with shattered wings to the forest floor. Despite the kunai embedding itself in his heart, Geo Village did not depart. He descended alongside the fallen Guan Village, casting a cold gaze upon the mangled corpse, poised to ascertain the target's demise when suddenly, the body erupted into a cloud of white smoke, transforming into a section of tree trunk. A substitution technique? When did? Geo Village's expression shifted, for in his pursuit, he had not observed any signs of Guan Village forming hand seals. Yet, it was undeniable that the substitution technique had been employed. In a state of cold sweat, Guan Village now concealed himself within a hidden thicket, a position he had identified earlier for such a critical moment. Though he had effectively utilized this hiding spot, his heart was heavy with dread. Acutely aware that the enemy possessed sensory ninja capable of easily locating his whereabouts, his only hope lay in praying that Bird Flame and his companions could divert the attention of this formidable adversary, allowing him to seize the opportunity to flee. He could only lament the vast chasm of strength between them. But was that truly possible? Observing Geo Village's movements with keen acuity, Yezi had already sentenced Guan Village to death. To flee before engaging was futile, even if he possessed a fighting chance. Geo Village was undeniably powerful, though not to a degree that instilled in Yezi a sense of invincibility. In truth, the only individual to evoke such feelings in him thus far had been Orochimaru. For this reason, he sought an opportunity to eliminate Geo Village, but that required Guan Village to create a moment of distraction. Absent such an opportunity, Yezi would quietly retreat with unerring resolve. He could only remain like a venomous serpent, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a lethal strike. Yizak deliberately dulled his emotions to a mere wisp of a breeze, minimizing the presence of his gaze. He patiently awaited. As the opposing party swiftly deduced the positions of Niao Yin and Guan Xiyuan, indicating that at least one of them was a sensory ninja. The fact that he was not detected implied that, due to distance, they were oblivious to his presence. This was his opportunity. All he needed to do was eliminate the strongest among them. With this thought, Yizak cast a cold glance towards a secluded thicket, hidden from the light. He had remained silent nearby, not idly doing nothing. As an outsider, his keen eyes easily discerned Guan Sen's hiding place. The speed of the substitution technique was indeed remarkable, likely honed through extensive practice. While it offered little advantage in combat, it proved exceptionally useful for escape. Yizak held no disdain for Guan Xiyuan's specialized training in the substitution technique. Indeed, had he lacked better options, he too might have focused on survival skills. You cannot escape. Make the most of your remaining strength, Yizak mused silently, his peripheral vision glancing at the indifferent Shi Xiyuan. Upon realizing their presence, Niao Yin and He Mu, initially thrown into disarray, quickly regained their composure. However, they faced 3Ch Nin whose strength approached that of J Nin. The adversaries charged in as if possessed, showing no concern for their chakra consumption, immediately unleashing powerful ninjutsu. After a few exchanges, Niao Yin and He Mu felt immense pressure. Had it not been for their adept cooperation, they would likely have perished under the earth-style technique of one of their attackers during the second exchange. Despite the overwhelming sense of crisis, Niao Yin and He Mu remained clear-headed and perceptive, noticing that their opponents were eager to dispatch them swiftly. They exchanged glances, silently conveying their thoughts. This moment of unspoken communication was sharply perceived by the 3Iwa Nin, who instantly assumed that Niao Yin and He Mu had devised a strategy. Knowing from their previous encounters that their synergy allowed for such nonverbal exchanges. Be vigilant, the leader remarked, his expression turning serious. Then, suddenly, He Mu and Niao Yin diverged, propelling themselves in opposite directions. Akin to Guan Xiyuan, they were acutely aware of their opponent's overwhelming strength and wasted no time fleeing. The leader's countenance froze in disbelief at this turn of events, darkening with anger as he commanded, "Pursue." The other two, equally enraged, split into two directions without needing to confer, gathering their chakra and charging after Niao Yin and He Mu. The leader chose to pursue He Mu, who, although slightly stronger, was now being chased by two opponents. Nevertheless, He Mu was astute, opting for a direction that led him into the territory guarded by Kato Dan, while Niao Yin moved towards the location of the Uchiha siblings, with Niao Yin and He Mu successfully drawing away most of the firepower. Guan Xiyuan found himself in dire straits, left to hope that Shi Xiyuan would abandon him, an outcome that was, alas, utterly impossible. In the realm of the 10 villages, two objectives stand paramount. One is to eliminate Yi Zi, and the other is to slay any who cross their path. Mastering the subtle art of concealing one's presence is essential for evading enemy detection. Although Guan Village excels in this skill, it proves unsustainable within mere minutes. A faint trace of their aura escapes, illuminating their location like a beacon for the 10 villages. As 10 Village cast its gaze towards Guan Village's hiding spot, Guan Village suddenly erupted from the underbrush, fleeing in a haphazard direction that fortuitously aligned with the path of the young boar, deer, and butterfly. Do you not feel shame, you wretches of Konoha? Tin Village sneered. Witnessing Guan Village turn and flee again, Tin Village's brow furrowed in frustration, resembling a feral beast as it thundered after Guan Village, trampling tree branches in its wake. Hearing the furious rebuke from Tin Village, Guan Village did not dare to look back. If shame could preserve his life, he would readily embrace it. Observing his companions retreating after a brief skirmish, Yeezy felt a wave of disappointment wash over him and discreetly followed the two. Having set numerous traps, the young boar, deer, and butterfly waited in vain for the enemy to approach. Dingswa could no longer stifle a yawn, lamenting the absence of snacks, eliciting a weary smile from Lucio, while Hai wore an expression of frustration. Despite the forest teeming with life and the cacophony of sounds, none were as conspicuous as the crunch of potato chips. Suddenly, Lucio's acute hearing detected a faint noise. After alerting his teammates, they turned to the source of the sound, only to be taken aback by the sight of a disheveled figure fleeing in panic. It was none other than the Sage Nin from Guan Village. Who pursues him? An enemy? Hai whispered, his expression growing serious. To send a Ch Nin fleeing in such disarray, the adversary must possess formidable strength. Should we reveal ourselves? He inquired, glancing at Lucio. With a sigh, Lucio nodded. He had utmost confidence in the traps he had painstakingly laid. At that moment, Guan Village appeared akin to a headless fly barreling towards their carefully set snares. The unpredictability of the situation had exceeded all expectations, as Guan Village had ventured far beyond their intended domain, encroaching upon their territory. Dingswa grinned, embodying the spirit of a warrior eager for battle. For prolonged concealment had left him feeling lethargic. Just as Guan Village was on the verge of triggering a trap, Lucio emerged, launching shurikens towards several trees while calling out, "Beware the traps. Follow the direction of my shurikens." Guan Village, upon hearing Lucio's voice, felt as if a divine melody had reached his ears. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed the trajectory of the shurikens, eager to reach the safety of his allies. Naturally, Tin Village also heard Lucio's warning, chuckling coldly to himself, inwardly remarking, "Now there are 3 more to contend with, and mere children at that." The ambush team from Konoha is truly pathetic. Though he harbored such thoughts, Shursuen did not exhibit the slightest hint of disdain. His combat style was akin to that of a rabbit, utilizing every ounce of strength. He was indeed a formidable individual, seemingly devoid of any weaknesses in character. Even if his adversaries threatened him with the lives of his loved ones, he would undoubtedly launch an unhesitating attack. While Rugio had provided guidance to Guansuen, he remained vigilant, signaling to his teammates to prepare before gradually forming hand seals. He maneuvered his shadow stealthily to the last kunai, the furthest distance his shadow could reach. He believed that as long as he could seize control of his opponent, even a high-ranking ninja would be no match for his comrades. In no time, Guansuen, filled with exuberance, leaped over the last kunai and arrived beside Rugio, exclaiming, "We must flee. The opponent is too strong." Rugio's lips twitched slightly, but he had no time to respond to Guansuen. The latter, disheartened by Rugio's lack of intention to retreat, contemplated fleeing but ultimately refrained from abandoning Rugio and the others. Shursuen observed the opposing formation with growing caution, yet he was unaware that they were the descendants of the legendary Inuzuka clan. This oversight proved costly. Despite maintaining utmost vigilance as he approached the final kunai, he failed to detect the shadow concealed in the darkness. In a moment of agile leap, as he descended toward the tree trunk, Rugio's gaze sharpened. With hands poised in a swift formation, he seized the opportune moment, just as Shurtsuen's feet touched the ground. The shadow awaited beneath him. As Shurtsuen's feet landed precisely on the shadow as Rugio had anticipated, he found himself immobilized. His expression shifted abruptly as he grasped the situation. Uttering a cold snort, Nara clan. The shadow technique had succeeded brilliantly. With one knee upon the trunk, Rugio beamed with a smile, whispering, "Hey, intensify the control, Dingswa. Eliminate him." Absolutely. Without hesitation, Dingswa and Hei, having collaborated numerous times before, sprang into action before Rugio had even completed his command. Trusting in Rugio's shadow technique, Dingswa lunged toward Shursuen, his arms swelling midair as he struck toward Shurtsuen's head while bellowing, "Multiplication technique, great bone." Hearing that name, a bead of sweat formed on Rugio's forehead. Meanwhile, Hei began forming seals, intending to disrupt Shurtsuen's consciousness. However, as the final seal was completed, Hei's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted to Dingswa, "Dingswa, come back." But it was too late. Shursuen, watching Dingzhou leap toward him, wore a chilling grin. With a sudden tug of his arms, the grip Rugio had on Schertsuin faltered, causing Rugio to emit a muffled groan as the shadow retracted swiftly. His arms fell weakly, seemingly injured. Such power! Rugio's expression shifted as he gazed at Dingzhou with fear, imploring, "Come back." Yet it was too late, and with a maniacal laugh, Schertsuin stood firm, unyielding to Dingzhou's impending strike, meeting his enormous fist head-on, enveloped in chakra. As Dingzhou felt an overwhelming pressure when faced with an incoming punch, he recognized the urgency of the moment. The arrow was already on the string, leaving him no choice but to brace himself and maintain his strength. The instant Shijun's fist made contact with Dingzhou's massive hand, a powerful force shattered Dingzhou's bones, resulting in a resounding crack that echoed in the air. With a piercing scream, Dingzhou was sent flying backward as if struck by a speeding train. Both Hai and Lugio's expressions shifted dramatically. Lugio, having sustained injuries to his arms, could only watch helplessly as Dingzhou hurtled toward him. Without hesitation, Hai reached out to catch Dingzhou, aiming to prevent further injury. Yet he vastly underestimated the force of Dingzhou's momentum. Upon catching him, he was violently propelled into a tree. Gasping, Hai tasted blood in his throat, and upon assessing Dingzhou, he found his companion rendered unconscious. "Lugio, this adversary is far too formidable. We must retreat." Hai strained to lift Dingzhou, calling out to Lugio, "It's futile." Lugio replied with a shake of his head, his gaze fixed sorrowfully on Shijun. Seeing the little pig, Lugio, ensnared in peril due to his actions, Guan Village felt a profound guilt wash over him, diminishing any thoughts of escape. Confronted with such a powerful foe, he was reluctant to remain and fight. Fully aware that his survival was improbable, yet at that moment, fleeing was not an option. It was Lugio's concern over potential traps that caused him to forego the opportunity to alert Guan Village, and as a result, they were swiftly overwhelmed. In such dire circumstances, Guan Village found it impossible to abandon the little pig, Lugio. He gripped his kunai tightly, standing protectively in front of Lugio. Although his legs trembled uncontrollably, a source of embarrassment, he was powerless to quell their quaking. Lugio stared at Guan Village's rapidly shaking legs, letting out a silent sigh before offering a bittersweet smile, touched by the display. However, with the looming crisis, he had no time for sentiment. He needed to strategize and devise a means of escape. Yet, no matter how astute one's mind may be, it proved futile against overwhelming strength. Despair washed over him as he recalled how effortlessly his shadow mimicry had been dispelled by their opponent, realizing he couldn't even create an opportunity for his comrades to flee. Biting his lip tightly, he felt the warmth of blood trickle forth. "Oh, you choose not to flee?" Shijun remarked, surprised to see Guan Village, who had always been timid and fearful, decide to remain, particularly for the sake of others. Guan Village opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond, ultimately closing it slowly, choosing silence as his body continued to tremble uncontrollably. Hidden in the shadows, Yezi observed the four ensnared in adversity, opting not to intervene just yet. Instead adjusting his position for a strategic ambush, viewing Guan Village's decision to stand and resist as favorable news. "Though I am grateful for your willingness to stay, you should flee. Do not make a futile sacrifice. My speed, along with Ding and the others, pales in comparison to yours, and we are injured and unable to escape." Taking a deep breath, Lugio spoke calmly. "Damn it, hearing you say that makes me genuinely want to turn and run, but precisely because you said it, I cannot flee, no matter how beastly I may seem," Guanxuan lamented. Noticing Guanxuan's silence, Lugio sighed, abandoning his attempts to dissuade him, and devoted himself fully to the counterattack, his thoughts drifting towards the traps they had set. With injuries to his hands and unable to form seals, their only chance of victory relied on the previously laid traps. Although the odds were exceedingly slim, Guangxuan was unaware of the types and locations of the traps, which posed the greatest challenge. What should be done? Lugio's expression grew grave. Shijun was not merciful enough to grant them much respite. With a swift motion, he launched several shurikens at Guangxuan, quickly forming seals. His abdomen bulged as he opened his mouth, unleashing a considerable number of mud projectiles towards Guangxuan. While the lethality of these mud projectiles was low, their adhesive properties were formidable, impeding the enemy's movement. He had pursued Guangxuan relentlessly and was determined not to allow his opponent to escape at this critical moment. After laboriously swatting away several shurikens, Guangxuan was struck in the leg by a mud projectile, letting out a muffled grunt. Conversely, Lugio was also caught off guard, hit by a mud projectile. Under the immense pressure, he found it impossible to contemplate tactics. "Damn it. The mud projectile clung heavily to Guangxuan's thigh. He shook his leg with all his might. But the mud projectile remained firmly in place, and the sludge encasing his leg was solidifying rapidly. After the projectile struck, Shijun smirked. Charging towards Guangxuan like a wolf pouncing on its prey, his speed akin to that of a cheetah attacking its quarry. He swung a fist, instantly encased in hard stone, resembling a fist carved from rock, intent on dispatching Guangxuan with a single blow. Get out of the way, Guangxuan bellowed, leaping backward, while Lu Jiao also sprang to the side. Boom. The stone fist collided with a tree trunk, shattering it into splinters. Guangxuan landed on a nearby tree trunk, his body suddenly tilting and losing balance, a result of the weight of his injured left leg. That slight shift, however, gave rise to an overwhelming sense of danger. Shijun's gaze snapped towards him. Forming seals with both hands, he shouted, "Earth release, sharp ridge spear." In an instant, a sharp stone spear coalesced in the air, hurtling towards Guangxuan with lethal intent. Guangxuan's expression shifted as he began to form seals, murmuring, "Water release, water barrier." Rich water vapor suddenly condensed in the air, forming a continuously flowing arc-shaped water barrier in front of Guangxuan. When the stone spear struck the water barrier, it exploded in a spray of water, sending violent ripples across the barrier, ultimately failing to penetrate it and dissolving into mud. After releasing the water barrier, Guangxuan's physical strength and chakra dwindled to a perilous level. A desperate struggle ensued. With a cold snort, Shitsuan charged directly towards the panting Guangxuan. At that moment, Hai employed the technique of chaotic mind and body against Shitsuan in midair, hoping to gain control for just a fleeting instant to make Shitsuan tumble down. However, in that brief moment of seizing control, Shitsuan unleashed a more formidable mental force and broke free. As the backlash of the mental assault struck him, Hai's complexion turned pale. His face drained of color, and despair enveloped him. Dingzhu lay unconscious, and neither Lu Jiao's secret technique nor his own could subdue the opponent. Must he simply await his demise? Having escaped the mental control, Shitsuan, under Guangxuan's desperate gaze, launched a punch towards his heart. Guangxuan roared in fury, thrusting a kunai at Shitsuan, who merely sneered. Twisting his waist to kick the kunai away, his fist continued its momentum, crashing into Guangxuan's chest. A dull thud resonated as Guangxuan's back erupted in a spray of flesh, revealing a blurred heart within. Slowly, Guangxuan's eyes widened, collapsing weakly to the ground, the light in his eyes extinguishing swiftly as he succumbed to death from a single blow to his heart. Lu Jiao, wide-eyed with terror, beheld this scene. He raised his injured arm in anger, enduring the pain to form seals, determined to make one final strike with his shadow technique. A pitch-black shadow shot forth from beneath his feet, easily ensnaring Shitsuan. The shadow coiled around Shitsuan's body like a serpent, with one tendril extending outward, forming a sharp point. Hovering just 5 centimeters from Shitsuan's heart, unable to advance further, Lu Jiao exerted all his strength, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat streaming down. Yet he could not compel the shadow to inch closer. Hidden in the shadows, Yezi's expression grew grave. To expel a heart from the body while maintaining perfect stillness was a testament to an incredible mastery of force control. This individual's martial prowess had reached an extraordinary level. Would a surprise attack truly be effective? In his hesitation, Yezi suddenly noticed Shitsuan ensnared by the shadow technique, perhaps by instinct or experience. He recognized that he could not afford to delay any longer. This might be their solitary opportunity. Thus, he sprang into action. At the moment Shitsuan cast a disdainful glance at Lu Jiao, Yezi moved, his form enveloped in crackling lightning, firmly grasping the thunder fang like a venomous serpent, darting forth from the shadows precisely as Shitsuan attempted to break free from the shadow's grasp. The thunder fang, imbued with lightning, sliced through the air, aimed directly at Shitsuan's back, specifically targeting his heart. Sensing the sudden rush of wind behind him, an unprepared Shitsuan's expression shifted dramatically. A profound sense of crisis triggered an instinctual response. He forcefully broke free from the shadow's hold and, relying on instinct, chose the correct direction to evade. With a swift motion, blood splattered as the thunder fang grazed Shitsuan's left shoulder, severing a robust arm that flew into the air, blood gushing from the wound, intensifying the metallic scent in the air. Shitsuan let out a muffled grunt and, with surprising speed, delivered a kick towards Yezi. Bang! The kick landed heavily on Yezi's back, eliciting a similar grunt from him as he was propelled forward, crashing through several trees before finally halting his momentum. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, blood gushed from Yezi's mouth as he gazed at Shitsuan, who had lost only an arm. His expression was grim. Had it not been for the critical moment when he concentrated his chakra on his back, that kick would have surely claimed his life. The sudden turn of events left Lu Jiao and Hai momentarily stunned, but Lu Jiao quickly regained his composure, retreating to maintain a safe distance from them. Sure, see you in. Clutching his bleeding left shoulder, glared angrily at Yi Zi. Upon seeing the highly symbolic Leia, his expression transformed into one of fierce malevolence. And the murderous intent in his eyes surged like a tidal wave. You are Yi Zi. Very well. His face was etched with a chilling malice. And his piercing gaze was fixated solely on Yi Zi as he coldly proclaimed, for an arm, your appearance is worth it. Hearing this, Yi Zi's gaze shifted. Realizing something significant. The target is me? As Yi Zi's eyes turned increasingly frigid, he wiped the blood from his mouth. Feeling the relentless pain radiating from his back. Furrowing his brows, he discreetly surveyed Lu Jiao and the other situation. The pain deepened the furrow of his brow. The hard-fought outcome yielded only the loss of an arm for the adversary, while his own side suffered casualties, with some dead, some unconscious, and others rendered incapacitated, leaving him devoid of any assistance. Due to the considerable blood loss, Shi Siyuan's complexion appeared pale, and the murderous intent in his eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing as he fixed his gaze on Yi Zi. Channeling his chakra, a layer of sand gradually formed over the smooth wound on his left shoulder, staunching the blood flow. Without uttering a single word, he suddenly charged at Yi Zi. Forming hand seals with one hand, a plume of white smoke emerged on either side, producing two shadow clones that surged towards Lu Jiao and Hai. Unable to ascertain their remaining strength to interfere, he opted to dispatch two clones to eliminate them while his true self raced directly towards Yi Zi. Moving at an incredible speed, stirring up a gust of wind that sent green leaves swirling. Yi Zi took a deep breath. Unperturbed by the fate of Lu Jiao and the others, his focus solely on the approaching Shi Siyuan. Suddenly, his body crackled with lightning, emitting a series of sharp, bird-like cries. He possessed 3 chakra attributes, yet he predominantly utilized the lightning attribute, for it was the only one that conferred tangible benefits to his physical form. During his free time, he would often peruse materials in the Roots archives, mastering numerous lightning-based ninjutsu and even beginning to explore the nature transformation of lightning release. With his exceptional chakra control, he could amplify the lightning enveloping him without damaging his cells, enhancing his speed and enabling him to paralyze enemies upon contact. Additionally, during an offensive, he could concentrate the transformed lightning at a single point. However, with his current level of control, gathering 60% was his limit, yet even then, its lethality was considerable. Lightning release countered earth release, and with Shi Siyuan having lost an arm, Yi Zi was inclined to test his luck. Yet, in the next moment, earth release, earth-style Shuakin formation. With a piercing gaze, Shi Siyuan swiftly formed a hand seal, conjuring dozens of sharp stone spears that materialized mid-air. Arranged in a formidable array aimed directly at Yi Zi, the forest echoed with the sound of piercing air. Impressive, perhaps due to the one-handed seal. Yi Zi was taken aback momentarily, yet as he beheld the oncoming barrage, he discerned its power to be relatively feeble. Thus, instead of retreating, he advanced, wielding Leia before him in a sweeping arc of brilliance. The lightning that coursed through the blade obliterated the stone spears with ease, carving a path through the onslaught. Unfazed, Shi Siyuan charged at Yi Zi, having gauged his speed just moments before. With newfound confidence in his close combat abilities, he pressed forward. Likewise, Yi Zi had observed Shi Siyuan from the shadows long enough to form a rough understanding of his close-quarters prowess. The most troublesome aspect of Shi Siyuan lay in his ability to change tactics on a whim without losing force. However, bolstered by his unwavering confidence in his vision, and noting that Shi Siyuan was missing an arm, Yi Zi believed he could contend with Shi Siyuan's formidable agility. With a swift motion, the blade of Leia flashed like thunder, striking towards Shi Siyuan's neck at an unparalleled speed, faster than the severing of stone spears. Yet, even as the blade moved with blinding quickness, Shi Siyuan raised a kunai with one hand, skillfully parrying Yi Zi's lethal strike. Yi Zi, aware of Shi Siyuan's capabilities, was not so naive as to assume that his opponent could not withstand a single blow. In terms of strength, even with only one arm, Shi Siyuan was at an undeniable disadvantage. Recognizing this, Yi Zi instinctively withdrew his blade upon feeling the force from the kunai. However, Shi Siyuan was no ordinary foe. The kunai deftly pursued the blade, not aiming for vital points, but seeking to leverage its force to drive Yi Zi downwards. The kunai moved swiftly, and in Yi Zi's moment of exhaustion, he had no choice but to raise his blade in defense. The kunai collided with the edge of the blade, producing a resounding clang, and Yi Zi felt a tremendous force surging through Leia, akin to a falling bird plummeting toward the ground. As Yi Zi descended, a sinister smile crept across Schertsuen's face. Mastering earth techniques, he held a distinct advantage on the ground. Earth technique, Needle Forest. After flinging the kunai towards the rapidly descending Yi Zi, Schertsuen immediately formed seals around the area where Yi Zi was about to land. A dense cluster of stone spears erupted from the earth. Yi Zi first deflected the kunai with a swift slash, then turned to behold the mass of sharp spears below. In a sudden maneuver, he pivoted mid-air, retracting his blade and forming seals rapidly. With a powerful gust, he expelled a torrent of wind downwards, halting his fall just above the forest of spears. He then tilted his neck, using the wind to glide out of the perilous array, landing with a slight breathlessness. Seeing Yi Zi successfully evade the onslaught, Schertsuen's expression twisted with ferocity as he leapt from the tree trunk, crashing to the ground like a cannonball, stirring up clouds of dust. Despite being a mere lower ninja, he proved to be more formidable than many higher-ranked ninjas, explaining how he could single-handedly eliminate two promising talents from the village. A fleeting thought crossed Schertsuen's mind as he suddenly charged towards Yi Zi. The latter tilted his head slightly back, his chest swelling like a bellows, and then unleashed a colossal fireball towards the oncoming Schertsuen. As the fireball erupted from his mouth, he swiftly formed another hand sign. Wind release, Great Gale. A tempestuous wind surged from his lips, propelling the fireball with astonishing velocity into the air, a remarkable combination of elemental ninjutsu. The wind intensified the flames, infusing the fireball with an abundance of air, resulting in an expansive inferno. Initially intent on dispersing the fireball with a single punch, Schertsuen's expression hardened upon witnessing the spectacle. He gathered a substantial amount of earth chakra in his right hand, forming a semicircular stone shield before him. He barreled into the searing sea of flames, bursting forth from the conflagration created by the combination of the fireball and the gale. Emerging from the blaze, the scorching stone shield cracked apart. Yet Schertsuen wasted no time and delivered a powerful punch towards Yi Zi's neck, who appeared momentarily stunned. Crack! A spray of blood arched into the sky, the head, imbued with a look of terror, soared upwards. At last, Schertsuen's expression remained impassive, his words faltering as he witnessed the head transform into strands of lightning midair. Instinctively, he retreated, but Yi Zi, who had been prepared, was swifter. Without a sound or a flash of lightning, he plunged the blade of Thunderfang into Schertsuen's back. With a soft squelch, droplets of blood splattered onto Yi Zi's face as he gasped heavily. From the moment he unleashed the combined ninjutsu, he had not anticipated that such a powerful technique would harm Schertsuen. It was merely a desperate gamble to obscure Schertsuen's vision, allowing his shadow clone to divert the opponent's attention. Just as Schertsuen believed he had slain him, Yi Zi struck with lethal precision. Thankfully, he succeeded. Schertsuen slowly lowered his gaze, fixating on the blade protruding from his chest. The razor-sharp edge had cleaved his heart in two, sapping him of all strength. His lips quivered faintly, and the light in his eyes was gradually consumed by darkness. Unable to utter a word, he collapsed to the ground. Yi Zi gradually withdrew Thunderfang, drawing forth a copious amount of blood, and then reversed the blade to plunge it into the earth. He knelt on one knee, resting his forehead against the palm that gripped the dagger, panting heavily. With the demise of his original form, the shadow clone that had been attacking Riku and the others abruptly vanished. Riku and Hai paused momentarily, but then both succumbed, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. Their nerves nearly frayed by the pressure of death. We're saved. Riku felt as though his mind was starved of oxygen, his mouth agape as he inhaled deeply, akin to a fish on the brink of asphyxiation. Suddenly, he recalled the reason for the shadow clone's disappearance and froze in astonishment. Could it be that Yi Zi had slain that formidable adversary? Realizing this, Riku beckoned Hai, and together they lifted the unconscious Ding Zhua, heading towards Yi Zi's direction. Before long, they beheld Yi Zi kneeling on the ground, alongside the unmistakable corpse, both wearing expressions of disbelief. Such a powerful foe had indeed fallen beneath Yi Zi's blade. It is indeed fitting to refer to him as the White Fang of Konoha. Upon sensing the commotion, Yi Zi abruptly turned to face them, his eyes still harboring a murderous intent. The icy glare that swept over Lu Jiao and Hai sent a chill down their spines, causing goosebumps to rise on their skin. And they could not help but gaze at Yi Zi with a hint of trepidation. Upon recognizing Lu Jiao and the others, Yi Zi reigned in his murderous aura. Striving to regulate his chaotic breathing, he retrieved a soldier's food pill and consumed it, eager to restore some of his strength and chakra. After hearing the words from the 10 villages prior to the battle, he understood that the rock ninjas had targeted him for reasons unknown. After much contemplation, he could only connect this to the peculiarities of his own physique. How the rock ninjas had acquired this knowledge was undoubtedly a testament to the insidious nature of spies. Casting aside the terrifying gaze of Yi Zi, Lu Jiao addressed the contemplative figure before him, expressing his gratitude. Yi Zi, thank you. Had it not been for you, we would likely have perished. Alas, the same cannot be said for Guan village. Yi Zi regarded him coolly. Rising to his feet and making his way to the nearest tree, where he leaned against it and replied nonchalantly, "This is war. Death is an entirely natural occurrence." Lu Jiao nodded in silence, continuing, "I heard that their target might be you, so it would be wise for you to join the main force as soon as possible." "And what of you?" Yi Zi did not respond to this inquiry, but instead glanced at the unconscious Ding Zhuo, along with the injured Lu Jiao and Hai Yi, who bore wounds to their arms and internal injuries, respectively, a motley crew of battered warriors. Lu Jiao, observing the pain etched on Ding Zhuo's face, inhaled deeply and lamented, "We are still unaware of the number of intruders. Moving recklessly would only heighten the risk. So we have decided to find a concealed location to evade the storm until the rock ninjas withdraw." Yi Zi cast a glance at Ding Zhuo's hand and remarked coolly, "His knuckles are shattered, and his internal organs are injured. If we do not tend to his wounds promptly, not only will he lose the use of that hand, but his life could also be in jeopardy." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiao and Hai Yi fell silent, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. However, in this perilous forest, given their current conditions, encountering an enemy would likely spell death for them. The loss of a hand pales in comparison to the value of life, underscoring the vital importance of having a medical ninja within a small team. They were keen to enlist Yi Zi's help. Yet their unfamiliarity made it difficult to broach the subject, compounded by Yi Zi's overly detached demeanor. Yi Zi indeed had no desire to carry a burden. Yet he pondered that sometimes such burdens could serve as bait or even as stepping stones for reconnaissance. After a moment's thought, he turned to Lu Jiao and spoke calmly. "If you wish to prevent him from losing that hand, then follow me. We are relatively close to the stronghold. While returning there may pose certain dangers. It is the quickest route to obtain medical treatment. Conversely, the land of grass is farther away, where the danger is relatively lower. Which path do you prefer?" Personally, Yi Zi favored heading to the stronghold, as it would facilitate a quicker reunion with the main force, yet he chose not to reveal his inclinations, leaving the decision to Lu Jiao and the others. He was not overly zealous. Should he discover that the enemy was formidable, he would not hesitate to abandon the likes of Lu Jiao and the others. Upon hearing Yi Zi's offer of assistance, Lu Jiao and Hai Yi could not contain their joy. "To the stronghold," Lu Jiao decisively declared. Yi Zi nodded slightly, her demeanor cool as she declared, "I specialize in ambush tactics. My strengths do not lie in frontal assaults. Thus, I shall quietly follow behind you. Should we encounter the enemy, I will strike with the swiftness of thunder to eliminate them." The notion of weakness and direct confrontation caused a slight twitch at the corner of Lu Jiao's mouth, a chill creeping into his heart. He refrained from revealing his suspicions immediately, instead responding in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed." Noting that Lu Jiao and the others had no objections, Yi Zi urged, "We must not delay. You should set off at once." Lu Jiao nodded, assisting the unconscious Ding Zhuo alongside Hai Yi as they made their way toward the stronghold. Meanwhile, Yi Zi leaped into the underbrush, closely trailing behind them. Was she merely bait, or a mere scout? It seemed unlikely. After all, they were all villagers. Lu Jiao furrowed his brow slightly, striving to maintain a positive outlook. Yet the chill within him remained unshakable. Through their interactions, he had discerned that Yi Zi's indifference was not merely superficial, it ran deep within her very being. In the eyes of such a person, perhaps the lives of others held little significance. Powerful, aloof, perhaps even heartless, what manner of individual was she? Lu Jiao pondered silently. He had often heard discussions surrounding Yi Zi, but today marked his first encounter with her prowess. The rumors had proven not to be exaggerated, however. In comparison to the tales, it seemed that no one had truly grasped the essence of who Yi Zi was. On the other side, as Niao Yan stepped into the territory guarded by the Uchiha siblings, the pursuing rock ninja seized an opportunity, launching several shurikens, one of which struck Niao Yan in the thigh, eliciting a pained scream as he stumbled and fell towards the ground. Like a hunter observing its prey after firing a shot, the rock ninja regarded the plummeting Niao Yan as already condemned. He approached, akin to a reaper wielding a scythe, yet suddenly felt his feet sink into the mire. Looking down, he saw his soles embedded in the muck. His expression shifted as he prepared to escape. only for the ground around him to erupt in a surge of mud over 3 meters high. Several massive yellow serpents reared their bodies, casting a cold glance his way before opening their gaping maws to strike. He let out a horrified scream as light swiftly faded to darkness. Crack! The icy expression of Uchiha Bing snapped the neck of the rock ninja, who then collapsed to the ground as Bing released his grip. The rock ninja, until his last breath, remained oblivious to the illusion cast by Uchiha ninjutsu, believing he would be devoured by serpents, when in reality, it was merely Uchiha Bing adjusting his wrist. Witnessing the ease with which the pursuing rock ninja fell to the Uchiha siblings' coordination, Niao Yen felt a mix of astonishment and relief. Uchiha Bing cast a cold glance at Niao Yen, saying nothing, and casually lifted the corpse before discarding it into a dense thicket. Uchiha ninjutsu squinted at Niao Yen, stating flatly, "Do not interfere with us." Niao Yen stood momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. At the same time, 2 IWA ninjas pursuing Kato Duan met their demise at his hands, while Kuroki miraculously survived. However, Kato Duan bore wounds on his abdomen and calf. Though the abdominal injury was relatively superficial, the one on his calf was more severe. These injuries were not inflicted by the 2 IWA ninjas, yet they were indirectly connected to them. During a fierce battle with the 2 IWA Jainin, Kato Duan had initially appeared to hold the upper hand, and it seemed merely a matter of time before he would vanquish his opponents without sustaining injuries. Unfortunately, Kuroki had drawn 2 IWA ninjas of near Jainin caliber into the fray, resulting in Kato Duan being wounded, while Kuroki himself emerged unscathed. Kato Duan's injuries were significant. The deep wound on his leg posed a grave threat to his agility and combat effectiveness. Kuroki, for his part, appeared quite innocent, as he had not intended for such circumstances to unfold, especially not at the expense of Kato Duan, the most formidable among them. Compounding their predicament was the absence of medical ninjas. They could only rely on herbs and rudimentary bandaging, which rendered immediate restoration of Kato Duan's combat capability impossible. Kato Duan bore no animosity towards Kuroki. Leaning against a massive trunk, he sank into deep contemplation, having learned of the situation on Kuroki's end. And noting the lack of timely communication from each squad, he could not help but envision the worst-case scenario. Clearly, a grave misallocation of strength had transpired. The disparity in power between Konoha and the enemy was starkly evident from the onset of their confrontations. A mere small squad boasted 2 Jainin among their ranks. This allocation of strength could only imply one of 2 scenarios. Either the enemy prioritized quality over quantity, or their overall might was so overwhelming that 2 Jainin were assigned to a single team. Kato Duan suspected the latter. Given the disproportionate power dynamics, the only prudent course of action was to conserve their strength and retreat to their base. He decisively resolved to return, leading Kuroki while etching signals for communication along their path towards the stronghold. Kato Duan's judgment proved astute. Konoha's 100-strong ambush squad could not withstand the IWA ninjas. By the time he and Yeji concluded their battles, Konoha's forces had dwindled to fewer than 20, with all Jainin, save for Kato Duan, having tragically perished. Yeji encountered a competent squad, though not the strongest. Within that team, only 1 Jainin was present, while the others, though CH Nin, were nearly Jainin in skill. This represented a relatively standard configuration, especially considering that the IWA had dispatched hundreds of fighters. In the face of such formidable opposition, Konoha's defeat was virtually inevitable. Many Konoha ninjas, possessing greater self-preservation instincts, opted to retreat, with each rationally choosing to return to the base. Consequently, the IWA ninjas formed a tightening net, continuously contracting towards the stronghold. The IWA would not choose to assault the base directly. Instead, they aimed to intercept Konoha's returning ninjas before they could regroup, consuming them entirely. Thus, this became a race against time, a matter of whether Konoha's remnants could return to the base first or if the IWA could cut them off entirely. Kato's leg injury adversely affected his pace, and it was fortunate that they had not encountered any enemies along the way. Yet the absence of Konoha's forces weighed heavily on his heart. Concurrently, Riku and Hachi supported Dingzu as they hastened forward, acutely aware of their singular objective, to return to their stronghold with utmost speed. Meanwhile, Yazi, stealthily following Riku and his companions, remained in a state of vigilance. However, they encountered no adversaries, only the grim sight of several Konoha corpses, one of which belonged to a Jainin. The sight of the fallen Jainin cast a pall over Riku and his allies, their spirits plummeting at the realization that even a Jainin had perished, rendering their status as mere lower-ranked shinobi insignificant. Perhaps it was divine providence or merely a stroke of luck, but the group fortuitously stumbled upon Kato and Kuroki. Upon seeing Kato's injuries, Riku's expression shifted dramatically. The fact that even the formidable Kato had been wounded starkly underscored the strength of their adversaries. With several individuals now gathered, they formed a semblance of a fighting force, which imbued them with a modicum of security, alleviating some of their burdens. After a brief exchange of their respective circumstances, they continued their journey without delay, and Kato harbored no objections to Yazi's choice to remain hidden and provide support. Riku's mind was rife with speculation due to Yazi's remark about their lack of offensive strength, while Kato, understanding Yazi's proclivity for a particular form of power, deemed the arrangement sensible. As they drew nearer to their stronghold, the tightening net of danger loomed, and soon Kato's group encountered a team of IWA shinobi intent on interception. This was not a standard four-member squad, but rather a trio, perhaps diminished by the loss of a comrade in battle. All three were Jainin, one of whom was particularly renowned. Upon recognizing the prominent IWA shinobi, Kato's demeanor shifted. He was acquainted with this individual, known as Chigaki Ran, a master of earth release, who had bested many from Konoha. The other two were unknown to him, yet their chakra signatures suggested formidable strength. Given their current predicament, facing such a team offered no hope for survival. Even uninjured, confronting such opponents would leave them with merely a chance for self-preservation, while the others would undoubtedly meet their demise. Unlike Yazi, Kato would not abandon any of his comrades. Thus, upon witnessing the formidable strength of their adversaries, he began to contemplate how to ensure Riku and the others could escape. However, the enemy was no pushover. Upon spotting Kato's group, they wasted no time, launching an immediate assault. Scatter, flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Kato bellowed, charging towards the incoming assailants despite his injuries. Riku, being astute and rational, quickly assessed the disparity in strength between the two sides. Coupled with Kato's command, he transformed in that instant, resembling Yazi in his cold resolve. And without a shred of hesitation, he guided Hachi away from the fray, making a beeline for the direction of their stronghold. Kuroki may not possess the brilliance of Shikyu, yet he is astute enough to recognize the prevailing circumstances and, harboring a slight fear of death, swiftly retreats towards their stronghold as soon as Kato-dan's command reverberates through the air. They all understand one fundamental truth: unnecessary casualties must be avoided when possible. For preserving combat strength is far more significant than succumbing to meaningless demise. Hidden in the shadows, Yi Zi's gaze shifted slightly upon witnessing Kato-dan's actions. Seemingly unprepared for such a hasty decision made within mere seconds, a choice evidently lacking in profound contemplation. Yi Zi's eyes glimmered. Had he been in Kato-dan's position, he would have undoubtedly abandoned the others without hesitation. Yet Kato-dan opted to safeguard them, or rather, to enhance their chances of survival. However, the combat prowess of the IWA shinobi was overwhelming, so formidable that Kato-dan, in his current state, could not possibly withstand the trio. Senjuran immediately commanded the other two to pursue Shikyu and his companions while he himself positioned himself to confront Kato-dan. If Kato-dan had been in peak condition, Senjuran would have considered his next move carefully. However, in Kato-dan's injured state, he was entirely confident in his ability to eliminate him. Doton, Ishikago. Senjuran sneered, and a barrage of stones erupted from the ground, swiftly encasing Kato-dan in a colossal stone cage. Meanwhile, the other two, with expressions as cold as ice, bypassed the ensnared Kato-dan, pursuing Shikyu and the others. Damn it. Spirit transformation technique. Kato-dan's expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed his most formidable technique, his very soul erupting from his back, racing through the stone cage towards Senjuran. I am aware of your techniques. Senjuran remained unfazed, his demeanor icy. As Kato-dan's soul approached, he exhibited no sign of alarm, suddenly vanishing from sight. What? Kato-dan's soul form was taken aback. Even in his chakra-sensing state, he could not discern Senjuran's location. To prevent the excessive depletion of chakra, he reluctantly retracted his soul, terminating the spirit transformation technique. While the technique was powerful, nearly invincible in a one-on-one scenario, it had the drawback of requiring substantial chakra, rendering its endurance limited. Senjuran was evidently aware of this, employing an unknown method to conceal himself, to the extent that even Kato-dan in his spirit state could not detect him. With the spirit transformation technique rendered ineffective, Kato-dan, trapped within the stone cage, bore a grave expression. Yi Zi, who was poised to depart from the shadows, suddenly found himself intrigued by Kato-dan's use of the spirit transformation technique. With only one IWA shinobi remaining, his urgency to leave diminished. He was captivated by Kato-dan's technique, even desiring to master it. Thus, he chose to stay. Uncertain of the method Senju Ran employed to conceal himself, Kato Dan remained vigilant, first breaking free from the stone cage to escape. Concealed in the shadows, Yi was equally oblivious to how Qianshi Ran vanished. In that fleeting moment, Qianshi Ran had not performed any seals. He simply disappeared without a trace, leaving no discernible aura behind. With the enemy's whereabouts lost, the atmosphere grew tense, and the rustling leaves stirred by the wind seemed to echo the presence of an unseen foe. Kato Dan surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowed deeply. He could faintly sense a subtle hostility in the air, yet he was unable to discern the enemy's position. In such circumstances, a typical individual might succumb to anxiety, their mindset deteriorating as time passed. However, Kato Dan remained remarkably composed, unaffected in the slightest. With a deft flick of his finger, he spun a kunai, gripping it firmly with one hand while the other maintained a tiger seal stance. Perhaps sensing Kato Dan's unyielding calm amidst the oppressive atmosphere, Qianshi Ran suddenly materialized behind him. The pulsation of chakra erupted into the air as his fist, encased in hardened rock, surged toward Kato Dan's back. The chakra surge only manifested when Qianshi Ran revealed himself. And by the time Kato Dan sensed it, the rock fist was nearly upon him. Should that blow land, Kato Dan would undoubtedly meet his demise. The impending sense of crisis ignited a frantic blaze within his thoughts. Yet, despite his vigilance, he found himself utterly helpless against an enemy who revealed their presence only at the moment of attack. This was a deadlock he could not escape from. But there was one who could. Yi. Though Yi, with his extraordinary perceptive abilities, could not pinpoint the enemy's location, he was certain that an attack was imminent. Thus, he focused his attention on Kato Dan's rear. If the adversary intended to strike from the front, there would be no need for such stealth. He was confident that the enemy would strike from behind, just as he had anticipated. Qianshi Ran, utilizing an unknown technique, had concealed his presence and moved behind Kato Dan to launch a lethal strike. The stone fist, imbued with the aura of death, bore down on Kato Dan's back. However, a flash of lightning struck even faster, emitting a sizzling sound. In Qianshi Ran's astonished gaze, it pierced through his fist as if it were an arrow, shattering the rock and casing it into countless fragments. His fist was left with a gaping 2-finger-wide wound, and the force propelled blood to surge forth in a torrential spray. Realizing the futility of the situation, Qianshi Ran attempted to leap back, hoping to create distance from Kato Dan. Yet, this too had been factored into Yi's calculations. As Qianshi Ran touched down, Yi had already closed the gap behind him, his eyes cold and merciless. The Raikiba, devoid of any lightning encirclement, swung toward Qianshi Ran's back. The blade's wind was fierce, charged with a chilling intent to kill. Qianshi Ran's expression shifted dramatically as he lunged forward. However, he could not evade the strike. His back was cleaved, leaving a deep gash that bled profusely. He fell to the ground, and as Yi stepped forward, he struck the air with his sword toward Qianshi Ran. Just then, Qianshi Ran's figure suddenly vanished. However, Yi's thoughts did not falter in the slightest. As if defying fate, he continued to strike in the direction where Qianshi Ran had been. Swish! The blow, however, met with nothingness. Yi swiftly retracted his sword, only to catch sight of several streaks of blood moving through the air, as if tainted on an invisible object, swiftly gliding along while creating a gust of wind from their violent motion. So it was. Yi looked up at the blood trails leaping into the air, a cold smile gracing his lips, and in mere moments, hand seals were formed, lightning crackling to life in his palm. Lightning release, raging torrent. He brought his middle finger together, pointing directly at the invisible object that had landed upon the tree trunk. A bolt of lightning shot forth from his fingertips, piercing the unknown entity in an instant, followed by a shriek as a massive chameleon gradually revealed itself. Kato Dan, having narrowly escaped disaster, gazed at Yi in a state of shock, his eyes darting towards the chameleon upon the tree. In that moment, he seemed to foresee death. Yet, at the critical juncture, Yi saved him and severely injured Qianshi Ran. To Kato Dan, Yi had now proven himself capable of facing the challenges posed by the Jonin examination. Thank you, Kato Dan nodded toward Yi, then turned his unwavering attention to the chameleon. Without hesitation, he unleashed a soul technique. Suspecting that Qianshi Ran's ability to conceal his form and presence was largely reliant on this chameleon, his soul separated from his body, racing toward the chameleon. With its invisibility compromised by the bloodstains, the chameleon opened its mouth, its long tongue whipping Qianshi Ran's body far away, blood raining down from the sky. slightly worsening his injuries but ultimately allowing Qian Shiran to escape the perilous zone. Kato Duan watched as Qian Shiran was flung aside, yet he did not change his target. His ethereal soul dove directly into the chameleon's body. Moments later, the chameleon let out a wretched cry, its eyes dimming. Kato Duan's soul emerged from the chameleon. Returning to its corporeal form, as the chameleon fell from the tree, life extinguished. At that very moment, Yi Zi, wielding Thunderfang, pursued Qian Shiran, the outcome already sealed. Soon, Yi Zi, propelled by an astonishing speed, closed the distance to Qian Shiran, who had abandoned retreat and turned to face Yi Zi with a cold gaze. Observing Yi Zi's features and Thunderfang, Qian Shiran remarked indifferently, "You are Yi Zi, truly worthy of the moniker Konoha's White Fang." He had truly taken a hard fall, nearly losing his life. He had never anticipated that his target had been lurking nearby all along. Had it not been for Yi Zi, he was confident that his punch would have decisively crushed Kato Duan's insides. Yi Zi offered no reply, his body enveloped in a surge of lightning. Now, his mastery of lightning release had reached a remarkable level. Qian Shiran, observing Yi Zi cloaked in the crackling aura, felt a shift in his expression. Based on the intelligence he had received, there was a significant disparity in strength between him and the figure before him. Had Yi Zi concealed his power earlier? Or had he truly experienced such a rapid enhancement in this brief span of time? "You should not have followed me," Qian Shiran coldly stated. Having resolved to expend all his strength to eliminate Yi Zi. "Having pursued you, I possess the confidence to vanquish you." Yi Zi observed the pale-faced Qian Shiran, who was weakened from excessive blood loss. Recognizing his substantial advantage in both chakra and stamina, he opted against close combat. Lightning release, Wolf Pack Song technique. Charged with palpable energy, bolts of lightning erupted from Yi Zi, materializing into 5 thunderous wolves that raced through the air, each lunging at Qian Shiran from different directions. Qian Shiran let out a maniacal laugh, disregarding the approaching lightning wolves, and charged directly at Yi Zi. Yi Zi raised an eyebrow, remaining stationary as he commanded the wolves to encircle and consume Qian Shiran. The air crackled with thunder. The formidable lightning enveloped Qian Shiran. Die. Yet, a frenzied glint flickered in Qian Shiran's eyes as he forced his paralyzed and scorched body to surge forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Yi Zi. Yi Zi, with an impassive expression, regarded the imminent fist, slightly lowering his upper body while assuming a stance for an Iajutsu strike. Lightning Fang was swiftly drawn, the blade glinting as it severed Qian Shiran's massive fist, which then exploded in a spray of blood. The force had waned. With another slice, Yi Zi decapitated Qian Shiran, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. Kato Duan, arriving to provide support, exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. He had struggled to keep pace with Yi Zi and harbored concerns about Yi Zi's ability to withstand Qian Shiran. Yet he had not anticipated that Yi Zi could eliminate him in such a brief span. This accomplishment was undoubtedly aided by Qian Shiran's injuries, but it also spoke volumes about Yi Zi's inherent prowess. Fresh blood, warm and viscous, stained Yi Zi's cheek, prompting him to instinctively wipe it away with his hand before sheathing Lightning Fang with a measured grace. "Well done," Kato Duan remarked, casting a weary glance at the headless corpse sprawled on the ground. Yi Zi turned to him, inquiring earnestly, "What was that jutsu of yours?" Kato Duan paused briefly, quickly realizing the context of Yi Zi's question. "It is the technique of spirit manifestation, akin to a forbidden art involving the soul. In this state of manifestation, one can disregard distance to eliminate a target or manipulate their mental realm." Disregard distance. Yi Zi's eyes sparkled with eagerness at the prospect of such a technique. "If you wish to learn, I can teach you, but only after this conflict concludes. Moreover, this art cannot simply be acquired at will." Observing Yi Zi's fervent gaze, Kato Duan smiled subtly. He was reluctant to share forbidden techniques with just anyone, yet Yi Zi, as one of the most illustrious stars of the new generation, had proven his mettle through the perilous rescue of him and the beleaguered Riku. Thus, he deemed it fitting to impart this secret art to Yi Zi. "Are you truly willing to teach me this technique?" Yi Zi exclaimed in surprise at Kato Duan's initiative. "Certainly," Kato Duan affirmed with a nod, then surveyed their surroundings. "Riku and the others are in grave danger. We must immediately pursue them and regroup at our stronghold." Yi Zi, elated at the prospect of learning the technique of spirit manifestation, fell silent upon hearing Kato Duan's intent to risk much in pursuit of Riku and the others. In the vast expanse of pursuit, having encountered numerous enemy forces, he could hardly believe that Kat Daku was oblivious to any signs of their predicament. It was highly probable that the Rock Shinobi, with their ample manpower, had already encircled them. At this juncture, the only viable option was to hasten back to their stronghold to escape the encroaching siege. Should they attempt to rescue Rakuj and his companions, they would inevitably fall into the very trap they sought to evade, an outcome Yeji was keen to avoid. Unaware of Yeji's silence, Kat Daku assumed that Yeji would act to rescue him in such dire circumstances, indicating that Yeji valued camaraderie. Thus, the decision to return and assist Rakuj seemed entirely reasonable to him. Little did he know that Yeji's motivation for aiding him stemmed from a fascination with the soul technique. "Let us proceed," declared Kat Daku, whose thoughts were consumed by the safety of Rakuj and the others. He leaped toward the branches above, granting Yeji no opportunity for contemplation. Clenching his teeth, Yeji, without a moment's hesitation, succumbed to the allure of forbidden techniques and promptly followed Kat Daku. Indeed, the rock shinobi had effectively encircled Konoha's defensive forces, aiming to obliterate the remnants in one fell swoop. The disparity in strength was vast. Even the most formidable individuals found themselves lacking in chakra. This confrontation held no suspense, and the surviving Konoha forces, acutely aware of their dire situation, chose to retreat to their stronghold as swiftly as possible, intent on preserving their strength and contacting the main force for reinforcements to eliminate the pursuing rock shinobi. Due to this shared decision, the remnants of Konoha gradually began to regroup. Conversely, the pursuing rock shinobi also began to consolidate, tightening their noose. Almost all of the elite shinobi from the defensive unit had perished, leaving only the CH Nin and Jinin. The strong-willed J Nin, when faced with insurmountable foes, often chose to stay behind, allowing the less capable Jinin to flee. This strategy had led to the current predicament, while the rock shinobi had also suffered losses. Their casualties paled in comparison to those of Konoha. The remaining forces of Konoha were akin to cornered beasts, gradually consolidating. Ultimately, Rakuj and his group managed to reunite with Kushina, thanks to the timely intervention of Minato and Kushina, preventing them from being slaughtered by the pursuing rock shinobi. Having faced a series of perilous situations, Rakuj felt a sense of frustration. Alongside Minato and the others, they made their way to the stronghold, encountering no enemies along the way. Instead, they stumbled upon Uchiha Ice and Uchiha Ninzu, both of whom bore minor injuries. With the troops now gathered, Rakuj inquired briefly, his brow furrowed in concern. As the number of assembled individuals increased, Rakuj found no joy in the gathering. Even though his comrades remained unscathed and possessed greater strength than they, a heavy weight settled in his heart. He sensed the rock shinobi were driving them together, intent on consuming them whole. Yet, despite his apprehensions regarding the enemy's intentions, they had no choice but to comply with their plans. As long as they could unite, there remained a glimmer of hope. "Rakuj, have you seen Yeji?" Kushina inquired, having not spotted Yeji after questioning the Uchiha siblings. Lucky cast a glance at her, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "Yes, he should be with Teacher Duan, but I am unaware of their current situation." Upon receiving this response, Kushina turned her gaze backward, worry flickering in her eyes. The meager remaining group numbered fewer than 10. Despite having encountered no enemies during their flight, the situation was far from optimistic, a realization shared by both Minato and Lukyu. Finally, when they were still some distance from their base, 3 IWA ninjas appeared on the tree trunks ahead. The faces of the Konoha group changed. They were taken aback that the IWA ninjas had intercepted them so swiftly. "We must break through. Do not hesitate," Lukyu barked. The others understood, yet breaking through was no simple feat. The 3 IWA ninjas did not employ ninjutsu. With a single exchange, they sent the physically strongest Uchiha high flying. And soon after, Uchiha Ninsaku sustained severe injuries, halting the advance of the remaining members. As the encirclement took shape, escape became increasingly difficult, especially when the disparity in combat power was so pronounced. The struggle of a cornered beast merely heralded its demise. Even Orochimaru, who had anticipated such a scenario, remained indifferent, seizing the fleeting chance of victory while pressing the IWA forces into retreat. Meanwhile, the remaining Konoha elite faced the most perilous circumstances since becoming ninjas. Not to mention the still inexperienced Lukyu. Even the matured version of himself would find himself powerless in the face of such despair. Any wisdom would shatter into fragments before insurmountable strength. Uchiha Hayu, confident in his physical prowess, had aimed to lead his brother in a breakout, but unexpectedly, he was severely wounded in a single clash, inadvertently dragging Uchiha Ninsaku down with him. Had Ninsaku not fallen into unconsciousness due to his injuries, he would likely be overwhelmed with guilt. Ninsaku's condition was also dire. Though not unconscious, he had lost his combat capability and could only await his fate. Among the remaining members, Lucky was nearly depleted of chakra, Dingzhu was still unconscious, and Height had some chakra left but could hardly take effective action. Kushina and Minato were in good condition, with ample chakra reserves and no injuries, making them the most likely to break through. The rest were either wounded or incapacitated. Charge. With a mere glance at the remnants of Konoha's forces, the IWA ninjas launched a fierce assault. In such a dire situation, those who understood the necessity of sacrifice would not foolishly remain to resist. Regrettably, neither Minato nor Kushina belonged to that category, even though they had a chance to escape. They would not abandon their comrades from Konoha, even at the cost of their lives. Look you, from a phalanx. Dozens of IWA ninjas descended from above. Minato and Kushina exchanged a glance, both resolute in their determination. Look you's expression shifted slightly. He had intended to suggest that Minato and Kushina find a way to break through, but the words were swallowed back. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that giving up was never his style, although he felt utterly powerless at that moment. He would still make the final struggle of a cornered beast. He and Ha stood firm, shielding the unconscious Dingzhou and others behind them. Their hopes rested solely on Minato and Kushina, yet the probability seemed dreadfully slim. The choices made by Minato and Kushina, along with the instinctive protective actions of Riku, shattered the pride of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha ninjutsu gazed at the backs before him, clenching his fists tightly in silent anguish. He could accept death and battle with composure, but he despised such a pitiful fate. In the face of numerous formidable rock ninjas, the figures of Minato and Kushina appeared overwhelmingly fragile. However, Minato was destined to be the future Hokage, and Kushina was the host of the Nine Tails. How could they be deemed weak? Minato moved like lightning, his speed rivaling even that of the lightning release-imbued Yeji, as he manifested the early form of the yellow flash, dashing through the air and swiftly dispatching a rock ninja. Kushina, though not as swift as Minato, launched a punch at the nearest rock ninja. The ninja, observing Kushina's petite, delicate fist, scoffed in disdain and swung his massive fist toward her. Yet, the next moment, he paid dearly for his arrogance. A thunderous crash echoed, and the rock ninja vanished without a trace, while the large tree before Kushina was shattered into a dozen pieces. Witnessing this spectacle, the protected Riku and others twitched their mouths in disbelief. They watched in silence as Kushina's punch sent the rock ninja flying into oblivion. Riku couldn't help but draw a comparison between his mother and Kushina, realizing that Kushina had utterly outmatched his mother. Women, indeed, were formidable beings, Riku thought with a frown. The sound of that punch drew everyone's attention. With the unfortunate child's fate as a warning, the other rock ninjas dared not underestimate Kushina's strength. Minato smiled slightly. He had long recognized Kushina's formidable prowess, both in her fists and her spirit. Thus, he resolved not to lag behind. His expression grew solemn as he prepared for a desperate fight, knowing that only by severing his retreat could he hope for a glimmer of survival. However, Minato and Kushina had yet to fully mature. Despite their utmost efforts, after slaying a dozen rock ninjas, they ultimately sustained injuries and were forced to retreat. The rock ninja side had not anticipated that two mere children could inflict such losses upon them. Nor did they realize that one of these children was the host of the Nine Tails. Minato bore two deep wounds, one on his back and another on his thigh, with the back wound incurred while saving Kushina. With his chakra depleted, he had become akin to a battle-weary soldier like Riku. Kushina fared slightly better, uninjured but low on chakra. Finally, there was no other choice. Riku looked at everyone and sighed inwardly, masking his despair. Minato, filled with reluctance, felt utterly powerless. Was there truly no way out? Of course, there was still. Kushina furrowed her brow slightly, if given the choice. She would prefer not to engage with that power, but for the sake of her comrades, she had no other option. Her brows gradually unfurled, her expression resolute. As her spirit delved into the space sealing the Nine Tails, arriving before the damp, shadowy prison, a discontented huff reverberated through the dim light. Nine Tails, lend me your chakra. Kushina floated in midair, her gaze unwavering as she beheld the merciless, icy eyes lurking behind the cage. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted through the bars, swiftly aimed at Kushina's forehead, a sharp, obsidian claw. Yet, Kushina remained steadfast, her gaze fixed upon the darkness beyond the cage. Even as the razor-sharp tip hovered perilously close to her brow. Little demon, remember, I am not aiding you, but rather saving myself. The Nine Tails withdrew its claw, emitting a furious growl. Thank you. Kushina replied with a beautiful smile. In an instant, a surge of potent chakra erupted from her, enveloping her in a bubbling chakra cloak. Slowly, she opened her eyes, revealing a pair of fierce, beastly pupils. This is... Minato stared in astonishment at Kushina beside him. the IWA Nin, poised to deliver the final blow, were equally taken aback by the unfolding scene, only to be filled with ecstatic realization they had not anticipated that the cage beast was a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. This was an unexpected boon. If they could return her to IWA Village, it would be a tremendous achievement. However, in their elation, they failed to consider that even if they captured Kushina, traversing through the forces of Konoha to reach IWA would prove arduous. "I will protect you," Kushina declared earnestly, her beastly gaze unwavering as she charged at the IWA Nin alone. The IWA Nin present were no weaklings. They would not be intimidated by the chakra of the Nine Tails. At best, they perceived her as a mere child with abundant chakra, lacking the skill to wield it effectively. Indeed, although the Nine Tails had granted Kushina chakra, it did not instantaneously elevate her to the status of a formidable warrior. Cloaked in chakra, Kushina engaged in battle against dozens of IWA Nin, and before long, several of them fell, while her own wounds multiplied. Minato, unable to watch any longer, joined the fray to assist Kushina, only to inadvertently cause her to take a hit while trying to protect him, leading to him being kicked out of the skirmish. The battle did not last long. Yet over a dozen IWA Nin had already succumbed. By the time Yeji and Kato arrived, Kushina's chakra cloak had weakened to near transparency, her body marred with blood. Though most wounds had begun to heal, the blood lost would not return, and she was teetering on the brink of collapse. Witnessing this scene, Yeji felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, a surge of pain. That girl, drenched in blood yet stubbornly refusing to retreat, fought valiantly to protect her companions behind her. Gazing at the battered and bloodied Kushina, Yeji's brows knitted deeply. Why did he feel such heartache, and even anger? Even if the girl bore a striking resemblance to his sister, it should not invoke such a reaction. He had resolutely decided to remain indifferent and abandon his emotions. Yet the sight before him had shaken that resolve. Was it because the bonds had long taken root? Or was it the girl's bloodied visage that stirred the strings of memory? Yeezy found himself at a loss, truly uncertain in that moment. Ultimately, Nai could not withstand the onslaught of the rock shinobi. After exhausting her last ounce of chakra and strength, she was struck forcefully by a rock ninja, sending her hurtling through the air. Another rock ninja, wielding a kunai, sprinted toward her as she descended. Cold malice gleamed in the ninja's eyes. The dark kunai slicing through the air, aimed directly at Nai's heart. He had no intention of killing the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. It was merely a show. And at the last moment, he would hold back. As Nai landed, she gazed at the rock ninja, raising her arm in a futile attempt at resistance, only to let it fall helplessly, despair evident in her eyes. In that instant, Minato summoned his last reserves of strength. Flashing in front of Nai with unwavering resolve, arms outstretched. Minato. Nai stared, momentarily stunned by the figure before her, her eyes trembling. The rock ninja, witnessing the sudden appearance of this reckless youth, was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his gaze. Why were they all so foolish? Yeezy drew his blade with lightning speed, chakra coursing through his veins, generating crackling currents across his form. In a heartbeat, he crossed the distance, akin to a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens, appearing before Minato and swinging his sword. The velocity was such that it left only a flash of light in its wake. Even the rock ninja could barely sense the approaching chakra before a brilliant flash surged past his vision. He felt a chilling sensation at his neck, and all his strength ebbed away like the receding tide. A torrent of warm blood erupted from his neck as he clutched it. Eyes wide in disbelief as he beheld Yeezy, who had suddenly materialized before him, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Withdraw. After dispatching the rock ninja, Yeezy did not glance back at the two behind him, his tone devoid of warmth. Minato, having narrowly escaped death, exhaled in relief. Both he and Nai were utterly drained of chakra and strength, remaining would only hinder their escape. Thus, he decisively assisted the dazed Nai to retreat to the safety of Lugio. Seeing that Nai and Minato were unharmed, Lugio too felt a wave of relief wash over him. His gaze then fell upon Yeezy, enveloped in crackling electricity, and he rubbed his forehead, silently regretting his earlier assumptions. Nai, are you alright? Minato gently helped her sit against a tree, concern lacing his voice. I'm fine, Nai replied, shaking her head. She then looked at Yeezy's retreating figure, a beautiful smile gracing her lips as she said, Minato, he is still himself. A flicker of disappointment crossed Minato's heart as he nodded. At that moment, Cat Dan joined Yeezy's side. It could be said that only he and Yeezy remained in Konoha with the strength to fight. The remaining 10 or so rock ninjas wore grim expressions. Confident in their mission, Yet time and again faced unexpected turns. First, the Ninetales Jinchuriki had erupted, not only withstanding their assault, but also costing them several comrades. Just when they thought they had cornered her, two Konoha shinobi emerged from the fray. Upon observing Yi Zi's appearance, hair color, and the distinctive rakeage emblem along with his lightning techniques, the rock ninjas quickly deduced his identity. It's the target. Eliminate him first. The leader, a one-eyed rock ninja, spoke with indifference. Yes, the remaining rock ninjas responded in unison, charging towards Yi Zi. Cover me, Yi Zi exclaimed, feeling an overwhelming surge of pressure as the rock ninjas advanced. He then dashed towards them alone. Understood, Kato Duan replied gravely. Just as he spoke, he sensed a slight movement at his feet, causing his heart to race. Reacting swiftly, he blocked with his kunai. Simultaneously, a figure erupted from the ground, exuding a fierce, murderous intent, and delivered a powerful punch towards Kato Duan. It was none other than the leading one-eyed rock ninja. Clang! The fist, enveloped in hardened earth, struck Kato Duan's kunai, the tremendous force forcing his arm aside. When did this happen? Kato Duan's expression changed dramatically, but he had no time to respond to the one-eyed rock ninja's follow-up attack. Thud! The one-eyed rock ninja delivered a solid kick to Kato Duan's abdomen, causing him to spew a mouthful of warm blood as he was sent flying, crashing heavily not far from Shika and the others. Teacher Duan. The injured leaf ninjas gasped, feeling their hopes dwindling. Minato, dragging his weary body, rushed to Kato Duan, who was on the brink of unconsciousness. Gripping his kunai tightly and fixating on the one-eyed rock ninja, the sudden turn of events caught the leaf ninjas off guard. Yi Zi, who had initially charged out, felt a sense of foreboding when he witnessed the one-eyed rock ninja transform into a puddle of mud. To his dismay, it became clear that the target was Kato Duan, and it was too late to provide aid. Watching helplessly as Kato Duan was kicked away, his fate uncertain, Yi Zi decisively halted his advance and turned to confront the one-eyed rock ninja. It was critical to note that Kushina and the others possessed no combat strength. The enemy could eliminate them with ease. You are Yi Zi? The one-eyed rock ninja coldly regarded him. The chakra unleashed by the Ninetales Jinchuriki had been terrifyingly potent. And even after a fierce blow, the Jinchuriki had not been defeated without significant losses on their side. However, he believed that a mere speed-oriented ninja adept in lightning techniques would be much easier to handle, particularly since he doubted that such a young Yi Zi could still possess substantial chakra after numerous battles. Yi Zi did not respond. Instead, he unleashed a lightning strike, moving faster than before, aimed directly at the one-eyed rock ninja. So swift, I cannot evade. A realization struck the one-eyed rock ninja. He had underestimated his opponent. Since I cannot dodge. A frenzied gleam appeared in his eyes as he extended his massive hand to seize Yi Zi. Yi Zi's expression shifted. Even at high speed, he could not alter his trajectory. The lightning blade followed its predetermined path, striking fiercely at the one-eyed rock ninja. Slicing sound. A severed arm spiraled into the air. Die. Despite having his right arm severed, the one-eyed rock ninja remained unfazed, seizing the moment while Yi Zi was momentarily weakened. He landed a solid punch against Yi Zi's ribs. A sharp crack resounded as Yi Zi grunted, his wrist twisting as he was propelled away by the overwhelming force. Simultaneously, the lightning blade carved a deep wound across the one-eyed rock ninja's chest. The one-eyed rock ninja furrowed his brow, silently observing the scorched wound on his chest. It seemed he comprehended why his superior sought to exploit this war as an opportunity to eliminate Yi Zi. He raised his gaze towards Yi Zi, who had carved a deep trench into the ground, and stepped forward, only to feel a sudden numbness envelop his body, causing him to kneel heavily upon one knee. Gasping for breath, 2 ribs were fractured, and his chakra, the situation was dire. Yi Zi paid no heed to the one-eyed rock ninja, focusing instead on assessing his own injuries, his brow furrowed in concern. To him, the fractured ribs were of little consequence. The real dilemma lay in his insufficient chakra. Without it, he would lose his greatest asset. What should he do? Escape? He pondered silently, realizing that Kato Dan was incapacitated, and the others were in no better state. How could he possibly contend against the remaining rock ninjas with his meager chakra reserves? Yet, he found himself unable to act upon his inner thoughts. With a deep breath, he slowly rose, facing the advancing rock ninjas. He was uncertain why he chose to remain in such a perilous situation. But a voice within him incessantly urged that if Kushina were to perish here, the regret would be unbearable. Fully aware that staying was a profoundly foolish decision, Yi Zi nonetheless resolved to remain. He was the final bastion, safeguarding the lives of those behind him. Since he had chosen to stay, All his thoughts were consumed with devising a way to overcome the rock ninjas. First and foremost, he needed to address the issue of his dwindling chakra. Only by resolving this could victory become conceivable. At this juncture in the battle, their supplies had long been exhausted, and the side effects of the soldier pills were significant. They were seldom consumed unless during wartime. The remaining rock ninjas showed no concern for Yi Zi's condition, each unleashing powerful earth techniques that unleashed torrents of mud and stone, crashing through trees and surging toward him. The force of the mudslide was formidable enough to reach Kato Dan and the others, yet due to the distance, Yi Zi perceived no imminent threat to them and thus paid it no mind. Just as the mudslide was about to engulf him, he expended the scant chakra he had left to transform into a bolt of lightning, pulling the severely injured and paralyzed one-eyed rock ninja away from the encroaching disaster. It must be said that while the rock ninja strategy was somewhat foolish, it undeniably cornered the Konoha ninjas, including Yi Zi, into a desperate situation. To put it plainly, the scale of the mudslide required a considerable expenditure of chakra from the rock ninjas, while the Konoha side, in their efforts to evade this assault, had truly drained their last reserves, Yi Zi included. His chakra was nearly depleted, though his physical stamina remained relatively intact. The Konoha ninjas were scattered across the broken trees, rendered nearly immobile, their eyes fixed on Yi Zi, hoping for a miracle to unfold. Yi Zi stood upon a trunk submerged in the mudslide, one hand gripping the one-eyed rock ninja and the other wielding Reiku, his expression impassive, yet a flicker of ruthlessness danced in his eyes. If there remained any chance of seizing victory, it would likely hinge upon the conjecture nestled within his heart. Upon witnessing Yi Zi gripping the one-eyed rock ninja, the remaining rock ninjas exchanged glances of disdain, mistakenly believing that Yi Zi intended to leverage the one-eyed ninja as a means of intimidation against them. Such a notion was utterly foolish. If they could be intimidated, they would hardly be ninjas. You think to threaten them through me? The one-eyed rock ninja laboriously lifted his eyelid, emitting a low, derisive chuckle. No, I intend to utilize you to eliminate them. The hesitation in Yi Zi's eyes gradually gave way to a ruthless glint. If survival was at stake, he was willing to undertake any extraordinary actions. Haha. The one-eyed rock ninja presumed Yi Zi genuinely sought to coerce his subordinates through him, his face betraying a mocking expression. Poor fool. He remained oblivious to the true horror of Yi Zi's intentions. At the very least, you are somewhat useful. Yi Zi cast a glance at him, then suddenly exerted force, snapping the one-eyed rock ninja's neck. Immediately afterward, Yi Zi surveyed the precariously positioned Konoha ninjas, hesitated for a moment, and with the scant chakra remaining, executed a simple earth technique, conjuring a mud flow to envelop himself in the one-eyed rock ninja's corpse. Moments later, the mud wall collapsed, seamlessly integrating the one-eyed rock ninja's body into the mire. Yi Zi stood in place, his head slightly bowed, his complexion pale, his lips stained with blood. In this dire predicament, this was the sole choice that promised a glimmer of hope, and it was a card he deemed necessary to conceal. Sensing the chakra, Yi Zi silently attuned himself to the changes within his body, releasing chakra to envelop himself. On the other side, the Konoha ninjas beheld Yi Zi's chakra returning to a more robust state. They were momentarily taken aback, then filled with exhilaration. Yet, their joy was soon tempered by confusion as they noted the fresh blood on Yi Zi's lips. Could it be? Nevertheless, they had indeed witnessed the one-eyed body being buried beneath the mud. Lightning Release is a versatile ninjutsu, renowned for its destructive power and swift execution, capable of affecting the user themselves. The latter application is, in fact, the most challenging to wield. The rapid cellular stimulation necessitates a formidable physique and requires ocular prowess akin to the Sharingan. Otherwise, one risks self-harm. The Raikage of the Cloud Village, lacking the Sharingan, thus pursued an alternative path, refining their physical bodies to the pinnacle of strength. Consequently, during high-speed maneuvers, they fear no obstructions. Employing their formidable physical power coupled with the Lightning Release's terrifying penetrative capability to shatter any barrier before them, alleviating concerns over their vision keeping pace. Yi Zi, devoid of the Sharingan and not possessing a physique as robust as the Raikage, nevertheless demonstrated ocular acuity that rivaled the Sharingan in capturing dynamic movement. His endurance, albeit not on par with that of the Raikage, was extraordinary. The amalgamation of these two advantages allowed Yi Zi to utilize Lightning Release to stimulate his cells, resulting in a geometric surge in strength. His only shortcoming was the insufficiency of chakra. However, at that moment, he discovered a method to compensate for this deficiency. He gazed at the approaching rock ninja, a terrifying smile spreading across his face, as crackling electricity enveloped his entire being. Suddenly, a flash of lightning darted through the forest, brushing past the rock ninja, and as the lightning halted, the figure of Yi emerged. With a sickening splatter, a jet of blood erupted from the rock ninja's neck, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yi no longer restrained his chakra. He disregarded the damage to his cells as his speed surged to a terrifying level. The air around him filled with a faint scent of char. The remaining ninjas stood in stunned silence. They were formidable jonin, yet in the face of such dreadful velocity, they felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This speed, while not yet on par with the Flying Thunder God technique of the fourth Hokage, was perilously close. And with the enhancement of lightning release, Yi's destructive power surpassed that of the Flying Thunder God in a certain sense. After dispatching the rock ninja, Yi pressed on towards the next, who had barely begun to form a substitution jutsu before succumbing to Yi's blade. Like a demon emerging from the depths of hell, the once dominant rock ninja faction found themselves reduced to mere prey, as the tide of battle turned into a one-sided slaughter. With each rock ninja he eliminated, Yi's body sustained some damage, yet he was indifferent. He believed such injuries could be tended to after the battle. The rock ninja were astonished by the resurgence of Yi's chakra. They could not fathom how he had replenished his depleted chakra to its peak level in such a short span. Yet they had no choice but to confront the seemingly frenzied Yi. The rock ninja were oblivious to the reason behind Yi's chakra recovery. But the observers from Konoha picked up on subtle clues, notably the blood staining Yi's lips. Kushina, Minato, Kato, and the recovering Uchiha Ice all sensed something amiss and watched Yi, who was embroiled in this bloody conflict for their sake, feeling an inexplicable surge of emotion, perhaps admiration, perhaps a deep sense of gratitude. However, a small faction of Konoha ninjas, unfamiliar with Yi, regarded him with a gaze akin to that reserved for a monster. His reckless combat, even at the cost of injury, hastened the end of what had initially been an uneven battle, leaving behind a gruesome scene strewn with corpses, reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. Amidst the pile of bodies, Yi stood, drenched in blood, with a pungent metallic aroma pervading the air. Even his lightning blade had turned a crimson hue. He panted slightly, surveying the scattered limbs and severed arms, enveloped in silence. Behind him, the gazes of his fellow villagers varied greatly. Some were piercing, others felt like burning flames, and some radiated warmth. Kato hesitated, opening his mouth without knowing what to say in that moment. Minato silently observed his back, his expression complex, tinged with admiration. Suddenly, Kushina approached Yi. And in front of everyone, she gently wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her cheek against his blood-soaked back, whispering, "Thank you." Yi paused, lowering his head. That simple expression of gratitude was so familiar, so unforgettable. Regardless of that fateful night when he nearly lost his life, or this very moment, he has begun to grasp the underlying truth. The reason he cannot let go of Kushina is becoming clearer. Though Kushina and Uerue embody contrasting personalities, they share a striking resemblance that occasionally blurs the lines between them. Yi's heart is tethered to Uerue, while Kushina evokes a profound longing that offers him psychological solace. In that moment, witnessing Kushina's bloodied state, he struggles to contain the fury that wells up within him. This visceral reaction arises despite his awareness that Kushina is not Uerue. It is an instinctive emotional response, akin to a reflex. Kushina is not Uerue, to be precise, not the Uerue of Earth. Yet, unbeknownst to Yi, he inadvertently ascribes a fragment of Uerue's essence to Kushina. Despite their similar appearances, they are fundamentally different. Gradually freeing himself from Kushina's embrace, Yi calmly states, "We must return to the base swiftly." "Understood," Kushina replies, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy as she watches him depart. She turns to join Minato and the others, beginning to organize their ranks and assist the unconscious or incapacitated comrades. This marks their first experience of war, their first encounter with such brutal combat. Surprisingly, the most formidable Jonin have perished, leaving only Katadan, while these lowly Genin have survived. If the clandestine skirmishes are this harrowing, one can only imagine the sheer ferocity of the overt battles. Silence envelopes them as they support one another, hastening towards the base. Yi, with the least severe injuries, takes the lead, delegating the task of aiding the wounded to Minato and the others. After their departure, a seemingly inconspicuous tree, previously devoid of life, slowly reveals a woman, her expression dark as she gazes in the direction of their retreat. Had Yi been present, he would have recognized her as Omahana, the female IWA ninja who had escorted the feudal lord of the Land of Rain. I must relay this intelligence. Konoha's White Fang must be eliminated swiftly. Omahana's eyes are filled with deep apprehension. It has been but a short time since her last encounter in the Land of Rain, and she is astounded by Yezi's alarming growth. If this continues, it may not be long before Konoha gains yet another white fang. Casting a glance at the scattered remains on the ground, her expression darkens. Just as she decides to depart, she realizes her feet have been ensnared by an unknown force. Looking down, she sees her legs encased in a white, unidentifiable substance. She struggles to free herself, yet she remains utterly immobilized. Her expression shifts dramatically, and her hands swiftly form seals. This is unacceptable. However, as she begins to complete her hand seals, the white substance seeping from her arms ensnares her, slowly shaping into a man with only an upper body, who gazes at her silently. "Who are you?" Omahana gasps in terror at the ghastly figure now mere inches from her, her face a canvas of fear for the unknown. The man responds in a low, calm tone. "You need not concern yourself with that, for you are about to die." "No." The mournful cries of the flower abruptly ceased, enveloped entirely by the white substance conjured by the pallid man, resembling a cocoon. Subsequently, this white cocoon gradually merged into the trunk of the tree, as though it had never existed. Just as they approached their base, a figure swiftly approached them. Yezi's gaze shifted slightly as he halted atop a large tree. His weapon, Thunder Fang, unsheathed, with currents of electricity flickering across his form. Soon, he discerned the identity of the newcomer, momentarily startled. Before sheathing Thunder Fang and retracting his chakra, allowing the crackling electricity to dissipate, the visitor was none other than Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. From a distance, Tsunade spotted Yezi, her eyes brightening momentarily before they fell upon Kato Dan, who trailed closely behind Yezi, his body stained with blood. Concern etched across her face. She hastened to Kato Dan's side. "Let me see," she demanded, disregarding Kato Dan's protests as she assertively took him from Minato's grasp, urgently examining his injuries, her demeanor betraying the composure expected of a Sannin. Kato Dan gazed at Tsunade, her worried expression stirring a warmth within him, and he regarded her with affection. The assembled members of Konoha were witnessing this side of Tsunade for the first time, their astonishment palpable. It appeared she was poised to treat Kato Dan on the spot, indicating they would not return to the base anytime soon. Indeed, after assessing Kato Dan's wounds, Tsunade exhaled in relief and commenced his treatment right there. Understanding her urgency, Kato Dan refrained from voicing any objections, instead casting an apologetic glance towards the others. Leaning against the tree trunk, Yuzi found himself lost in thought. Tsunade's presence signified that danger had passed, and the initial skirmish of the ongoing war had concluded, though the outcome remained uncertain. The surviving members of Konoha could finally relax, for with Tsunade among them, their safety seemed assured. Before long, another figure approached rapidly, Orochimaru, the commander of this conflict. As he leapt through the forest, he caught sight of Yezi, his tense expression softening slightly as he approached, his face devoid of emotion. Observing the remaining members of Konoha, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Though the specifics of the situation eluded him, the survival of key figures such as Inuzuka, the Uchiha siblings, Kushina, Minato, and Yezi was the best possible outcome. Curiosity piqued, Orochimaru eagerly anticipated the aftermath reports, wondering if he and Narashikaka had misjudged the situation. Regardless, the initial clash had resulted in a resounding victory for Konoha, and maintaining this advantage should lead them to triumph in the war. Orochimaru contemplated silently, realizing that even if they won, it would likely only mean pushing the battlefield slightly inward, effectively neutralizing the Land of Grey. The prospect of breaching Iwagakure seemed insurmountable, given its defensive strength, and Konoha's strategy had predominantly been one of defense during this conflict. "Return," he commanded. Orochimaru gently patted Yezi's shoulder before departing first. After the conclusion of his initial battle in the war, he swiftly made his way back with the intention of providing assistance and assessing the situation. However, Tsunade was quicker. Accompanied by the fathers of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, Yezi gazed at Orochimaru's retreating figure before turning to glance at Kushina, who was supporting Uchiha. With a swift push of his feet, he followed in Orochimaru's footsteps towards the stronghold. When Kushina sensed Yezi's gaze upon her, she instinctively looked back. But by the time she turned her attention, Yezi had already departed. Ultimately, everyone returned safely to the stronghold for treatment. The battle reports were meticulously organized by Cat D. Sway and presented to Orochimaru. As he perused the reports, Orochimaru's expression gradually turned serious. He did not regard Yezi's chakra recovery techniques as particularly noteworthy. From his perspective, they seemed trivial, but for others, the implications could be vastly different. Upon returning to the stronghold, Shimura Nanao was the first to approach Yezi, tending to his wounds, although they were not severe. Watching Nanao as she treated him, Yezi remarked lightly, "I thought, as a member of the corpse retrieval team, you would secretly follow me." Nanao, with her head bowed, remained silent as she continued her ministrations. Yezi, finding the exchange rather dull, also fell into silence. This mission, though perilous, yielded significant insights, particularly in discovering a method for prolonged combat. The role of medical ninjas was undeniably invaluable. During the first day's skirmish, aside from those with more serious injuries, nearly all combatants received treatment, ensuring sustained combat capability. Such accomplishments were largely attributed to the limited number of medical ninjas whose dedicated efforts allowed Konoha to gain a substantial advantage on the first day of the war. Orochimaru, as the commander, could not dismiss the importance of medical ninjas. Initially, Tsunade had faced immense pressure when advocating for the cultivation of medical ninjas. But the higher-ups rejected her pleas, citing a shortage of manpower. Nevertheless, Tsunade persevered, expressing her strong desire for this initiative, leading the higher-ups to concede a step and agree to the training of medical ninjas, albeit without prioritizing its implementation, resulting in a scarcity of medical ninjas in Konoha at this time. Orochimaru had reason to believe that as the war continued, more individuals would come to recognize the critical significance of medical ninjas. Under Nanao's care, Yezi swiftly recovered to a near-complete state. His injuries had been minor, mostly fatigue. After the treatment concluded, he indulged in a substantial meal and, with Orochimaru's approval, retired to a private tent for a well-deserved rest. Undoubtedly, his performance in this battle would be recorded as a significant achievement. Without him, Cat D. Sui would surely have perished, and the new generation of Konoha might not have survived. On the following morning, Yezi awoke, feeling exceptionally revitalized. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such a lengthy slumber. Typically, he managed no more than 4 hours of sleep, and this sensation was truly delightful. After a brief wash, he exited the tent, preparing to collect the morning provisions. The tents within the military encampment were arranged with precision, as the Leaf Village ninjas, clad in their standard uniforms, navigated the spaces between them. As EZ made his way directly to the breakfast distribution area, many Leaf ninjas cast him glances filled with an indescribable strangeness. EZ remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to their peculiar stares, yet inwardly, he could not help but sigh. In just a single night, unflattering rumors about him had spread throughout the ranks of the Leaf forces. What had initially served as a cover, the mudflow wall, now appeared more like a blatant admission of guilt, providing those with ulterior motives ample room for speculation. Some would eagerly propagate these tales, while others, like Cat Dan, chose discretion, confiding only in Orochimaru and Tsunade, expressing their doubts about the matter. Orochimaru and Tsunade were among the few who understood the extraordinary nature of Yeezy's physique. They were aware of its uniqueness, yet they had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude. While Orochimaru found the situation inconsequential, Tsunade's interest piqued, perhaps considering that Yeezy's potential surpassed even that of Kushina. Those unaware regarded it merely as a peculiar quirk of Yeezy's, and thus, the rumors began to circulate slowly through the night. The Leaf forces were numerous, yet mostly organized in groups. A single piece of information could ripple through them like a stone cast into a lake, sparking countless reactions, facilitating an astonishingly rapid dissemination of news. The gazes directed at Yeezy were filled with disdain, fear, strangeness, and confusion, none of which bore a friendly disposition. Most eyes regarded him as one would a monster. Yeezy had not anticipated that an act meant to ensure survival would stir such a tempest. However, he remained indifferent, navigating through the sea of scrutinizing eyes. He arrived at the food distribution point. His presence prompted the assembled Leaf ninjas, who had been queuing, to instinctively part ways for him. The few individuals responsible for dispensing the provisions instinctively took a step back as they beheld Yeezy striding toward them. Irresponsible conjectures swiftly morphed into rumors, spreading like wildfire from one person to the next. In the face of such a figure, even being a member of the Leaf Village made it challenging to approach, engage, or converse with him. Yeezy advanced in silence, causing the distributors to tremble slightly, seemingly forgetting their duties. With a slight furrow of his brow, he disregarded their reactions, grasping several portions of food, enough for 7 or 8 people, and turned to leave. No one spoke, nor did anyone question the quantity of breakfast he had taken as he departed. On his way back, he endured yet another wave of scrutiny, yet Yeezy remained unfazed, unwilling to dwell on who had disseminated such information so effortlessly despite his act of salvation. Where he gazed, no one could perceive, and on the path he traversed, no one could accompany him. When he arrived in this world from Earth, perhaps it was destined that he would be forever alone. Upon returning to the tent, Yeezy suddenly realized why Orochimaru had permitted him to occupy a tent by himself, quietly consuming rations meant for 7 or 8 people. After finishing his meal, he lay on the rudimentary hard bed, gazing at the top of the tent, his thoughts drifting back to distant memories. In that world constructed from refuse. Within those cramped and dark crevices, amidst the stench of towering refuse piles, scenes flashed rapidly before him, ultimately settling upon a conflagration that painted the night sky crimson. Incinerating all turmoil to ash, eradicating all malice to cinders, and reducing those terrifying entities that surpassed humanity to mere dust. Yeezy's wandering gaze gradually focused, his expression becoming increasingly vacant. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed outside the tent. Without a word, the owner of the footsteps lifted the fabric curtain and entered. Yeezy turned his head, appearing somewhat surprised, and stood to regard the visitor, asking, "What brings you here?" Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, "Just came to see you." "Oh," Yeezy responded coolly. "Do you mind?" Orochimaru's demeanor remained unchanged by Yeezy's indifference. Yeezy shook his head and calmly stated, "It has no impact on me." "That's good. I won't suppress this news for now, as it would be futile. After the war concludes, it may become even more arduous." Orochimaru seemed to have come specifically to explain this to Yeezy. "I do not mind," Yeezy replied with a placid expression. Orochimaru studied him intently, and upon confirming that Yeezy truly did not care, his hoarse voice took on a hint of mockery. "The so-called victory is unrelated to the means. What matters is that the enemy is dead while we remain alive. You have done well." Yeezy gazed at him and nodded slightly. "Don't die." After uttering this phrase, Orochimaru turned and departed. In an unknown subterranean depth, robust tree roots extended irregularly in all directions, clinging to the dry earthen walls. Here, silence coexisted with darkness, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. In the depths of the darkness stood a colossal stone statue resembling a human form, with 9 closed eyes, its visage grotesque, its hue akin to withered wood. Below the statue, several tubes extended forward, inserted into the body of an elderly man with white hair. Leaning on a cane, he sat upon a stone platform. His demeanor indifferent, with a single eye beneath his bangs glimmering with a crimson light, strikingly visible in the darkness. The old man stared into the abyss, gazing at it as though peering into the future. Suddenly, the dark ground rippled, akin to surging lava, birthing a bubble that shattered, revealing a pallid young man. "What an intriguing child," the young man remarked as he looked at the elderly man seated on the stone platform. "Oh." The old man's gaze slowly shifted towards Baiju, calmly asking, "Did you retain the spores?" Baiju replied softly, "They could not be preserved. They were consumed." "Consumed?" "Yes, completely devoured." "Explain how this occurred." Baiju proceeded to recount to the elder all that he had witnessed, detailing in vivid and intricate fashion everything that transpired during Yeezy's battle, including the emergence of the new Jinchuriki, Kushina, from the hidden leaf village. As the elder absorbed this information, a chilling glint gradually formed in his eyes. He murmured to himself, a vitality unlike that of ordinary beings, capable of regaining chakra through the consumption of raw flesh, and even unconsciously devouring spores, intriguing indeed. Alas, he is not of the Uchiha clan. I yearn to know more, as he fixated his gaze upon him. Understanding this, Baiju slowly nodded, melding into the ground like mud, vanishing without a trace. After Baiju's disappearance, the elder slowly lifted his head, directing his gaze towards a shadowy corner, and an icy smile gradually emerged upon his withered visage. The war continues unabated, as the rock ninja, having lost ground on the first day, finds the battlefield thrust upon the territory of the Land of Rain. Konoha moves like a colossal wheel, slowly grinding towards the borders of the Land of Earth, while the Land of Rain merely serves as a path beneath their feet. Orochimaru unleashes all available troops, seemingly intent on decisively vanquishing the rock ninja. Faced with Konoha's formidable strength, the rock ninja remains undaunted, disregarding the vehement protests of the Land of Rain, and drags the battlefield into its territory, seeking to leverage all the resources of the Land of Rain to gain an advantage. Injured yet unbroken, Yeezy is dispatched to the front lines, merely a drifting leaf amidst the surging tide of soldiers. Gazing upon the capital of the Land of Rain, he recalls that fateful night stained with blood, his expression icy. He had vowed to return here and reclaim everything. Beside him stands Konoha's Yin Yi, her gaze fixed on the capital, radiating a chilling aura. Her father perished here, his body irretrievable. Overwhelmed by profound grief and seething hatred, she finally stands here today, determined to tread upon the ruins of the land of rain thereafter. Two figures, one dark and one light, soar into the sky like birds, descending into the tumultuous battlefield. The final cries of life echo amidst the flames of war, unceasing. Blood flows from gentle streams to torrents, accumulating atop countless corpses. Diverse ninjutsu intertwines across the battlefield, igniting a towering inferno accompanied by the last desperate cries of the fallen. Gradually, the sky darkens, and the steam rising from the flames, doused by torrential rains, ascends into the clouds. As the gentle rain falls upon the land of rain, it has already become a desolate ruin. The misty drizzle transforms into a torrential downpour within mere breaths, extinguishing the flames and leaving behind charred remnants. The Rock Ninja suffers a catastrophic defeat. Their commander, fully aware of the unforgivable consequences, perishes at Orochimaru's hands. Konoha, though victorious, also endures grievous losses. Raindrops strike Yeezy's face, stinging yet cleansing away the blood that clings to him. He stands atop a half-burned structure, silently observing the disheveled figures in the rain. A figure leaps beside him. It is Yen Yi, who has also survived, though wounded in the back by a blade, flesh torn as rain cascades down, washing away her blood. "Thank you," she murmurs, following Yeezy's gaze towards the groups standing in silent reverence to the sky. She realizes her own inadequacy, fighting like a madwoman amidst the chaos. Had it not been for Yeezy's timely intervention, the blade aimed at her back could have cleaved her in two. Yeezy slowly sheathes his Raijin, calmly stating, "As long as we live, it is enough." Whether he speaks to her or to himself remains ambiguous. The rain weaves a curtain between heaven and earth, obscuring the vision of those below. Kushina lifts her gaze towards the two figures standing side by side, observing quietly. Whispers abound regarding recent events, and perhaps upon returning to the village, the situation will worsen. Kushina watches Yeezy's silhouette, while Minato gazes upon her face. "I cannot prevent others from speaking of him. Yet I shall never agree." Kushina bit her lip, as raindrops cascaded down her hairline, trickling down her face and mingling with the blood pooling at her feet. Minato gazed at her in silence, and after a moment, he too lifted his gaze towards the silhouette on the rooftop. He would not subscribe to such rumors. As one of the witnesses present, he had witnessed firsthand how Yeji had desperately fought to rescue them from the grasp of the Rock Ninja. The war has concluded, with Konoha emerging victorious. The allied Grass Ninja village has been fortunate enough to endure, while the Land of Rain meets its demise, with vengeance fulfilled. Yen Yi goes to pay homage to her father, subsequently seeking out Yeezy, who is about to depart. "I owe you a favor," she declares, gazing at him earnestly. Yeezy replies coolly, and then? Yen Yi responds with utmost sincerity, "Should you ever require my service, I shall repay this favor. I believe I want to need it." Yeezy retorts, reflecting on Yen Yi's youthful visage, reminiscent of that fateful night when she first ambushed him with her unrelenting poison needles. Time's passage feels inexplicably unjust. He turns away as Konoha's army prepares to return to their village. Yen Yi watches his retreating figure, her verdant eyes filled with him. After several days of arduous travel, the Konoha army arrives back in their village. Orochimaru makes a significant mark on his record of achievements, further underscoring the crucial role of medical ninjas through this conflict. Upon reviewing the battle reports, the upper echelons of Konoha begrudgingly acknowledge the importance of medical ninjas, contemplating the merits of further development. Kato, who should have perished, has survived due to Yeezy's influence. Thus, during the precious respite following the war, Tsunade visits Orochimaru's seldom frequented residence, seeking Yeezy. Orochimaru is taken aback by Tsunade's arrival and ushers her inside to the parlor. Shortly thereafter, Yeezy enters, encountering Tsunade. "Thank you for saving Kato," she solemnly expresses once he is seated. Yeezy is momentarily taken aback, responding with a hint of insincerity. "It was the least I could do." Tsunade falls silent for a moment before stating, "I have heard the village's discussions, which even Orochimaru cannot impede. I cannot assist you." Orochimaru, his hands tucked within his sleeves, casts a glance at her but remains silent. The rapid spread of detrimental rumors about Yeezy raises suspicions of unseen machinations at play. Orochimaru is not one to dismiss such conjectures, and Tsunade likely senses something amiss as well, yet these remain mere speculations, lacking tangible evidence. "I do not mind," Yeezy replies calmly. Addressing a third party for the first time, Orochimaru being the first, and Kushina, who sought him upon their return to the village, the second. He genuinely does not care. A sentiment perhaps only Orochimaru can discern. Thus, Tsunade remains unconvinced, Anyone who has made such contributions in this war would naturally be troubled by rumors, particularly when he was the one who saved his comrades, yet the gossip emerges from their mouths. Tsunade refrains from probing further into matters she cannot assist with. She gazes at EZ and asks, "Is this true?" After a moment of contemplation, EZ nods. Tsunade shows little reaction, her eyes filled with contemplation, and earnestly states, "It appears your physique is indeed quite unique. Based on your constitution, I believe I can help you resolve this issue." EZ falls into silence at her words. Pondering the nature of this resolution, should he enhance this advantage or eliminate it? "How will we resolve this?" he inquires. "At least you won't have to eat meat." Tsunade replies nonchalantly. EZ felt a flicker of hesitation, contemplating for a moment before ultimately declining, as he harbored distrust towards Tsunade. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and calmly responded, "You are always welcome to seek me out." After saying this, she stood up, preparing to depart. EZ looked up at her and remarked, "Lady Tsunade, you promised to teach me the art of spiritual transformation. I believe that is sufficient." Tsunade paused, taken aback, for this matter had not been mentioned to her by Dan. Moreover, the art of spiritual transformation was not akin to conventional ninjutsu. It required a specific innate quality to master. She chose not to comment on this, merely nodding slightly before bidding farewell to Orochimaru and leaving. Once Tsunade had departed, the previously silent Orochimaru spoke. "You could allow Tsunade to assist you." "I do not trust her." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow in surprise, then let out a low, raspy chuckle. "I find your body quite intriguing." "I have no desire to become your experiment," EZ replied with a soft sigh. Orochimaru chuckled again, this time with an air of mystery. "I am quite surprised that Kado-dan agreed to teach you the art of spiritual transformation. However, it is not a technique that can be wielded by just anyone. You will know once you attempt it. If it does not work out, I shall not press the matter." EZ was aware of this, having been informed by Kado-dan himself. Days passed, and Kado-dan was still recuperating from his injuries. The surviving genin from this war were promoted to chunin without examination. EZ was the only genin who shone brightly during the conflict, and through Orochimaru's recommendation, he participated in the J-nin examination. With his solid foundation and formidable strength, he successfully passed the assessment, becoming the first of his cohort to attain the rank of J-nin. Witnessing EZ's elevation to J-nin, Jiraiya felt a pang of dissatisfaction and recommended Minato to take the J-nin examination as well. Minato, showcasing his innate genius, also passed the assessment with ease. As for Kushina, Tsunade, lacking any competitive spirit, chose not to recommend her for the J-nin examination and instead dedicated herself to mentoring Kushina. Thus, EZ and Minato ascended from Genin to J-nin in a matter of days, a feat that was indeed justified given their current abilities. At the age of 14, having graduated from the Ninja Academy, they achieved this rank in just 4 years, a rarity during such a conventional era. However, this elevation did not alter much. The shortage of manpower meant that EZ, now a J-nin, was not assigned to lead any teams. He donned a mask and assumed the identity of Raiga, a member of the Root organization, continuing to undertake perilous missions while simultaneously delving into extensive literature, seeking any clue that might lead him back to Earth. After some time, once he had fully recovered from his injuries, Kado-dan sought out EZ to fulfill his promise of teaching him the art of spiritual transformation. This technique, belonging to the realm of yin-yang release, was classified as forbidden. Mastery of this art necessitated not only a specific trait but also abundant spiritual energy. And Dan was uncertain whether EZ possessed the requisite qualifications. Arriving at a secluded training ground, Kado-dan addressed EZ. "Let us begin." EZ replied, "Let us give it a try." "Then let us commence." Kado-dan nodded slightly. Kado-dan first imparted to EZ the intricate sequence of hand seals necessary for the technique, subsequently elucidating the guidance and flow of chakra, along with several critical considerations. He spoke with meticulous attention to detail and remarkable patience. EZ, known for his rapid learning abilities, had showcased this talent even during his time at the Ninja Academy, though he seldom revealed it, with only Orochimaru being aware. Even when faced with the complexities of forbidden techniques, he grasped the essentials with ease. Initiating his first set of hand seals, his movements appeared somewhat clumsy, yet he successfully completed the seals, directing the chakra without error. Suddenly, a faint luminescence emanated from his shoulders, as if a spirit were striving to detach from his body, twisting and contorting in its emergence. EZ felt a strain, furrowing his brow deeply as the soul that emerged from him endeavored to take shape. Kado-dan observed EZ with astonishment. Having not anticipated his success on the first attempt, What astonished him further was the realization that Yi Zi possessed the attributes of yin-yang release. In a brief moment, the soul gradually assumed the form of Yi Zi, hovering above him. Yi Zi slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the expressionless spirit above, and swiftly dispelled the ninjutsu, causing the spirit to vanish without a trace. His eyes gleamed with newfound understanding. Although he had just mastered the technique of spirit manifestation and could not yet wield it with finesse, he had ample time ahead. This forbidden technique marked his inaugural encounter with an entirely new realm, instilling in him a belief that returning to Earth was indeed a possibility. Standing nearby, Kato Dant watched Yi Zi's joyful countenance, sensing that Yi Zi's potential was truly formidable. Even the highly regarded Minato paled in comparison. He vaguely felt that hastily granting such a powerful technique to Yi Zi might have been unwise, but at this juncture, it was too late for regrets. He addressed Yi Zi, remarking on his genius for so effortlessly mastering spirit manifestation. With a faint smile, he reminisced about the considerable effort he had invested to acquire the same skill, realizing that comparisons could indeed be disheartening. "Thank you," Yi Zi replied, clenching his fist, his tone imbued with excitement. Kato Dant shook his head slightly, reflecting that without Yi Zi, he would likely be a lifeless corpse by now. He still had dreams to fulfill and could not afford to perish without having achieved anything. Thus, he owed Yi Zi a debt of gratitude. Having learned the technique of spirit manifestation, Kato Dant took his leave. Yi Zi returned to the roots, immersing himself in the pages of numerous scrolls. As time passed, rumors detrimental to Yi Zi's reputation proliferated, reaching even the ordinary citizens of Konoha. Upon learning of these developments, the third Hokage promptly took action, publicly promoting Yi Zi's contributions during the war. However, the impact was minimal. Ultimately, the unfounded speculations surrounding Yi Zi were difficult for many to accept. As Yi Zi walked through the streets, he felt the weight of unusual gazes upon him. Passers-by instinctively avoided him. The shops he once frequented suddenly felt foreign, as if transformed overnight. Although Yi Zi does not concern himself with the opinions of others, the prevailing atmosphere is unwelcoming, causing him to venture outside less frequently over time. During moments of respite from his missions, he immerses himself in self-improvement within the confines of his dwelling. Among his contemporaries, few have formed a close bond with him, the only notable connections being with Goxin Nai and Minato. Following the dissemination of certain events, Goxin Nai often visits Orochimaru's residence in search of Yi Zi. However, he has taken to residing elsewhere, making their encounters exceedingly rare. She harbors deep worry yet feels utterly powerless. As days turn into weeks, Yi Zi rapidly evolves through the completion of perilous tasks, his worth continuously rising in Danzo's eyes. Regardless of other considerations, Yi Zi's contributions alone are sufficient to overshadow any other factors. Nanako, while tending to Yi Zi's ailments, remains steadfast in her initial intentions, constantly devising ways to refine her research aimed at extracting chakra from enemies, tailored to Yi Zi's unique physiology. Unfortunately, due to Yi Zi's lack of cooperation, the research has stagnated, leaving Nanako feeling quite exasperated. At times, she fantasizes about finding an opportunity to incapacitate him, yet such thoughts remain mere daydreams. For substances akin to anesthetics or toxins have little effect on Yi Zi. Even if an opportunity arose, she would hesitate to act, fully aware that such a move would sever her connection with him. Despite the stagnation caused by Yi Zi's resistance, she finds solace in simply being near him, believing that one day she will be able to assist him. In the aftermath of the Great War, though victorious, Konoha has been left severely weakened, while other ninja villages continue to be embroiled in conflict, as if a shadowy hand orchestrates the Third Shinobi World War, in a bid to quickly regain their strength. Konoha has accepted all manner of tasks, from menial deliveries to high-stakes assassinations of prominent feudal lords. With an already insufficient number of personnel, the overwhelming workload has left the village's ninja overwhelmed. The graduation timeline for the Ninja Academy, initially set for 3 years, has been expedited for select students to alleviate the manpower shortage. They have even resorted to borrowing a cadre of ninjas from the Grass Village, including the renowned Fong Jianyi. It remains uncertain whether this was an intentional maneuver by Konoha's upper echelons, but Yi Zi, who has been covertly executing missions as part of the Umbu, has suddenly been summoned to the third Hokage to accept the task. Leading a team comprised of Fong Jianyi and the Uchiha siblings, Bing, Yi Zi, Sarutobi stood by the window, hands clasped behind him, gazing at the scenery outside. The decision to assign Yi Zi to his office for task allocation was a consensus reached with Danzo, driven by Yi Zi's astonishing efficiency in completing missions. With the current shortage of manpower, individuals like Yi Zi, who possess a high task completion rate, are of utmost necessity. Years have swiftly passed, and the once young boy has matured into a jonin. Reflecting on this transformation fills Sarutobi with nostalgia. In the past, he harbored concerns that Yi Zi might be an external spy, yet those fears have long since dissipated. The young boy of yesteryears has now become a pillar of strength for Konoha. Knock, knock. At that moment, a sound echoed from the door. Come in. Sarutobi repressed the complex emotions in his eyes, calmly turning to face the door. Yi Zi entered, followed closely by Yin Yi and the other two. As an outsider, Yin Yi felt a twinge of apprehension upon entering the office of the third Hokage for the first time. While Yi Zi and the others were accustomed to the environment from their previous missions, approaching the desk with a tranquil demeanor, Yi Zi addressed, Lord Hokage. Sarutobi nodded slightly and said, there is a mission that requires your assistance, classified as S-rank. Do you possess the confidence to undertake it? An S-rank mission? The Uchiha siblings, proud of their abilities, were taken aback, and Yin Yu could hardly believe the words of the third Hokage. What did an S-rank mission signify? Such tasks were reserved for the likes of Konoha's White Fang or the legendary Three Ninjas, far beyond the capabilities of a team led by a mere young jonin. Yin Yu longed to decline the assignment, yet as an outsider, she felt compelled to remain silent. Uchiha Bing's lips moved as she intended to express that their skills were insufficient for such a task, but her brother restrained her. Confused, she glanced at him, only to receive a subtle shake of his head in response. Although Uchiha Natsu was surprised, his composed nature enabled him to regain his calm swiftly. He could not fathom why the third Hokage would recklessly assign them an S-rank mission, which seemed tantamount to a death sentence. The only plausible explanation pointed to the individual before him. His gaze deepened as he regarded Yi Zi. If his suspicions were correct, it was likely that the third Hokage's confidence in entrusting them with the S-rank mission stemmed from the presence of this young man, who shared a similar age. Upon hearing the classification of the mission, Yi Zi remained unfazed and inquired quietly, what is the mission's content? His composed demeanor and tone elicited a sense of unease among the three behind him. The third Hokage, however, was unfazed, for Yi Zi, known by the codename Raikage, had previously accomplished several S-rank missions independently, albeit narrowly escaping with his life each time. Yet, that was a long time ago. The Yi Zi of today was no longer the same. The mission involves apprehending the rogue ninja, Yukin. You are permitted to eliminate him on the spot. Though capturing him alive would be preferable, Sarutobi disclosed the mission details. Yukin. Uchiha Natsu was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, if I remember correctly, he defected from the village over a month ago. Sarutobi glanced at him and nodded, confirming, indeed. 3 teams have previously undertaken this mission, all led by elite jonin. Yet none have returned. Uchiha Natsu's expression shifted dramatically, nearly leading him to reject the task, but reason prevailed, and he bit his lip in silence. Meanwhile, Yin Yi and Uchiha Bing were left speechless by the shocking revelation. Yi Zi furrowed his brow, realizing that the total annihilation of 3 elite squads signified the mission's extreme difficulty and high level of danger. Accustomed to acting alone, he found the prospect of tackling it solo rather appealing. Sarutobi observed Yi Zi's expression but chose not to speak, patiently awaiting his response. After a brief pause, Yi Zi inquired, I require detailed information. Hearing this, Sarutobi smiled faintly and pushed the documents before him forward, solemnly stating, Yuan Jianyi is currently lurking within the Land of Rain, a region rife with turmoil. Numerous defectors from other ninja villages have congregated there. Exercise utmost caution during your mission. If you find yourselves outmatched, it is acceptable to fail the task, as long as you return safely. I understand, Yi Zi nodded. Accepting the documents. Do we truly possess the capability to accomplish this task? Uchiha Bing could no longer contain her apprehension. Sarutobi remained silent, while Yi Zi cast her a glance, stating coolly, if you are fearful, I grant you permission to withdraw from the team. What did you say? Uchiha Bing retorted angrily. Glaring at him, Yi Zi scoffed dismissively, fixing his gaze on her exquisite features, and remarked, what has become of your Uchiha pride? Having displayed exceptional talent from a young age, Uchiha Bing had never been so belittled and was immediately consumed by rage. Uchiha Renzo hastily intervened to prevent his sister from erupting, saying, do not act recklessly. Humph. Uchiha Bing huffed coldly, turning her head away in displeasure. Uchiha Renzo sighed inwardly, and then turned to the third Hokage, offering an apology. I am sorry for the disturbance. Sarutobi shook his head slightly, unconcerned, and replied, given your current abilities, it is indeed challenging to complete this mission. However, Yi has successfully undertaken several S-rank missions independently. I hope you can place your trust in him. The trio was taken aback, casting astonished glances at Yi, realizing that he had accomplished multiple S-rank missions, likely even before attaining the rank of Jonin. Could there truly be such a disparity in capability? The Uchiha siblings pondered silently, with Uchiha being feeling particularly resentful. Follow me. Yi remained unfazed by their scrutinizing gazes. After bidding farewell to Sarutobi, he turned and led the way. The three hurriedly followed suit, also saying their goodbyes to Sarutobi. Yi guided them to a secluded rooftop, where he seated himself directly without regard for the others, engrossed in the documents. Yuan Jinyi, a Jonin, adept in wind and water release, possesses a meticulous mind and decisive nature. He once escaped a perilous situation, leading his comrades out of a tight encirclement using his skills. A month prior, after returning from a reconnaissance mission in the Land of Rain, Yuan Jinyi assassinated his teammates and subsequently defected from Konoha for reasons unknown. This is why the third Hokage hopes to capture Yuan Jinyi alive if circumstances permit. However, this is evidently no easy feat. Were it not for the current manpower shortage, this task would not have been entrusted to Yi and his companions. Having swiftly reviewed the documents, Yi raised his gaze to the trio, placed the papers aside, and surveyed them with a cold demeanor, stating, "The mortality rate for this mission is exceedingly high. If you wish to withdraw, I will not object. However, should you choose to remain, remember that I am the team leader. This is not a matter of age. I am a Jonin, while you are merely Chunin." Although Yin believed she lacked the capability to fulfill this task, she would not choose to withdraw. For the leader was Yi, and that was simply the case. As for the Uchiha siblings, they were proud individuals, capable of perceiving the disdain in Yi's tone. Thus, retreating with tails between their legs was out of the question. Upon seeing that all three had opted to stay, Yi felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet there was little he could do. To inform the third Hokage that he could manage the task alone would likely create a poor impression. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to perish easily, Yi remarked, lightly tapping the documents. Familiarize yourselves with the materials. We will convene at the village gate at 7 tomorrow morning. That is all. With that, he vanished from sight using the body flicker technique. The three stared at the documents on the platform, exchanging glances. After a moment, Yin spoke up. This mission is arduous. I believe that to succeed, we must first set aside our mutual prejudices. Uchiha Bing glanced at her, coldly stating, I know you, the assassination prodigy from the grass village. Yin furrowed her brow slightly. Truth be told, she had never taken a liking to Uchiha Bing from the outset. His excessive pride and haughty demeanor were off-putting. In contrast to his brother, Uchiha Renzo, who had a relatively more agreeable personality and was not as insufferable. Uchiha Renzo spoke in a grave tone, Bing, temper your disposition. Yin is correct. This task is unlike any we have faced before. It is our first S-rank mission, and success relies solely on our teamwork. As long as we can complete this mission. Uchiha Bing paused, turning his head in silence, tacitly accepting this assertion. Seeing Uchiha Renzo easily subdue Uchiha Bing brought a sigh of relief to Yin. Someone like Bing was akin to a ticking time bomb within the team. As long as he could be kept in check, matters would be more manageable. After Yi departed, he chose not to return home but instead headed directly to the underground routes, arriving at the library that had almost become his private sanctuary. This mission was far from as simple as it appeared on the surface, and the teammates assigned to him seemed to be competent individuals. Yet they also placed considerable pressure on him. Both Uchiha Bing and Uchiha Renzo were members of the Uchiha clan, possessing exceptional talent and being crucial successors within their family. Were it not for dire circumstances, Yi would not allow this pair of siblings to perish easily. Even if the mission were to fail, it would not matter. Moreover, regarding Yin, setting aside their budding camaraderie, she was a talent borrowed from the grass village to alleviate the manpower shortage, a pillar amongst the younger generation. Her death would be difficult to explain to the grass village. Yi could not fathom why the third Hokage had arranged matters in this way. The loss of any of these three would be a significant blow. He could not believe that the third Hokage assigned him this task merely because he had once completed an S-rank mission independently. Could it be that they are aware of the power I have concealed? Yi pondered silently. Ever since he had come into contact with the forbidden technique of spirit transformation, he realized that the ninjutsu he had learned from those scrolls was subpar. The adage too much of a good thing held truth, at least. Even if he learned 1,000 ninjutsu, they would likely pale in comparison to a single powerful forbidden technique. This encapsulates the distinction between the two, a notion that emerged after he mastered the art of spiritual transformation. Indeed, among the rudimentary ninjutsu, aside from a few techniques that prove somewhat practical in combat. The remainder are utterly futile, imparting no value and merely wasting precious time. From that moment on, his perspective began to shift, leading him to abandon the majority of ninjutsu he had painstakingly acquired over the years and instead devote himself to the study and enhancement of spiritual transformation techniques. Fortuitously, his extensive reading had equipped him with sufficient knowledge not to be entirely at a loss. Through relentless research and refinement, he ultimately elevated the efficacy of spiritual transformation, turning it into his trump card, one even Orochimaru remained unaware of. He sensed that the improved techniques still held potential for further advancement. Were it not for this powerful asset, he would not have approached the task with such composure. Yet, he found himself pondering the reasons behind the unwavering confidence that the third Hokage, and even Danzo, placed in him. In that moment, doubt crept in, causing him to hesitate over the perfection of his execution of the task. Concealment held little significance. He must first demonstrate his worth to ascend to greater heights. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Yi Zi's eyes as he fixated on forbidden techniques. From that point forward, he became resolutely convinced that only these arcane arts could offer him a pathway back to Earth. Thus, he sought to master more forbidden techniques, particularly those related to time and space. He was aware that within Konoha, numerous scrolls chronicled forbidden arts. However, given his current capabilities, obtaining such scrolls was merely a fanciful dream, and mastering the techniques contained within them was akin to scaling an insurmountable peak. For now, he could only wait until he possessed the requisite skills. Until that time arrived, he would explore alternative avenues to seize the opportunity to learn the forbidden arts. At present, his focus was to prove his value, to become a figure akin to the legendary Sannin or the White Fang, contributing indelibly to Konoha's legacy. He had faith that by then, he would surely be deemed worthy of acquiring the forbidden techniques within the scrolls. The scrolls of forbidden arts were his destined prize, and he would stop at nothing to attain them. Even if it ultimately proved impossible to master their contents, he would, at great cost, enlist Danzo's assistance in securing an opportunity. Before that, he needed to establish his significance within Konoha, showcasing his worth. As for becoming Hokage, he harbored no interest. Although the title would grant him easy access to the forbidden techniques, if he possessed the capability, he would rather seize them outright. On a bright morning, Yi Zi arrived at the gates of Konoha 10 minutes early, and just as he arrived, Yin Yi and the Uchiha siblings followed closely behind. Casting a glance at the trio, who appeared in good spirits, he commanded, "Let us depart." "Yes." They responded in unison. Yi Zi took the lead, charging ahead, closely trailed by Yin Yi and the Uchiha siblings. The Land of Rain was the destination for this mission, and it was also where Yi Zi had awakened, having encountered Orochimaru and Tsunade there before being brought back to Konoha. Initially, Yi Zi had been unfamiliar with the Land of Rain, but over time, he had gained a general understanding of the geography of this world. The nation in which he awakened is nestled between the formidable powers of earth, fire, and wind, thus serving as a battleground for the numerous wars of the shinobi world. It is a land beset by calamities. Had it not been for the illustrious and formidable Hanzo the Salamander overseeing it, this perpetually rain-soaked country would have long since vanished from the map. He recalls awakening in a village where the architecture, though not antiquated and quite plentiful, resembled a ghost town, devoid of any human presence. This stark emptiness illustrates the devastation wrought by war upon the Land of Rain. After a journey spanning 3 days and nights, Yi Zi's team finally arrived in the Land of Rain. The sky hung heavy with unyielding clouds, and incessant rain fell in a steady drizzle, casting a shadow over the entire world. The members of Yi Zi's team donned simple raincoats, which provided only temporary respite. To remain dry in this eternally drenched realm, one would require the specialized rain gear developed by the Land of Rain. None among the ninjas were delicate. A little cold and rain posed no true hardship. Upon entering the Land of Rain, they refrained from being overly audacious, cloaked in their black raincoats and opting for secluded and inconspicuous paths. It was only when night fell that they caught sight of the Rain Ninja Village, a fortress of steel adorned with pipes for rain drainage, characterized by its unique architecture. It was here that Hanzo the Salamander held dominion. Yi Zi silently observed the Rain Ninja Village and instructed the 3 behind him, "Find a concealed spot to take shelter from the rain while I gather intelligence." The weary Uchiha siblings offered no objections to this suggestion. However, Yin Yi interjected, "I will accompany you." Yi Zi glanced at her and shook his head, saying no. "Your presence would be a hindrance." Yin Yi bit her lips slightly and insisted, "I specialize in assassination and excel at remaining hidden, rendering my presence inconsequential." Whether I join you or not makes no difference. Rest well. It may not be long before we face a fierce battle. Yet Yi coldly rejected her once more. Disheartened, Yin fell silent. Yi untied the forehead protector from his brow, deftly carving a mark on a leaf with a kunai before readying it. Yi, you, observed Uchiha Bing in astonishment. Do not waste time. Quickly find a place to take shelter. I will come to find you. Without further explanation, Yi enveloped himself in his black raincoat and strode towards the Steel City, swiftly disappearing into the curtain of rain. Let us go. Uchiha Renzu cast a lingering glance in the direction Yi had departed before turning away, with Yin silently following. Brother, did you not notice? Uchiha Bing hurried alongside Uchiha Renzu. The Rain Ninja Village, unlike other major villages, did not resist rogue ninjas from other villages. Captain Yi was merely seeking to gather intelligence openly. Uchiha Renzu looked up at the dim, overcast sky and replied, Bing. Our priority now is to find shelter from the rain, to rest well and prepare for the impending battle. But is such a drastic measure truly necessary for the sake of gathering intelligence? Uchiha Bing expressed her dissatisfaction. The silent Yin suddenly spoke. Your dissatisfaction with Captain Yeji is all too apparent. What did you say? Uchiha Bing turned abruptly, her cold gaze piercing through the rain. Yin met her eyes with calm assurance and replied, Are you envious? Like a balloon punctured by a slender needle, there was a sharp pop. In the air that had once sustained it became the very reason for its demise. Uchiha Bing's expression hardened, swiftly drawing a kunai from her shinobi pouch. Pointing it at Yin and coldly warned, Try saying that again. As she spoke, her dark eyes glowed crimson, the two tomos slowly emerging and spinning before coming to rest. Yin gazed at the infamous Sharingan, devoid of fear, and with a dismissive smile, she revealed that her hand had already grasped several sinister green shuriken. The atmosphere in the space grew tense. Uchiha Ninsuk frowned, placing a hand on Uchiha Bing's arm, and said gravely, Bing, this is not like you. Brother, do you truly believe I am envious of Yeji? Uchiha Bing looked at him. Uchiha Ninsuk fell silent. Should she not feel envy? Before Yeji entered their realm, they had been the chosen ones, the pride of the Uchiha clan, nurtured for greatness, destined to awaken their three tomo in due time. Yet, now there was Yeji, younger than them. Brilliance inevitably eclipses lesser lights, and people are drawn to the brightest glow. Uchiha Bing gritted her teeth, observing her silent brother, and declared, I am of the Uchiha clan. Do not let personal emotions interfere with our mission, Uchiha Ninsuk replied as he took the kunai from Uchiha Bing's hand, speaking calmly. You cannot deny his strength. He is indeed superior to us at present. In time, we shall surpass him. Uchiha Bing paused, feeling for the first time that her once familiar brother seemed somewhat estranged, no longer the proud figure she had known. Uchiha Ninsuk, sensing her thoughts, spoke with tranquility. We can take pride in our lineage, yet we must not succumb to arrogance. I firmly believe that with the Uchiha blood coursing through my veins, I will one day surpass him. The rain continued to fall incessantly. The wind lashed against the rain, which pelted the stones, cascading down to the ground and nourishing the tender blades of grass. This was the sound of the storm, unrelenting. Yin silently withdrew her shuriken, considering a problem resolved. The relentless rain brought a chill from all directions. Yeji faced the wind and rain as he entered the Iron City, unimpeded. The watchful rain ninja glanced at the scars hidden in his shadow, their expression indifferent. Recognizing the emblem of Konoha, albeit with a different hue, they made no attempt to obstruct him, allowing Yeji to pass into the village. The land of rain was perpetually shrouded in dreary weather, with rainfall so abundant that nearly every structure was equipped with drainage pipes. Raindrops fell, quickly accumulating into streams, flowing down the pipes from above, adding a symphony of sound to the curtain of rain. Even amidst the torrential downpour that nearly wrought disaster, Rain Village managed to sustain its basic commercial operations, with numerous pedestrians clad in specially designed raincoats traversing the streets. As Easy passed by a brightly lit steam bun shop, he noticed a tent extending outward from the entrance, shielding patrons from the relentless rain. At the doorway sat an elderly woman, one eye squinting while the other remained wide open, propped on a cane even while seated. She flashed a toothy grin at EZ, revealing a mouth with worn-down teeth, and enthusiastically inquired, Dear customer, would you like some buns? EZ slightly lifted his gaze, first glancing at the old woman before turning his attention to the steaming bamboo baskets in the shop, exuding warmth from the stove. With a dispassionate flick of his gaze, he continued on his way. The old woman watched his retreating figure, letting out a wistful sigh, seemingly lamenting the loss of a potential sale. Aimlessly wandering the streets, EZ began to comprehend the layout of Rain Village. It was rather intriguing. With his keen perception, he effortlessly detected the hidden rain lurking in the shadows. Realizing the village's defenses were quite formidable, it was no wonder they permitted numerous rogue ninjas from neighboring villages to enter and exit freely. One could only speculate on Hanzo's ulterior motives. After meandering for a while, Yeezy sensed that he had caught the attention of certain rain. Yet he paid them no heed and made his way directly to the tavern he had previously identified. While it was termed a tavern, it essentially functioned as a combination of a bar and a brothel. Here, one could opt for mere libations or, for a considerable fee, summon a beautiful companion to share a drink, or even engage in more intimate activities, provided one had the means. As Yeezy entered the tavern, raindrops cascading from his black raincoat pooled on the ground, quickly forming a puddle. He surveyed the bustling establishment, filled to near capacity, save for a secluded corner devoid of patrons. Pausing momentarily, he chose to keep his raincoat on, slightly bowing his head as he made his way to the isolated seat, leaving a trail of water in his wake. Among the throng, he was the only one who had not removed his raincoat, aside from two others similarly cloaked in black. Seated in the corner against the wall, many patrons glanced at Yeezy but quickly returned to their conversations. In this place, troublemakers rarely survived. Rain Village exuded confidence, allowing anyone to enter unimpeded, secure in the knowledge that ill-intentioned individuals would not depart unscathed. The tavern's proprietor was a voluptuous woman, casting a cool gaze at Yeezy as he dripped water across her floor, her expression hinting at annoyance, yet she refrained from admonishing him. After Yeezy settled into his seat, a demure waitress soon approached, her smile radiant as she asked, "What can I get for you, sir?" Yeezy replied nonchalantly, "Just some food, please." "Certainly," the waitress responded, her smile even more enchanting. "Would you like to accompany your meal with a drink?" Yeezy replied curtly, "No, thank you." The waitress paused momentarily, taken aback. It was her first encounter with a patron who ordered food without drinks, but she nodded and turned to leave. The main hall of the tavern was a lively space for patrons to drink and converse, while the back rooms comprised individual private booths. For a fee, one could retreat to these chambers and request the company of a beautiful companion to enjoy drinks together. This is a war-torn region where one's safety is perpetually in jeopardy. Survival is a formidable challenge, and for those ninjas teetering on the brink of life and death, drink and women offer the sole avenues of respite. The tavern is bustling with patrons, predominantly comprised of rain ninjas, with a handful of rogue ninjas from other villages. Yeezy observes quietly, noting the absence of traitorous ninjas from the Hidden Leaf village, as he listens intently to the cacophony around him, attempting to glean any useful information from the sounds. The intelligence provided by the Hidden Leaf merely indicated that Yuanganyi was working as a mercenary in the Rain Ninja village, undertaking missions there and even residing within its confines. To the untrained eye, one might mistake him for a native of the village, were it not for his status as a rogue ninja. In truth, the Rain Ninja village has welcomed defectors from other villages, aiming to harness their strength, while these rogue ninjas seek a stable and secure refuge, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yeezy continues to listen, but valuable intel eludes him. Eventually, steaming dishes are served, and he discreetly checks them for poison before beginning to eat. He quickly finishes his meal and resumes his silent vigil, absorbing the surrounding conversations. After a considerable time, his ears perk up, finally catching mention of Yuanganyi. With a flicker of interest, he unobtrusively glances toward the source of the voice, two men seated at a table, identifiable as rain ninjas by the forehead protectors adorning their brows. "That Yuanganyi from the Leaf is exceedingly arrogant," one of the rain ninjas exclaims, striking the table forcefully and downing a large cup of sake with exaggerated motions, though his voice betrays a restrained rationality. "What can we do? We simply lack the skill. And Lord Hanzo holds him in high regard," the other responds, his tone tinged with disappointment. "Even so, that scoundrel brutally murdered a young girl. Is this how it ends?" The first ninja's voice grows increasingly subdued, a look of hatred contorting his features as he grits his teeth. "What can we do about it?" "Sigh. Let us just drink." Yeezy listens intently, averting his gaze from the two rain ninjas, his eyes now steely. He requires further intelligence. After some time, the two ninjas settle their bill and prepare to leave. Yeezy waits a moment before rising to pay his own tab and follows them out of the tavern. Shortly after he departs, two figures cloaked in black raincoats, mirroring his own appearance, also rise slowly. As they lift their heads, it becomes evident that they are a young man and woman. The rain shows no signs of abating, and a hazy mist rises from the soaked streets. Yeezy maintains a prudent distance, trailing behind the two rain ninjas, while constantly assessing the hidden rain ninjas around him. He must capture the two without being detected to extract the information he seeks, a task that presents a considerable challenge. Were he to possess a summoning beast like Jiraiya's, the endeavor would undoubtedly be simpler. Before long, the two rain ninjas turn into an alleyway. A glimmer of hope ignites within Yi Zi as he senses the surrounding rain ninjas. Apart from the one who has been tailing him, no other sentinels are present. A cold smile spreads across the face concealed by his hood. Having followed long enough, it was time for him to meet his demise. The rain ninja, Yurin. Oblivious to the impending end, observed Yi Zi trailing the two fellow villagers as they turned into an alley. His brow furrowed slightly. Certain that Yi Zi was indeed shadowing his comrades, though unaware of the intentions behind it. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been detected. Witnessing Yi Zi's figure vanish around the corner, he stealthily pursued. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as a sharp pain pierced his chest. Before he could comprehend the situation, consciousness slipped into an abyss of darkness. With an emotionless demeanor, Yi Zi unsheathed his blade, Thunder Fong, and dragged the lifeless body into the alley, discarding it carelessly upon the ground. The two rain ninjas he had been following were swiftly incapacitated as he entered the alley, and in the blink of an eye. Employing the body flicker technique, he approached the back of the trailing rain ninja and claimed his life with a single stroke. The entire sequence transpired in mere moments. One rain ninja was older, while the other was relatively young. Yi Zi conducted a cursory search of their persons, discovering a photograph on the younger one depicting a young woman cradling a full moon baby. Contemplating the image momentarily, he crumpled it and tossed it into the darkness. Subsequently, he severed the head of the older rain ninja, holding it aloft. After completing these grim tasks, he roused the younger rain ninja from unconsciousness. Upon awakening, the young rain ninja was met with the sight of an unfamiliar figure brandishing a dagger against his throat, his expression morphing in terror as he instinctively prepared to scream. "Silence," Yi Zi commanded, applying slight pressure that pierced the skin of his neck. The young ninja's voice caught in his throat. And as his gaze fell upon the severed head in Yi Zi's grasp, his eyes widened in horror, trembling uncontrollably. "Please, do not kill me," he pleaded. Yi Zi. His gaze devoid of warmth, loosened his grip, allowing the head to thud heavily to the ground, rolling a short distance and saturating the air with a pungent metallic scent. "First, I must inform you that your fate is sealed," Yi Zi stated coldly, regarding the terrified rain ninja as one might a lamb destined for slaughter. "However, you are presented with two choices. One is to capitulate, answer my inquiries, and I shall end your life thereafter. The other is to embrace a noble death, in which case I will ensure your family joins you in the afterlife." At these words, the rain ninja's eyes widened in disbelief. His emotions a tempest of rage and fear, an anguished whimper rising from his throat like a beast's final roar. "Which will you choose?" Yi Zi's voice was colder than the relentless rain falling from above. "Please, do not harm my family," the rain ninja cried in despair. "Very well," Yi Zi replied, his tone unyielding. 10 minutes later, he emerged from the alley, making his way directly toward the entrance of the rain ninja village. The intelligence extracted from the rain ninja was not exhaustive, yet sufficient. He had discerned the whereabouts of the elusive Yagami. Currently, Yuanzani is employed by Hanzo, collaborating with the ninjas of the Rain Village to investigate the recent emergence of another mercenary force known as Akatsuki in the chaotic realm of the Land of Rain. Such occurrences are not uncommon. However, the alarming speed at which this mercenary group is gaining strength has reached a level that Hanzo cannot afford to overlook. As the supreme authority of the Rain Village, he cannot tolerate the rapid growth of a power beneath his very nose, and if necessary, he will not hesitate to eliminate this threat. The location of the organization named Akatsuki is quite distant from the Rain Village. The territory of the Land of Rain is relatively small, and Akatsuki has established a city of steel, which, although impressive, pales in comparison to the Rain Village and has a negligible population. Upon learning of Yuanzani's destination, Yezi chose not to linger in the Rain Village, promptly joining Yanwei and the others after leaving the village. Their task is merely to capture Yuanzani or, if needed, eliminate him on the spot. Involvement in the internal conflicts of the Land of Rain is beyond their purview. The following day, after a period of rest, Yezi led the three companions directly to the location of the Akatsuki organization. Despite being aware of Yuanzani's general direction, they lacked knowledge of his precise whereabouts, making the search for their target a daunting endeavor. After all, Yuanzani's mission involves intelligence gathering, and he may very well remain hidden. If they cannot locate him, they will have to resort to intercepting him upon his return to the Rain Village. After half a day's journey, Yezi and his companions arrived at the village where Akatsuki resides. The architectural style bore little difference from that of the Rain Village, although the buildings were sparser in distribution. Yezi felt unfamiliar with Akatsuki, having never heard of such an entity before. When faced with an unknown adversary, he refrained from making rash moves, instead patiently observing the village alongside Yenwei and the others amidst the rain and wind. After a full day and night of vigilant observation, only two figures clad in black raincoats entered the still-developing village, with no other comings or goings noted, concealed in their hidden position. It was virtually impossible for them to ascertain Yuanzani's location. Yezi was reluctant to prolong this stalemate, yet he felt burdened by the presence of his three companions, believing it unwise to bring them into the village. Just as he resolved to enter alone, leaving Yenwei and the others behind, a sudden commotion erupted in the village. A grand procession of nearly 100 individuals emerged, heading in an unknown direction. Recognizing this as an opportune moment, Uchiha Natsu approached Yezi and suggested, "Now is the time to infiltrate." After a moment of contemplation, Yezi replied, "I will go in. You three stay here. It is highly likely that Yuanzani will seize this opportunity to enter as well. I will locate him and follow. Your task is to intercept him when he departs." The three exchanged glances, aware that their abilities would be insufficient to confront an elite Jonin and an unknown contingent of rain ninjas. Nevertheless, they chose to trust Yezi. After providing his instructions, Yezi cautiously made his way toward the village. At the same time, the rogue ninja Uchiha Shursui believed that opportunity should not be missed. After Akatsuki had mobilized many individuals to depart, he too planned to infiltrate and gather intelligence. However, unlike Yezi, who ventured alone, he was accompanied by a trio of rain ninjas. This mission was to scout for information, and the rain ninjas participating were all skilled. So Uchiha Shursui held no doubts about their capabilities. The two groups entered Akatsuki's village from different directions. The sound of rain persisted, and the wind howled ceaselessly. This was a place yet to flourish, modest in size, shrouded in a sense of desolation, devoid of any passers-by. Yezi stealthily infiltrated the area, feeling only the chill reminiscent of the storm. The organization known as Akatsuki might harbor a certain dream, thus establishing a settlement here, though still in its infancy. No one could foresee whether this place would thrive or be obliterated in the future. Silently expanding the range of his perception, he could only sense fewer than a dozen ninjas. Yezi observed each one, yet could not catch a glimpse of Uchiha Shursui, forcing him to conduct a thorough search, sifting through them one by one. Just as he was searching for Uchiha Shursui, a boy with long hair obscuring half of his face, situated in the highest building, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze rippled outwards like waves, appearing exceedingly eerie. This individual was Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan. Nagato gazed at the rain cascading from the sky and spoke in a deep voice, "We have an intruder." Beside him stood a girl with light blue hair, known as Konan. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, these three war orphans were students trained by Jiraiya. In that year of war, Jiraiya chose to remain behind to care for the trio, thus parting ways with Orochimaru and Tsunade. Shortly after their separation, Orochimaru and Tsunade discovered Yezi's existence. Unlike Jiraiya, Orochimaru's first suggestion upon seeing Konan and the others was to eliminate them to free them from their plight. However, Jiraiya and Tsunade disagreed, and the matter was left unresolved. Upon discovering Yezi, Orochimaru's initial thought was still to kill him. Yet, upon recognizing Yezi's latent potential, he refrained from killing him and instead brought him back to Konoha. Their experiences were similar, yet distinct. Jiraiya chose to remain to care for Konan and the others, while Orochimaru directly brought Yezi back to Konoha. The divergent choices led to different paths. Ultimately, they would converge here. Upon hearing Nagato's words, Konan's expression shifted, and she exclaimed, "Is it Hanzo's men?" Nagato's face grew slightly cold as he shook his head and replied, "I cannot be certain, but it is highly likely to be Hanzo's people. Yahiko took most of the group to deal with the rogue ninjas in the south, indicating that we are under constant surveillance by them." Konan, filled with concern, asked, "Should we notify Yahiko and the others to return?" "No," Nagato responded firmly. "We shall defend this place." Shonan gazed at Nagato, nodding slightly as she inquired, "Are we to counterattack?" "It depends on the situation. We are still too weak. Should we alert the Rain Ninja village, it would be detrimental to us. First, relay the information and assign a few individuals to monitor them. If they exhibit any intent to attack, we shall show no mercy." Nagato's gaze fixated on a specific location below, where Yi Zi was situated. Following Nagato's line of sight towards the tempestuous winds and rains outside, Shonen asked, How many opponents are there? Nagato replied coldly. There are 6 in total, divided into 2 groups. One group consists of 5 individuals, while the other comprises a solitary figure. The 5-man team is on North Street, and the lone individual is on West Street. Understood. I shall handle it at once, Xiaonan murmured, turning to depart. Xiaonan, you are to monitor the solitary individual. If you ascertain that he is not Hansa's man, then eliminate him. Nagato suddenly addressed her retreating figure. Very well. Xiaonan paused momentarily before dissolving into paper fragments, vanishing from sight. Yuan Jianyi and Yi Zi remained oblivious to the fact that they had already been detected by Nagato. Yi Zi filtered through the sensory perceptions, yet still failed to locate Yuan Jianyi, who, accompanied by a rain ninja team skilled in assassination techniques, was surveying the conditions of this newly established town. Observing the many areas still underdeveloped, Yuan Jianyi surmised that this organization known as Akatsuki was largely advancing towards the direction of the Rain Ninja Village. However, under Hansa's iron grip over the village, it seemed that there was little chance for any growth in this region. How could that man possibly allow another force to flourish unimpeded? The Rain Ninjas accompanying Yuan Jianyi were all exceptionally skilled in assassination, which was precisely why they had been dispatched for this task, as such ninjas were also adept at concealment. They identified the town's vulnerabilities and, given that a contingent of combatants had previously ventured out, they felt a stirring desire to eliminate all inhabitants within the town. Yuan Jianyi remained oblivious to their thoughts. In his eyes, the primary objective was to fulfill the reconnaissance mission. Should the Rain Ninjas voice their intentions, he would promptly reject them. Meanwhile, Xiaonan stealthily approached Yi Zi from behind, maintaining a considerable distance as she trailed him. Shortly after she began her pursuit, Yi Zi sensed her presence, his expression subtly shifting as he faced away from her. Discovered, Yi Zi felt a twinge of surprise. His exceptional sensory abilities had ensured he operated within a realm of undetectability, yet he was taken aback that the adversary had managed to perceive him, following him with an unexpected swiftness. Having yet to trace Yuan Jianyi's whereabouts, he was reluctant to depart so soon. Thus he resolved to employ his usual method and eliminate the one tracking him. Maintaining his composure, he headed towards an uninhabited area to prepare for the assassination of Xiaonan. Upon finding a secluded spot devoid of any witnesses, he readied himself to use a shadow clone technique to mislead his pursuer, silently maneuvering behind them to strike with lethal force. However, as his thoughts began to stir, he sensed the presence of the individual trailing him, who swiftly maneuvered to position themselves before him. Surprised, he glanced up at the towering structure above, where a flurry of paper debris was swept in from afar, gradually coalescing into the form of a youthful maiden. Observing her, Yi Zi silently drew forth Leia, realizing that her voluntary appearance signified an imminent confrontation. Thus, the intention to uncover Yuan Jianyi's whereabouts became unfeasible, compelling him to retreat and seek an alternative strategy. Xiaonan gazed down at Yi Zi, her brow furrowing slightly as a sense of familiarity washed over her, as if she had encountered him before. Deep in thought, she pondered the source of this recognition, and in a moment, the memory surfaced. "It's you," she murmured, her gaze fixating on the scarred pattern etched upon Yi Zi's forehead, falling into silence. Yi Zi furrowed his brow in response. He was certain he had never met her. Yet she appeared to know him. He remained silent, merely lifting Leia to assume an offensive stance. Xiaonan regarded him with a complex expression, stating, "You are still alive, and you have been to Konoha." Her voice, delicate and gentle, drifted through the storm. Yi Zi, maintaining his composure, coldly inquired, "Who are you?" Xiaonan observed Yi Zi in silence, refraining from answering, and instead asked, "Why did you go to Konoha?" Yi Zi fell into silence, and without warning, he formed a hand seal, unleashing a bolt of lightning that shot forth from his palm, piercing Xiaonan's heart in an instant. Her expression momentarily froze as her body disintegrated into a tempest of paper fragments, only to reconstitute beside her, her coat marred by a charred mark over her heart. She glanced down at the scorched blemish, her demeanor as tranquil as still water. Regarding Yi Zi, she vaguely sensed that, like them, he had perhaps encountered a Konoha ninja in the harsh circumstances of the past. The difference lay in the choices made. While the ninja they met chose to stay and guide them, the Konoha ninja who encountered Yi Zi opted to lead him away to Konoha. Yet, the reasons for Yi Zi's subsequent defection from Konoha remained a mystery. "It seems you have forgotten," Xiaonan softly uttered, as a pair of wings fashioned from paper formed behind her. "You lost everything here, nearly losing your life in the process. You were fortunate to have gone to Konoha, and yet you departed from it. What is it that you desire?" The lightning bolt gradually retracted until it vanished into his palm. Yi coldly regarded Xiaonan, suddenly grasping that everything was connected to this place and to his previous incarnation. Perhaps before he occupied this dying body, he had some interaction with this maiden. However, that was a matter pertaining to his predecessor, irrelevant to him. Upon awakening from the stormy night, he had become himself, detached from any other. You cannot hold me back. Yi began to withdraw. Having experienced it, do you not yearn for peace? Xiaonan called after him, her voice rising in intensity. Yi paused in his retreat. Sneering peace? What does it have to do with me? A chilling voice pierced through the layers of wind and rain, reaching Xiaonan's ears with clarity. A ripple of emotion disrupted her calm demeanor, and with a sudden flap of her wings, she soared into the air, gazing down at Yi and declaring, Then I shall have to kill you. Do try, Yi replied, his cold gaze fixed upon her. He deemed this battle futile and was reluctant to expend his energy on it, yet if his opponent remained so obstinate, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. With a powerful flap of her wings, countless shards of paper morphed into razor-sharp shurikens, hurtling towards Yi below. With a thunderous crash, Yi was enveloped in a flurry of shurikens, the force of the impact stirring up clouds of dust amidst the storm. Xiaonan remained undeterred, clutching tightly to paper bundles infused with explosive talismans. A faint rumble of thunder echoed from afar. Xiaonan's gaze snapped toward the sound, her hands moving in unison as a multitude of explosive talismans danced and twisted toward the source of the noise. However, the figure approaching from the distance was swift beyond measure. Before the talismans could disperse, it closed in, a dazzling flash of lightning erupting at the corner of her eye. A sharp sound pierced the air, and a spray of blood arched skyward as half of Xiaonan's paper wing fell from the sky, faster than her own descending body. Yi had severed half of her wing with a single stroke, then stood where Xiaonan had once been, turning to face the plummeting Xiaonan. He quickly formed the hand seals for the instant movement technique, his figure flickering as he pursued the suspended Xiaonan. The lightning glimmering upon his weapon reflecting the icy expression on his face. Xiaonan, witnessing Yi's rapid approach, felt her eyes widen in disbelief. She had not anticipated his strength to be so formidable. Yi's foot pressed against Xiaonan's abdomen as he wielded his weapon, poised to strike at her heart. Just then, a sudden figure appeared, delivering a powerful kick to Yi's ribs, sending him crashing into a nearby building. After sending Yi flying, the figure gently cradled Xiaonan and landed gracefully, a single eye peering from beneath long hair, fixed intently on Yi. This figure was none other than Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan. Xiaonan, who had narrowly escaped death, gazed at Nagato's profile, a wave of relief washing over her. In that instant, she had been utterly defenseless. Had Nagato not arrived in time, she might have succumbed to that lethal blow. I apologize for underestimating his strength, Nagato stated. His gaze locked onto the dust cloud raised by the collapsing structure, offering an apology to Xiaonan. Xiaonan shook her head slightly, murmuring, I did not foresee his prowess either. You should step back. I will handle the rest. Nagato, Xiaonan took a few steps back, continuing, that person is the child we encountered in Saltwater Town. Nagato paused, his expression turning cold. But that was in the past. He nearly killed you. Xiaonan fell silent at his words, retreating to a safe distance. As the dust settled, Yi, battered and disheveled, rose from the ruins, caught off guard and ambushed. 2 of his ribs were broken, gently touching his ribs. Yi's expression remained impassive as he gazed at the individual who had sent him flying. Upon encountering those peculiar eyes, he momentarily paused, yet his reaction was minimal. Having spent numerous years in Konoha, he had witnessed the Sharingan and the Byakugan. Thus he was not overly perturbed by Nagato's myriad of eyes. Remaining any longer served no purpose. He had no desire to squander his energy on this futile confrontation. Casting a silent glance at Nagato and Konan, Yi's form flickered. Ascending to the rooftop of a towering edifice, enveloped in crackling lightning, prepared to make his escape. Attempting to flee, Nagato's gaze sharpened as he extended a hand toward Yi, grasping at the void. Yi suddenly sensed a formidable force tugging at him. Before he could react, his entire being was yanked toward Nagato, rendered immobile. His expression shifted as a spirit surged forth from his back, racing toward Nagato with astonishing swiftness. Nagato regarded the spirit with a fleeting expression of surprise before retracting his arm and leaping back, creating distance. The pulling force vanished with Nagato's retreat. Yi landed steadily, the external spirit swiftly returning to his body. He regarded Nagato coolly and declared, My objective is not you. Should you wish to continue this entanglement, I would not mind spending a bit of time. Nagato fell silent. He recognized the technique Yi had just employed. akin to the external path's monstrous avatar he could summon, albeit at a significant cost. Soul attacks were notoriously arbitrary, and facing such an adversary, if unnecessary, it was prudent to avoid confrontation, especially with Yahiko leading a substantial group elsewhere. Thus, he remained silent, tacitly acquiescing to Yeezy's assertion. Noticing Nagato's reticence, Yeezy took his leave, vanishing in an instant. With 2 ribs fractured, he was not lightly injured. Despite failing to acquire any intelligence regarding Wang Jianwei, Yeezy was compelled to depart, urgently seeking his comrades and the swiftest means to recuperate. In this tumultuous setting, the opportunity to eliminate or capture Wang Jianwei was optimal, and he was determined not to squander it. As Yeezy traversed through the rain, he reflected silently, recalling the girl he encountered in that small town, as well as the boy with the enigmatic eyes. Born amidst turmoil, this land seemed to possess a fervent yearning for peace, a sentiment he could discern even in mere fragments of conversation. Perhaps they had once known each other, but he was now gone. Yeezy glanced back at the silhouette of the small town, shrouded in mist, before continuing onward. Moments later, he discovered a cave to shelter from the rain, where Yin Yi and the others awaited. Observing Yeezy's disheveled appearance, the 3 were taken aback, and Yin Yu promptly approached, eyeing the area he was clutching with a furrowed brow. What transpired? Discovered, Yeezy replied with a slight shake of his head. Seemingly reluctant to elaborate further as he passed Yin Yi and ventured deeper into the cave. Yin Yi turned, watching his retreating figure, her brow knitted in concern. Uchiha Natsu gazed at Yeezy and inquired, "Are you injured?" Yeezy paused momentarily, met his gaze with composure, and nodded, stating, "2 of my ribs are fractured." Uchiha Natsu was taken aback that Yeezy had sustained injuries, and considering the difficulty of the current mission, he realized that they had little chance of success until Yeezy's wounds healed. Thus, he suggested, perhaps we should suspend the mission. Yeezy understood Uchiha Natsu's concerns. However, merely having 2 broken ribs was inconsequential given his unique physical constitution. "No, we shall proceed with the mission. Just give me a moment," he responded, before walking deeper into the cave to find a stone platform upon which he sat. He then removed his shirt, revealing a body marred by numerous scars. The sight of these densely clustered scars stirred a ripple of emotions among the 3 companions, as they observed several wounds that could have been fatal. It was at this moment they comprehended the vast array of life and death battles that had culminated in such scars, and they finally grasped why Yeezy, despite their similar ages, possessed such formidable strength. His prowess was forged through countless life or death encounters. "I shall assist you," Yin Yu stepped forward. Yeezy halted her with a firm, "No need." Yin Yu bit her lips slightly and sat down in silence, as did the Uchiha siblings, their expressions revealing a sense of unease as they occasionally cast glances at the scars. As members of the Uchiha clan, they were accustomed to the brilliance of their own genius and had always prided themselves on being unrivaled among their peers. They had walked with such pride until they encountered Yeezy, at which point everything changed. They realized that excessive pride could lead them blindly towards demise and understood that what they deemed pride could be utterly insignificant in the eyes of some. At that moment, they grasped that such pride could foster a dreadful complacency. Yeezy, feeling along the side of his fractured ribs through his skin, endured the pain, his brow furrowed. With gentle pressure, he skillfully aligned the broken ribs together using a soft force, then retrieved a scroll to draw a summoning technique, calling forth a previously stored supply of raw pork. A large quantity of raw meat materialized abruptly, causing the atmosphere within the cave to thicken with surprise. Disregarding the astonished gazes of his companions, Yeezy seized the raw meat and began to devour it voraciously. Compared to cooked meat, raw meat allowed for greater absorption, thereby hastening his recovery. The Uchiha siblings watched in silence for a moment before they could no longer maintain their gaze, as memories of village gossip flooded their minds. In hindsight, it appeared that those rumors might not have been mere fabrications, but rather truths. In no time, Yeezy had consumed a substantial portion of the raw pork, and he subsequently closed his eyes to meditate. After half an hour, Yeezy suddenly opened his eyes, reached to assess the previously fractured area, and upon confirming its healing, he stood up. "Let us go." He glanced at the 3 before leading the way out of the cave. Though astonished, they obediently followed Yeezy. Could consuming raw meat truly accelerate the healing process? Uchiha Natsu pondered as he observed Yeezy's retreating figure, realizing he was witnessing a terrifying quality for the first time. The group vanished into the storm, making their way towards the small town of Akatsuki. After leaving for over an hour, Yeezy was uncertain whether Yuan Jianyi still lingered in that small town. Perhaps, like him, he had already been discovered and had fled. Upon reaching the outskirts, Fate seemed to intervene as they unexpectedly encountered several rain ninjas, along with a ninja adorned with a Konoha forehead protector. From the moment Yi Zi and Yuan Jianyi entered the town, they had been detected by Nagato. However, Nagato refrained from acting until he had ascertained Yuan Jianyi's motives. Only after confirming his intentions did Nagato decide to engage, which led to Yi Zi and his companions arriving just as Yuan Jianyi was overwhelmed by Nagato. Draped in black raincoats and beset by heavy rain, Yuan Jianyi regarded Yi Zi and his group with a wary expression, yet failed to discern their identities. Both sides adopted combative stances, silence enveloping them. Yi Zi slightly lifted his head, drawing his raikiri, and addressed the trio. I shall confront Yuan Jianyi. The other three are yours to handle. The three nodded in silent agreement. In that fleeting moment of elevation, Yuan Jianyi finally beheld Yi Zi's visage, his expression shifting subtly as he coldly remarked. So it is the famed Konoha's White Fang. Despite his words, he began to weigh his options. If he had not sustained injuries, he would not have minded confronting the renowned Konoha ninja. However, with his left shoulder wounded and only 3 teammates remaining, each bearing varying degrees of injury, and the looming presence of the Akatsuki behind him, his resolve faltered. As both parties faced each other amidst the tempest, 2 figures emerged through the storm, followed by a multitude of silhouettes materializing in the murky rain. Among these figures, the foremost was Nagato, his long hair obscuring half his face, yet his exposed Rinnegan radiated a chilling intensity that even the tempest could not conceal. Through countless experiences, he had come to understand a fundamental truth. To protect a certain existence, one must inevitably inflict harm upon others. He stood resolute in the storm, gazing at Yuan Jianyi and his companions with a piercing gaze, cold as the biting wind in rain. His attention then shifted to Yi Zi and the individuals beside him, ultimately resting upon the forehead protector emblazoned with a leaf, a symbol of Konoha. His mentor hailed from Konoha, and his parents had perished at the hands of Konoha ninjas. That place, that name, held a complex significance for him. The wind howled fiercely, raindrops cascading through the air, splashing onto the pooled water below, creating countless ripples. My target is him. Yi Zi's gaze remained icy as he fixed his blade upon Yuan Jianyi, his voice cutting through the rain, seemingly addressing Nagato. Nagato's eyes narrowed slightly as he calmly inquired, kill him or capture him alive? That is for me to decide. Yi Zi replied coolly, his demeanor resolute. He was no weakling. After refining his ethereal transformation technique, he possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength. He must die. Nagato responded, recognizing that for the Akatsuki at this juncture, the Village of Rain and the legendary Hanzo were formidable barriers that were difficult to breach. However, the opponent had already bared their fangs towards Akatsuki, and he had no intention of passively accepting this. Since evasion was no longer an option, eliminating the infiltrating Rain Ninja was imperative. Akatsuki needed to demonstrate sufficient strength to instill fear in Hanzo, compelling him to retreat and ultimately reach a compromise. The ultimate aspiration of Akatsuki was peace. Provided both parties yielded, the future would undoubtedly be bright peace, akin to sunshine following a tempest. Was the outcome yearned for by all members? Upon hearing Nagato's words, Yeji suddenly smiled. After confirming Nagato's stance, he resolutely abandoned the notion of capturing Yoru Izumi alive, opting instead for immediate execution. The dialogue between the two seemed to revolve around a piece of pork on a chopping board, that piece being Yoru Izumi. Regarded as mere prey, even in the face of peril, Yoru Izumi's countenance darkened. His usually composed demeanor was now laced with fury, yet, despite his anger, he refrained from making reckless decisions. Withdraw. Mastering the art of water release, he possessed the advantage in this storm, confident in his ability to escape. Before his words had fully dissipated, Yoru Izumi transformed into a puddle of water, merging with the surrounding liquid. The other Rain ninjas followed suit, dissolving into the water as well. Nagato shifted his gaze, extending his arm towards a certain location, without any visible motion. He forcefully extracted 2 Rain ninjas from their watery form. In contrast, as Yoru Izumi transformed into water, Yeji instantly flashed to that location. His body enveloped in arcs of lightning, threads of electricity stretching outward. However, this extensive network of lightning arrived just a moment too late to intercept Yoru Izumi. According to intelligence, Yoru Izumi was exceptionally skilled in water release, granting him an undeniable advantage in the perpetually rainy land of rain. Despite Yeji's quick reactions and timely responses, he was still a beat behind. Observing Yoru Izumi vanish into the storm, he immediately began to sense the chakra fluctuations around him. Yet he could not detect Yoro Izumi's presence, causing his brow to furrow in deep concern. While Yeji failed to capture Yoro Izumi, Nagato would not allow him to escape so easily. He cast a cold gaze towards a distant direction and, with a mere gesture of his hand, summoned forth the blurred humanoid figure from the cascading rain. The figure soon materialized into Yoro Izumi, who appeared bewildered and frightened, seemingly baffled by this inexplicable ability. After extracting Yoro Izumi, Nagato wasted no time. With a slight wave of his arm, he yanked Yoro Izumi back with tremendous force, slamming him onto the ground with a heavy thud. Witnessing this scene, Yeji fell silent. Not long ago, he had experienced this same unexplainable force. Despite the unexpected nature of it, he could not deny its terrifying potency, akin to a fish ensnared by a hook, helplessly dragged forth. More than that, he was concerned with how Nagato had detected Yoro Izumi, as his own sensory abilities had failed to uncover even the faintest trace. Yet Nagato had been so precise in apprehending Yoro Izumi. Once Nagato had extracted all the rain shinobi, he and his companions stood immobile, observing the leaf ninjas and the enigmatic Yuani. His comrades, though slightly puzzled, remained silent, standing beside Nagato and gazing indifferently at the outsiders in the rain. Was it those eyes? Yeji watched Yuani, who had fallen into the water, his body crackling with lightning, as the Reiku transformed into a lethal gleam, aimed directly at Yuani. His mission was to eliminate Yuani, and he would spare no opportunity. Meanwhile, Yi and the others, witnessing Yezi's assault, adhered to the original plan and launched attacks against the other rain shinobi. Yuani was indeed an elite jonin. The heavy fall momentarily dazed him, yet his instincts kicked in, propelling him to leap away from his position. Due to his seasoned experience, he evaded Yezi's fatal strike, though the distance between them did not widen significantly. As Yezi's blade missed its mark, his expression remained unchanged, and he lunged forward relentlessly toward Yuani, a radiant light manifesting above his shoulders, his spirit ascending into the air, tracing a beautiful arc as it targeted Yuani's back. Is this the spirit transformation technique? No, how could it be? Yuani's countenance shifted drastically as he beheld the spirit extending from Yezi. As an elite jonin of Konoha, he was well aware that this was the signature technique of Kaido-dan, the spirit transformation technique. However, the user of this technique could not move during its execution, thus presenting a solution. Yet, Yezi astonishingly wielded the technique while simultaneously advancing with his blade in a thunderous assault. In such dire circumstances, there was no room for contemplation. Despite Yuani's meticulous mind and composed demeanor, he found himself utterly at a loss in the face of this incomprehensible scene. The speed of that blade was too swift, and the spirit too rapid, leaving him no time to form hand seals. He evaded Yezi's second strike, swift as lightning, but could not escape the spirit that circled behind him from above. The spirit, resembling Yezi, penetrated Yuani's body, causing him to momentarily freeze, his eyes glazing over in confusion. Yezi leaned slightly forward, his expression devoid of emotion as he delivered a decisive blow to the immobile Yuani. With a chilling sound, a warm line of blood surged into the rain. Yuani's head was sent soaring into the air, his face still reflecting bewilderment. Upon landing, his vacant gaze remained fixed, as if refusing to close his eyes in death. After dispatching Yuani, Yezi did not glance at the head that lay on the ground, but instead turned his attention to Nagato and the others. The ease with which he had slain Yuani was partly due to Nagato's influence. Although they faced a common enemy, they were not necessarily amicable allies. Gripping his blade, he kept a watchful eye on Nagato and his companions while monitoring the battle involving Yin and Yi. The infiltrating rain shinobi, already wounded, found themselves at the mercy of the synchronized strikes from the Uchiha siblings, who exhibited a formidable teamwork. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was not the Uchiha's body flicker technique, but the exquisitely timed and angled poison needles, Yan's lethal 1,000 needles of poison. 1,000 slender projectiles, akin to needles, possess minimal air resistance. An adept user of concealed weapons can launch these projectiles with just the right amount of force, not necessarily at an astonishing speed, but rather with perfect precision. Yin Yi exemplifies this skill. Her speed in hurling the projectiles may not be breathtaking, yet the sound of them slicing through the air is so faint as to be nearly imperceptible, allowing her to strike at vital points during the fleeting moments of her opponent's inattention. Unlike shuriken, these projectiles are extremely thin, achieving lethal effects only when they strike critical areas such as the heart or eyes, which is why few choose to specialize in their use. While their practicality is limited, their lethality increases dramatically when coated with potent poison. Their slenderness renders them difficult to defend against, and the nearly inaudible sound they produce makes them even more elusive. Yi, observing the fierce combat between Yin and her companions, suddenly realized he had underestimated their combat prowess from the very beginning. Uchiha Ninjutsu's illusionary distractions. Uchiha Bing's close quarters control, and Yin-Ye's deadly poison needles combined to form a formidable force. In terms of concealed weapons, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan grants them remarkable accuracy. Yet few utilize these projectiles. Rather, many Uchiha members excel in the use of shuriken. Yin-Yi, not being of the Uchiha clan and lacking the Sharingan, nevertheless displays an accuracy that is equally impressive, and when combined with her poison needles and stealthy techniques, she transforms into a fearsome assassin. This inherent quality is precisely what Orochimaru recognized early on. Such abilities instill dread in many, yet they often lead to a short-lived existence. As few wish for such a terrifying assassin to remain, for one can never be certain when they might become the next target. As Yin-Ye's brilliance intensifies, it may herald her impending demise, a notion that Orochimaru firmly believes, though her poison may not rival that of Tsunade or Hanzo. Her innate talent for assassination is what makes her truly formidable. Yi, observing Yin-Ye's collaborative efforts, also became acutely aware of this chilling reality. Before long, under the combined assault of the Uchiha siblings and Yin-Yi, several injured rain shinobi swiftly met their end, after which they silently positioned themselves behind Yi. He gazed towards Nagato. As the tempest continued to rage, the torrential rain quickly washing away the metallic scent of blood that lingered in the air, and the crimson streams on the ground were soon cleansed completely. The two sides exchanged silent glances amidst the storm. The S-rank rogue, Orochimaru, lay dead, his demise gruesome, his body dismembered and abandoned in the rain. Nagato's gaze pierced through the layers of wind and rain, fixating intently on Yi's indifferent expression, hesitating as he weighed his options. The sole technique that had caused him considerable apprehension had shown a degree of effectiveness, yet at this level, he felt no fear. Thus, the decision of whether to spare the lives of Yi and his companions became a matter of choice. After a brief moment, Nagato relinquished the precarious option. Instigating unnecessary conflict would only deplete his strength. Moreover, their current threat lay with Hanzo of the Salamander, not with Yi and his group. "Let us return," Nagato declared, making his choice as he slowly retreated, the others following suit. Before the silhouette of Xiao Nan vanished amidst the pervasive rain and mist, she cast a serene glance at Yi, as if time had regressed to a bygone era. Just as today, the deluge was torrential, and she, along with Yin and Nagato, encountered him in a dilapidated town. At that moment, the emaciated child bore an unwavering expressions, and his resolute departure was marked by a steadfast silhouette. Observing Nagato and the others depart, Yi silently exhaled in relief. He had no desire to engage in conflict with Nagato, for it would yield no benefit to them. Moreover, he remained oblivious to the peculiar abilities possessed by those enigmatic eyes, rendering confrontation with such an adversary exceedingly perilous. To avoid such a senseless battle was the most favorable outcome. After sealing the corpse of Yuan Kai into a scroll, it signified the completion of an S-rank mission. For a ninja, an S-rank mission is a mark of honor, particularly for Yin and her companions, who had accomplished it for the first time. However, for Yi, S-rank missions had long since become routine. He did not share the exhilaration of Yin and the Uchiha siblings, instead gazing at the tempest swirling between heaven and earth. His thoughts drifting back to the first time he arrived at this place, as familiar scenes resurfaced, making him acutely aware of the passage of time. Yi silently clenched his fists, shaking his head slightly as he compelled himself to refrain from dwelling on the relentless march of time. He led his team on the journey back to Konoha. Several days later, the weary yet triumphant Yi and his team returned safely to Konoha. Upon their arrival, the four hastened directly to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi was greatly pleased with the successful completion of their mission, though he expressed regret over the inability to capture Yuan Kai alive. After offering words of encouragement, he allowed Yi's team to return and rest. After every mission, a report is required. Yi did not retire to rest immediately upon returning home. Instead, he first composed the mission report to present to the third Hokage before finally allowing himself to rest. Initially, he had indeed underestimated the prowess of the Uchiha siblings and Yin, a fact he could not deny. In the report, he emphasized the combat effectiveness of the trio, implicitly hoping that this team would continue to thrive. Upon reviewing the report, Sarutobi smiled faintly, muttering to himself, "It is indeed rare for you to acknowledge them. Yet it is regrettable that Yin is not a resident of Konoha." With a hint of regret, he stroked his chin. His thoughts turning complex as he recalled the striking resemblance between Yi Zi and Orochimaru. Suddenly, he rose and approached the window, gazing silently at the village before nightfall. Perhaps exhausted, Yi Zi enjoyed a deep slumber, awakening to find it was already midday. After a brief wash, he prepared to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal. However, before he reached the kitchen, the enticing aroma of food wafted from the dining room. Momentarily taken aback, he redirected his steps towards the dining area, where he beheld a table laden with dishes. Orochimaru sat alone at the table, slowly savoring a bowl of rice. Yi Zi looked at the array of egg dishes covering the table, offering a faint, wry smile before taking a seat and inquiring, "I didn't expect you to be at home." Since joining route alongside Orochimaru, their returns home have become infrequent, especially for Orochimaru, who has become increasingly elusive. Coupled with their frequent missions, it would often be a long time before they would see each other again. Orochimaru glanced at him and said, "It's time to eat." "Of course," Yi Zi replied, lowering his head to devour his meal. In no time, he finished a bowl of rice and proceeded to fill another, voraciously sampling the array of egg dishes on the table. One could only wonder why Orochimaru had such a penchant for eggs. Perhaps it was because he bore a resemblance to a serpent? Soon, the table was stripped bare of food, and Yi Zi, satisfied, patted his belly. After his meal, rather than immediately clearing the table, Yi Zi turned to Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru, during this mission, I encountered a person with peculiar eyes." Orochimaru's expression shifted, intrigue flickering across his face as he inquired, "What kind of eyes?" At this point, Orochimaru had established a preliminary agreement with Danzo. As a gesture of goodwill, Danzo had leveraged his position to grant Orochimaru access to a secret chamber containing forbidden jutsu scrolls. Within those scrolls, Orochimaru had learned an abundance of forbidden techniques, which greatly pleased him. He had since embarked on formal research into human anatomy, thus his interest was piqued when Yi Zi mentioned the eyes. Furrowing his brow, Yi Zi continued, "Those eyes appeared to have swirling patterns, but I am not entirely certain of their powers." Upon hearing Yi Zi's simplistic description, Orochimaru's gaze transformed, and he stood up, visibly excited. Observing Orochimaru's reaction, Yi Zi realized that those eyes were indeed extraordinary. They were, without a doubt, remarkable. Orochimaru would not be foolish enough to utter something as trivial as, "Are you sure you weren't mistaken?" Eyes with such characteristics could only belong to the Rinnegan. He looked at Yi Zi, who was visibly astonished, and spoke fervently, "Those are the Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths." In that brief statement lay a wealth of complex implications. Yi Zi listened intently, eyes wide, remaining silent, yet internally he was stirred by the revelation. The Rinnegan and the Sage of Six Paths. What kind of existence were they? He knew nothing of them. Was the sage truly a sage? If so, did he possess the ability to traverse dimensions? Contemplating this, Yi Zi's expression shifted to one of urgency as he stood up, excitement radiating from him. What is the Rinnegan? Is the Sage of Six Paths truly a sage? Can sages manipulate space? Tell me, Orochimaru. This was the first time he had displayed such a lack of composure in front of Orochimaru, and his fervent tone left Orochimaru taken aback. Tell me. Yi Zi pressed his hands firmly against the table. Orochimaru regarded Yi Zi's fervent demeanor with surprise. After a moment of silence, he replied, "I cannot say whether one can manipulate space, but if even the Sage of Six Paths cannot accomplish it, then no one can." Suddenly, Yi Zi burst into laughter, a joyous and unrestrained sound. Orochimaru gazed at the laughing Yi Zi, and at last he discerned the desires within him. Every human harbors aspirations. The pursuit of transcending space. What ignites such ambition? He knew not, yet today, he finally comprehended why Yi Zi sought power. After a brief moment of mirth, Yi Zi returned to tranquility, lowering his gaze to the empty plate before him, contemplating the eyes he had encountered amidst the tempest. Not enough my strength. Slowly, he raised his head to meet Orochimaru's gaze, inquiring, "Is there a way for me to become stronger more swiftly?" In response to Yi Zi's earnest eyes, Orochimaru maintained his composure, reflecting on his ongoing research and the unique qualities of Yi Zi's physique. He connected the two ideas in his mind, a faint smile emerging on his face, chilling against his pale complexion. "Indeed, there is," he replied, a smile curling upon his lips like that of a frigid serpent. 2 days later, Yi Zi stood before Danzo, his expression detached. This encounter would starkly contrast with any prior meeting. He had infiltrated the agreement between Orochimaru and Danzo and was aware of their reckless endeavors, human experimentation. When Orochimaru divulged this information, Yi Zi nearly lost his composure. For such research was a taboo from his memories, a subject he loathed. Were this a decade prior, he would have angrily condemned the practice and sought to alter it. Yet now, he was no longer the naive child he once was. What of human experimentation? If it served his purpose, he would not hesitate to partake. Even as a test subject, every human possesses their own desires. Danzo leaned upon his cane, his demeanor unfazed. This is the fundamental condition of our transaction. Yi Zi fell into silence. Danzo regarded him, stating, I have never fully grasped your true desires until now. With this understanding, everything becomes considerably simpler. Beyond the transaction. I desire your allegiance. What must I do? Yi Zi replied coolly. Danzo smiled, saying, your tasks remain unchanged, though now they carry greater peril. Yi Zi nodded slightly. Besides executing missions, he could conceive of little else he could offer Danzo. The aim of the human experimentation plan was to enhance an individual's strength, of which he would be a beneficiary. The mere mention of ocular transplantation sent excitement coursing through him. If successful, the transplantation of the Rinnegan would not be beyond reach. From this day forth, Yi Zi returned from the land of rain, and within mere days, he resumed his dual roles, embarking on various missions. In secrecy, he was a member of the Root, engaging in tasks that were at least A rank, often S rank. In the public eye, he was a Jonin of Konoha, leading a small team and consistently completing missions with remarkable efficiency. Nevertheless, many within the village held animosity towards him. Despite the suppression of rumors, the repercussions remained largely indelible. In this regard, Yi Zi remained utterly indifferent. To him, Konoha merely represented a temporary refuge. He neither belonged here nor to this world. Due to his remarkable efficiency in completing missions, the reputation of Konoha's White Fang had spread across all major ninja villages. And Yi Zi's personal information had been meticulously documented by these villages. One particular warning sufficed to illustrate Yi Zi's formidable prowess. His blade was as swift as that of the White Fang. As the team consistently executed missions with remarkable efficiency, the Uchiha siblings, along with their peers, rapidly evolved through their numerous assignments. Their formidable synergy surpassed even that of the famed Ino Shikacho trio, emerging as the dazzling new stars of their generation, rivaling the legendary Minato and Kushina. As for Yi Zi, despite sharing the same generation, he had ascended to a height unattainable by the others. While they reveled in their accomplishments of S-rank missions, Yi Zi had already rewritten the records. His personal dossier reflected a steadily increasing count of S-rank missions, all executed flawlessly, boasting a success rate of 100%. Such a talent for missions was indeed the coveted dream of every ninja village. Within a quaint tavern sat 4 individuals, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Dankato. That child has truly become a household name, Jiraiya mused, sipping his drink pensively. However, Minato is no less impressive than that young lad. I am certain of it. At this, Jiraiya shot a pointed glance at Orochimaru, who paid him no heed, engrossed in his own drink. Dankato chuckled softly, remarking, this generation indeed boasts many promising successors. Tsunade shot him a disapproving look, retorting, our generation was not lacking either. They still have a long way to go before they can bear the burden. Dankato shrugged, a wry smile on his face. Yet Yi Zi has already surpassed me in strength. Tsunade was rendered speechless. This was a truth that could not be contested. The mere fact that Yi Zi had reformed the transformation technique in such a short span was an achievement Dankato could not hope to rival. Furthermore, the enhanced version of the technique Yi Zi had developed was even more formidable, a mastery beyond Dankato's grasp. Merely by this measure, Dankato fell short in comparison to Yi Zi, and if he were aware that Yi Zi's mastery of the transformation technique had yet to reveal its full potential, he would surely be at a loss for words. Jiraiya seized upon this point to mock Dankato, relishing the irony that a teacher of ninjutsu had been surpassed in such a brief period. Subsequently, Tsunade delivered a playful punch to Jiraiya, leaving a hole in the tavern wall. Orochimaru observed this scene, shaking his head slightly. As Yi Zi's fame spread throughout the world, it brought with it a plethora of complications, including bounties on him even in the black market. Various ninja villages tirelessly endeavored to consolidate information about Yi Zi, but many Jonin in Konoha remained oblivious to his other identity within Root, Lightning Fang. Nonetheless, the other ninja villages had already acquired this intelligence, and upon considering Yi Zi's dual identities and his alarming speed in completing numerous high-difficulty missions, their wariness towards him escalated to unprecedented heights. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the legendary 3 Sannin emerged, alongside the formidable White Fang, and now a young figure resembling him has appeared, evoking a sense of ruthlessness. The original White Fang remains untouchable. Yet this youthful counterpart, how could he not be eliminated at the earliest opportunity? Thus, a bounty regarding Leaf Sea surfaced in the black market, and clandestine mission directives from various ninja villages included a new instruction. When encountering the young White Fang, he must be eradicated at all costs. Unbeknownst to Leaf Sea, he continued his relentless routine, resting merely 4 hours a day, dedicating the remainder to training and executing missions, akin to an indefatigable machine tirelessly completing task after task. Danzo was quite pleased, as were the higher-ups in the Leaf Village. In their eyes, Leaf Sea lacked the renown of the three Sannin and White Fang. However, he generated value akin to theirs. Such talent was universally admired, thus they had no intention of clarifying his circumstances. Was Leaf Sea a soulless monster? This would make for an excellent rumor. They would neither suppress nor clarify it, for they required the existence of this narrative. Leaf Sea was solely focused on returning to Earth, indifferent to these matters. Otherwise, a common person would certainly rebel under such pressure. Orochimaru's research progressed rapidly, and Danzo could not entrust everything to him alone, as that would leave him uneasy. Consequently, Nanako became a member of the research group, and Leaf Sea's unique physiology was included as a subject of study. They discovered that Leaf Z's physical characteristics bore a striking resemblance to the cellular traits of the first Hokage. Based on this, Nanako became exceedingly invested. She even approached Leaf Z directly, seeking some of his cells for research to determine whether they would align with those of the first Hokage. Despite her request being distasteful to him, Leaf Z acquiesced. Elated with the acquisition of Leaf Z's blood, Nanako departed. Her primary motivation for joining the research group was not to assist Danzo in monitoring Orochimaru, but rather to aid Leaf Z. She aimed to comprehend his physical traits and explore ways to maximize their potential while mitigating any adverse effects. For this objective, she agreed to join the research group. Danzo, unaware of Nanako's true intentions, trusted her implicitly due to her familial ties. Little did he know that her loyalties leaned more towards Leaf Z than her own family. Sometimes, within that fleeting second of their initial encounter, certain events are destined. It is not so dramatic as love at first sight, yet there exists a profound reason behind it. The boy suddenly entered her vision, becoming unforgettable. On that night before the war, his resolute voice, bathed in moonlight, was no jest, it was a sincere declaration. She yearned to assist him, thus her future would be devoted entirely to this cause. Leaf Z's gaze remained fixed on the distant horizon, leaving him oblivious to everything else. Consequently, he failed to perceive Nanako's genuine feelings and maintained a persistent skepticism towards her, resulting in his consistently indifferent demeanor towards her. This year, Konoha has just concluded its war with the Rock Shinobi, while other ninja villages have commenced their plundering and annexation of resources from neighboring small nations. The period of recovery is but a fleeting moment. Once factions are clearly delineated, the intrinsic desire for growth prevails. The act of seizing and absorbing nearby resources is merely the initial step, leading inevitably to the unavoidable onset of the Third Great Ninja War following the conclusion of the Second. Regardless of the underlying reasons, war is an eventuality that requires no justification. Nestled in the most fertile region, Konoha does not need to annex neighboring small nations as other villages do. However, being centrally positioned also renders it surrounded by enemies. Thus, Konoha must hasten its efforts to bolster its strength. Upon completing a challenging S-rank mission that spanned nearly a month, Yeji returned home and encountered Orochimaru, an unusual occurrence. This particular mission had proven arduous and time-consuming, as it involved the destruction of a stronghold rather than the assassination of a target. Lacking extensive destructive capabilities, Yeji spent almost a month clearing the entire base. After executing this task, he recognized the potential of summoning beasts. Coincidentally, upon meeting Orochimaru at home, he broached the topic with him. Orochimaru paused momentarily, in a certain sense. Yeji was not his student, yet he surpassed one in many respects, prompting him to allow Yeji to sign the contract without much hesitation. You may seek a summoning beast that suits you. Of course, you can also form a pact with the myriad serpents, although their clan may not necessarily align with your needs. If you are resolute in your decision to sign a contract, I shall not hinder you. Yeji possessed a modicum of understanding regarding summoning beasts, albeit lacking direct guidance, leaving him with only a superficial comprehension. He gazed at Orochimaru and inquired, "How should I go about finding a summoning beast?" Orochimaru replied, "Aside from the established lineage, there exists a more perilous method known as reverse summoning technique." Reverse summoning technique? Yeji raised an eyebrow. This technique serves as a counteractive form of summoning, while the conventional summoning technique allows one to call forth a contracted beast. Reverse summoning technique transports the user into the realm of the summoning beast. Until a contract is signed, the destination remains unknown, encompassing a certain degree of risk. Yeji's eyes flickered with intrigue. Although he had a foundational understanding of summoning techniques, he was entirely unaware that they could not only summon beasts but also reverse summon oneself to the beast's world. What principles govern this? Is it a technique related to time and space? Pondering this, Yeji fell into contemplative silence. Orochimaru remained taciturn, biting his finger to summon a bundle of scrolls. This is the contract scroll of the Dragon Cave clan. You may enter into a contract with them or utilize the reverse summoning technique to venture into the unknown in search of a suitable summoning beast. The choice lies in your hands. Though Yeji was not Orochimaru's direct disciple, the outside world largely regarded him as such. The presentation of the summoning scroll further implied that Orochimaru had never denied this perception, perhaps since the arrival of that youthful boy into the household. The once desolate abode has experienced a subtle transformation. This marks the first shift since the loss of his parents, and Orochimaru finds himself unperturbed by this change. Yeji gazes at the scroll, his expression wavering. He has encountered the myriad snakes before and imagines that the other summoned beasts within their clan are not significantly weaker. However, the realm of summoned beasts intrigues him. It pertains to the arts of time and space. I wish to see it for myself, he declares, looking at Orochimaru. Orochimaru nods slightly and retracts the scroll. Follow me, he commands, turning to depart. The summoning technique allows one to forge a contract with a summoned beast, enabling its invocation at any moment. There exists a plethora of summoned beasts, ranging from diminutive support creatures to formidable combat beasts. Among the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, Tsunade's summoned beasts are rare in their dual capacity for support and combat. The size of a summoned beast has traditionally been a measure of its strength, and the beasts of the three ninjas stand peerless in this regard. Orochimaru's summoned beasts belong to the renowned Earth Dragon clan. Under normal circumstances, others would readily agree to sign a contract on the scroll, as it is a straightforward and unrefined process. Yet, Yeji refrains from hastily signing the contract. Faced with an alternative, he opts for the path fraught with uncertainty and peril. Accompanying Orochimaru to a secluded area of Konoha, Yeji awaits further instructions. Orochimaru remains silent, instead biting his finger and methodically performing the hand seals at a deliberate pace. He then slams his hand onto the ground, and black sigils materialize instantly. With a loud pop and a burst of white smoke, a slender black snake, as thick as a thumb, slithers forth, gazing up at Orochimaru. After completing the summoning seals at a measured speed, he turns to Yeji and inquires, "Did you see clearly?" Yeji nods slightly, with his keen eyesight and memory. He could easily retain even the normal pace of the hand seals, let alone Orochimaru's deliberate slowness. Orochimaru is the sole individual aware of Yeji's capability. Once assured that Yeji has memorized the sequence of seals, he explains, "Reverse the order of the seals to perform the reverse summoning technique. With this technique, you may traverse and return." A single demonstration of the seals accompanied by a succinct explanation lays the foundation for the reverse summoning technique. Fortunately, Yeji is accustomed to such tasks. Upon hearing this, he contemplates deeply, replaying the sequence in his mind before turning to Orochimaru, his expression one of inquiry. Orochimaru, with an impassive demeanor, states, "If you have made up your mind, then give it a try." Yeji clenches his fist. He has indeed resolved to pursue this path. No one comprehends how ethereal and futile his objective truly is, nor how ludicrous it may seem. For this absurd goal, he is determined not to overlook any potential avenue. What is it like to traverse time and space, to journey from one world to another? These are merely the initial steps of a grander adventure. From the expression on Yeji's face, Orochimaru discerned that she had made a resolute decision. He subtly raised an eyebrow and then silently stepped aside. Yeji cast a glance at him and declared, "I am commencing." Orochimaru nodded slightly, his expression still inscrutable. Yeji withdrew her gaze, aware that the challenges ahead were shrouded in uncertainty, and that uncertainty was fraught with peril. Taking a deep breath, she bit her thumb and began forming hand seals with a deliberate pace. Moments later, as she completed the final seal, her gaze turned intensely focused and serious. With a swift motion of her arm, she struck the ground. From the center of her palm, black incantations instantly emerged upon the earth, exuding an enigmatic and eerie aura. Subsequently, a cloud of white smoke erupted beneath her feet, and when the smoke dissipated, Yeji had vanished without a trace, leaving the incantations on the ground to fade into oblivion. Observing the spot where Yeji had disappeared, Orochimaru remained silent. After a brief moment of contemplation, he sat down quietly, fixating his gaze on that location. For Orochimaru, time was of the essence. He sometimes contemplated sacrificing his sleep to delve into the study of the human body. Prior to this moment, after Yi had made her decision and taken action, he had maintained a stoic demeanor, uttering not a word and betraying no hint of concern. Yet now, he lingered in silence, exhibiting an unspoken worry for Yi through his clandestine behavior. Upon executing the reverse summoning technique, Yi felt an immediate lightness in her body, her vision obscured momentarily by a shroud of white smoke. In the blink of an eye, as the smoke cleared, she found herself in a different realm. This was a desolate and barren expanse of yellow earth, stretching endlessly before her, devoid of peculiar rocks, living creatures, or any flora. The only sight was the yellowed ground. Cloaked in dust, Yi scrutinized the ground beneath her feet, her brow slightly furrowing. This was not a favorable locale. She lifted her gaze to the sun in the sky, which appeared hazy and not at all blinding, lacking warmth. Conversely, the sensation upon her skin was cool. This place, contrary to its fiery appearance, was characterized by an unexpected chill. What kind of realm was this? Yi carefully surveyed her surroundings, finding the desolation devoid of any signs of life. Yet she could ascertain that this place was relatively safe. After lingering for a moment, she arbitrarily chose a direction and set forth, eager to explore. Should she find no signs of life, she would simply return and invoke the reverse summoning technique once more. The sun overhead seemed to be enveloped in a thermal barrier, casting a soft glow that rendered the sunlight gentle and merely warm upon her skin. Thus, Yi pressed forward with utmost speed, unimpeded by external factors. After racing for half an hour, her surroundings began to shift. She spotted a small hill, its color indistinguishable from the yellow earth around it. Had she not encountered this hill, she would have contemplated returning. He approached the small hill with remarkable speed, yet moved cautiously. When he was still a kilometer away, the hill suddenly trembled slightly. Observing this, Yi promptly halted, his gaze fixed warily upon the hill. A faint rustling sound accompanied the gentle descent of fine dust from the summit. As he intently scrutinized the hill, he gradually retreated while drawing his weapon, Thunder Fong. The falling dust accelerated, and before long, a fissure opened at the top of the hill, revealing a colossal single eye. The eye slowly turned towards Yi, exuding an almost human-like expression of disbelief. Dust swirled violently, and a resonant tremor surged forth. The hill, comparable in size to a giant, began to quake, prompting a slight change in Yi's demeanor as he stepped back further, fixating on the hill that shed an abundance of dust. The airborne particles obscured his vision, their accumulation over an indeterminate time forming such a vast expanse. This hill-like creature had remained undisturbed for who knows how long. Suddenly, amidst the swirling dust, a deep, stone-like laughter erupted, incredulous yet tinged with unrestrained joy. The laughter resonated through the haze, creating visible ripples that dispersed the thick dust in the air far and wide. At that moment, Yi finally discerned the creature's visage. The monster was a dull yellow, humanoid in form, towering even above Jiraiya's summoned beasts. Its arms were extraordinarily long, reaching the ground, with robust fingers that bore 6 digits. Its bald head gleamed, devoid of nose or eyebrows. And beneath its immense amber eye lay a mouth several times larger than that of a human, wide open in a chilling laugh, resembling a gaping, predatory abyss. After a moment of raucous laughter, the creature's mirth subsided, and its amber gaze lowered to meet Yi's fearless countenance. After a brief silence, it uttered with genuine sentiment, "Human, it has been a long time." Yi was taken aback. He was certain he had never encountered such a creature before. The monster's remark about a long absence was not directed at Yi specifically, but rather pertained to humanity as a whole. The earth has withered. The sky is on the brink of annihilation, and at last, I have awaited this moment, it bellowed joyously, tilting its head towards the hazy sun and erupting into a resounding laugh. Yi silently retreated, uncertain if this being was a summoned creature. Even if it were, the prospect of a pact seemed improbable, and thus, he began to entertain the thought of withdrawal. Whether it was prompted by Yi's movements or not, the creature suddenly lowered its gaze again, its piercing eyes locking onto him with an intensity that felt almost tangible. In that instant, a chill enveloped Yi, washing over him entirely. He froze, the hairs on his body standing on end, entering a state of heightened vigilance. Such a fragile species as humanity should have long since faced extinction. Yet, unexpectedly, it is humans who have emerged through the cracks of space, a development that surprises me, though it bears little significance. The single-eyed monster fixated on Yi Zi, its immense eye gleaming with an eager light. "Human, lead me to the place you came from." He issued the command with an air of superiority. Yi Zi remained motionless, or rather, paralyzed by trepidation, sensing that if he turned to flee, even at the peak of his speed, he would not escape this enigmatic beast. He lifted his gaze to meet the creature's, his lips quivering, poised to speak. "Do not utter a word, simply guide me." The creature's frigid interruption cut through Yi Zi's attempt to respond. Instinctively, he held his breath and decisively turned, proceeding in a designated direction. He could perceive the immense power of the cyclopean monster, and it seemed to harbor no intent to attack him, at least for the moment, rendering him relatively safe. Indeed, traversing the realm of reverse telepathy was fraught with perilous uncertainties. No one could predict where one might end up or which monstrosities awaited. This cyclopean beast, despite lacking a palpable aura of menace, exuded an overwhelming sense of dominance. It was an intangible yet profoundly impactful sensation, more immediate than dispelling the dust with laughter. Recognizing the futility of escape, Yi Zi remained composed, intent on leading the creature back to his point of arrival, hoping for an opportunity to cast a spell and return to his original world while the beast was off guard. Concerned that the creature might misconstrue his intentions as an attempt to flee, he maintained a moderate pace. However, after covering a short distance, he heard the Cyclops impatiently command, "Use your utmost speed." Silenced by the command, Yi Zi activated his lightning escape, currents coursing through him like a bolt of lightning, propelling him forward. He truly summoned his maximum velocity, resolutely refusing to glance back. This action was permitted by the creature, devoid of risk, and he sought to discern any chance of escape. Yet, reality proved to be unyieldingly harsh. The cyclopean entity, colossal in stature, matched his speed effortlessly, each stride covering vast ground as it doggedly pursued him. Exhibiting an unervingly relaxed demeanor, Yi Zi dared not turn to look back, acutely aware that the creature was closely tailing him. And he felt a surge of relief that he had not fled at the outset. In truth, even had he turned to escape initially, the cyclopean beast would not have harmed him, for he was the first to traverse the rift in space throughout the ages, a singular and pivotal presence. Before long, Yi Zi arrived at the place he had initially come from, the creature trailing closely behind. Upon reaching this location, the Cyclops paid no heed to Yi Zi. Instead, standing still, its gaze fixed intently on a particular point, seemingly lost in contemplation. Observing this, Yi Zi cautiously distanced himself from the creature. The Cyclops appeared oblivious to Yi Zi's subtle movements, its focus seemingly unwavering, just as Yi Zi managed to put a safe distance between them. The creature suddenly emitted a furious roar. "No. Impossible." Yi Zi's arm, which had been poised to rise, froze in place, and he dared not make another move. For the Cyclops had now locked its icy stare upon him. "The spatial coordinates have been disrupted. How did you arrive here?" The Cyclops' gaze was frigid, its wrath palpable and solid as it bore down upon him. Yi Zi felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and replied, "Spiritual summoning." "Spiritual summoning? Spiritual summoning?" The one-eyed creature murmured to itself, gazing at Yi Zi with a frigid demeanor. "Be more specific." The gaze that lingered upon him was as imposing as a mountain, laden with pressure. Yi Zi forced himself to regain his composure and recounted the intricacies of the spiritual summoning, including how he arrived at this place and his purpose for being here. The one-eyed creature remained silent for a considerable time after listening, during which Yi Zi dared not move. "Now, tell me about your world," it inquired again. Still uncertain if Yi Zi truly belonged to the realm he once knew. The concept of Chakra's energy unit was entirely foreign to it. Yet it could not entirely dismiss the possibility. After all, time had transformed both it and the world around. Yi Zi answered the question honestly, striving to keep it brief. Once more, the one-eyed creature fell into silence, having concluded that Yi Zi was not from its original world. This revelation filled it with perplexity, prompting deep contemplation. Although this space was isolated, impervious to entry or exit, the only realm it could connect with was the one it once inhabited. Thus, the presence of this human here was an impossibility, an absolute impossibility. Yet, this human had indeed arrived. The creature could no longer recall how long it had been confined within this space. Once vibrant with life, it had now become desolate. The transformation stemmed from the fact that it had consumed every edible entity, not only living beings, but everything in existence, leaving even the stones barren. It was only after exhausting all sustenance that it began to feign slumber, gradually diminishing in size and strength over time. Until today, when it beheld a human, it thought the space might finally be cracking. Despite its present frailty, It held confidence in its ability to break free and return to its original world, believing that with a bit of nourishment, it could eventually regain its former self. However, disappointment soon followed. The space had indeed developed fissures, yet the coordinates were chaotic. Even if it could rupture the space, it would perish in the ensuing turbulence. Nevertheless, it had not completely despaired. For in this realm, it was no longer the solitary creature, a frail human now accompanied it. Indeed, this human represented hope. The origin of the world mattered little. It was hungry and craved sustenance, rendering the nature of its original world irrelevant. This being from an unknown realm, having endured countless ages of hunger, had little regard for anything beyond its immediate need for food. Anything would suffice, even the most insignificant of flora or stone. It managed to piece together a semblance of the world it had never encountered. Then, with its terrifying single eye, it coldly regarded Yi at its feet and opened its gaping maw, murmuring in a deep voice, "Human, let us make a deal." Yi's expression flickered, and as he looked up to meet the creature's indifferent gaze, a chill enveloped him. The one-eyed creature, baring its sharp teeth, disregarded Yi's consent and proclaimed, "Let us make use of your soul." Before the words had fully escaped its lips, it raised a hand, and with a sudden rush, a sharp claw pierced through Yi's chest. With a gasp, Yi's eyes widened in shock, but by the time he comprehended the situation, the claw had already penetrated deep within him. Staring blankly at the monstrous talon protruding from his chest, he found himself at a loss for words, his consciousness rapidly fading. The one-eyed being, with an indifferent demeanor, withdrew its finger, causing blood to spatter through the air and pool beneath Yi as he collapsed into a crimson abyss. Unfazed by Yi's impending demise, the creature licked the blood off its claw with a sinister grin. After a few derisive chuckles, it sliced its own finger, letting a droplet of its blood fall toward the bloodied figure of Yi. With a dull thud, the droplet struck Yi and exploded in a violent burst, enveloping him in a crimson shroud that, instead of splattering outward, seemed to be governed by invisible hands, gradually cocooning his body. "This will suffice, with the soul contract sealed. I can freely traverse to that realm," the one-eyed creature smirked, observing the scene with satisfaction. The blood encasing Yi began to writhe, visibly diminishing in quantity, while the gaping wound in his chest healed at an astonishing rate. Soon, he was completely restored. Abruptly, Yi's eyes flew open, and he found the blood that had enveloped him had nearly vanished. Gasping for breath, he was once again teetering on the brink of death, a sensation that was profoundly unsettling. Realizing there was no unusual sensation in his body, he glanced at his unscathed chest, and before he could ponder further, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Soul contract Dominion 2A gate, what is this? Yi pressed his forehead, grappling with the influx of knowledge that accompanied the contract. Then he lifted his gaze to meet the one-eyed creatures, his expression one of astonishment. Among the rapid flow of information, glimpses of a corner of that world flickered before him, quickening his heartbeats. The third world. He struggled to articulate the enormity of it all. With the emergence of the third world, he came to realize that Earth was merely one among countless realms. He had journeyed from Earth to the shinobi world, and from there to this place, suggesting an interconnectedness that hinted at the possibility of returning to Earth one day. At that moment, his resolute goal felt more tangible than ever. The one-eyed creature regarded Yi with a cold stare and grinned. "You may return to your original world now. Remember, upon your return, seek out a secluded spot, and then open the door." Yi fell silent at these words. From the information he had received, it was clear that he had been forcibly bound by a soul contract, one that was strikingly equitable, governed by the principle that the stronger party would wield dominion. This type of soul contract, embodying the essence of survival of the fittest, proved to be the fairest agreement in a world where strength reigned supreme. He was the weaker party, thus the dominion lay with the monstrous being. The creature, possessing such power, commanded him to return, and he had no choice but to comply. Not long after, with a slight furrow in his brow, he invoked the reverse summoning technique, and amidst a swirl of white smoke, he found himself back in his original world. Upon opening his eyes, the first sight that met him was that of Orochimaru. Orochimaru gazed at the bloodied Yi, his expression shifting slightly. However, upon realizing that Yi was unharmed, he returned to his usual calm demeanor. He remained silent, choosing not to inquire, merely observing Yi. "It succeeded," Yi said, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Orochimaru, somewhat taken aback, nodded slightly, and said, "You may return." With that, he turned and walked away. Yi watched Orochimaru's retreating figure, his expression gradually darkening. It seemed he had entangled himself with a formidable existence. Yi Zi's mood soured, though it had not yet reached its nadir. The information relayed from the contract indicated that the mountainous creature was named Ku, capable of devouring all things, a true monstrosity. Should he open the door and allow Ku to enter this realm, the ninja world would undoubtedly face ruin. Though Yi Zi had no desire to open the door, he found himself in a position of weakness, with no option to choose. The only consolation was that the parties bound by the contract could not harm one another. Thus, even if Ku wreaked havoc upon the ninja world, consuming everything in its path, he would remain safe. However, should that day come, he would either go mad or perish from hunger. In any case, the arrival of Ku into the ninja world promised nothing but calamity. Yet it was an inevitability that could not be altered. After returning home with Orochimaru, it was not long before Orochimaru ventured out again. Following suit, Yi Zi also stepped outside, intending to find a secluded spot to open the door and summon Ku. If he failed to do so, his soul would be offered as sustenance to Ku. With a heavy heart, Yi Zi evaded the watchful eyes within the village, even going to great lengths to shake off any hidden pursuers, and he made his way directly into the dense forest. Once he confirmed that he was alone, he gritted his teeth, bringing his fingertips together, and traced a cross in the air. Immediately, two slender beams of light ignited along the path he had carved. Delicate as strands of hair, had it not been for the dim lighting of the forest, one might not have noticed them at all. Staring at the beams before him, Yi Zi was momentarily taken aback. This scene seemed to diverge from the information he had received through the contract. Haha, at last, I can escape this cage. A youthful, eager voice emerged from the cross of light, brimming with excitement and impatience. Then, a diminutive figure, no larger than a hand, emerged from the light. Plummeting towards the ground, Yi Zi observed the small figure, his lips twitching slightly. With a single eye and a wide mouth, its long arms nearly touching the ground. There was no doubt that this was indeed Ku's form. Yet, its size was astonishing. As Ku emerged from the portal, it initially exuded excitement, but upon touching the ground, it sensed something amiss. Upon surveying its surroundings, its expression transformed into one of utter dismay. Then, it looked up at the towering figure before it, which seemed like a giant to its small stature, and its countenance froze in shock. A solitary individual and a monstrous entity stood in silence, their gazes locked in a peculiar exchange. After a moment, Yi Zi, the first to regain composure, exhaled a sigh of relief. A shift in circumstances had occurred. The formidable creature that once loomed in the background now appeared diminutive, almost pathetically weak. Koei, rendered speechless, remained as motionless as a statue, his expression frozen. Although the situation remained a mystery, it seemed that the reins of control were now firmly in my grasp. Yi Zi cast his eyes upon Koei, deeply attuned to the intangible connection that resonated from their very souls. His demeanor was peculiar. Before him stood not a terrifying apparition, but rather a figure that invoked a sense of absurdity, making it difficult for him to feel any intimidation. Koei's eyes struggled to shift, and in a tone laden with desolation, he lamented, "Surely, there has been some misunderstanding. It must be so." As if struck by a sudden realization, he lifted his arm and traced a cross of light, his form swiftly vanishing into its brilliance. After a brief interval, he re-emerged from the luminescence, staring blankly at his own body. In a fit of anguished fury, he cried out, "What sins have I committed?" According to the previous script, Yi Zi was to open the door first, allowing Koei to traverse into this realm and seize dominion over it, paving the way for a joyous feast to follow. Yet, alas, the script had been irrevocably altered, transformed beyond recognition, leaving him utterly aghast. In his original world, he possessed a certain grandeur, but upon entering this one, he had been reduced to the stature of a mere ant. Initially, he could restore his power by consuming, albeit slowly, but with his current strength. Even the act of devouring seemed an unattainable luxury. Survival itself was a stroke of fortune. I know precisely how you might regain your strength, yet I am not so foolish. Yi Zi observed, his gaze penetrating and his mood considerably lightened. Please, I was wrong. Don't condemn me to starvation. Koei pleaded, collapsing to the ground, his expression a portrait of despair, entirely bereft of his former menace. Witnessing this sudden transformation, Yi Zi felt his lips twitch, unable to reconcile this moment with the trepidation that had once gripped him. "Fear not. I shall not only spare you from starvation but ensure you indulge heartily," he declared, his tone growing colder, the fear that Koei once instilled evaporating entirely. All preceding concerns dissipated, giving way to unexpected delight. Ah, Koei, such a creature capable of devouring all, how terrifying indeed. Yet now, with a soul pact forged and the power resting in his hands, how could he not seize this opportunity to its fullest? At these words, Kue abruptly lifted his head, meeting Yi Zi's gaze, which shimmered with a profound, icy brilliance. Momentarily taken aback, he inexplicably began to chuckle silently. This expression, manifesting upon the visage of a human, seemed familiar from the annals of time. It was not a portent of ill. I shall reclaim the reins of power, and then consume this world. Kue thought darkly, lowering his head slowly, a fierce determination brewing within. 5 years later, in the land of water, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring visibility to mere meters ahead. A young man adorned with a white fox mask emerged from the dense fog. His tall, slender frame was clad in a sleek black outfit, and a short dagger hung at his back. The mask was adorned with lightning patterns that cascaded from his eyebrows to the edges of his lips. Behind the mask, his silver-black hair danced in the gentle breeze. He paused before a tranquil lake, tilting his head slightly upward, his gaze fixed upon the still waters shrouded in mist. An air of indifference emanating from the eyes revealed through the mask. A faint sound of water splashing echoed from the fog, and a vague, imposing figure gradually took shape, gliding across the surface of the lake towards the masked man. As the distance closed, the figure materialized into a towering giant, standing at an impressive 2 meters and 5 centimeters. His head was bound with weights resembling dumbbells, long hair cascading down his back, and sharp teeth gleamed beneath 6 green stripes painted across his face. This robust man held a uniquely shaped large sword in his grip, its blade covered in spikes and resembling a durian in appearance. He was none other than the formidable pufferfish demon from the 7 ninja swordsmen. The pufferfish demon coldly regarded the young man on the shore, instantly recognizing him. The masked figure was none other than Yi Zi, renowned in the Hidden Leaf Village, who had just completed a covert mission in the Land of Water. Observing the pufferfish demon, Yi Zi silently unsheathed his Raikiba, aware that only 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen remained, one of whom was the pufferfish demon. The sword known as Samahata appeared to possess unique qualities, and he could sense the immense chakra contained within it. A stroke of fortune, he thought, if he could consume Samahata. A flicker of greed surfaced in Yi Zi's indifferent gaze, and in an instant he vanished, reappearing behind the pufferfish demon with the sharp tip of Raikiba aimed at the demon's heart. Clang! The pufferfish demon reacted swiftly the moment Yi Zi disappeared, swinging Samahata to intercept the thrust of Raikiba. The enormous sword, spiked and formidable, swung back without the need for precise timing, covering the entire space in one sweeping motion. The impact sent waves crashing around them as the two stood their ground. The pufferfish demon, taken aback, could hardly believe that the slender and seemingly frail Yi Zi could withstand the full force of his strike. However, the pufferfish demon's astonishment was fleeting. Samahata, resting against Raikiba, began to extend like a wildly growing plant, surging towards Yi Zi along the blade's edge. Suddenly, a fierce lightning surged forth from Raikiba, crackling ominously. Witnessing this, a cold smirk crept across the pufferfish demon's lips. The lightning was undoubtedly formidable, yet it gradually diminished in strength. Yi Zi felt his chakra being relentlessly siphoned away, yet he remained unfazed. With a sudden, powerful movement, he forcefully propelled the pufferfish demon backward. The demon stumbled back, struggling to regain his footing, his demeanor turning increasingly frantic. A being known for overpowering others was being repelled by a mere wisp of a man. A sinister expression crept across his face. Die. He suddenly stepped forward, causing the water to explode outward, directly heading towards Yi Zi. The shark's skin sliced through the air, its spikes unfurling like the feathers of a peacock, bearing down on Yi Zi with ferocity. Yi Zi, unwavering in the face of the approaching shark skin, raised his weapon, Thundertooth, to block the attack. Foolish. Witnessing Yi Zi confront the shark skin head-on, the puffer ghost's eyes gleamed with malice, prompting the shark skin to open its wide maw and firmly bite down on Thundertooth. Now, you cannot escape. The puffer ghost cackled maniacally, commanding the shark skin to voraciously absorb Yi Zi's chakra. Ha ha, the famed Konoha's white fang is but this. As he watched chakra continuously flow into his body, the puffer ghost's expression grew increasingly sinister, victory seemingly assured. In this dire moment, Yi Zi remained composed, and suddenly, a visible spiritual entity emerged from his shoulders, plunging into the puffer ghost's body. The grotesque expression on the puffer ghost's face froze instantly, and then, a spiritual form resembling Yi Zi erupted from his robust physique, grasping another spiritual entity that, astonishingly, bore the likeness of the puffer ghost. Yi Zi's spiritual form exerted absolute dominance over the puffer ghost's entity, swiftly biting off a portion of it. The puffer ghost spirit, filled with terror, writhed in a futile attempt to escape. It was firmly held in place. In mere moments, Yeezy's spirit consumed the puffer ghost's essence, while the light in the puffer ghost's eyes gradually dimmed. His expression frozen as he collapsed into the lake with a muted splash. With the loss of strength, the shark skin fell into the water, yet surprisingly began to thrash about. However, Yeezy was swifter. He seized the shark skin as hilt with one hand and dragged the puffer ghost's corpse with the other back to shore. The controlled shark skin writhed violently, its spikes extending threateningly towards Yeezy. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Yeezy forcefully drove the shark's skin into the ground, leaving only a portion protruding, before casting aside the puffer ghost's body. At that moment, a radiant cross of light appeared in the mist. A figure, comparable in size to Yeezy, emerged from the brilliance. Aha! I smell something delightful. Before his body arrived, his voice had already reached them. Upon landing, he immediately turned his gaze toward the shark skin embedded in the earth, his colossal single eye blazing with brilliance. He did not rush towards the shark skin, but rather fixed his attention on Yeezy. Devour it, including the corpse, Yeezy coldly remarked, glancing at the shark's skin and the puffer ghost's remains. The devourer's expression filled with joy. With a swift motion of his long arms, he seized the puffer ghost's body, his mouth stretching open wide, effortlessly consuming the puffer ghost's towering form of 2.5 meters. Then he turned his gaze toward the shark skin, his eagerness palpable. Sensing danger, the shark's skin began to tremble in fear, frantically writhing while pleading for mercy from Yeezy. Yet, as a uniquely crafted blade, the shark skin held little significance for Yeezy, even in submission. Yeezy silently observed the misty mountains and lakes, remaining resolutely unspoken. Behind him, Kiba consumed the flesh of the shark and tossed it into his mouth. Moments later, his form suddenly swelled considerably. Ecstasy overwhelmed him. This was the most exhilarating meal he had experienced in 5 years. Kiba shouted in satisfaction. Close your mouth. Yeezy coldly glanced at Kiba before heading in a particular direction. Kiba shrank his neck and obediently shut his mouth. One day, I shall devour you. Kiba followed in Yeezy's footsteps, harboring fierce thoughts. Slaying the pufferfish demon of Suigakure was an unexpected yet valuable harvest. Having consumed the shark's flesh, Kiba regained a portion of his strength. As the signatory of the soul contract, Yeezy also reaped significant benefits, having absorbed the pufferfish demon's spirit, which enhanced his chakra. Over the past 5 years, Yeezy's power had escalated almost exponentially, and with those who had witnessed his terrifying prowess now deceased, the major nations, including Konoha, were woefully inadequate in their assessments of his strength. Upon returning to Konoha and completing his mission, the unexpected triumph concerning the pufferfish demon was duly recorded in the battle reports. Before long, the number of fatalities at the hands of Konoha's White Fang grew to include the renowned pufferfish demon, one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Intelligence from the Land of Water indicated that they had not located the pufferfish demon's corpse, which had seemingly vanished without a trace. In light of the consistent reports of ninjas who had encountered Konoha's White Fang and subsequently found their bodies missing, the terrifying rumors, or rather, the grim reality, had been all but confirmed. The pufferfish demon had perished at the hands of Konoha's White Fang, its body consumed by him. On this day, Yeezy granted himself a day of leisure. He strolled through the bustling streets, where the townsfolk of Konoha kept their distance. A behavior Yeezy had long since grown accustomed to, paying it no mind as he wandered and indulged in delectable treats, purchasing a considerable amount of food along the way. He was a hero of Konoha, yet also a soulless monster. His existence was increasingly paradoxical, a discordant sight amid the vibrant streets. The villagers feared and shunned him, yet simultaneously relied on his strength. Yeezy moved in and out of shops, lavishly buying various delicacies, while those who approached him were unable to muster forced smiles, their faces contorting in stiffness until he departed, at which point they sighed in relief. After swiftly devouring 10 skewers of grilled squid, a child suddenly stood in his path. Yeezy raised an eyebrow in mild surprise upon seeing the green-clad, watermelon-headed boy with thick eyebrows. Under the earnest guidance of their parents, the common children who could not become ninjas, including those newly initiated, invariably viewed Yeezy as an unequivocal monster. Adults, possessing mature reasoning and worldviews, despite their fear and disdain for Yeezy's existence, recognized Konoha's need for him and his formidable powers, thus, they tacitly accepted his presence. However, children whose worldviews remain unformed do not merely harbor fear towards Yeezy. Within their small minds, a plethora of evolving thoughts begins to flourish. For instance, one day, they may gradually grow stronger, rendering Yi less essential to the village. And at that moment, Konoha will be devoid of one monster. Thank you. The child with a watermelon head, named Might Guy, suddenly performed a grand gesture of respect towards Yi, bowing at a 90-degree angle, his movements impeccable, indicative of a child endowed with physical prowess. Yi cast a cold glance at the child before him, perplexed by the gesture, and simply sidestepped him, continuing on his way. Might Guy had encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen during a mission, and after his father, Might Due, valiantly held them off, he and his companions managed to escape, though his father met an unfortunate demise. Upon learning that one of the surviving members, the pufferfish demon, had perished at Yi's hands, he came to express his gratitude. Regardless of the rumors or the nature of Yi's persona, his intentions were purely to convey thanks. In his peripheral vision, he noticed Yi sidestepping him, prompting him to straighten up and hastily approach Yi once more, offering another heartfelt thank you along with another deep bow. Yi paused momentarily, yet remained silent as he evaded Guy again. Observing Yi's continued rejection of his gratitude, Guy, resembling a stubborn bull, approached him once more, repeating his thanks in the same gesture, engaging in this exchange several times. The residents of the street watched this scene unfold, deeming the child utterly mad. Many ninjas also took note, silently observing. Perched atop the eaves of a shop selling dango, a handsome silver-haired boy nibbled on a dumpling while scrutinizing the interaction between Yi and Guy. Fool, he muttered, recognizing the watermelon-headed child as Might Guy, who consistently ranked at the bottom of his class, and he scoffed. His gaze, however, lingered on Yi. Konoha had 2 white fangs, one being the renowned White Fang, the silver-haired boy's father, and the other the so-called Little White Fang, referring to Yi. The silver-haired boy disapproved of the title bestowed upon Yi, believing his father to be exceedingly powerful and deserving of a singular title, thus harboring disdain for Yi. Behind the scenes, he had even devised a more fitting name for Yi, dubbing him the Konoha Lightning Fang. After swallowing several dumplings, the silver-haired boy descended to procure more, then returned to the rooftop, observing the unfolding spectacle on the street. Yi, having been thwarted multiple times, finally grew somewhat impatient. He regarded the child bowing deeply before him and coldly uttered, "Go away." Guy, still bent over, loudly proclaimed, "Please accept my gratitude." Yi's demeanor remained frigid as he reiterated, "Go away." Yet, Guy remained undeterred. Yi's expression hardened, and a murderous intent began to emanate from his surroundings. Akai found himself plunged into an icy abyss, a bone-chilling cold surging from the depths of his heart, enveloping his entire being and rendering his limbs rigid. His body reacted instinctively, beads of cold sweat beginning to form. Closest to him was the silver-haired young boy, who trembled at the murderous intent emanating from Yi, as if he were gazing upon a roaring beast. The dumpling he held almost slipped through his fingers, and he was unaware of the cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The other ninjas were not faring much better, their gazes betraying a palpable fear as they watched Yi, with a cold stare fixed upon the trembling child before him. Yi enunciated clearly, "Get away." Despite his terror, Akai resisted the urge to flee, his body shaking yet unwavering as he stubbornly bowed. The two remained locked in this tense standoff for what felt like an eternity, until, as the onlooking ninjas began to sweat in anxiety, Yi, observing Akai's defiance, retracted his menacing aura and spoke with indifference, "I understand." With that, he sidestepped Akai and continued forward. This time, Akai could not follow, his limbs having succumbed to an unyielding stiffness. How terrifying, he thought deeply while maintaining his bowed posture. One day, he too would become this strong. On the rooftop, the silver-haired boy silently watched Yi's departing figure, his expression a tapestry of complexity, lost in thought. The encounter with the inexplicable child was but a trivial interlude. Shortly after returning home, Yi was summoned to the root organization. Nanako drew a vial of blood from him along with a small sample of living tissue. For the past 5 years, the research aimed at enhancing Yi's physical attributes had yielded little progress. Not only had there been no advancements, but even methods to suppress the issues remained elusive. As Yi began to sprout white hair, Nanako's anxiety intensified, yet significant breakthroughs remained out of reach. She even attempted to fuse the cells of the first Hokage with Yi's, but the result was accelerated demise. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's research team had made substantial strides in their studies, successfully developing the technique for implanting Sharingan. With a preliminary framework established, continuous refinement was all that remained. Yizi had been closely monitoring this development, yearning for a pair of immensely powerful eyes, the Rinnegan he had once glimpsed in the Land of Rain. Regrettably, the transplant required the cells of the first Hokage, which were as toxic to him as poison. Once integrated into his body, they would cause rapid tissue decay. This issue remained unresolved, yet Yizi was unwilling to surrender easily, never once rejecting Nanako's requests. After providing her with his blood, he departed from Root and returned to his residence. Over the past 5 years, he had rarely been seen in the village, maintaining a strict routine. Today, he had made a special exception to take a day off, which is why he found himself on the streets. Not long after arriving home, guests arrived, none other than the long-absent Kushina and Minato. Upon hearing news of Yizi, Nai, and Minato, who had just returned to the village, made their way directly to his residence. Yizi was not surprised by their arrival. This scene had unfolded numerous times over the past few years. He welcomed them into his abode without offering even the most basic refreshments, displaying an exceedingly indifferent demeanor towards hospitality. Although devoid of tea and warmth, Nai and Minato had grown accustomed to this treatment. Once inside, Nai's gaze wandered over Yizi's face and the increasingly prominent strands of white hair. As Tsunade's direct disciple, she possessed insights into Yizi's condition that were unbeknownst to others. She was acutely aware that Yizi was exhausting his lifespan. Yet she felt powerless to assist him, having long accepted her relegation to the periphery of his world, a fate that perhaps extended to all. The atmosphere in the living room was thick with silence. Nai's attention remained fixed on Yizi, while he gazed at the withering plants in the courtyard. Minato sat in quiet contemplation, fully aware of a simple truth. Nai harbored feelings for Yizi, while he himself cherished Nai. This reality was a bitter pill to swallow, yet he chose not to intervene, instead allowing himself to gradually become more visible in her eyes. Suddenly, a melodious and bright female voice resonated from the entrance. "Hello? Is anyone there? I'm coming in." The first phrase was a greeting, the second an inquiry, and the third an assertion of action. From greeting to inquiry to the act of opening the door, a mere 2 seconds elapsed. "Excuse the intrusion," followed closely by the sounds of the door opening and a calm male voice, though the footsteps belonged to 3 individuals. Yizi remained seated, his expression unchanging, though his brows subtly arched at the sound of the first female voice. "My apologies for the disturbance." A girl clad in green peeked around the hallway, and upon seeing the 3 individuals in the living room, she cheerfully raised the 3-tiered lunchbox in her hands, addressing Yizi, who sat at the head of the table. With a smile, "Captain, please don't hold it against me for barging in, given that I've brought lunch. Sorry for the interruption." Following her was a pair of siblings, strikingly similar in appearance, both with black hair and eyes. These 3 were members of Yizi's team, Yin and the Uchiha siblings. However, it would not be long before this team, which had astonished the village of Konoha for quite some time, would disband, as Yin and the Uchiha siblings had successfully passed the Jonin examination, thus formally becoming Jonin themselves, destined to lead new squads as captains. It is worth mentioning that Nai and Minato would also soon be appointed as team leaders, signaling the dissolution of their own squad. Yizi merely observed the trio entering the living room, refraining from comment, and he certainly had no intention of attending to any refreshments. Yin placed the lunchbox on the table, glanced at Nai, and then took a seat beside Yizi. Witnessing this, Nai's lovely brows twitched in response. Uchiha Ice, with an icy demeanor, sat down and directly inquired of Yizi, "Where is the tea?" Yizi glanced at her and replied, "If you wish to drink, you may pour it yourself." Uchiha Ice responded earnestly, "You are the host, we are the guests." "Oh." Yizi acknowledged, yet offered no further discourse. Observing this, Uchiha Ice's pristine forehead was suddenly marked by several intersecting lines of frustration. "I shall fetch it." Uchiha Natsu sighed with a wry smile, dutifully rising to prepare the tea. Meanwhile, Yin opened a 3-tiered lunchbox, removing the food within, and cheerfully remarked, "It is a rare occasion for our small team to gather." Yin cast a subtle glance at Kushina, deliberately emphasizing the term team. Watergate, seated beside Kushina, offered a faint smile, glancing at her. It was evident that they were being subtly urged to leave, and for both emotional and logical reasons. It was indeed inappropriate for them to linger. However, Kushina seemed oblivious to the underlying message, maintaining her poised posture without any intention of departing. Noticing Kushina's reluctance to leave, Watergate remained still as well. Despite the clear implication of their dismissal, Yin let out a soft, cold hum and chose to say nothing further. Before long, Uchiha Natsu returned with tea and 2 sets of chopsticks, finally embodying the essence of hospitality. As the tea was set down, Yin pressed his hands together and exuberantly declared, "Let us begin." The lunchbox contained only 4 sets of chopsticks. Fortunately, Uchiha Natsu had thoughtfully retrieved 2 additional sets from the kitchen. Otherwise, even with 4 sets arranged, Yin would have remained inactive. Observing the gathering and the fragrant dishes on the table, Yi let out a silent sigh. Every rare moment of respite inevitably culminated in such a scene at home. It was not that he despised it, nor was he particularly fond of it. Yet, he found himself unable to harbor any resentment towards this atmosphere. "Let us eat and then leave. I need to rest," Yi stated blandly as he picked up his chopsticks. In response, a loud clap echoed. Yi, placing a bottle of liquor on the table, was beaming with delight. Yi glanced at the bottle, his lips twitching slightly. Uchiha Ice's eyes lit up. With one hand, she seized the liquor and poured herself a glass. Uchiha Natsu, rubbing his forehead in resignation, conformed to their whims as Yin proceeded to produce several bottles of liquor. Kushina, unabashed, snatched a bottle, using her bowl as a cup and filling it to the brim with liquor. Observing this, Yin mirrored her actions and downed his drink in one go, subsequently casting a triumphant glance at Kushina, who also drained her cup. Watergate let out a gentle sigh, calmly lifting his chopsticks to begin eating. This scene was not unprecedented. As night fell and the clamor subsided, Yi finally ushered them all away, leaving behind a table littered with remnants and empty plates. The silvery moonlight streamed through the open door, casting a layer of white frost over the hall. Yi's gaze drifted through the door, resting upon the withered flowers and grass in the courtyard, lost in contemplation, enveloped in silence. "Once I have consumed her, you too shall grow stronger," drawing nearer to your aspirations. In the quiet hall, a voice filled with avarice suddenly echoed, belonging to Kue. "If you wish to die, you may certainly try." Yi's tone was devoid of warmth, and the Shikue referred to as none other than the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina. From the shadows of the hall's corner emerged a diminutive figure, unmistakably a shrunken version of Kue. He tilted his head slightly to gaze at Yi, wearing an expression of disdain as he coldly remarked, "The compassion of a woman is futile. To kill is to gain power, so kill. To devour is to gain strength, so consume. If you cannot grasp such simple truths, how do you dare to dream of returning to your original world?" Yi cast him a frigid glance, her voice sharp as ice. "If consuming you could shatter the spatial barrier, I would not hesitate to do so, even at the cost of my own soul's destruction." Her tone was akin to the chilling wind of a frigid night, piercing and serious, leaving no doubt that she meant every word. Kue instinctively recoiled. For 5 years of companionship had granted him a profound understanding of Yi. He would not question her resolve. Moreover, her soul's strength was both refined and formidable, ensuring that even if faced with a backlash from their contract, she would not be immediately obliterated. This realization placed him at a disadvantage. The very reason for his perpetual retreat. Do not deny it. That woman harbors a power potent enough that consuming her would only yield benefits for me. A fact you are well aware of. Kue scoffed, tearing through the radiant light and vanishing within. As the brilliance dissipated, Yi found herself alone in the living room. Her gaze lingering on the spot where Kue had disappeared, a flicker of light dancing in her eyes. Once the dilemma was resolved, there would be no reason to remain here any longer. At that point, departing from Orochimaru's abode, several individuals set forth in different directions, each embarking on a divergent path. When light is obstructed, darkness ensues. One side shines brilliantly while the other fades away. In the days that followed, Yi immersed herself in an unending series of tasks. This year, after a period of recuperation, the major ninja villages began to stir restlessly once more. Pillage and war remained the prevailing themes of the ninja world. Smaller nations engaged in incessant conflict to grow stronger, while larger nations sought to enhance their power through relentless conquest. Amidst this turmoil, human life bore little value, reduced merely to a statistic. As Yi traversed various nations executing missions, she claimed countless lives, driven by her desire for strength. She had even invaded smaller ninja villages multiple times, and some lesser-known villages in the throes of development had been annihilated by her alone. These actions were not merely tasks, they were motivated by her ambition to grow stronger. Many believed that Yi's indifference remained unchanged from years past, oblivious to the transformation within her. Yet, they failed to comprehend that individuals do not remain stagnant. Unbeknownst to them, Yi had grown even more cold-hearted and ruthless. What appeared to be ordinary gatherings among friends was merely a facade she had constructed. She could not allow Konoha to perceive that certain matters had shifted, nor could she reveal that some elements were no longer within their control. Since entering into a soul contract with Kuu and discovering the significance of this bond, he found himself with little reason to remain in Konohagakure. His continued presence there was solely due to his desire to master the art of transplantation. However, before he could pursue this ambition, he needed Nanako to uncover a method for fusing with the cells of the first Hokage. Until that time, he would dutifully assume the role of an efficient task executor, awaiting the moment when he would be free from all constraints. The task he undertook this time was the assassination of a minister from the Land of Lightning. Such assignments were well within his capabilities, and he executed this mission with a terrifying efficiency before returning to the roots of Konoha to report. Upon completing the task, he accepted another S-rank assignment from Danzo. Observing the robotic precision of Leaf's actions, Danzo, who had just undergone the implantation of the Sharingan, wore an inscrutable smile. As he watched Leaf depart, Danzo's smile faded slightly, and he gently stroked his right eye through the gauze, muttering to himself with a cold smirk, "Once Nanako's research succeeds, we will promptly seal the results and then eliminate all witnesses." In the darkness, a detached voice echoed in agreement. Such a useful tool could not be easily discarded. "You would concur, wouldn't you, Orochimaru?" Danzo mused, turning his gaze toward a certain direction, toward Orochimaru's laboratory, where he conducted his experiments on human subjects. To sustain a large-scale clandestine experiment, funding was essential, and Leaf played a significant role in this endeavor. Danzo regarded Leaf merely as a highly effective instrument, believing that Orochimaru's decision to adopt Leaf was largely driven by this ulterior motive. Whether right or wrong had become inconsequential. Yet, Danzo remained oblivious to the fact that Leaf had concealed his fangs. Should they be revealed, he would be capable of tearing apart any adversary, including Danzo himself. Even those who traverse the shadows cannot entirely obscure their presence. Leaf had long evaded the watchful eyes set upon him by Konohagakure, and now he possessed ample confidence to conceal certain truths. Nevertheless, fate often has its own designs. A pair of dark hands loomed silently in the background. Unbeknownst to Nanako, who exerted every effort to assist Leaf, a blade hung ominously above her. The surname Shimura, in the face of power, was ultimately just Fade. Time flowed swiftly, the weak grew stronger, while the strong became even more formidable. Each individual pressed forward resolutely toward their goals. The era of the legendary three ninjas had faded into the past, and Leaf's generation had become the cornerstone of the present age, paving the way for Kakashi's cohort. The gaze of the populace, once fixed on Leaf, Minato, and Kushina, gradually shifted toward the new generation. After careful consideration, Leaf's team was ultimately disbanded, as was Minato's. It is undeniable that the combination of the Uchiha siblings and Yanai is exceedingly formidable. Even Yeji, during training, could only suffer defeat. However, in a life-and-death confrontation, Yeji could utterly vanquish the duo. Nevertheless, the mere fact that this combination could triumph over Yeji in training illustrates its terrifying prowess. Yet, Konoha still grapples with a shortage of personnel, which means that although Yeji's squad can constitute a significant force, it is destined for dissolution. A fate that also befalls Minato's team. Each of the departing Jonin will be assigned to individual squads, tasked with guiding the new generation of Genin emerging from the Ninja Academy, with the exception of Yanai, who hails from the Grass Village. While Konoha may have nurtured Yanai, she remains a native of the Grass Village, and thus it is impossible for Konoha to assign her to lead a squad of Genin. Consequently, Yanai faces two choices. One is to return to the Grass Village, and the other is to delay her decision for an alternative arrangement. Without hesitation, Yanai opts for the latter. The third Hokage is taken aback by her decisiveness but does not dwell further on it. Soon, the Jonin have all been assigned, and Yeji is also inevitably dispatched to lead a team. Timura expresses his dissatisfaction regarding Yeji's assignment to lead a group of younglings and even voices his objections in a small meeting. However, the third Hokage, who knows Yeji well, displays an uncommon firmness in rejecting Timura's dissent. The third Hokage does not wish for Yeji to become a mere subordinate of Timura, a mere cog in the machine of missions. Thus, he makes the pivotal decision to assign Yeji to lead a team. With everyone seemingly thrust into their roles, Yeji has little reason to refuse. This is the prevailing circumstance, and it is also the rationale behind Timura's inability to retain Yeji. Upon receiving the notice to proceed to the Hokage's office, Yeji furrows his brow, aware of the impending arrangements. If possible, he would prefer to decline this assignment, for the addition of two younglings to the team would only prove to be a burden. After a brief preparation, Yeji arrives at the iconic building of the Hokage. He can still sense the presence of several concealed chakra signatures lingering in the shadows, yet he remains composed as he pushes the door open. In the spacious office, a middle-aged man sits behind a conspicuous desk. Upon Yeji's entrance, the man slightly raises his head and offers a faint smile. Besides the third Hokage, 3 individuals stand before the desk, one of whom is the well-known Yanai. Upon hearing the door open, all 3 direct their gaze towards the entrance. Yanai breaks into a charming smile upon seeing Yeji, while the other 2, newly graduated from the academy, Kurenai Yuhi and Might Guy, react differently. Kurenai's ruby-like eyes reveal a hint of trepidation, while Guy exhibits a face brimming with excitement. Yeji casts a cursory glance at the trio before coldly averting his gaze. Striding directly to the desk, silently regarding the third Hokage, an alternate expression of his dissatisfaction. Having long since acclimated to Yi Zi's demeanor, the third Hokage did not mind. He slightly raised his head to regard Yi Zi, feigning ignorance of his dissatisfaction, and smiled. These are the members of your team moving forward. I need not introduce Yen Yi. These 2 are Yuhi Kurenai and Might Guy. Here are their profiles for your perusal. If you wish for an explanation regarding this arrangement, I am more than willing to provide one. Yi Zi remained silent, stepping forward to grasp the documents presented by the third Hokage. After a thorough examination, his brow furrowed. He cast a cold glance at Yuhi Kurenai and Might Guy before turning his gaze back to the third Hokage and coldly remarked, "Are you jesting?" At this declaration, Yen Yi, Might Guy, and Yuhi Kurenai were all taken aback, utterly unprepared for Yi Zi's harsh demeanor towards the third Hokage. The third Hokage maintained his serene smile and responded earnestly, "This is no jest." Yi Zi scoffed, dismissively tossing aside the documents. A fool who only knows taijutsu and another who only understands jinjutsu. If you wish to prevent their early demise, it would be prudent to assign them to another team. As for Yen Yi, I have no objections to her continuing to accompany me. Hearing Yi Zi's blunt assessment, Yuhi Kurenai's face flushed with indignation, glaring fiercely at him. Yet he did not deign to meet her gaze. Might Guy's initial excitement gradually faded, replaced by a look of disappointment. The description of being a fool who solely practiced taijutsu was, unfortunately, accurate and beyond refutation. As for Yen Yi, upon hearing that Yi Zi wished to keep her smile deepened significantly. Alas, it appears that Yuhi Kurenai and Might Guy are the last 2 candidates available. It is due to the shortage of personnel that Yen Yi remains assigned to your team, the third Hokage said, shaking his head slightly, his tone tinged with regret. Yi Zi sneered, tapping his index finger lightly on the table, stating, "This arrangement is utterly illogical. You cannot possibly expect me to teach these 2 woefully unbalanced youngsters the art of assassination, can you?" The third Hokage did not respond directly to Yi Zi's remark. Instead, he retrieved Yuhi Kurenai and Might Guy's profiles for another glance, and then turned to Yi Zi, speaking earnestly, "You possess formidable taijutsu skills. As for jinjutsu, although you seldom employ it, I am well aware of your exceptional talent in that regard. You merely prefer a more direct approach to power, which is why you have not focused on jinjutsu. Moreover, do you truly believe this arrangement lacks merit? Indeed. While Yuhi Kurenai and Might Guy each excel in their respective fields, their weaknesses are pronounced. However, one specializes in taijutsu and the other in jinjutsu. Does this not mirror the composition of your previous team? As for teaching, if even you, a well-rounded jonin, cannot adequately instruct them, then there is no more suitable candidate." Listening to the third Hokage's discourse, Yuhi Kurenai and Might Guy were astonished. For the final statement revealed the Hokage's high regard for Yi Zi. Yi Zi's reputation within the Hidden Leaf Village was resounding, and both Yuhi Kurenai and Might Guy had formed their understanding of him from that renown. However, the third Hokage's commendation suggested that his prowess surpassed even the prevailing rumors. I understand now. Yi Zi's furrowed brows remained unrelaxed, for he understood that there was no room left for refusal. Witnessing Yi Zi's capitulation, the third Hokage could not help but smile. While both Yuhi Kurenai and Might Guy were indeed severe specialists in their respective fields, the third harbored high hopes for these 2 individuals, believing they would undoubtedly become the backbone of Konoha in the future. He was confident in this notion and equally certain that under Yi Zi's guidance, these 2 new generation ninjas would experience accelerated growth. From the outset, Yi Zi had never believed he could evade this troublesome position. The prospect of mentoring a few fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy felt like nothing more than a waste of time. Furthermore, with these burdens, he risked being constrained. Until the youngsters matured, he might be unable to undertake more challenging missions, thereby hindering his ability to execute certain clandestine endeavors. Over the past few years, He had coldly observed the consumption of countless lives in his pursuit of strength, yet this was still far from sufficient. Should he possess absolute power? He would not hesitate to target smaller ninja academies. In fact, he and his partner had swiftly eliminated inconspicuous small ninja villages. Yet now, he found himself tasked with guiding a couple of novices. The sole silver lining was that Yin Yu was also part of the team, and there were only two young ones. Casting a glance at Might Guy and Waihai Kurenai, Yizi formulated a plan. Nodding slightly to the third Hokage before striding towards the door with the documents in hand. "Follow me," he instructed. Yin Yu immediately followed suit as Yizi's words fell, while Might Guy and Waihai Kurenai exchanged a brief glance before jogging to catch up. Once outside the Hokage's office, Yizi led the trio to a rooftop not far below Hokage Rock. He found a spot to sit and began reviewing the documents. Since he could no longer shirk this responsibility, he sought ways to expedite the growth of the two young ninjas. He had no desire to waste time on menial tasks such as weeding. As Yizi immersed himself in the documents, he paid little attention to the others. Yin Yu quietly sat beside him, listening to Yizi's steady and rhythmic breathing while gazing at the panoramic view of Konoha, a faint smile gracing her lips. A gentle breeze wafted from afar, ruffling her deep green hair and carrying with it a subtle scent of nature, drifting toward the horizon. She relished this moment. Whether under bright sunshine, gentle breezes, persistent rain, or even tumultuous storms, as long as he was by her side, it was more than enough. In contrast to Yin Yu's, the two young ninjas, freshly emerged from the academy, felt rather constrained, not only due to the unfamiliarity of their surroundings, but also because they sensed a certain estrangement from Yizi and Yin Yu. As if being thrust out of their comfort zone, coupled with an insurmountable barrier to truly connect. Might Guy seemed accustomed to such an atmosphere, hence he appeared unfazed. While Waihai Kurenai's discomfort was palpable, she could not fathom what her friends' assigned instructors were like. But she felt she had drawn the short straw to be placed under Yizi's mentorship, with her only familiar face being that of the muscle-bound fool. Is it really necessary to take so long over just 2 pages of documents? And is it truly appropriate to leave us out here in the sun? Shouldn't there have been a self-introduction first? Oh my, how unfortunate I am. As the setting sun bathed the surroundings in a warm glow, Tsukihime gazed at Yizi, who appeared to be deep in thought, silently lamenting. Unbeknownst to Yizi, he remained oblivious to Tsukihime's inner musings. After diligently reviewing the profiles of the two students who struggled academically, he began to ponder what contributions they could potentially make to the team, the extent of their capabilities, and methods to facilitate their rapid growth. He had no intention of correcting their weaknesses, since they were already severely lopsided in their skills. He figured they might as well embrace their specialization wholeheartedly, even if they excelled in just one area. Reaching the pinnacle of that expertise could still pave a commendable path forward. In truth, he simply wished to avoid wasting too much time. From the outset, he had no desire to assist them in correcting their academic imbalances. If the two youngsters happened to meet an untimely end during their missions, that would be even better. With a general direction in mind, Yizi set aside the documents and turned to the duo, uttering coolly, "I am Yizi, a J-nin. That will be all for today. We shall convene here at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." With that, he vanished in an instant using the body flicker technique. Is that it? Might Guy and Tsukihime stood in stunned silence, staring at the spot where Yizi had just been. What kind of introduction was that? After being exposed to the sun for so long, they finally received Yizi's first words, and it ended up being this. Tsukihime could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "What is this? Our profiles were in the teacher's hands, right? Perhaps that is why he didn't introduce himself," Might Guy reasoned, rubbing his glossy, dark hair. Tsukihime shot him an exasperated glare, retorting, "But he has our profiles. Do we have his?" "No, but I know the teacher, and you do too, right?" Might Guy responded, his face displaying confusion. "Who in the village does not know about Teacher Yizi?" Tsukihime stumbled slightly, pressing her forehead, as if envisioning a bleak future. Could she truly endure being part of such a team? Overwhelmed by despair, she turned to her fellow teammate, the J-nin, Yin Yu, who, upon noticing her gaze, returned it with a sweet and friendly smile. That smile pierced through the darkness like a final ray of hope. How wonderful, at least there is one reliable person. Tsukihime felt a slight release of tension, thinking to herself, yet she soon heard Yin Yu cheerfully say, "But the captain rarely leads. I can assure you that the mortality rate in this team is significantly higher than that of other teams in the village. Do not blame me for the warning. And remember, during missions, do not harbor any illusions that someone will come to your rescue. Take care, young ones." With a laughter that chimed like bells, Yin also utilized the body flicker technique and disappeared. As she watched Yin vanish, Tsukihime felt as though she had turned to stone. Did you hear what she said? She stiffly turned her neck to glance at Might Guy. I did, he confirmed with a nod, clenching his fists in a determined gesture. Observing Might Guy's demeanor, Tsukihime's smile was more sorrowful than joyful as she asked, but did you understand? I understood. It means we are quite likely to die. Might Guy gazed at the setting sun, suddenly breaking into a broad smile that revealed his pearly white teeth. He then gave a thumbs up to Sunset Red and earnestly declared, Fear not, I shall protect you. In response, Sunset Red instantly turned her head aside, seemingly blinded by the brilliance of his gleaming teeth. Relying on someone whose performance languished at the bottom was hardly reassuring. She lamented inwardly that she would be better off colliding with a wooden stake. Had she known earlier, she would have exerted more effort in physical training, perhaps avoiding assignment to such an uncertain team. That night, in celebration of Sunset Red's graduation from the Ninja Academy, her parents prepared an elaborate feast. Typically, a table laden with delicacies would elicit a glimmer of delight in her eyes. Yet, weighed down by her dismal team assignment, she sat sullenly from the moment she arrived. What troubles you? Sunset Red's father, Crimson Sunset, gently set down his chopsticks, observing the despondency etched on her face. Both he and her mother, equally concerned, looked at her with questioning expressions. This was meant to be a joyous occasion. Yet Sunset Red appeared to be grappling with some distress. Under the gaze of her parents, Sunset Red dropped her chopsticks and, in a tone heavy with gloom, confessed, I have been assigned to Class 9, led by Captain Leaf Willow. Leaf Willow? Her mother gasped at the mention of the name, having heard of him frequently in passing. She never anticipated that her daughter's instructor would be he. What could be done now? Yet, as an ordinary person, she felt she had no authority to comment on the matter. In contrast to his wife's astonishment, Crimson Sunset remained remarkably composed. He had been informed of the class assignments beforehand and held no objections. While Leaf Willow's reputation in the village may not be stellar, one undeniable fact remained. He was indeed formidable, with an astonishing efficiency in completing missions. Having such an elite jonin as a leader could hardly be deemed unfavorable. Looking at his beloved daughter, he remarked, Even I, as your father, cannot compare to Leaf Willow, particularly in the realm of physical prowess, which has always been your weakness. This could be an opportunity to rectify that deficiency. However, Sunset Red furrowed her brow, feeling that Leaf Willow hardly embodied the qualities of a leading instructor. She remained troubled by the events of the day, acutely aware that Leaf Willow's demeanor was ill-suited for a guiding teacher. For students lacking in strength and talent, he could indeed be a disaster. If one were not sufficiently skilled, being placed in Leaf Willow's team could lead to dire consequences. While Might Guy, who had always trained beyond his limits, might fare somewhat better, Sunset Red's situation was considerably more dire, with a comparatively higher risk of failure. In her youthful naivety, she dismissed the words of encouragement from Might Guy, unaware that he, who had pledged to protect her, would prove to be her steadfast shield. The question of whether Yi Zi is suitable to be a team leader does not warrant further validation. Since taking on the role, Yi Zi has only led a single team, yet the 3 students within that group have swiftly matured into capable jonin over a mere few years. Currently, she is guiding her second cohort of students, and Hinata is quite hopeful that her daughter will thrive under Yi Zi's mentorship. Regardless of any doubts, Yi Zi's abilities are widely acknowledged, Hinata reassured herself. However, Hinata felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, pondering that one misstep could lead to the loss of her beloved daughter. The words left behind by Yin Yi upon her departure lingered profoundly in her mind. On another note, after recently losing his father, Might Guy finds himself alone in his household. Following the rigorous daily training, he must replenish his energy, and at that moment, he is consuming a large bowl of boiled meat. Meat, being the most energy-dense food, is a staple in Guy's diet, as he consumes substantial amounts daily. Lacking culinary skills, he simply adds a pinch of salt to the water and boils the meat to eat it directly. This routine has persisted for some time and is likely to continue until he can undertake more challenging missions, which might alter his circumstances. Within mere minutes, Might Guy finishes the basin-sized portion of meat and, after a brief respite, eagerly rushes to the yard to lift heavy stones, determined to enhance his physical strength rapidly. Only by doing so can he shoulder the sole treasure left to him by his father. The night is shrouded in clouds, obscuring the starlight and moonlight, casting a profound darkness over the landscape. Atop the highest building in Konoha village, Yin sits at the edge of a chimney, gazing up at the billowing clouds. Seemingly lost in thought, she has not returned to Grass Ninja Village for quite some time. Since the death of her only relative, she has felt no attachment. and thus no desire to return. Were it not for the achievements she has garnered in Konoha being recognized by Grass Ninja Village, she might have been compelled to leave Konoha and return to her homeland, contributing her strength as a ninja of Grass Ninja Village. In the stillness of the night, she often reflects on what she truly desires. She feels no sense of belonging to Grass Ninja Village and harbors no special feelings for Konoha. Here, she has few friends, only 2 or 3. Yet, she is reluctant to depart from this place, or rather, from that person. Originally distressed by the disbandment of her team and contemplating leading a group of young ninjas, she never anticipated such an arrangement would come to fruition. A gentle breeze sweeps by, causing her deep green hair to flutter. Yinyu softly brushes aside the stray strands, a subtle smile curving her lips as she reveals a captivating arc against the dim night sky. On the following morning, the students of Team 9 arrive at the designated meeting place, with 10 minutes remaining until the appointed time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Red found herself unable to sleep throughout the night, seated languidly upon a wooden bench, her spirit somewhat diminished. In stark contrast, the ever-energetic Might Guy was brimming with vitality, demonstrating an array of push-up variations in the nearby clearing, transitioning from one-handed to the astonishing feat of balancing on just his little finger, seemingly unfazed, a testament to his remarkable physical prowess, or so Red thought. Meanwhile, Ino leaned against a wooden pillar, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, reaching the appointed hour, yet the individual expected to arrive remained conspicuously absent. Could they be arriving precisely on time? Red rubbed her temples, feeling a sense of resignation, while both Might Guy and Ino appeared unperturbed. Another 5 minutes passed, then 10. And suddenly Red felt a throbbing pain in her head. How could they be late? As a leader who was meant to set an example, arriving late was an embarrassment. She glanced at her comrades. Might Guy continued his diligent training, and Ino seemed oblivious to the tardiness, as if the lateness of one individual held little significance for them. Frustrated, Red chose to remain silent about the matter. An hour slipped by, and still, the person had not arrived. Red clenched her fists. A look of indignation etched upon her features. 2 hours passed, and her expression grew increasingly grim, prompting both Ino and Might Guy to take notice. Why has teacher Ino arrived yet? Might Guy inquired, his face a mask of confusion after completing countless push-ups. You ask me, but who should I ask? Red's voice rose in exasperation. Might Guy scratched his head, then resumed his push-ups. Observing this, Red lowered her head, feeling a sense of helplessness. By noon, as hunger began to gnaw at them, the individual was still nowhere to be seen. The thought of how one could be so late was too troubling for Red to contemplate. Could it be that they had forgotten? To Red's dismay, her fears were indeed substantiated. Ino had, in fact, forgotten, or perhaps, had consciously chosen to forget. The previous night, Nanako had brought Ino significant news regarding advancements in her research, prompting Ino to head to the laboratory to collaborate with Nanako in further solidifying their findings. They had been engrossed in their work until now, and preliminary conclusions had been reached. The path ahead seemed promising, and the critical health issues concerning Ino would soon be addressed, if not entirely resolved. Despite knowing that several individuals were waiting expectantly for her, Ino had cast those thoughts aside, her gaze fixated intently on Nanako's silhouette. Undeniably, this girl had done so much for her. Ino vividly recalled their first encounter, when she was teetering on the brink of life and death on the operating table. As her vision blurred and darkness encroached, she sensed the hurried breaths around her, and in that moment, she glimpsed a face filled with urgency and determination, one of the rare instances when she had truly brushed against the threshold of the afterlife. Sometimes, were it not for the surname Shimura, he might have been inclined to trust Nanako wholeheartedly. Or perhaps, within the shadows of the hidden leaf, the so-called root is a realm devoid of trust. Thus, even in the absence of that surname, a barrier would always persist between them, an insurmountable membrane. He gazed at the figure before him, pondering the motivations behind this girl as unwavering assistance, and whether there lurked a hidden influence behind her actions. A sudden sound, a crisp chime from colliding glass, snapped Yezi from his reverie. The figure before him emitted an inexplicable sound of excitement and abruptly turned, clutching a transparent vessel in her hands. Inside, a pale mass of flesh writhed, gradually shrinking, exuding vitality yet possessing an eerie quality. Nanako inhaled deeply, then rushed forward to embrace Yezi tightly. I was wrong, utterly wrong, she confessed, her voice trembling. Your cellular vitality is no less than that of the first generation. I should have explored alternative paths rather than adhering to a singular route. It is this relentless fusion and unyielding compromise that led to my repeated failures. If fusion is unattainable and retreating is not an option, then I must resort to consumption, devouring the cells of the first generation for my own use. I should have attempted this long ago. I'm sorry for wasting so much time. Please grant me a little more time. I am certain I can help you. With her head resting on Yezi's shoulder, her words penetrated deep into his heart. What was it that compelled her to act in such a manner towards him? Was it the influence of Shimura Danzo? Divergent interests? An impure purpose? The malevolence buried in darkness? All speculations born of shadow were obliterated in that moment. As he listened to her voice, filled with barely contained excitement, he resisted the indifference of the world, feeling a degree of warmth seep into him. He caught the unpleasant, acrid scent emanating from her hair and slowly raised his arms, enveloping the girl in an embrace, burying his face in her dry, unkempt black locks. Thank you. His tone was no longer frigid, but imbued with heartfelt gratitude. Nanako was momentarily taken aback by the gentle sincerity in his voice. It was then she realized Yezi had opened his arms to hold her, and her heart began to race, her cheeks warming. A single gesture. A simple expression of thanks. This was sufficient. All the sacrifices, all the efforts were worthwhile. The boy, who had been indifferent to everyone, had begun to accept her. Nanako released herself from Yezi's embrace, turned to gaze at the now motionless mass in her hands, and declared, "Next, we shall perfect this, and then proceed to formal testing. Before that, I will minimize the risks. You no longer need to cooperate, so please, go about your tasks." With that, she carefully placed the glass vessel on the table and began documenting all the results. Yezi responded with a nod, donning his clothes and stepping down from the bed. As he approached the door, he glanced at the girl, who had once again immersed herself in her work, and said, "Do take care to rest." No sooner had his words left his lips than the door clicked shut, accompanied by the sound of his departing footsteps. The girl, Naiko, who was deeply engrossed in her notes, couldn't help but smile slightly. After leaving the route, Yezi opted to return home for a brief wash before heading to the predetermined gathering spot. Upon reaching the elevated platform near Hokage Rock, he was met with a pair of strikingly beautiful eyes filled with fury. "Do you have any idea what time it is?" Hong glared at the tardy Yezi, her agitation palpable. Might Guy, having endured a grumbling stomach and monotonous push-ups, finally ceased his exertions upon seeing Yezi's arrival. Though he was fatigued, his reaction was not as intense as Hong's. Yenwei merely smiled at Yezi without uttering a word. Among the three, only Hong's response was pronounced. Her anger was genuine, and she began to question Yezi's worthiness as a teacher. At 2:20 in the afternoon, Yezi cast a glance at the irate Hong and took his place where he had sat the previous day. Observing Yezi's calm demeanor only ignited Hong further. Resembling a lit powder keg ready to explode, she leaped in front of him, exclaiming furiously, "You are over 6 hours late. Shouldn't you apologize first, explain your tardiness, and assure us it won't happen again?" Yezi lowered his head slightly, meeting Hong's furious gaze, and replied, "I apologize. I inadvertently forgot about this matter. As for whether it will happen again, I cannot guarantee it." After a pause, he added, "If you have objections, I suggest you request to leave this team from the third Hokage." Hong was momentarily taken aback, her pin-up rage unable to find an outlet. Flooding back into her petite frame. "Ah!" She emitted a series of high-pitched screams before sulking to the side, fuming. The thought of leaving the team was ludicrous. Had she been able to do so, she would have long since departed. Given the current tight arrangements, not only would the third Hokage likely refuse her request, but she also had no idea where she would go next. As Hong continued her tirade, Yingyue, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, couldn't suppress a chuckle. Meanwhile, Might Guy instinctively clutched his stomach, as his prolonged training and lack of food had stirred a protest from his digestive system. "Come, let me treat you all to a meal," Yezi remarked, glancing at Might Guy's belly. "Hooray!" Might Guy's eyes brightened, and he eagerly inquired, "Teacher, can I have the grilled meat from Tonggu House?" Yezi nodded in affirmation. "Teacher, I have quite the appetite," Might Guy admitted bashfully. "Eat as you wish." "Fantastic!" Might Guy exclaimed, leaping with excitement. "Humph." Hong gazed at the exuberant Might Guy with an expression akin to that of a fool, then cast a sidelong glance at the indifferent Yezi, letting out a discontented huff. "If possible, please do pack some 3-colored dumplings from the Changtuan Pavilion along the way," Yin cheerfully added. Upon hearing this, Hong's ruby-like eyes sparkled momentarily. "All right," Yezi agreed. Yin flashed a cunning smile, declaring, "I can devour 50 skewers, you know." "Suit yourself," Yezi responded, already accustomed to Yin Ye's hearty appetite. and she was the first to descend from the high platform. Humph. I'll make sure you eat until your wallet is empty this time. Hong suddenly thought of this as an opportunity for revenge. Watching Yizi's retreating figure, she let out several cold huffs, sensing she had forgotten something important, yet unable to recall what it was. With the three of them already leaving, she dismissed the thought and hurried after them. The quartet made their way toward the bustling street. As they entered the vibrant thoroughfare, passers-by cast furtive glances at Yizi, their expressions betraying unmistakable disdain and aversion. While the gaze of a single individual may not carry much weight, the collective scrutiny from a multitude formed a glaring spotlight. The trio trailing behind Yizi distinctly sensed the hostility directed not at them, but at Yizi, who walked ahead. Yizi, accustomed to such stares, paid them no mind, yet for Hinata and the others, it was their first encounter with such a situation, and they felt the repercussions, albeit slightly. Might Guy, perhaps oblivious, reacted with indifference, preoccupied with thoughts of how much he could eat without inconveniencing Teacher Yi. Yet, he also longed to indulge heartily, creating a conflict within him. Yin Yi's expression darkened slightly. As an outsider, she felt powerless to alter the situation and silently moved closer to Yizi. Among the three, only Hinata exhibited the most pronounced reaction. Sensitive to the scrutiny, she felt uncomfortable under the gaze, even though she was merely collateral damage. Feeling as if she were the one being despised. Unable to help herself, she lowered her head, seemingly wishing to avoid the crowd's judgment. For reasons unknown, she felt a pang of pity for Yizi. Despite his remarkable contributions to Konoha, he suffered the scorn of the masses due to mere rumors. What kind of sense did that make? In recent years, Konoha had experienced rapid development, particularly evident in the transformation of its commercial district, bustling with shops and throngs of people. After traversing the central street and proceeding several hundred meters down the end street, they arrived at their destination, the Tegu House. At that moment, a group approached from the opposite direction and from afar. The leader stood out with striking golden hair, none other than the illustrious Minato Namikaze, whose reputation far surpassed that of Yizi in the present day. The golden light met the darkness on the street, and the expressions of the surrounding crowd reflected two starkly contrasting sentiments, one glaringly evident and piercing. The individual coming from the central street embodied darkness, whispered to be a soulless monster. In contrast, the one returning from the end street radiated light, possessing extraordinary strength, a gentle disposition, and a plethora of admirable qualities, emerging as the dazzling new star of this generation. Yizi glanced at Bo Feng Shui Min and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Bo Feng Shui Min smiled gently at Yizi, then turned his gaze to the three individuals behind her, inquiring with a smile, "Have you just completed your assessment?" "Assessment?" Shiri Hong suddenly lifted her head, suddenly recalling the forgotten notion of the entry examination her father had mentioned. In that moment, she looked at Yizi's back, her lips twitching slightly. Indeed, this was a rather unreliable instructor, not to be measured by conventional standards. Thus, it was entirely reasonable to forego the assessment. Why am I thinking this? She lamented inwardly, then turned her gaze toward the handsome Shui Min, finally casting envious glances at Kakashi, Lin, and Dai Tuesday assessment. Might Guy paused briefly, looking at Yizi with excitement as he raised his fist, declaring, "Teacher Yi, I didn't realize there was an assessment. After I eat, I'll give it my all." Shiri Hong shook her head in disbelief, while Yin Yi pursed her lips, stifling a laugh, finding Might Guy utterly amusing. Yizi had never intended to conduct an assessment. If it could serve as an excuse to dismiss Might Guy and Shiri Hong, he would gladly embrace it. However, with the third Hokage overseeing matters, such an assessment held no significance for him. He glanced at the enthusiastic Might Guy and then turned his gaze to Shui Min, calmly stating, "Class 9 does not require an assessment." Bo Feng Shui Min was momentarily taken aback. Assessments were not mandatory and had no strict enforcement. Though the tradition had persisted, it was unexpected for Yizi to bypass this step, yet it aligned with his character, prompting a wry smile from Shui Min. Dai Tu and Lin, standing behind Shui Min, cast curious looks toward Yizi. They had seldom encountered him and had only heard tales of his reputation, which included not only unfavorable rumors, but also a name reminiscent of Kakashi's father. Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, lazily tilted his head to observe a small dog basking in the sun outside a shop, seemingly disinterested in the proceedings. "Teacher Yi, no assessment?" Might Guy expressed his disappointment upon hearing Yizi's words. Yizi regarded him and replied nonchalantly, "After the meal, you may run 100 laps around the village." A fiery determination ignited in Might Guy's eyes as he earnestly exclaimed, "Teacher Yi, I understand now. Shiri Hong's head drooped slightly once more. Observing the spirited Might Guy, Bo Feng Shui Min revealed an appreciative glint in his eyes, smiling as he remarked, "This child will undoubtedly become an extraordinary ninja in the future." Might Guy beamed at the praise from Shui Min, unable to contain his joy. Yeezy remained silent, yet inwardly concurred with Shui Min's assessment. Addressing Shui Min, he stated, "Let us go." With that, he walked past Shui Min towards the end of the street, with the three following closely behind. Once Class 9 had moved on, Dai Tu, feeling disgruntled, remarked, "Might Guy's performance has always been at the bottom of the class, and he is only slightly better in taijutsu. How could he possibly become an extraordinary ninja in the future?" Kakashi shot him a glance, coolly retorting, "Fool. Kakashi, what did you say?" Dai Tu glared at Kakashi in indignation. Kakashi turned his head away, disregarding Obito. "You two mustn't quarrel," Rin interjected, tapping her foot. It was Kakashi who started the insults. Obito retorted indignantly. Minato, feeling somewhat exasperated, intervened to quell their bickering and reflected, "Have you not noticed the overflowing determination emanating from that child? With such resolve to forge ahead towards the rising sun, how could one ever settle for mediocrity?" A sudden hush fell over the room. Observing the three perplexed faces, Minato felt a twinge of awkwardness, sensing that his words might have been overly complex for them to grasp. Nevertheless, as ninjas, they ought to embody an indomitable spirit. "Isn't that essentially describing me?" Obito chuckled. "Fool," Kakashi retorted unexpectedly. "Kakashi." Obito glared at him in anger. Minato shook his head in resignation. After bidding farewell to Minato's team, Yeji led the trio to the Tengu house, where he promptly ordered 100 servings of grilled meat. Might Guy was thrilled, brimming with enthusiasm, feeling as though the future was illuminated with promise. After placing the order, he also arranged for 100 skewers of dango, displaying such generosity that Yugao no longer harbored any grievances. If Yeji could frequently treat them to meals, then no matter the hardships faced, it would all be worthwhile. In that moment, both Yugao and Might Guy thought this way, while Yin Yi, already familiar with Yeji's ways, felt no particular sentiment. Moreover, she understood the sole reason for such an ample order. Yeji was simply hungry. As Yeji set the dango on the table, Yin Yi discreetly snatched a handful for her own plate, drawing it to the edge of the table while subtly shielding it with one hand. Yugao and Might Guy observed Yin Yi's actions with mild curiosity, yet the next moment, they were utterly astonished. Yeji exhibited the fundamental qualities of an efficient gourmand, devouring the grilled meat and dango with the speed of a tempest. He swiftly grabbed 5 or 6 skewers of dango and, with a swift motion, sent them straight to his mouth, chewing for less than 3 seconds before swallowing. After finishing the dango, he took mere seconds to demolish several skewers of grilled meat, his pace only accelerating. Yugao and Might Guy stared, their mouths agape, utterly speechless.